Multiple female leads, tormenting Tang San, exhilarating narrative, regret without forgiveness. Jiang Mian traverses to the Douluo continent, awakening a spirit soul resembling a Poké Ball. Unlike other soul masters who must absorb spirit rings to transcend their realms, Jiang Mian merely needs to capture soul beasts. Furthermore, the captured soul beasts possess the ability to continually grow stronger, progressively ascending to the pinnacle of their kind. Thus, formidable beasts such as the Ice Emperor, Snow Emperor, Silver Dragon King, Biji, and the Emperor Beast gather around Jiang Mian. I am not the beast god, who then is? Jiang Mian declares, Woman, why do you weep over our broken engagement? I shall annihilate your family's sect. Chapter 1. A sudden engagement termination? This is your choice. Cognitive repository. Where am I? Have I crossed over? Jiang Mian gradually opens his eyes within the room. The spirit hall exists? It appears I have traversed to the same era as Tang San. Absorbing the memories of the original host, he murmurs, this body possesses innate full spirit power, and its soul is a Poké Ball. Ah, what's this? The lattice pet has awakened? Just as Jiang Mian is engrossed in exploring his soul, a disciple from the Seven Treasure glazed tile school clad in uniform approaches mockingly. TSK. Try to attract the lady's attention with such tactics? Even with innate full spirit power, you cannot alter the fact that you are merely a dog beside her. You are a dog today, and you will forever remain a dog. What do you mean by that? Jiang Mian glares at the disciple, recalling that his parents perished on the battlefield while protecting Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Thus, Ning Fengji took Jiang Mian in, promising to wed his daughter, Ning Rongrong, to him. However, to outsiders, Jiang Mian is merely a disgraceful son-in-law, devoid of dignity and treated as a servant. As Jiang Mian's eyes widen in fury, he hears Ning Rongrong's voice from outside, cool and elegant. Jiang Mian, come with me. Puzzled, Jiang Mian knows that this lady has always ignored him. Why this sudden shift? Both Ning Rongrong and Jiang Mian have just awakened their soul powers at the tender age of 6, with Ning Rongrong being the prize jewel of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Raised in pampered luxury, Ning Rongrong embodies all the traits of a typical spoiled princess arrogance and disdain. Without further contemplation, Jiang Mian strides toward the door while the disciple continues his taunts. Look at that. Truly a dog nurtured by the lady, rushing over at a mere call. Infuriated, Jiang Mian seizes the disciple by the neck, coldly stating, Do you wish to die? Let him go. What are you doing? Ning Rongrong rebukes upon witnessing Jiang Mian's reaction. His soul is the Seven Treasure glazed tower. Her implication is clear, he is one of us. While you, Jiang Mian, are merely a pet at my side, what gives you the right to harm him? Very well, Jiang Mian retorts, casting the disciple to the ground. Ning Rongrong, does this satisfy you? Is it really for you to call me Ning Rongrong? She frowns, muttering to herself, forget it, it's just this once. A mere pet can be so presumptuous. The disciple continues to chatter. If not for the lattice grace, I would have truly ended you. Jiang Mian dismisses him with disdain. Ning Rongrong leads Jiang Mian to the council hall of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, where an eerie silence prevails, broken only by the presence of Bon Douluo Gurong. Jiang Mian, I hereby formally announce the dissolution of our engagement. Ning Rongrong's voice is measured yet clear to the three present. My dear little Mian, though you possess innate, full spirit power and extraordinary talent, matters of the heart cannot be forced. Let the engagement go. Gurong rises to speak. The Seven Treasure glazed tile school shall remain your home, and even with the engagement dissolved, we shall not hold it against you. In the future, grow and assist Rongrong well. Huh? Jiang Mian scoffs coldly, recalling the promises made by Ning Fengji years ago. How many grievances and disdain had he endured in the past 6 years? Had Ning Fengji ever intervened? Perhaps his absence was due to his frequent travels, or perhaps the original host didn't wish to trouble him with personal matters. He had hoped that awakening his soul would change his fortunes, yet here stood Ning Rongrong, terminating their engagement? Ah, what a splendid Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Jiang Mian bursts into laughter, truly hypocritical. Impudent. Gurong raises his hand, an overwhelming pressure crashing down upon Jiang Mian, forcing him to the ground. The sect leader brought you back, granting you a second chance. How could you be so ungrateful? Ning Rongrong produces a divorce decree and a box of vermilion ink, haughtily commanding, sign it. I wish to be rid of you this very instant. Very well. Blood trickles from Jiang Mian's lips, as he struggles to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fury. He wipes the blood from his mouth, pressing his handprint onto the decree. Unthinkable! A sharp voice interrupts from outside the hall, a white-haired man in a blue robe soaring in on a sword. He is one of the two esteemed elders of the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School, revered as the continent's foremost attacking soul master, Sword Douluo, Chun Xian. What are you doing, old bones, Rong? Sword Douluo exclaims in anger. Do you not know Jiang Mian's parents saved Ningfengji's life? Chun Xian, the debt of gratitude for saving lives has long been repaid through our care for this boy. Gu Rong replies indifferently. The Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School can sustain him for a lifetime, honoring his parents' debt to Fengji. Unbeknownst to Chun Xian, he had merely accompanied Ning Fengji on a distant journey, and upon returning, they were on the verge of expelling the only innate full-spirit power genius from their sect. Chun Xian holds a favorable view of Jiang Mian. Innate full-spirit power is rare. Although the peculiar soul he awakened appears of little use, such power signifies a high-quality soul. Are you three playing a farce? Thinking me a fool? Jiang Mian rebukes furiously. A bunch of sanctimonious hypocrites. Do you truly believe I have no path forward once I leave the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School? How dare you? Gu Rong reaches out to strike Jiang Mian, but Sword Douluo steps in front of him. Jiang Mian, it has come to this your engagement with Rong is annulled, but you may remain at the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School. I shall invest all my efforts in nurturing you. Sword Douluo turns to speak. Dream on. Jiang Mian attempts to push past Sword Douluo, but at merely 6 years old, how could he move a 96th level Sword Douluo? Chun Xian, I told you this boy is a thankless wretch. Gu Rong grits his teeth. If he wishes to leave, let him go. We have shown him enough kindness. Unthinkable. The child is still young and does not understand. Sword Douluo states sternly. Moreover, this is our fault. Stop this pretense. Jiang Mian replies coldly. From this day forth, I, Jiang Mian, shall have no ties with the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School. Before his words fade, Jiang Mian has already turned his back and departed. Watching his retreating figure, Sword Douluo hesitates, only to turn in anger toward Gu Rong, who is comforting Ning Rong. Old bone, do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you've caused? Xiao Mian possesses innate, full soul power. You have driven him away. Just wait until the sect master returns, and hears this. In response to the Sword Douluo's inquiry, Bone Douluo remained unfazed. What innate, full soul power? If my Rong is uninterested, no one can impose their will upon her. Bone Douluo gestured, summoning several scholarly soul masters who emerged from the shadows of the hall. They spoke in unison. Esteemed elder, we have duly recorded the incident that just transpired. Rest assured, we are well versed in protocol. With a wave of his hand, Bone Douluo dismissed them. Old Bone, how have you changed? Even if Rong disapproves of Jiang Mian, we could have discussed this amicably. What benefit do we gain from expelling someone with innate full soul power from our Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile sect? Hearing her grandfather, the Sword Douluo, defend Jiang Mian, Ning Rong suddenly burrowed into Bone Douluo's embrace. Weeping, Grandpa Sword is wicked. Rong simply does not like Jiang Mian. Do not cry, Rong. Grandfather Bone will take care of this, all right? Those individuals had already documented Jiang Mian's disregard and ingratitude, and come tomorrow, this information would circulate, irrevocably tarnishing Jiang Mian's reputation. Rong observing Ning Rong nestled in Bone Douluo's arms. The words that the Sword Douluo intended to voice remained unspoken. At this moment, the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile sect had undoubtedly made a formidable enemy of Jiang Mian. If there were any way to mend the rift, they must strive to do so, for he was a genius with innate full soul power. Throughout the annals of the continent's history, there have been but a scant few with such talent. Yet, should Jiang Mian truly harbor resentment towards the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile sect to avert the emergence of a formidable adversary in the future, despite his reluctance, the Sword Douluo would have no choice but to. Outside the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Jiang Mian purchased a carriage with his savings accumulated over the years, hastily making his way toward the Stardow Forest. As long as he possessed strength, he would no longer endure the humiliation inflicted by others. However, from the moment he acquired the carriage, he felt an unsettling sensation, as though someone were watching him, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end, leaving him profoundly uneasy. Chapter 2. 80,000 Years of Dark Golden Terror. Claw Bear. On the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, Jiang Mian halted his carriage and stepped into the woods. At this hour, just before dawn, one would expect a scene of vibrant life. However, the area surrounding the Douluo forest lay eerily silent, devoid of any birds or beasts, as if a terrifying presence had emerged. The Douluo forest is the largest soul beast forest on land, home to countless soul beasts. Yet at this moment, not even the most insignificant of them could be seen. Jiang Mian crouched down, concealing himself, and murmured, "Little brother, what are you waiting for?" A swirling mass of black mist passed behind him. A middle-aged man with a long face and a horrifying scar over his left eye slowly emerged. His expression was mocking as he coldly remarked, "It is a pity that your innate full soul power will meet its end at my hands. You are a servant of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect," Jiang Mian exclaimed in astonishment. Having spent 6 years within the sect, it was impossible for him not to recognize the soul master before him. He was a high-ranking servant of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, an 87th level battle soul, Douluo, known as Zhu Zhuqing. This individual was quite formidable in the soul master world. With his martial soul, the Dark Bear, he possessed lethal power, agility, and defense, making even ordinary title Douluos wary. "Is the Seven Treasures Glazed sect sending you to kill me?" Despair flickered in Jiang Mian's eyes. He had not anticipated that they would not allow a soul master with innate full soul power to escape. "Little brother, I actually have high hopes for you," Zhu Zhuqing said, arms crossed. "It's unfortunate, but the Seven Treasures Glazed sect is one of the top 3 sects, with resources beyond measure. Even if you were to be rejected in marriage, what difference would it make? You are still a member of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, are you not?" "I have lived in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect for 6 years, treated like a dog," Jiang Mian replied coldly. "In the end, they expect me to grow and serve them. They truly think so highly of me." "Enough talk," Zhu Zhuqing interjected, raising his hand. "In your position, you must fulfill your duty. Since you refuse to return to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, I cannot allow you to be a threat in the outside world." Jiang Mian closed his eyes, realizing that as a mere 10th level soul master, resisting an 87th level battle soul Douluo was nothing short of a fantasy. He had just crossed over and was already facing the threat of life and death. He felt a deep sense of unwillingness. Suddenly, a thunderous bear roar echoed from the horizon, causing the surrounding trees to shed their leaves, while nearby trees were uprooted by the sheer force, indicating that the newcomer was not benevolent. "What is that?" Zhu Zhuqing trembled, acutely aware that his martial soul was being suppressed. This sensation was akin to a cub encountering a mature beast, instinctively causing him to shiver in fear. A colossal bear with dark golden fur charged toward Zhu Zhuqing with unrelenting force. Its arms were exceptionally robust, its shoulders broad like city walls, and its dark golden claws sliced through the air with a hissing sound. The dark golden terror claw bear. Jiang Mian's pupils quivered. Legend spoke of the dark golden terror claw bear possessing a fragment of the bloodline of the Baiman, with the strongest among them being able to contend against dragons. The attack and defense capabilities of this soul beast were of the highest caliber, reigning supreme among bear-type soul beasts. In comparison, Zhu Zhuqing's dark bear seemed rather insignificant. 80,000 years of dark golden terror claw bear. Zhu Zhuqing's legs trembled involuntarily, his voice hoarse with terror. How could such a terrifying existence be found on the outskirts of the Douluo forest? Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best policy. Jiang Mian wiped the sweat from his forehead, attempting to seize the opportunity to escape. Despite being only 80,000 years old, this bear's raw strength could easily overpower even a title Douluo, let alone Zhu Zhuqing, a mere battle soul Douluo. 8 soul skill, dark underworld strike. Zhu Zhuqing unleashed his martial soul, deploying his strongest soul skill against such a formidable foe, as anyone would hesitate to underestimate the danger. A shadowy giant bear materialized behind Zhu Zhuqing, transforming into a thick ink that coalesced into his right hand. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing launched himself like an arrow at the mountain-like dark golden terror claw bear. Boom! Dust erupted, and a powerful shockwave flattened the surrounding forest, sending Jiang Mian flying several meters, rendering him motionless upon landing. This was terrifying. Jiang Mian spat out a mouthful of blood, dazedly rising to hide behind a large rock, daring to secretly observe the battle. Zhu Zhuqing's previous strike had only disheveled the bear's fur, failing to inflict any significant damage. As the dark golden terror claw bear swiped at Zhu Zhuqing, even with his martial soul in its true form, he was still struck down, crashing into the ground. Blood spilling from his mouth, grievously injured. It seemed that, without risking his life, there was no way to escape from this beast today. Zhu Zhuqing recklessly wiped the blood from his face and leaped into the air, both hands swirling with wind, as he conjured a sphere of black mist to hurl at the dark golden terror claw bear. 5th soul skill, Underworld Fire Barrage. The dark golden terror claw bear raised its claws to shield its face, resisting Zhu Zhuqing's 5th soul skill. Seizing the opportunity, it struck out with a paw, as if tearing the very fabric of space. Zhu Zhuqing was overwhelmed, his chest ripped open by the bear's claw, and he fell to the ground like a bullet, clearly on the verge of death. The dark golden terror claw bear's signature technique, the heaven-tearing claw. It was said that the dark golden terror claw bear ranked 6th among the top 10 ferocious beasts within the depths of the Douluo forest, once inflicted wounds upon the Black Dragon King, Tian. One must understand the sheer terror of Tian, the Black Dragon King, who commanded all soul beasts. None dared to defy his orders. However, at this moment, several of the top 10 ferocious beasts lay dormant in the Lake of Life, allowing the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python to occupy the core area of the Douluo forest. Why had an 80,000-year-old dark golden terror claw bear appeared on the outskirts of the Douluo forest? Jiang Mian hid behind the stone, drenched in cold sweat. Yet, it was fortunate that this dark golden terror claw bear had arrived in time. Otherwise, he would have surely perished at Zhu Zhuqing's hands. As Jiang Mian felt relief, the battle drew to a close, with Zhu Zhuqing now devoid of any fighting strength, being toyed with by the dark golden terror claw bear. Zhu Zhuqing's face reflected desperation. He had never anticipated that his illustrious life would end here. In a fit of rage, he suddenly unleashed his dark bear martial soul, clinging to the dark golden terror claw bear. "You beast! If you wish to kill me, I will ensure you suffer as well." He intended to self-destruct. Jiang Mian sensed an impending disaster. Before he could escape further, an overwhelming force resonated against his back. With a thunderous roar, blood rained down like a deluge, mingled with Zhu Zhuqing's shattered remnants. The dark golden terror claw bear, struck by Zhu Zhuqing's desperate retaliation, bore injuries of its own. Its massive form now stained crimson and trembling, as if seeking something. This dark golden terror claw bear was nearing its limits. Jiang Mian furrowed his brow, unwilling to act hastily, fearing that the bear might turn its gaze upon him. The dark golden terror claw bear scanned its surroundings, even raising its head to sniff the air. Soon, it locked onto Jiang Mian's position. "This is bad. It's coming for me." Jiang Mian's heart sank as he realized he had no time to escape. Instead, he resolved to fight for his life. In that moment, a red and white Poké Ball appeared in his hand. "Go!" With all his strength, Jiang Mian hurled the Poké Ball. Just as it was about to make contact with the dark golden terror claw bear, a soul beast radiating brilliant golden light suddenly leaped forth, only for the Poké Ball to crash directly into it. I ventured into the core circle of the Douluo forest, where the waters of the Lake of Life began to surge outward. Deep within the lake's depths, a pair of golden eyes slowly opened. Chapter 3, The Imperial Beast, a brief 4,000-word segment, concluded. Jiang Mian gazed at the spirit ball, which had trembled twice before falling still, feeling a deep sense of despair. The speed of that soul beast was so extraordinary that he had barely glimpsed its form before the capture was complete. Although his spirit ball could disregard the age of the soul beast for capture, a stringent condition remained. The greater the injury to the soul beast, the higher the probability of capture. In a pristine state, the likelihood was nearly non-existent. Yet, that beast certainly did not appear to be gravely injured. Could it be that it had willingly allowed itself to be captured by Jiang Mian? The dark golden, fearsome claw bear squatted despondently on the ground, its eyes reflecting utter despair, the once indomitable spirit now utterly deflated. As Jiang Mian retrieved the spirit ball, he felt an electric jolt coursing through him, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Jiang Mian slapped his own face twice to regain his composure. The Imperial Beast. His reaction stemmed from the immense consequences tied to the Imperial Beast. In the original narrative, the Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian, had instigated a beast tide due to the sacrifice of the Imperial Beast. If Jiang Mian inadvertently triggered a beast tide, even the formidable 99th level ultimate Douluo, Douluo of the Spirit Hall, might struggle to withstand it. The Imperial Beast, known as the Three-Eyed Golden Lee, was born from a fortune of the soul beasts within the Douluo forest. Its presence doubled the cultivation speed of nearby soul beasts and significantly enhanced their chances of breaking through their bottlenecks. Thus, the Imperial Beast had become a focal point for protection among the ferocious beasts, consistently accompanied by the 8th of the 10 fierce beasts, the Crimson King. In the original tale, now, as those fierce beasts lay in slumber, it seemed the Imperial Beast had sneaked out for a frolic, only to be inadvertently captured by Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian possessed an extraordinary ability. He could wield the skills of soul beasts, akin to summoning them in battle while simultaneously utilizing soul techniques. He distinctly felt the addition of the attributes of ultimate light and ultimate fire within him. Unique to the Imperial Beast, deep within the Douluo forest, a regal and imposing dragon roar echoed, causing the surrounding mountains and beasts to bow in reverence. As the soul power of the forest was drawn into the lake of life like a whirlpool. Was this the Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian? Jiang Mian broke into a cold sweat, his mind racing with thoughts of how to respond. The 80,000-year-old dark golden fearsome claw bear had long since fainted from fright. The Imperial Beast had been captured by humans, and now, with Emperor Tian forced to awaken, it had no chance of survival. Emperor Tian, please allow me to speak. Jiang Mian declared boldly. I had no intention of capturing the Imperial Beast. However, rest assured, it is quite safe. If you doubt my words, you may come and see for yourself. With that, Jiang Mian hastily released the Three-Eyed Golden Lee from the spirit ball. The capture of the Imperial Beast is a fact. If you were to kill me, the beast would vanish as well. So I humbly request you weigh the pros and cons. Are you threatening me? A man clad in a black robe, towering at least 2 meters tall with golden eyes and long hair, suddenly appeared before Jiang Mian. His demeanor calm, yet exuding an almost tangible pressure. The ruler of soul beasts, the Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian. Not at all, Jiang Mian quivered, suppressing his trembling legs as he explained. The Imperial Beast possesses the Eye of Destiny. It is instinctively drawn to benefit and avoid harm. The fact that it willingly entered my soul indicates that I can only bring it advantage. Emperor Tian scoffed, ignoring Jiang Mian as he approached the Imperial Beast. Why did you sneak out? The Imperial Beast snorted in response. You all are busy absorbing that ice silkworm's energy. I wanted to consume it, but you wouldn't allow me to, nor would you let me out to play. Emperor Tian's expression was somewhat complex to Jiang Mian. It seemed as though the two were akin to a stern father and a willful daughter. Emperor Tian, my soul is different. Although I have captured the Imperial Beast, she remains free, Jiang Mian hastily clarified. Moreover, my soul can significantly enhance the cultivation speed of soul beasts, which I believe is why the Imperial Beast chose me. Emperor Tian cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Mian, placing his hand atop the beast's head to carefully assess its condition, only to discover that the Imperial Beast bore no signs of harm, which led him to believe Jiang Mian's words were true. Did you just say that if you die, the Imperial Beast will die too? Emperor Tian inquired coldly. Indeed, Jiang Mian replied earnestly, without a hint of hesitation. Since the Imperial Beast has been captured by my soul, if I were to perish, my soul would vanish, and the fate of the Imperial Beast would surely follow. And you claim you can help soul beasts greatly enhance their cultivation speed? Emperor Tian pressed further. Absolutely, Jiang Mian affirmed, resolutely stating. As long as the Imperial Beast engages in battles, its cultivation can steadily progress, making it entirely possible for it to break through to godhood in the future. Pokémon gain experience through battles, and soul beasts can do the same. Emperor Tian's interest was piqued at the mention of godhood. Having lived for over 800,000 years, he had devoted himself to breaking the rules that prevented soul beasts from achieving divinity. Jiang Mian's assertion that he could assist soul beasts in attaining godhood intrigued him. The crux of the matter was that if Emperor Tian sensed correctly, this young man before him could not be older than 10. How could he possess such extensive knowledge? Could he truly be a divine envoy sent to aid the soul beast race in reaching its pinnacle? The methods for soul beasts to enhance their cultivation were limited. Through practice, the consumption of innate spiritual treasures, or the devouring of their kin. Consuming their kin was certainly the fastest method, as exemplified by the deep-sea demon whale king, which broke through its bottleneck by devouring its own kind. However, this method was fraught with peril and could easily backfire. Furthermore, the cultivation gained through such means was elusive. akin to the moon reflected in water or flowers in a mirror, rendering it nearly impossible to harness fully. To achieve godhood through this route was but a fanciful dream. How do we engage in battle? Emperor Tian's expression remained unchanged, yet Jiang Mian could detect a hint of excitement in his tone. It simply requires the Imperial Beast to battle against either Soul Beasts or Soul Masters. There is no need to kill the opponent. In the course of battle, the Imperial Beast would continuously garner substantial cultivation, Jiang Mian explained. Moreover, the stronger the opposing Soul Beast, the greater the cultivation gained. Emperor Tian pondered this. Although the Imperial Beast currently possessed only a few thousand years of age, its strength was comparable to that of a 100,000-year-old Soul Beast. Perhaps we should verify this. With that thought, Emperor Tian nonchalantly dragged the seemingly unconscious dark golden fearsome claw bear closer, coldly stating, "If you wish to live, obey my commands." Upon hearing this, the dark golden fearsome claw bear trembled with trepidation and quickly settled down, awaiting Emperor Tian's instructions. Have the Imperial Beast battle it, Emperor Tian ordered tersely. Very well. Jiang Mian nodded and approached the Imperial Beast, whispering, "Imperial Beast, do you consent to follow my commands?" The Imperial Beast disdainfully shook her head and, with a swift motion, lunged at the dark golden fearsome claw bear, moving with such speed that it surpassed the sound barrier. The dark golden fearsome claw bear was struck to the ground by the three-eyed golden Lee's claw, its newly formed wounds bursting open once more, blood gushing forth. The three-eyed golden Lee displayed its displeasure, planting its foot firmly on the bear's face. The force behind this strike was titanic. The bear's head was deformed, the top of its skull caving inward. As expected, Emperor Tian observed with keen eyes. He could distinctly feel that in the brief moments of combat between the Imperial Beast and the 80,000-year-old dark golden fearsome claw bear, her cultivation had already surged nearly 1,000 years. A millennium, what a concept! Even if the Imperial Beast could accelerate the cultivation of Soul Beasts. Achieving 1,000 years of cultivation would still require decades, if not centuries, to attain. Yet, Jiang Mian managed to accomplish this in mere minutes. Moreover, this was merely a straightforward battle, without even threatening the life of his opponent's Soul Beast. Observing Emperor Tian's reaction, Jiang Mian had already devised a plan to capture several Soul Beasts next. Having witnessed his own potential, Emperor Tian realized that he would soon be a prominent figure in the Soul Beast realm. The rise of Soul Beasts is upon us. Emperor Tian's excitement was palpable, but he quickly tempered his emotions, softening his gaze toward Jiang Mian. "Jiang Mian, from now on, you shall remain in the Douluo forest. I must ensure your safety." He smiled. "From this day forth, you are a distinguished guest of my Soul Beast clan." "No, Jiang Mian firmly declined." Senior Emperor Tian, the experience of Soul Masters far surpasses that of Soul Beasts. You should allow me to take the Imperial Beast into the human world for battles, enabling it to ascend to divinity swiftly. "The human world is fraught with danger," Emperor Tian replied, somewhat displeased. "You and the Imperial Beast are gifts bestowed upon me by the heavens. Any harm that befalls you would be irreparable for my clan. My martial soul can summon the Imperial Beast at any time to heal within." Jiang Mian demonstrated with a spirit ball, saying, "I can utilize all the abilities of the Imperial Beast as well. Thus, if you remain concerned, you could assign a powerful Soul Beast to accompany me." Emperor Tian pondered for a moment before asking, "You currently lack the means to capture a second Soul Beast, do you not?" "Indeed," Jiang Mian nodded. "To capture a second Soul Beast, I must reach level 20. "Understood," Emperor Tian agreed. "Then, you should stay in the Douluo forest to train. When you are ready to capture a second Soul Beast, I shall have Qi Wang accompany you. Do you not wish to ascend to divinity?" Jiang Mian inquired with a smile. "When you possess the ability to manage the Soul Beast clan, I will allow you to capture it," Emperor Tian replied indifferently. "Of course, if you act detrimentally toward the Soul Beast clan, I will not kill you, but you will wish for death." "Rest assured," Jiang Mian assured him. "With the strength of the Black Dragon King, I am but a minor player." Emperor Tian's confidence in Jiang Mian stemmed largely from his own formidable power. As the Black Dragon King, he was a match for even the most powerful of Soul Masters. As long as Jiang Mian had not reached the divine level, Emperor Tian felt assured he could suppress him. Accompanying Emperor Tian to the core of the Douluo forest, Jiang Mian noted that the two Titan giants, who had fortuitously occupied the core area, had long since vanished, prompting him to remark on their swift retreat. Emperor Tian paid no mind to their absence. To him, those 100,000-year soul beasts were no more significant than insects. After you capture the Imperial Beast, will you not also possess the ability to double the cultivation speed of soul beasts? Emperor Tian mused, walking alongside Jiang Mian. If only you were soul beast. Why must you remain in this human form? Such matters are beyond my control, Jiang Mian replied with a wry smile. Senior, are you absorbing the cultivation of the heavenly dream, ice silkworm? How did you know? Emperor Tian exclaimed, taken aback. You are merely 6 years old, yet your maturity and knowledge are astonishing. Perhaps this is what they call divine favor. Jiang Mian laughed heartily. Following me is undoubtedly wise. I shall ascend to divinity and lead the soul beast clan into the divine realm. I vow to restore the glory of the dragon god, Jiang Mian declared. Dragon god, the Lord. Emperor Tian's eyes reflected deep respect. The Lord was once divided by the Azura god into the Golden and Silver Dragon Kings. The Golden Dragon King has been suppressed in the divine realm, while the Silver Dragon King, realizing he had overstepped, Emperor Tian hastily changed the subject, stating, in due time, I will arrange for the Lord to meet you. Jiang Mian nodded, refraining from further comment. Meanwhile, the dark gold terror-claw bear, having witnessed the two ancient beings depart, quickly resolved to evade them in the future, vowing never to cross their paths again. What? In a 7-treasure, glazed tile school, Ning Fengji recently returned. Was stunned to learn of Ning Rongrong's broken engagement and Jiang Mian's expulsion. A genius with innate full soul power, and you let him be bullied away? Find him at once. He must be brought back. Fuming, Ning Fengji shattered the teacup in his hand as he glared at the disciples of the 7-treasure, glazed tile school. Master, it's too late, Gurong. The Bon Douluo remarked with a furrowed brow. Even if we find him, he likely will not return. Uncle Bone, Ning Fengji sighed, suppressing his anger. You have spoiled Rongrong too much. A genius with innate full soul power is exceedingly rare. How could we just relinquish him to others? Indeed, Gurong was momentarily speechless. Where's Rongrong? Have her come to see me. Ning Fengji commanded coldly. Princess Shueka of the Tiando Empire is looking for Rongrong. She has already gone to meet her. Chun Xin, the sword Douluo, interjected. Moreover, Jiang Mian may not even be alive by now. Uncle Jian, have you sent someone to assassinate him? Ning Fengji's lips trembled as his expression gradually regained composure. It's better to eliminate him swiftly if he cannot be of use to me. The offering of Xiongqing should be returning shortly. Chun Xin calculated the timing, stating, I instructed him to act in a secluded location. No one will know of this. Xiongqing can easily handle the assassination of a child at level 10. Ning Fengji closed his eyes, his thoughts a mystery to all. Chapter 4. The Black-Clad Kitten. Is this the Stardew Forest? Suddenly, a young girl clad in a tight black leather outfit sprang forth from the underbrush. She possessed a graceful figure, her prominent curves strikingly alluring. Such a beauty. How could anyone allow her to venture alone in search of a soul ring? Zhu Zhuqing. Stay strong. The black-clad beauty nimbly leaped onto a tree, continuously encouraging herself. I must believe in myself. I must acquire a suitable soul ring. Even though Zhu Zhuqing was merely a 10-year-old girl, one could imagine that even powerful soul masters would feel trepidation when entering the Stardew Forest alone. Born into the royal family of the Luo Empire, she was forced into this perilous venture due to the ruthless succession system of her homeland. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from the treetops above her. With her martial soul, the nether cat, endowing her with acute hearing, Zhu Zhuqing had no time to react and leapt to the ground. Just where she had been standing, a large, pitch-black cat was now watching her with predatory eyes. Is that a Mo Yinbag lion? Zhu Zhuqing, possessing knowledge of feline soul beasts, recognized that the Mo Yinbag lion typically lay in wait on tree branches, hunting passing bird-like soul beasts or resting creatures. Fortunately, Zhu Zhuqing reacted in time. Had she been struck by the Mo Yinbag lion, her life would have been forfeit. The moment was just right. Zhu Zhuqing and the soul beast stared each other down, neither daring to make a move. Roar! The Mo Yinbag lion struck first, leaping from the branch, using gravity to enhance its speed as it aimed to deliver a lethal blow to Zhu Zhuqing. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing would not yield so easily. A yellow soul ring appeared beneath her feet, and when she re-emerged, she had already positioned herself behind the Mo Yin bag lion. The first soul skill, Shadow Piercer. A howl erupted as the bag lion's back was slashed by Zhu Zhuqing, who was then sent flying through the air by a powerful strike from the creature. She crashed against a tree trunk, her leather sleeve torn open with 3 gashes, blood pouring forth uncontrollably. To her astonishment, the soul beast had managed to pivot mid-air. Clutching her wound, Zhu Zhuqing marveled, truly formidable. The ink fire bagged lion, equally wary of her, sensed the lethal prowess of this icy beauty before it. Hellfire! A languid voice resounded from afar as the bagged lion found itself engulfed in an inferno before it could react. Although it was a fire attribute soul beast, the flames it wielded appeared trivial against the hellfire surrounding it. Emerging from a jungle was a young man clad in a white robe, seemingly no older than 10, yet exuding the soul power of a level 40 soul master. "Miss, is this the soul beast you have your sights set on?" Jiang Mian inquired, directing a smile toward the vigilant Zhu Zhuqing. "I have no interest. Feel free to claim the soul ring." Zhu Zhuqing promptly approached the elder. Drawing a dagger, she swiftly dispatched the ink fire bag lion, which was on the brink of death from the hellfire. "May I know your esteemed name, elder?" "I am Jiang Mian," he replied, hands clasped behind his back. "Miss Zhuqing, you may absorb the soul ring without worry. I shall provide protection here." "Thank you, elder." Zhu Zhuqing wasted no time and began the absorption process. Coincidentally, the attributes and age of this bagged lion perfectly matched her second soul ring. Jiang Mian leaned against a tree, patiently awaiting her completion. Little did he expect that during his leisurely stroll, he would encounter such a stunning beauty. Fortune seemed to favor him. Having resided in the Stardow Forest for 4 years, Jiang Mian had progressed from a mere level 10 to 39 and was on the verge of capturing his 4th soul beast. While his innate talent played a significant role, he could not overlook the relentless efforts of Emperor Tian, who had tirelessly sought out innate treasures for him to consume. Countless rare herbs had been ingested, sometimes to the point of nosebleeds, and had it not been for Biji assisting him in digesting the medicinal effects, Jiang Mian might have truly burst from excess. At this moment, he was accompanied by the Emperor's Auspicious Beast and the 8th-ranked Fierce Beast, the Crimson King, as well as the 6th-ranked Bear Lord. This Bear Lord was the leader of the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear clan, boasting a remarkable cultivation of 460,000 years, with claws capable of injuring even Emperor Tian. In terms of strength, it was likely that 2 Crimson Kings would struggle against the Bear Lord. Jiang Mian captured the Bear Lord simply because it sought rapid enhancement of its power. It had witnessed the Crimson King's nearly 30,000 years of advancement in just a few months with Jiang Mian's assistance, leading it to fervently seek Jiang Mian's guidance as its 3rd soul beast. Now, the Bear Lord had reached 500,000 years of cultivation and was soon to face a tribulation. As its master, Jiang Mian felt compelled to assist the Bear Lord in overcoming this heavenly tribulation, which required not only formidable strength, but also innate treasures to sustain its condition. "That young lady is quite charming," a robust man, resembling a small mountain, appeared beside Jiang Mian, grinning playfully. "Jiang Mian, you wouldn't dare expose my secrets, would you? If you do, I might just let the lightning strike you instead." Jiang Mian did not bother to glance at him, asking instead, "Has the auspicious beast wandered off again?" "Indeed," the Bear Lord chuckled, stroking its beard. "The Crimson King is like a shadow, never leaving the auspicious beast's side. It's quite tiresome." Jiang Mian sighed. "When the time comes for you to face the tribulation in the extreme north, we certainly cannot bring the auspicious beast along. With me around, you need not worry." The Bear Lord scoffed, flexing its muscles. "In the extreme north, there's not a soul who can contend with me." As the two exchanged idle banter, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly let out a soft exclamation. Jiang Mian turned to see that she had successfully absorbed the soul ring from the inkfire bag lion. "Thank you, elder." Zhu Zhuqing, perspiring and clad in a leather outfit that clung to her alluring figure, became even more captivating. Glancing at her prominent features, Jiang Mian felt a trickle of blood escape his nose, prompting the Bear Lord to hastily wipe it away, exclaiming in shock, "Jiang Mian, you've been indulging a bit too much lately." Jiang Mian remained silent, stomping on the Bear Lord's foot, then turning to Zhu Zhuqing with a smile. "I am relieved that you have successfully absorbed the soul ring. Thank you for your great kindness, Elder Jiang." Zhu Zhuqing, not daring to show any negligence, clasped her fists in respect, declaring, I shall repay this kindness in the future. There's no need for such formalities. Jiang Mian waved his hand, speaking earnestly. Our meeting is but a chance encounter. There's no need to dwell on it. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing felt even more gratitude. As a member of the Douluo Empire's royal family, she was well acquainted with the presence of titled Douluos, and the aura exuded by the robust man earlier indicated such strength. Moreover, the gentleness Jiang Mian displayed, despite his evident power, was a rarity among titled Douluos, who typically flaunted their superiority. Zhu Zhuqing felt fortunate to have encountered such a noble figure in the Stardow Forest. Do you need to cleanse yourself, Miss Zhuqing? Jiang Mian inquired with a smile. I know of a natural lake where I can take you. Huh? A blush crept onto Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks, while she felt somewhat embarrassed. Returning to the human realm in her current state was undeniably shameful. Weighing the pros and cons, she agreed to follow Jiang Mian to the lake, feeling reassured by his demeanor, which did not suggest any ulterior motives. Although the Bear Lord was puzzled by Jiang Mian's actions, he said nothing further, wisely leaving the two alone. Have you always lived in the Stardow Forest? Zhu Zhuqing asked curiously as they made their way to the Lake of Life. Since awakening my martial soul, Jiang Mian nodded. And you need not address me as elder. I am of your age. You're only 10 years old? Zhu Zhuqing was flabbergasted, unable to fathom how someone of her age could possess such overwhelming soul power. Do not be too astonished. Had you experienced my adventures, you too could reach my level, Jiang Mian said, gently brushing aside some of her stray hair, smiling. Would you like to enhance your soul power significantly? Do you have a method? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes brightened, pressing for more. Would you be willing to assist me? I plan to journey to the extreme north with that large fellow you saw earlier in a few days. Jiang Mian candidly revealed his plans. If you do not mind, you may accompany me for some training. Thank you, elder. Zhu Zhu, overwhelmed with gratitude, was evidently quite moved. With such a mentor to guide her, her future path would undoubtedly become much smoother. At least in terms of soul ring configuration, she could select the most suitable one for herself. Little kitty, Jiang Mian mused inwardly. Only you make me feel somewhat at ease. Had I encountered any of the other members from the Shrek 7, instead of merely contemplating their demise, I would have ensured they experienced a living hell. The two made their way to the Lake of Life, where the fierce beasts that had once slumbered beneath its surface had awakened, each engrossed in its own existence. At that moment, only the fourth-ranked beast among the 10 ferocious creatures, the emerald swan Biji, remained at the lake. Jiang Mian brought Zhu Zhuqing to the Lake of Life, startling her in the process. Jiang Mian, what are you doing? Biji, in her green robe, resembling a wise older sister from the neighborhood, approached with curiosity. This is Zhu Zhuqing, a soul master here to obtain a soul ring from the Stardow Forest, Jiang Mian stated candidly. Sister Biji, please tend to her injury. As he spoke, Jiang Mian took Zhu Zhuqing's hand, exposing the wound on her arm to Biji. Hello, Zhu Zhuqing said shyly, not resisting Jiang Mian's grasp. Biji's hands radiated a gentle green light as she lightly touched Zhu Zhuqing's arm, instantly restoring the injury to its former state, leaving no trace of a scar. Such miraculous healing could only be attributed to Biji's prowess. Zhu Zhuqing was left speechless, her perception of Jiang Mian elevated once more. She had thought Jiang Mian's earlier antics with the burly man were absurd, yet the aura exuding from this green-clad lady surpassed even that. I suggest you cleanse yourself in the lake, Jiang Mian suggested with a smile, pointing towards the waters. With Sister Biji here, you need not worry about me peeking. You flatter me, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her cheeks flushed. Jiang Mian soon departed, and Biji smiled gently, encouraging Zhu Zhuqing to proceed at her leisure. Biji, with her gentle disposition, maintained a stance of peaceful coexistence with both humans and soul beasts, which allowed Zhu Zhuqing the freedom to act as she pleased. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, shedding her garments, revealing her flawless skin like freshly fallen snow. She resembled a blossoming white lotus, harmoniously blending with the forest's ethereal ambience, akin to a sparkling fairy. The breathtaking scene, where her feet were hidden from view, was likely irresistible to any man. Blushing, Zhu Zhuqing delicately lifted her slender foot and gradually immersed herself in the water. Could this lake enhance my soul power? As she submerged, she immediately sensed her soul power surging rapidly, the cool water invigorating her every pore. She exclaimed involuntarily, her voice trembling with delight. The wonders of the Lake of Life were far beyond mere rejuvenation. She felt her fatigue dissipating, allowing the waters to embrace her as she surrendered to a state of blissful relaxation. "So comfortable," she murmured, caressing her own skin. This scene resembled the blooming of a water lily, beautiful yet not to be trifled with. "Xiong Jun, have you packed everything?" Jiang Mian, of course, did not sneak a glance at Zhu Zhuqing bathing. For one, Biji was present, and Jiang Mian wished to preserve a good impression. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing was already his possession. There was no need to indulge in fleeting temptation. "We can depart at any time." Xiong Jun appeared before Jiang Mian, incredulous as he remarked, "You truly didn't peek at that girl bathing? Is your lower half made of iron? It will happen sooner or later. Why rush?" Jiang Mian replied nonchalantly. "And you, Xiong Jun, having lived for hundreds of thousands of years, why are you still so unrefined? Hey, our dark old Terraclaw Bear clan isn't so convoluted. Besides, if I were to indulge them, that would be their honor," Xiong Jun retorted dismissively. Jiang Mian rolled his eyes at Xiong Jun, contemplating how to acquire the fourth soul beast. His envisioned fourth soul beast was undoubtedly the Snow Empress, a formidable creature aged 70,000 years, ranked third among the 10 fierce beasts, the sovereign of the extreme north. Additionally, if fortune favored him, he might also ensnare the Ice Empress, ranked 7th among the 10 fierce beasts. Although both soul beasts were female, it did not preclude the possibility of a vague, intimate relationship between them. Furthermore, the Snow Empress's strength was well acknowledged, yet overcoming her would pose a challenge for both Xiong Jun and Qi Wan. Thus, cunning would be essential. Determined, Jiang Mian resolved to set forth for the extreme north the following day. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted at the periphery of the Stardow forest, interrupting Jiang Mian's thoughts. He exchanged glances with Xiong Jun and promptly rushed towards the source of the commotion. "What is happening?" Jiang Mian exclaimed, puzzled. "Such a loud noise doesn't seem like a human hunting soul beasts, does it? I can sense the presence of a tidal Douluo, and it's quite formidable," Xiong Jun replied, eagerly rubbing his fists together. Presently, human hunting of soul beasts was not rampant. Thus the beasts harbored little animosity toward humans. After all, the law of the jungle prevailed in both realms. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Mian pondered the implication of a tidal Douluo hunting soul beasts near the Stardow forest. Unless it was a grandfatherly figure bringing his junior to obtain a soul ring. "Grandpa Gu, could you help find that soul beast for Rongrong?" Ning Rongrong, donned in a flowing blue gown, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, playfully tugged at Douluo Gulong's hand. "Grandpa Gu loves Rongrong the most, doesn't he? Be a good girl." Gulong, amidst the debris of fallen soul beasts, expressed concern. "I fear awakening the terrifying soul beast deep within the Stardow forest. If that happens, how will I escape, and what will happen to you?" "Grandpa Gu is a 95th level tidal Douluo. What can those soul beasts do?" "I trust you." "Grandpa Gu," Ning Rongrong pouted, feigning a look of innocence. "Please, I beg you." "All right, Grandpa Gu will search for you once more." Just as Gulong prepared to unleash a wide-ranging soul skill to obliterate the surrounding area, a blade of immense power descended. The blade, imbued with boundless might, tore through the very fabric of space around Gulong. "Rongrong." Gulong sensed danger without hesitation, swiftly embracing Ning Rongrong and retreating. "Where do you think you're going?" Xiong Jun appeared abruptly before Gulong, nonchalantly striking out with a palm that sent Gulong flying hundreds of meters, crashing into several towering trees before coming to a halt. Fortunately, Gulong had tightly shielded Ning Rongrong. Otherwise, that strike would have been fatal for her. "I bear no grudge against you." "Who are you?" Gulong suddenly coughed up blood, setting Ning Rongrong aside as he activated his martial soul. A colossal dragon skeleton appeared behind him, revealing his martial soul, the Bone Dragon. "This dragon's bones are perfect for soup." Xiong Jun laughed heartily, dismissing Gulong entirely. What does a 95th level defensive beast martial soul matter? No matter how strong, can it surpass Tian? You inflict suffering upon soul beasts without considering the day you might be subjected to the same fate. Jiang Mian emerged slowly from behind Xiong Jun. The instant he appeared, both Ning Rongrong and Gulong's expressions changed dramatically. "Why you? How could you still be alive?" Gulong involuntarily took 2 steps back, astonished. "Are you human or ghost?" "Huh! You never expected that the assassin, Xiong Qing, who attempted to kill me back then, would fail," Jiang Mian mocked. You also never anticipated that the impoverished boy you once humiliated has now grown to this extent. As he spoke, Jiang Mian forcefully stomped the ground, and 3 soul rings, 1 red and 2 orange, slowly emerged beneath his feet. The world dimmed in response, as the soul power radiating from the 3 rings completely overshadowed Gu Rong. The title Douluo. Gu Rong stared at Jiang Mian's soul rings, his hands trembling slightly. The red 100,000-year soul ring had already shattered his perceptions. And the 2 remaining orange rings, what could they possibly be? Is this the disciple of your sect that you often speak of, the one you humiliated for 6 years? Xiong Jun pointed at Gu Rong and Ning Rongrong, saying, "You tell me how you wish for them to perish. Take your time. Let us hear their last words." Jiang Mian wore an expression of amusement. To him, Gu Rong and Ning Rongrong resembled 2 ants, helplessly flailing in their struggle. We all believe that Xiong Qing met with an accident and could not return to the sect. Gu Rong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, self-deprecatingly stating, "For 5 years, you vanished without a trace. We thought you had perished alongside Xiong Qing. Little did we expect you to survive, and moreover, to attain such fortuitous encounters." Jiang Mian laughed heartily. "I owe it all to your 7 treasures glazed tile school. Grandpa Bone." Ning Rongrong's pupils trembled as she shrank behind Gu Rong. Unable to look at Jiang Mian, she genuinely felt the threat of death. The seemingly unremarkable burly man had just injured Grandpa Bone with a single blow. How could she hope to retaliate? "Ning Rongrong, why are you hiding?" Jiang Mian sneered at the trembling Ning Rongrong. "Weren't you eager to leave my company back then?" "Brother Jiang Mian, Rongrong was wrong." Ning Rongrong's teeth chattered as she bit her lip, speaking in a quavering voice. "Brother Jiang Mian, please forgive Rongrong. You do not understand your error." Jiang Mian shook his head, showing no intent to forgive Ning Rongrong. "You merely sense that you are on the brink of death." "Grandpa Bone, what should we do?" Ning Rongrong's face turned pale as her legs buckled beneath her, collapsing to the ground. Gu Rong clenched his fists, reassuring her, "Do not worry, Rongrong. I will protect you with this old body of mine." Such arrogance. Xiong Jun laughed heartily, instantly appearing before Gu Rong. His speed so great that even Gu Rong could only catch a glimpse of his afterimage. Boom! Gu Rong was sent flying once more by a single slap. This time without any mercy, as 4 deep wounds, visible to the bone, appeared on his chest. He crashed heavily to the ground, his life hanging by a thread. With Jiang Mian's assistance over the years, Xiong Jun's power had grown immensely. At this moment, he was capable of grappling with a level 99 limit Douluo. Gu Rong? Merely a level 95, akin to an ant. "I will not kill you, but I will make your life a living hell. I will torment you piece by piece." Jiang Mian approached Ning Rongrong, gripping her chin. Tears streamed down her face as she trembled uncontrollably. "Shun, dislocate that title Douluo's arms and cast him out of the Star Doe forest," Jiang Mian commanded coldly. "Remember to leave him a breath to carry back the news." "No," Ning Rongrong cried out, but Jiang Mian showed no mercy to this young lady of privilege. With a sharp slap, a bright red handprint suddenly appeared on her cheek. This slap thoroughly awakened Ning Rongrong, making her acutely aware of the current situation. To survive, she must comply. "I find it beneath me to kill you." Jiang Mian tossed Ning Rongrong aside, scanning the ground littered with the corpses of soul beasts, seemingly in search of something. On the other side, Gu Rong's screams echoed incessantly. Xiong Jun understood Jiang Mian's intent and lifted a massive stone, methodically smashing Gu Rong's arms into a pulp. Having lived for hundreds of thousands of years, Xiong Jun possessed an abundance of torturous techniques. "Grandpa Bone." Ning Rongrong covered her mouth, desperately suppressing her voice. Finally, Jiang Mian discovered what he sought. A gray rat soul beast, merely a few months old. "Ning Rongrong, do you not wish to obtain a soul ring?" Jiang Mian carelessly tossed the gray rat before her, laughing. "I shall absorb it." "What?" Ning Rongrong's face was filled with disbelief. This soul beast had not even reached 10 years in age, and absorbing it would not only be of no benefit to a soul master, but could also be a considerable burden. It is far more entertaining to destroy a genius than to create one. Jiang Mian laughed heartily. "If you do not absorb it, you may well lose your life." At that moment, Xiong Jun, dragging the armless Gu Rong, passed by, grinning. "This little girl is tender and delicate. She looks quite delectable." "Grandpa Bone." Ning Rongrong, seeing the bloodied and near-lifeless Gu Rong, nearly fainted, her eyes rolling back. Crying now is futile. Ning Rongrong fought back her sorrow, her face burning as she hastily absorbed the gray rat's soul ring. The process went smoothly, taking less than 2 minutes. Jiang Mian was very pleased, stating, "Remember, every time you absorb a soul ring, you must come to the Star Dove Forest to find me. Otherwise, I shall annihilate your 7 treasures glazed tile school." Ning Grongrong, her eyes vacant, numbly nodded. Jiang Mian signaled Xiangjun to hand Gu Rong over to her, and Xiangjun cackled, tossing the unconscious Gu Rong into Ning Rongrong's arms. "The 7 treasures glazed tile school is nothing extraordinary," Jiang Mian remarked, turning to leave with Xiangjun. "If you, Ning Rongrong, dare not seek me out, I will surely destroy the 7 treasures glazed tile school." "Ha ha ha! I was merely jesting. Should you come find me, I will still annihilate your 7 treasures glazed tile school." Jiang Mian calculated the time. It seemed that in another year, it would be the day Tang San made his way to Shrek Academy. If he did not emerge soon, how would he torment him further? Moreover, Jiang Mian's ambitions extended beyond mere physical torment. He intended to inflict mental anguish as well. Chapter 6. Zhu Zhuqing. Do you wish to become the Empress? Miss Zhuqing, let's set forth. Jiang Mian and Xiangjun returned to the Lake of Life, discovering Zhu Zhuqing and Biji sitting together, engaged in cheerful conversation, entirely without barriers. Zhu Zhuqing gently nodded, feeling that encountering Jiang Mian was a significant stroke of fortune. Not only had she effortlessly acquired an exceedingly suitable second soul ring, but even the recently acquainted Biji, upon learning of her friendship with Jiang Mian, generously gifted her a primordial spirit herb. Now, Jiang Mian did not disdain her for being merely a level 20 soul master, but rather wished to take her to the extreme lands for training. Such kindness left Zhu Zhuqing at a loss as to how to repay Jiang Mian. "Xiao Mian, have you packed everything?" Biji approached Jiang Mian with a smile, a refreshing floral fragrance wafting with her. As a fierce beast, Biji's scent was extraordinary, possessing the ability to calm the mind and heal wounds. Before Jiang Mian could respond, Xiangjun interjected, "Do not worry. I will save Jiang Mian some herbs and ensure he recuperates well." "You truly are insufferable, Xiangjun." Jiang Mian remained silent, giving Xiangjun's thigh a hard pinch. However, this was merely a playful gesture, nothing more than a tickle. "Aren't the Rue Beast and Qi Wang coming with us?" Biji inquired. Tian has taken Ziji and the Wan Yao King to the Sun and Moon Forest. It is uncertain when they shall return. "What business do they have in the Sun and Moon Forest?" Jiang Mian asked, puzzled. "It seems they are negotiating with the evil emperor. As for the outcome, I find it quite difficult to achieve success," Biji replied, resting her forehead in frustration. "Regardless of everything else, I shall first escort Bearjun to transcend the heavenly tribulation. As for the matters concerning the Sun and Moon Forest, we shall deliberate upon our return." Jiang Mian remarked, "At worst, we can eradicate that evil emperor." Xiao Mian spoke lightly, while Biji smiled and replied, "Even Emperor Tian would not dare claim he could vanquish the evil emperor. Perhaps we should wait until you attain such stature." "Soon." Jiang Mian confidently shook his wrist and declared, "The day of that achievement is not far off." Zhu Zhuqing, listening from the side, felt perplexed but refrained from probing further, recognizing her outsider status. "Miss Zhuqing, let us proceed." Jiang Mian extended his hand. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated slightly, but eventually placed her hand in his. It was cool and remarkably soft. Jiang Mian's heart raced. Zhu Zhuqing's hand, icy yet exquisitely delicate, resembled a finely crafted jade, such a rare beauty in the world. Even the texture of her small hand was irresistibly captivating. Jiang Mian was reluctant to grip her hand tightly, merely holding it gently, while Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed, unable to meet his gaze. There was no logic behind his affection for her. It was merely the serendipity of first love. Bearjun followed behind them, feeling somewhat superfluous. His method of travel was decidedly domineering. With a casual grasp, he seized a massive avian soul beast from the sky. After a friendly exchange, the creature agreed to transport the trio to the far north, proving that the movements of soul beasts were far more convenient than those of humans. In truth, Bearjun was merely looking after Jiang Mian and Zhu Zhuqing. Had it been for himself, he would have soared through the skies using his soul power, being a powerhouse on par with a limit Douluo. As they sat upon the back of the avian soul beast, flying directly towards the extreme north, Jiang Mian curiously inquired, "Zhuqing, what are your plans moving forward?" "I am uncertain," She shook her head softly, continuing, I have yet to inform you that I am of the royal lineage of the Star Luo Empire. The Star Luo Empire? Jiang Mian exhibited little surprise, as he was already aware of Zhu Zhuqing's identity. However, his nonchalance appeared to Zhu Zhuqing as an indication of his vast experience. The Star Luo Empire upheld the principle of the survival of the fittest, where only the strongest were deemed worthy of the throne. Jiang Mian calmly articulated, those who lose are stripped of their abilities, exiled to the fringes, or executed outright, correct? Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing affirmed, her gaze resolute, demonstrating her indomitable spirit. What of her elder sister, who was born years before her? What of her lesser talent? The heavens move onward. A gentleman must strive unceasingly. Zhu Zhuqing harbored disdain for the fallen third prince, who, believing he could not surpass his elder brother, had long since fled from reality. She, Zhu Zhuqing, was not one to capitulate to fate like a timid kitten. Jiang Mian had already formulated a plan in his mind, though he could not yet share it with Zhu Zhuqing. He genuinely wished to ask her if she aspired to become the Empress of the Star Luo Empire. If she held such an ambition, Jiang Mian could certainly assist her in ascending to the throne. Survival of the fittest? Bear Jun exclaimed with delight, little girl. How about I play emperor in your empire for a couple of days? Do not jest, esteemed elder. Zhu Zhuqing managed a rare smile, replying, with your strength. The Star Luo Empire might not accommodate such a formidable presence. Ha ha, Jiang Mian chuckled, playfully slapping Bear Jun on the shoulder, if Zhuqing were to fail. Shall we topple the Star Luo Empire together? I do not wish to fail. I will strive to ensure my success, Zhu Zhuqing asserted firmly, adding, I appreciate your kind intentions, but this matter is ultimately my familial affair. I cannot involve you both in the ensuing troubles. With your words, the title of Empress is assured, Jiang Mian proclaimed, tilting his head back to savor the refreshing breeze that caressed his face, tousling his hair. A young man's shoulders ought to bear only the finest of experiences. Let familial grievances be set aside for now, and let us instead relish the clarity of the moon and the sway of the willows. Zhu Zhuqing nestled beside Jiang Mian, wrapping her arms around his, finding solace in this gesture. Deep down, she had begun to rely on him, though their time together had been brief. Jiang Mian's every action had brought warmth to her otherwise cold existence within the ruthless royal life. Zhu Zhuqing was a woman of outward strength yet inward softness. Survival necessitated her resilience, yet Jiang Mian's presence had provided her with a shoulder to lean upon. This man was exceptional, beyond compare. The air grew increasingly frigid, as if signaling their arrival at the extreme north. Gazing down from above, a vast expanse of white stretched out, interrupted only by the occasional movement of Titan snow demons, which appeared minuscule as grains of sand in Jiang Mian's eyes. Jiang Mian and Zhu Zhuqing circulated their soul power to fend off the cold, while Bear Jun, unfazed by the chill, placed his hands behind them, channeling his soul energy to dispel the icy winds. Snow Emperor, I have arrived, Jiang Mian exclaimed with vigor, as though the dominion of the extreme north was already within his grasp. Chapter 7. Jiang Mian's forgetfulness of friends in the presence of beauty. The snow fell thickly, blanketing the world in a white embrace. The avian soul beast that had served as their steed had departed, leaving the trio to traverse the harsh winds and snow of the extreme north. Bear Jun led the way, enveloping the two in a protective shield of soul power, while Jiang Mian held Zhu Zhuqing's hand, continually infusing her with his energy. As a grand soul master, Zhu Zhuqing found it quite challenging to withstand the furious blizzards of the extreme north. Though Jiang Mian was somewhat preoccupied, he could not allow himself to admit weakness. We have certainly arrived at an opportune time, Bear Jun remarked, resembling an immovable mountain, as this minor storm was merely a trifling inconvenience in his eyes. How unfortunate to encounter a blizzard, he said. A minor issue. As Jiang Mian's teeth chattered, he opened his mouth, only for the wind and snow to sweep in, causing Zhu Zhuqing's complexion to turn a shade of purple, adding to her allure. The extreme north, perpetually desolate, housed soul beasts of considerable age. Bear Jun raised his hand, unleashing several dark golden blades that soared skyward. The heavy clouds parted, allowing the long-lost sunlight to bathe the earth, while the snowflakes danced gracefully, shedding their earlier ferocity. Why did you not employ such skills sooner? Jiang Mian complained, giving Bear Jun a light kick to the calf. I feared disturbing the soul beasts here, Bear Jun replied. simultaneously holding one of them while continuously infusing energy into both Jiang Mian and Zhu Zhuqing. The two felt their blood surge with warmth, as the biting cold dissipated under Bear Jun's robust soul power, far superior to Jiang Mian's feeble attempts. I recall that the Snow Emperor is also of considerable age. She must be devising a way to transcend her tribulation, Jiang Mian observed as he surveyed the empty expanse of snow. Unless absolutely necessary, I doubt she will reveal herself. I sense that my heavenly tribulation will descend in the coming days. Bear Jun inquired. The purpose of our journey to the extreme north is to provide you too with some experience. How do you wish to proceed? We shall act according to the circumstances, Jiang Mian said, brushing his hair back. The extreme north is in close proximity to Zhuqing's Star Luo Empire. While it may appear desolate, I suspect that some caravans or hunters seeking soul beasts may pass through. You intend to infiltrate their ranks? Zhu Zhuqing asked in surprise. What purpose would that serve? The small concealed within the wild, the great concealed within the city, Jiang Mian replied with a mysterious smile. If we wish to hone our skills here, we must indeed blend in amongst them. I have no objections. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement with Jiang Mian's suggestion, while Xiang Jun had no objections as long as it did not delay his tribulation. What? Within the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji and Chun Xin watched the heavily injured and near-death Douluo alongside the despairing Ning Rongrong. He slumped into his chair, exclaiming, Sword Uncle, we've hit a snag. How could this boy's fortune be so outrageous? It's only been a few years since we last parted, and even the old bones are no match for him? Having such an enemy left behind, our future days will be difficult. Ning Fengji held his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. After pondering for a moment, Sword Douluo comforted him. At least Rongrong and the old bones have returned alive. Jiang Mian's assistant might just assist him this time. We can divert the trouble elsewhere. What do you propose? Ning Fengji's eyes flashed with a glimmer of insight as he leaned closer to Sword Douluo, his expression inscrutable. Is this truly feasible? Ning Fengji hesitantly inquired after hearing the plan. We can give it a try, Sword Douluo nodded, placing a reassuring hand on Ning Fengji's shoulder. Let me handle the dirty work. In the end, Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School won't be implicated. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. Ning Fengji decisively jabbed his cane into the ground. What Chun Xin referred to as diverting the trouble meant enlisting the Spirit Hall's assistance to eliminate Jiang Mian. In the current landscape of power, with the Haotian School in seclusion, the combined strength of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School could not match the deep-rooted influence of the Spirit Hall. As for how to lure the Spirit Hall to Jiang Mian, Ning Fengji had an idea. Achoo! Jiang Mian suddenly sneezed twice without warning, but paid it no mind as he cheerfully approached a merchant convoy, which was transporting goods with the help of soul beasts. Greetings, friends. We are soul masters here to hunt soul beasts, but we have lost our way in this heavy snow. May we accompany you? Jiang Mian clasped his hands in respect to the convoy's leader and politely inquired. Soul masters? The convoy leader halted his mount, regarding Jiang Mian with confusion. Just the three of you? Indeed, Jiang Mian confirmed with a nod. The leader scrutinized the trio until his expression shifted upon noticing Zhu Zhuqing, though he quickly masked it. Very well, our convoy is in need of guards. If you don't mind, you may travel with us. Where do you intend to go? We have just absorbed our soul rings and currently have no plans. Where's your convoy headed? Jiang Mian asked. We aim for the Star Luo Empire. The leader gestured westward with his whip. We encountered you while transporting goods. It seems like fate. The Star Luo Empire? Jiang Mian instinctively looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who remained unresponsive, prompting him to agree. After all, the trio had nothing pressing to do, and mingling with a merchant convoy could prove beneficial, as they were known for being well-informed. You must have noticed the powerful presence that scattered the blizzard earlier, the leader said seriously, pointing at the sky. We need to be cautious. Should we encounter that entity, our lives could be at stake. Jiang Mian scratched his head, chuckling lightly. Bring our three friends some warm clothing and lead 2 king camels here. The leader called out loudly, ensuring Jiang Mian and the others were well equipped. I still have duties to lead the convoy, so I won't chat further. If you need anything, just say it. The leader smiled heartily before riding to the front of the convoy. King camels? I've heard they can go 10 days and nights without food or water. Zhu Zhuqing marveled. This convoy has nearly 30 king camels. What a considerable expense for such a business. How much does each camel cost? One king camel costs 10,000 gold soul coins. My goodness. Jiang Mian's eyes widened in shock. This isn't a convoy. It's a moving fortune. After the leader's instructions, two young men swiftly brought warm garments and led the camels before Jiang Mian. Though they were stout, their eyes were clear and sincere. Thank you, young brothers. Jiang Mian expressed gratitude with a clasped fist before donning the warm attire alongside Zhu Zhuqing. They both mounted a camel, and Jiang Mian draped an additional warm garment. Initially meant for Xiong over Zhu Zhuqing to keep her warmer. I'm merely an unnecessary addition, Xiong retorted with a laugh. Jiang Mian, you're forgetting your friends for the sake of beauty. You don't need it, Jiang Mian shrugged, laughing heartily. Xiong, you're not feeling jealous, are you? Get lost. Xiong mounted a king camel and quickly moved to the other side of the convoy, unwilling to engage with Jiang Mian, whom he deemed untrustworthy. Zhuqing, are you still cold? Zhu Zhuqing's icy back pressed against Jiang Mian's chest, their proximity almost non-existent. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she nestled closer to him. Jiang Mian smiled gently, wrapping his arm around Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist. The king camel, requiring no guidance, found its own way, providing Jiang Mian ample opportunity. How could Zhu Zhuqing refuse? She quietly grasped Jiang Mian's hand, her eyes brimming with affection. Be careful, there are soul beasts ahead. The sudden alarm broke the tender moment, and Jiang Mian looked forward in irritation, spotting hundreds of snow wolves emerging from the foot of the mountain. The snow wolf pack. Xiong rushed to Jiang Mian's side, protectively stating, these soul beasts usually hunt in packs, led by an alpha wolf. That must be the alpha, Jiang Mian observed, focusing on the massive white wolf surrounded by the pack, its fur blending with the snow, save for its menacing blood-red eyes. Should we intervene? Xiong had little interest in such insignificant creatures, dismissing them as beneath his notice. Don't rush, let us observe. Jiang Mian shook his head. It's an opportunity to see the strength of their convoy. As he spoke, the swarm of snow wolves rushed towards the convoy like a tide, prompting several defensive soul masters to form an impenetrable barrier around the convoy. 3 soul kings, 2 soul emperors. Jiang Mian surveyed the convoy as strength, noting the leader was a soul sage of level 70. No wonder the leader is so composed, he mused. With such strength, they could establish a soul master academy. The snow wolves howled, clawing at the defensive formation, but their efforts proved futile against the robust barrier, impervious to the attacks of these relatively young snow wolves. Should we allow them to continue? Zhu Zhuqing keenly observed the man beside the leader, who appeared restless. It seems he is the main event. Jiang Mian narrowed his eyes, not wishing to assist the convoy, particularly after the leader had reacted strangely to Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor. Jiang Mian was meticulous, noticing even the slightest disturbances, and he had never fully trusted the leader. His agreement to travel with them was motivated by a desire for anonymity and experience, coupled with Xiongju's presence. After all, could this convoy truly harbor a rank 99 ultimate Douluo? There were only 3 such Douluos across the continent. Boom! The man, who had been gathering energy for some time, finally made his move, revealing a configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings, indicating his formidable strength. As a bat-like shadow materialized behind him, in an instant, the 10 or so snow wolves near the caravan were reduced to desiccated corpses, their flesh and blood devoured, leaving only their skins and bones scattered on the ground. Such a brutal method. Jiang Mian furrowed his brow, quietly observing Xiongju's expression, fearful that Xiongju might erupt in rage at the human massacre of souls. Xiongju's demeanor remained unchanged, leaving one perplexed as to his thoughts. In the distance, the lead wolf sensed the anomaly. It suddenly howled to the heavens, prompting the surrounding pack to join in a chorus of howls, their spirits bolstered. The lead wolf had enhanced the pack's strength. I didn't expect such a tactic, Xiongju remarked casually. Is the lead wolf not going to make a move? Jiang asked, astounded. Patience, for a king, typically makes an entrance at the climax. Xiongju chuckled softly, casting a glance at the shopkeeper, saying surely, you do not believe that a shopkeeper who has traversed the remote northern lands is a mere candle in the wind. He has concealed his true power all along. The wolf pack's momentary surge had finally begun to shake the once impregnable defensive formation. The soul saint controlling the array had blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, clearly on the brink of collapse. After all, when Jiang Mian looked up, He saw that the attackers were no longer merely a few thousand-year-old snow wolves, but included 3 wolves over 10,000 years old, with one having reached a staggering 30,000 years, let alone a soul saint. Even a soul Douluo would suffer grievously under such a relentless assault. Schultz Yun remained composed, even slowly closing his eyes, resembling a Zen monk in meditation, his aura subdued. No one knew his intentions. At this moment, several snow wolves had gathered around Jiang Mian and Zhu Zhuqing, yet they did not attack the defensive formation. Instead, they cowered with tails tucked, staring fearfully at Xiangjun. Finally, the lead wolf could no longer contain itself. It surged forward like a bolt of lightning, striking the protective barrier. Bang! The sound of shattering glass echoed as the entire formation was obliterated by the lead wolf's powerful strike, and the snow wolves, with their gaping maws, began to ruthlessly tear into the humans. First, save the people, Jiang Mian urged, his heart heavy. Xiangjun, protect Zhuqing. Xiangjun remained still, eyes still closed, while the few snow wolves surrounding him dared not make a move, some even prostrated on the ground in submission. For 500,000 years, one of the 10 fierce beasts, how could you dare provoke it? Jiang Mian kicked a snow wolf that was tearing into a merchant, rescuing him. But a mournful wail echoed from afar. A poor merchant had been pulled apart by 5 snow wolves. Jiang Mian unleashed his sky-rending claw to repel the wolves, but exposed his back in the process. One snow wolf seized the opportunity, lunging at Jiang Mian. First soul skill, Netherworld thrust. Fortunately, Zhu Zhuqing arrived just in time, her movements ghostly as she kicked the wolf squarely in the eye, sending it flying. Understanding one another without words, Jiang Mian and Zhu Zhuqing stood back to back, vigilantly watching the ferocious wolf surrounding them. Schultz Yun remained impetuable. His purpose for coming to the extreme north was to train the 2 of them, and if he intervened, it would defeat the purpose of their training. After the lead wolf shattered the defensive formation, it engaged in combat with the soul saint who possessed a bat spirit and the shopkeeper. The 3 figures clashed fiercely, snowflakes swirling around them. Jiang Mian summoned hellfire, encircling both himself and Zhu Zhuqing. The ferocious flames deterred the snow wolves, who hesitated to advance. At last, an imposing snow wolf broke through the hellfire, lunging at Zhu Zhuqing. Jiang Mian grasped her hand, using the momentum to swing her around, and Zhu Zhuqing kicked the wolf into the inferno, incinerating it. Jiang Mian quickly embraced Zhu Zhuqing to stabilize her. Xiangjun, it's time for you to act. Jiang Mian called out, desperate to prevent further casualties. Xiangjun slowly opened his eyes, and in that moment, the very air around them seemed to still, as all present felt an overwhelming pressure. The lead wolf, despite nearing 60,000 years of cultivation, showed no hesitation. It unleashed unprecedented ferocity, sending both the soul saint and the shopkeeper flying before fleeing with the pack. What a terrifying entity! The shopkeeper and the bat spirit soul saint exchanged glances, pondering the unfathomable depths of the 3 individuals they had summoned. Could they be the reinforcements invited to thwart their plans? The shopkeeper recalled Zhu Zhuqing's strikingly cold visage, struggling to comprehend when their cover might have been blown. Before he could ponder further, a rumble resounded from the distant mountaintop, accompanied by a sound that echoed through the heavens. The lower-ranking soul masters, upon hearing it, were rendered bloodied from shock. Xiangjun sat cross-legged in midair, releasing his soul power to protect Jiang Mian and Zhu Zhuqing. Which soul beast dares to cause a ruckus here? Chapter 8. The Premature Heavenly Tribulation. The Descent of the Snow Emperor. Your grandfather, Xiangjun. He gazed at the colossal soul beast resembling a mountain, gathering his soul power, and a bear-like roar rumbled through the northern reaches. Boom! Several peaks collapsed as the immense figure staggered back, the snowstorm surging forward like a tidal wave. Everyone, activate the defensive shields. The shopkeeper, faced with the wolf pack, had never displayed such panic. The soul masters within the caravan lined up, unreservedly unleashing their soul power to form a protective barrier. In the blink of an eye, the snowstorm engulfed the entire caravan, establishing a natural tombstone for them. Jiang Mian's vision darkened. With his current strength, facing such a natural disaster was absurd. He could only grip Xiangjun tightly while holding Zhu Zhuqing close. Zhu Zhuqing pressed against Jiang Mian's chest, finding comfort in his presence. Xiangjun had no intention of rescuing the caravan. He grasped Jiang Mian and Zhu Zhuqing, transforming into a beam of golden light, bursting through the snow layer. Observing from above, the world had returned to its original state, with only a few carcasses of the caravan's beasts remaining, bearing witness to the tragic events that had unfolded. Xiangjun, why act in this manner? Jiang Mian questioned, perplexed. Is it permissible for humans to hunt soul beasts while soul beasts cannot harm humans? Xiangjun scoffed. What sort of logic is that? They are innocent. But such cruel destruction of life. Xiangjun, do you still wish to transcend tribulation? Jiang Mian retorted. You only comprehend one aspect and are blind to the other. Xiangjun's brow furrowed, coldly replying, how can you, at level 40, not sense what is contained within their caravan? What? Jiang Mian momentarily stood dazed. Xiangjun led them to a mountaintop and explained, those caravans are filled with living people, men and women alike, locked away like animals. Having lived for hundreds of thousands of years, Xiangjun recognized this as a human trafficking or slavery operation. If those individuals were successfully transported, they would surely suffer a fate worse than death. Moreover, we cannot rescue them from this extreme north, so I can only generously grant them a grave, Xiangjun stated. If you had said so earlier, we could have eliminated those soul masters who were complicit. Jiang Mian's eyes sparkled. Enough. Surviving such a scale of snowstorm is already a stroke of luck. There is no need to deal the final blow, Xiangjun remarked indifferently. Scum, Jiang Mian spat. Turning to Zhu Zhuqing, perhaps this caravan has connections to the royal family of the Star Luo Empire. I noticed the shopkeeper looking at you strangely earlier, though I couldn't pinpoint when I had seen him before. Zhu Zhuqing pursed her lips, her expression grave. This is rather intriguing. Jiang Mian squinted his eyes slightly. At this moment, nearly 2 years remained before Tang San would depart for Shrek. There was no issue with taking Zhu Zhuqing on a journey through the Star Luo Empire. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Xiangjun's expression changed dramatically. Had the tribulation arrived early? This could be troubling. It was possible that his earlier actions against those soul masters had inadvertently accelerated the onset of the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Mian gazed at the darkening clouds gathering overhead, instinctively taking a step back. Come on. Xiangjun's eyes turned crimson as he transformed, revealing a colossal bear, resembling a small mountain, beside Jiang Mian and Zhu Zhuqing. You two should maintain your distance. Do not allow the tribulation to affect you, Xiangjun cautioned. A heavenly tribulation of 500,000 years is not to be trifled with. Jiang Mian embraced Zhu Zhuqing, understanding the necessity of keeping a safe distance from Xiangjun. This tribulation was one that only Xiangjun could withstand. However, Emperor Tian had arranged for Biji and the king of 10,000 beasts to gather several innate spiritual treasures for Xiangjun, which would likely enhance his chances of success. Moreover, after capturing the auspicious beast, Jiang Mian inherited its ability to improve the likelihood of soul beasts overcoming the tribulation, making his presence beside Xiangjun equally beneficial. Regrettably, he had previously experimented with the auspicious beast and discovered that the ability to enhance the success rate could not be stacked. Otherwise, Xiangjun would not need to face such complications during the tribulation. Thunder rumbled in the skies, and Xiangjun, with his dark golden fur bristling, seemed poised to shatter the heavens. To claim he was unafraid would be disingenuous. Xiangjun had witnessed a 500,000-year heavenly tribulation before. Back then, during Emperor Tian's tribulation, he had barely reached the 10,000-year mark as a minor soul beast, and now, in the blink of an eye, it was his turn to endure. With a roar, the thunderstorm unleashed its fury. Surrounding Xiangjun was a dark golden defensive barrier, and as the lightning struck, it dissipated as if it were a drop in the ocean, having no effect. Senior Xiangjun appears quite relaxed. Zhu Zhuqing observed carefully, her voice tinged with surprise. The tribulation is not as terrifying as I imagined. This is merely the first phase, Jiang Mian smiled slightly, explaining. The current thunder is an intensity corresponding to a soul beast just entering the 10,000-year level. For every additional 10,000 years, an extra layer of thunder is added, and the strength of the thunder increases exponentially. Does that not place Senior Xiangjun in peril? Zhu Zhuqing expressed her concern. Although she often appeared aloof, her heart was warm, and she understood well who treated her kindly. Jiang Mian laughed heartily, though internally, he felt a pang of anxiety for Xiangjun. He recalled Emperor Tian had previously informed him of his arrangements, but with the tribulation arriving prematurely, Would those plans come to fruition? If they failed, would Xiong be in danger? Jiang Mian had brought Xiong to the extreme north for the tribulation for several reasons. It was a remote area, relatively safe. He sought to acquire the Snow Emperor as a soul beast, and Emperor Tian had mentioned he had arrangements in the extreme north. Please do not let me down. The first phase of the thunder soon concluded, and Xiong quickly consumed spiritual herbs to restore his state, just as the second phase of thunder approached. The second phase was different. The color of the lightning shifted from red to blue, indicating an increase in lethality. Deep within the extreme north, in a palace of ice and snow radiating with resplendent light, a strikingly beautiful woman with white hair and a crystalline crown gazed skyward. Her hair gleamed like snow, and her piercing ice-blue eyes held an otherworldly allure, making even the fairest maidens appear inferior in her presence. Emperor Tian, is this the boy you spoke of? Can he truly lead our soul beast clan back to its former glory? The Snow Emperor's delicate lashes fluttered slightly as she raised her alabaster arm, instantly transforming into snowflakes that vanished into the air. Chapter 9. The Snow Emperor. Under my command, Xiong had already withstood the fourth bolt of the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Mian clenched his fists, feeling a surge of anxiety for Xiong. At this moment, despite his body being marred with wounds, Xiong's fur shimmered with an even more brilliant golden hue, a gift bestowed upon him by the tribulation. Though the ordeal of enduring the tribulation was fraught with peril, crossing this threshold would unveil unprecedented opportunities for Xiong's growth. Seizing a moment of respite, Xiong consumed all the spiritual herbs at once. The glowing essence of the herbs harmonizing beautifully with the golden light radiating from him, creating a magnificent tableau. Jiang Mian left Zhu Zhuqing behind and stepped closer to Xiong, hoping to enhance his chances of success. The fifth phase of thunder cascaded down. The breathtaking spectacle resembled the torrents of the Yellow River descending from the heavens. And even Xiong could not help but let out a series of agonized cries under such a deluge. Jiang Mian, be careful. Zhu Zhuqing's keen eyes caught sight of a bolt of lightning that had struck Xiong, its residual force surging towards Jiang Mian. With gritted teeth, Zhu Zhuqing made a swift decision. First soul skill, Nether Piercer. In an instant, she was beside Jiang Mian, casting him a deep glance before embracing him tightly. Jiang Mian had not anticipated that he would owe his life to her. Though unwilling, she had no regrets. The anticipated pain did not manifest. Zhu Zhuqing slowly opened her eyes, finding herself nestled in Jiang Mian's embrace, surrounded by drifting snowflakes, a scene of exquisite beauty. Jiang Mian remained composed, observing the enchanting figure shielding them from the impending danger, his lips curving into a smile. The ruler of the extreme north, the Snow Emperor. Jiang Mian realized that Emperor Tian's arrangement was indeed this. Although he did not comprehend how the Snow Emperor could assist Xiong, he resolved to follow Emperor Tian's directives. You're Jiang Mian? The Snow Emperor turned her gaze towards him, her icy eyes piercing into his. Is the future of the soul beast entrusted to a child like you? Has Emperor Tian lost his wits? Snow Emperor, whether Emperor Tian is wise or foolish, I believe you are more aware than I, Jiang Mian replied, facing this formidable soul beast with unwavering courage. The fact that she could utter such words indicated that Emperor Tian must have reached an understanding with her. Thus Jiang Mian felt no fear. Humph. The Snow Emperor scoffed disdainfully, her fingers summoning an exquisite shard of ice, which she gently pressed against Jiang Mian's forehead. In an instant, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. It felt as if the blood in his body had been frozen, rendering his limbs rigid. What are you doing? Zhu Zhuqing immediately noticed Jiang Mian's condition and stood protectively in front of him, glaring at the Snow Emperor with indignation. The Snow Emperor coldly chuckled, remaining silent as Jiang Mian endured the pain, quickly grasping Zhu Zhuqing's hand, signaling her to stay calm. If you force yourself to move, you risk tearing your muscles and internal organs, the Snow Emperor stated coolly. Senior, why must it come to this? Jiang Mian chuckled, ignoring the Snow Emperor's warning. Even with his limbs stiffened like iron, he stepped in front of Zhu Zhuqing, shielding her. How intriguing, the Snow Emperor remarked suddenly. Emperor Tian claims that becoming your soul beast would not impede anything, yet their cultivation would accelerate tremendously? Indeed, Jiang Mian nodded. Regardless of whether you're near me or not, your cultivation will progress swiftly. Have you reached level 40? The Snow Emperor inquired. Just attained level 40. Jiang Mian smiled slightly. Isn't it a coincidence? I can allow you to capture me, but for the time being, you cannot accompany me. The Snow Emperor stated. I cannot be without a master in the extreme north. Very well. Jiang Mian refrained from voicing his doubts. He believed that since the Snow Empress had brought up the matter to this extent, it would be unwise to act coy, especially as he had the formidable Xiong Jun by his side, making him nearly invincible. The Snow Empress suddenly cradled something in her hands and gently pressed them together in prayer. Jiang Mian felt a tingling sensation at his brow, realizing what the Snow Empress had done. This mark allows me to observe your condition at all times. She extended her delicate finger, touching his brow as she spoke. I can also locate you through this mark. Once I have resolved the issues in the far north, I will naturally seek you out. Then please step inside, Jiang Mian said as he retrieved a spirit ball from his possession, adding, it matters not whether you are by my side. Becoming my soul beast will expedite your cultivation immensely. You may try it out. Very well. The spirit ball emitted a crimson glow, enveloping the Snow Empress within it. It captured her almost effortlessly, raising the question, is this the power of willing submission? Just as Jiang Mian bent to retrieve the spirit ball, the Snow Empress unexpectedly emerged from it. It was a curious sensation. She surveyed the flow of spiritual energy around her and marveled, indeed, it is much faster than before. Jiang Mian felt a transformation within himself. He now possessed an attribute of ultimate ice. He found this enhancement somewhat superfluous, considering he had numerous fierce beasts as protectors. What further abilities did he require? In this world, aside from the 3-level 99 limit Douluos, who else could possibly stand against him? Hey, have you forgotten about me? With the last thunderclap fading, the storm clouds above dispersed, revealing a spirited Xiong Jun, who appeared unfazed by the tribulations he had just endured. He leaped between Jiang Mian and the Snow Empress, grinning. I never expected the Snow Empress would willingly become your soul beast. You're quite fortunate. Known for his brutality, Xiong Jun seemed to hold a peculiar respect for the petite figure. The Snow Empress chuckled softly before transforming into snowflakes and vanishing. Jiang Mian, wait for my return, she intoned. Jiang Mian awaited the elder's return. He clasped his fists and bowed in the direction she had departed. Now that everything is settled, what shall we do next? Xiong Jun scratched his head, grinning. I feel incredibly powerful right now. Don't let that go to your head and challenge the Emperor, Jiang Mian warned with a raised eyebrow. At least wait until I've elevated you to 800,000 years. Xiong Jun laughed heartily, clapping Jiang Mian on the shoulder, falling silent thereafter. Zhu Zhuqing, would you like to visit the Star Luo Empire? Jiang Mian inquired with a smile. No, Zhu Zhuqing replied decisively, shaking her head. I refuse to return until I've made something of myself. The Soul Master competition occurs every 5 years, and it will be held in 2 years. Are you interested in participating? Jiang Mian asked. The Soul Master competition, a prestigious event attracting the continent's finest youth, was traditionally organized by the Spirit Hall in conjunction with the 2 major empires, with the Spirit Hall holding the primary authority. Jiang Mian realized that to participate, he would need to visit the Spirit Hall. The thought of encountering the numerous captivating beauties there, including Qianrenxue and Hulaina, was exhilarating. And Tang San, your fate is sealed. Chapter 10. The Pope Biji Dong time flew by like a racing steed. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed since Jiang Mian and Zhu Zhuqing returned from the far north. They had remained in the Star Doe forest, diligently enhancing their soul power. At this point, Jiang Mian had attained level 52 and had welcomed the Emerald Swan Biji into his ranks. Zhu Zhuqing had reached level 39, on the verge of absorbing her 4th soul ring. It is noteworthy that the Star Doe forest, being the largest soul beast forest in existence, was home to countless rare treasures. If the Sunset Forest could produce an incredible ice-fire yin-yang eye, then the vast expanses of the Star Doe forest surely harbored similar wonders. Over the past 2 years, Jiang Mian and Zhu Zhuqing had successfully adapted to a diet of medicinal herbs, side effects notwithstanding, as the Emerald Swan Biji effortlessly resolved any issues. Brother Mian, a melodious voice rang out from afar, and a girl with fluffy yellow ears bounded toward them. Dressed in a light yellow gown with white fur trim, she appeared exceedingly adorable. Jiang Mian, who had been meditating with Zhu Zhuqing, couldn't help but smile upon seeing her. Rue Beast, have you come to interrupt my training again? The now humanoid Rue Beast playfully made a face, her fair skin seemingly glowing. embodying the oft-quoted notion of being so fair that she shone. Jiang Mian chuckled helplessly, his gaze filled with affection for this seemingly lively yet cunning little creature. He had never anticipated that the Rue Beast transformation would so perfectly mirror his ideal of beauty. Rue Beast, you must be nearing 20,000 years now. How much longer until you reach it? Jiang Mian inquired. I should still need about 30,000 years. The Rue Beast pouted, nonchalantly snuggling into his embrace. Jiang Mian tenderly stroked her golden hair, already formulating a plan. At 12 years old, it was time for her to venture out and explore. The Crimson King had just surpassed the 40,000-year tribulation, and he had been one of Jiang Mian's focused efforts to enhance his strength. After all, when he first began, the Crimson King was merely 31,000 years old, and in just a few years, Jiang Mian had elevated him to 40,000 years. Xiangjun was at 53,000 years, while Biji had endured the 60,000-year tribulation. The Snow Empress remained silent, likely still preoccupied with the matters in the far north. Are you leaving? Emperor Tian appeared before the trio, smiling. Jiang Mian, travel safely. And remember that the Stardew Forest will always be your home. Rest assured, Jiang Mian replied with a smile. With Emperor Tian backing me, I shall be invincible. Emperor Tian playfully ruffled Jiang Mian's hair, chuckling, You rascal, try not to stir up trouble. With Xiangjun and the Crimson King by my side, few can harm me. Jiang Mian stated. Moreover, the Rue Beast's strength rivals theirs. Emperor Tian nodded, choosing not to say more. Zhu Zhuqing slowly opened her eyes, and, upon seeing Emperor Tian, instinctively moved closer to Jiang Mian. He, perceptive as ever, grasped her hand without hesitation. Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of unease. Although everyone treated her well, she still felt like an outsider. Jiang Mian's grasp provided her the reassurance she needed. What outsider? Zhu Zhuqing, you are undeniably part of my world. Hurry along now. Xiangjun and the Crimson King are waiting for you at the outskirts of the Stardew Forest, Emperor Tian said, turning away. I am closely tied to the Rue Beast, so if you encounter any danger, I will be there in an instant. Understood, Jiang Mian nodded, rising to his feet. He bowed deeply to Emperor Tian, then departed with Zhu Zhuqing and the Rue Beast. Xiangjun, you must remain level-headed during your journey to the human realm. On the carriage, the Crimson King, clad in a dark red robe with fiery hair, earnestly advised Xiangjun, our priority is Jiang Mian and the Rue Beast's safety. We cannot afford to unleash violence. Why are you being so overly cautious? Xiangjun frowned, unconcerned. You were never like this before, Crimson King. What do you know? The Crimson King retorted, Jiang Mian is the hope of our Soul Beast clan. If anything were to happen to him, Emperor Tian would not spare us. Oomph. Xiangjun scoffed, preparing to retort, but upon seeing Jiang Mian and the others approaching, he instantly changed his demeanor. Ah, at last, you have arrived, Xiao Mian. Bear Lord steered the carriage towards Jiang Mian and the others, exclaiming, If you delay any longer, Wang shall bore me to death with his incessant chatter. The Crimson King shot a disdainful glance at Bear Lord, yet smiled amiably at Jiang Mian, remarking, It is impossible to reason with this oaf. What? Are you challenging me? Bear Lord retorted angrily, If you have the guts, let us settle this with a duel. Do you think I fear you? The Crimson King, incensed by the provocation, rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage Bear Lord in a fierce battle. Enough! Jiang Mian interjected, hastily positioning himself between the two, wearing an expression of exasperation. I summoned you both to protect me, not to squabble amongst yourselves. With Jiang Mian's authoritative words, the Crimson King relented, choosing to withdraw to the carriage, ignoring Bear Lord. Jiang Mian assisted Rue Beast and Zhu Zhuqing into the carriage before seating himself between the two ladies, ostensibly to maintain harmony, but in reality, it was a clever ploy to enjoy their company equally. Where shall we go first? Bear Lord inquired, examining the map. To the Spirit Hall, Jiang Mian declared. Having spent the last 2 years within the Stardew Forest, he was oblivious to the fact that the Spirit Hall was currently seeking him across the continent due to the treacherous machinations of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. This sect had orchestrated a scheme, sending someone impersonating Jiang Mian to instigate trouble at the Spirit Hall, and no one suspected the ruse. The impersonator, after accomplishing his task, publicly humiliated the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect with scathing remarks that were utterly intolerable to hear. Coupled with the long-standing rumors of Jiang Mian's arrogance and disrespect towards his seniors, the public was easily misled. The most perplexing aspect was that no one could fathom why the 7 treasure glazed tile sect would go to such lengths to frame a mere child. Unaware of the peril, Jiang Mian galloped towards the Spear Hall, making little delay along the journey, and reached the Spear Hall in just 4 days. Who goes there? The guards at the Spirit Hall's entrance halted the carriage with their long spears, refusing passage. If we do not demonstrate our strength, they will not allow us entry, Jiang Mian remarked, patting Bear Lord on the shoulder. Be gentle. Bear Lord smirked mischievously, and without even releasing his spirit power, he effortlessly seized 2 guards and tossed them aside as if they were mere chicks. Jiang Mian stepped out of the carriage, proclaiming, I am Jiang Mian, here to see Pope Biji Dong. Jiang Mian? Is that truly him? The guards exchanged glances, recognizing the infamous Jiang Mian. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. This seemingly handsome young man was involved in actions that defied comprehension. Noticing the guard's dubious expressions, Jiang Mian was taken aback, exclaiming, Am I to fight my way in? At that moment, the misunderstanding deepened. Seize him, commanded the guard captain, who unleashed his spirit, revealing a formidable Spirit Emperor level of power. The Spirit Hall's foundation was undeniably robust, as even the head of security was a distinguished Spirit Emperor. Step aside, Bear Lord bellowed, unleashing his spirit power with no mercy. In an instant, the guards were sent sprawling to the ground. Their spirit power was like a flickering firefly compared to the brilliance of the full moon that was Bear Lord. Quickly report to Pope Biji Dong. The criminal Jiang Mian has come to provoke us, and his accomplice possesses at least the strength of a titled Douluo. The captain, scrambling to his feet, spoke with evident fear. What nonsense is this? Jiang Mian was bewildered, scratching his head in confusion. After living as a wild man in the Star Doe forest for 6 years, I emerge only to be labeled a criminal? What is the logic behind this? What? In the Pope's chamber, Zhu Zhuqing and Gui Doage Mei rose in unison upon hearing the guard's report. This Jiang Mian is exceedingly audacious. Causing a ruckus at the local spirit hall was one thing, but now he dares to challenge us here. Pope Biji Dong slowly opened her eyes, her expression unperturbed as she calmly commanded, Bring Jiang Mian and his companions to the Pope's chamber. Though the guards were puzzled, they obeyed the command and departed. Yuiguan looked at Biji Dong, puzzled. Your Holiness, what is the meaning of this? Do you not find the situation somewhat suspicious? Biji Dong leaned on her Pope's staff, approaching the 2 men with an otherworldly grace that evoked involuntary admiration. You shall soon see the truth unveiled. Without answering Gui Mei's question, she pondered Jiang Mian's unexpected presence, a talent with innate full spirit power. How could he possibly be at odds with the Spirit Hall? Your Holiness summons you, one guard announced, prompting Bear Lord to cease his actions. Jiang Mian, satisfied with the sight of the moaning guards, guided the carriage to the Pope's chamber entrance. Brothers, Jiang Mian instructed, be sure to present a strong front. Fear not. We have no soft bones here, Bear Lord replied, striding confidently into the Pope's chamber. Jiang Mian, Zhu Zhuqing, and Rue Beast followed closely, with the Crimson King providing support as the 5 of them faced Biji Dong. Seated upon her throne, Biji Dong surveyed them, flanked by Yuiguan and Gui Mei, yet the oppressive atmosphere was palpable. Why do you not bow before the Pope? Yuiguan reprimanded sharply, releasing his spirit power to compel them into submission. Bear Lord, dismissive, countered his pressure with his own spirit power, and Yuiguan's formidable level of 94 was insignificant in comparison to Bear Lord's might. Boom! The moment Bear Lord's spirit power clashed with Yuiguan's, it overwhelmed him entirely. Gui Mei, startled, quickly released his spirit power to assist Yuiguan, but their combined efforts were futile. Biji Dong, slightly furrowing her brow, stood and gestured for them to withdraw. You are Jiang Mian? Biji Dong's piercing gaze revealed her keen discernment. Jiang Mian was not as incompetent as the rumor suggested. Your Holiness, Jiang Mian clasped his fists respectfully, inquiring. The guards claimed, I am a criminal. How do you explain this? You are the architect of your own misdeeds, yet you question us? Yuiguan chastised. Do not feign ignorance here, Jiang Mian. Silence. Biji Dong interjected sharply, her brow arched in displeasure. Withdraw. Both Yuiguan and Gui Mei, sensing her wrath, reluctantly retreated. I suspect you have been wronged, Biji Dong continued, her demeanor shifting rapidly as she smiled. A genius with innate, full spirit power. How could you possibly be as disgraceful as the tale suggests? With such a declaration, Jiang Mian believed he understood the situation. It is undoubtedly a plot by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, he asserted coldly. I have no interest in your history with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Bibi Dong replied. What intrigues me is your purpose for visiting me. I am merely curious. Jiang Mian clapped his hands, prompting Bear Lord and the Crimson King to unleash their spirit powers in unison. With my current strength, could I obliterate the spirit hall? Instantly, the entire Poke's chamber was enveloped in an overwhelming wave of spirit power, causing Bibi Dong to instinctively take a few steps back, her eyes flickering with astonishment. Could these two truly possess such formidable strength? Suppressing her shock, Bibi Dong maintained her icy demeanor. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Rather than mutually assured destruction, why not collaborate for a shared victory? Truly, Jiang Mian was indeed a prodigy not seen in the Spirit Hall for a millennium, possessing profound insight. Jiang Mian nodded slightly, smiling. I am certain I can be of assistance to your holiness's plans. Are you aware? Bibi Dong and Jiang Mian locked gazes, both revealing expressions laden with intrigue. May I remain at the Spirit Hall? What about the terms of my stay? Jiang Mian tactfully shifted the topic, smiling as he remarked. I trust that His Holiness the Pope will not be overly stingy. Compared to the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, we fall significantly short. Bibi Dong unabashedly displayed her admiration. I will help suppress any negative news, but you must allow these two seniors to assist in training the disciples of the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, you are welcome to utilize all the resources of the Spirit Hall. Agreed, Jiang Mian nodded. As a token of gratitude, I will bring this participant for the Soul Master competition. He gestured towards Zhu Zhuqing, stating, her strength is formidable and will undoubtedly uphold the reputation of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Indeed, Bibi Dong replied. Has this young lady already reached nearly level 40 at such a tender age? Not quite, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her demeanor unruffled, exhibiting no humility simply because she stood before the Pope. She remained true to herself. Intriguing, this young lady seems rather exceptional, Bibi Dong remarked, casting a curious glance at the spirit beast, her smile imbued with deeper meaning. This is my spirit beast, Jiang Mian explained candidly. My martial spirit can capture spirit beasts. And not only this young lady, but these two also obey my command. Xiangjun and Qi Wang exchanged knowing smiles and instinctively stepped back behind Jiang Mian. Bibi Dong momentarily appeared taken aback, but after a pause, her expression softened further. With you here, my grand ambitions can be realized. Upon reaching the level of 400,000 years, Qi Wang's strength could rival that of a level 98 title Douluo, and even stand its ground against a level 99 for a short time. As for Xiangjun, his prowess undoubtedly matched that of a level 99 ultimate Douluo. Although the spirit beast, blessed by heaven, currently possessed only 170,000 years of cultivation, its strength could contend with a level 98 title Douluo. After all, its 10,000-year cultivation was already comparable to that of a 100,000-year spirit, let alone now being at 17,000 years. Your Holiness, the Elder Hall requests your presence. Came a report. Bibi Dong's expression shifted. It seemed that the old man Dao Lu sensed the situation in the Pope Hall and was eager to clarify matters. After all, how many possess such formidable soul power? Moreover, what if this soul power was released by Bibi Dong herself? The Pope Hall and the Elder Hall were historically at odds. Tell them I shall arrive shortly, Bibi Dong said, her displeasure evident, causing the Soul Master who delivered the message to hastily retreat. Follow me, Bibi Dong instructed. I will take you to meet the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Jiang Mian and the others obediently followed Bibi Dong, navigating several turns until they finally arrived at an open area. This space was designed similarly to a martial arts arena, with several rooms nearby, likely the residences of Hulaina and her companions. Come forth and meet our new allies, Bibi Dong said, tapping her staff on the ground. Gradually, several individuals emerged from the rooms. Jiang Mian recognized the first three, the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, Yin, Xiaoyu, and Hulaina. The others, unfamiliar to Jiang Mian, were likely also gifted individuals, albeit less remarkable than the first trio. Teacher, did you call us for something? Hulaina asked, her gaze momentarily captivated by Jiang Mian's striking appearance. Jiang Mian, acutely aware of Hulaina's gaze, self-consciously touched his face, choosing not to speak. This is Jiang Mian, Bibi Dong announced. He and the young lady beside him will be joining your ranks. Very well, replied Xiaoyu, taking charge as the leader, while Yin felt a twinge of jealousy at Hulaina's attention towards Jiang Mian. Friend, what level are you to join the golden generation of the Spear Hall? 12 years old, level 52, Jiang Mian shrugged nonchalantly, exuding an air of superiority. Do you think I qualify? Jiang Mian, that name sounds familiar, Xiaoyu mused, attempting to recall where he had heard it, albeit unable to pinpoint it immediately. Before you stands the very individual wanted by the Spear Hall. Interesting, shall we spar? Yin suggested, rolling his neck. I promise I won't bully you. Jiang Mian ignored him, turning his attention to Bibi Dong, who met his gaze, seemingly eager to witness Jiang Mian's abilities. Since it's a friendly match, Jiang Mian smirked, I won't even use my martial spirit to avoid any claims of bullying. One must have the capability to boast. He gestured around, signaling for them to clear space. Jiang Mian meticulously adjusted his collar, hands clasped behind his back, awaiting Yan's move. Yin, martial spirit, flame lord, level 47 assault type battle soul master. Very well, Yin replied, raising an eyebrow, perceiving Jiang Mian's reluctance to introduce himself as somewhat arrogant. Second soul skill, granite rock. Yin bellowed, his right arm instantly transforming into stone, magma coursing through the cracks. This technique amplified both his offense and defense. Flame Lord, intriguing indeed, Qi Wang remarked with a slight smile, recognizing Yin as a talent worth molding. In his nearly 100,000 years of existence, he had battled against Flame Lord-type spirit beasts. The outcome was evident. Qi Wang still stood alive. Jiang Mian enveloped his right hand in flames, effortlessly countering Yan's second soul skill, the fire swirling like a dragon, beginning to encroach upon Yin. Not good. Yin realized the precariousness of his situation and swiftly kicked Jiang Mian with his left leg. Jiang Mian intercepted, gripping Yan's ankle and using his momentum to fling him away. Now possessing a multitude of extreme attributes, Jiang Mian found it trivial to deal with a mere flame lord. Yin tumbled twice on the ground, stabilizing himself, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment at having lost face before goddess, especially since Jiang Mian hadn't even unleashed his martial spirit. First soul skill, Hell Lava Charge, Yin shouted, striking the ground with both hands, causing a radiant red glow to emanate beneath Jiang Mian's feet. Calm and composed, Jiang Mian remained firmly planted. Yan's Hell Lava Charge failed to reach him. With his extreme fire attributes, such petty magma dared not challenge Jiang Mian. Curse it! Yin roared in frustration, abandoning his soul skill in favor of close combat. He launched a punch, but Jiang Mian sidestepped, swiftly grasping his shoulder. Had Jiang Mian not shown restraint, Yan's arm would have been dislocated. Yet Yin, oblivious to the danger, countered with another punch aimed at Jiang Mian's face. Jiang Mian danced around Yan's attacks, effortlessly evading. He had yet to even activate his martial spirit, yet he toyed with Yin, who was of the same rank. Hulaina gasped. Not only is he handsome, but his strength is astounding. What has come over you? Xiaoyu commented, exasperated by Hulaina's infatuation. His sister was exceptional in every regard, gifted, yet she easily fell for handsome men, becoming smitten at the sight of one. However, currently, Jiang Mian was the sole man capable of capturing her attention. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Mian swiftly grasped Yan's wrist and flung him away. Tear of the heavens. Jiang Mian's lips curled slightly upwards as he vanished in an instant, leaving no one able to discern his figure. The next moment, Yan's upper garment bore 4 deep gashes, yet the flesh beneath remained unscathed. Such precision and control was something even a titled Douluo might struggle to achieve. This individual could entirely suppress Yan's flame, lord martial soul. Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he mused about the man's origins. You have already lost, Jiang Mian remarked calmly as he returned to his team, scoffing. With such meager skill, do you dare to call yourself part of the golden generation? You, Yin, burning with embarrassment, attempted to unleash his soul skill once more. But Bibi Dong teleported beside him and said coolly, a loss is a loss. Do not further humiliate yourself. Yes. Faced with Bibi Dong, Yan's spirit deflated, and he obediently approached Hulaina, his eyes filled with resentment. This little fellow is rather interesting, Qi Wang remarked as he scrutinized Yan's form. The Flame Lord Martial Soul, an old friend I haven't seen in ages. Who are you? Yin instinctively wanted to retreat, but found himself unable to move. as if his legs were weighed down by lead. Please be respectful, Bibi Dong said, bowing slightly to Qi Wang. Are you here to teach this child? Since Xiao Mian has agreed to your request, I shall naturally comply. Qi Wang nodded in affirmation. However, I will only teach this one. The others can be disregarded. Thank you, senior. Bibi Dong offered a slight bow as a gesture of utmost respect from the Pope. Say, senior, who are you? Yin stammered, his body trembling as he witnessed Bibi Dong's demeanor towards Qi Wang, feeling a chill run down his spine. With the power of the Flame Lord, given time, you may well reach my current level, Qi Wang expressed with satisfaction. Xiong Jun chuckled, thinking that since Qi Wang had taken on a disciple, he too should not remain idle. That lad, he said, gesturing towards Xieyu, you must be the captain. Show me your martial soul. Certainly. Xieyu, recognizing the imposing figure before him was extraordinary, promptly summoned his martial soul. Xieyu, martial soul Moonblade, a level 47 assault-type battle spirit. Quite sharp, Shons Yun remarks, weighing the Moonblade in his hand. It pairs well with my tier of heaven claws. I shall accept this disciple of yours. Thank you, senior. Xieyu's eyes lit up as he knelt and respectfully bowed 3 times. Now, among the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, Hulaina's teacher was Bibi Dong. Xieyu acknowledged Xiong Jun, and Yin recognized Qi Wang. Their futures appeared boundless. I advise you to gather your spirit. Xiong Jun patted Xieyu's shoulder, smiling. At the very least, do not lose to that fellow's disciple, or I shall have to deal with you. Yes, Xieyu shivered, fully aware that despite Xiong Jun's jovial expression, the underlying threat was genuine. Should he lose to Yin, the consequences would be dire. Jiang Mian and this young lady will henceforth be your companions, Bibi Dong instructed. Though they may be younger than you, their soul power is comparable. Do you understand my meaning? If you do not strive, you will be trampled underfoot. Rue Beast glanced at Bibi Dong, unconsciously pouting in apparent disdain. Jiang Mian noted Rue Beast's reaction. He recognized that Bibi Dong was currently undergoing the assessment of the Rakshasa god, and it was imperative to prevent her from becoming a bloodthirsty and deranged beauty. Rue Beast possessed the Eye of Destiny and was inherently averse to such malevolent thoughts. Jiang Mian surmised that Rue Beast might be more inclined towards the sacred light of the angel god. Practice well here. I must take my leave, Bibi Dong directed. In the future, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo will no longer come to instruct you. You are to heed these 2 seniors. Understood. As Bibi Dong departed for the Elder Hall, Jiang Mian smiled at the golden generation of the Spear Hall and said, Let me reintroduce myself. I am Jiang Mian, and I shall be your brother from now on. I am Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing introduced herself coolly. I am Nanmeng. You may call me Xiaomeng. Rue Beast proclaimed, crafting a name for herself on spot. Hello. Xieyu nodded in welcome. Jiang Mian, a lovely name, Hulaina teased, beckoning with her finger. Little Mian, I hope you will take good care of me in the future. Jiang Mian admired Hulaina, marveling at her alluring beauty, befitting a fox spirit martial soul, and noted that she seemed to have developed a crush on him. Such a superficial admirer. Yin remarked, slightly disgruntled, but Qi Wang suddenly interjected by the rules. This Jiang Mian is my master. You would do well to be courteous. Yin shuddered, awkwardly turning to Qi Wang and realizing he was not jesting. He forced a smile and approached Jiang Mian, saying, Brother, it seems we are fated to meet. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask. I will traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire without a second thought. Agreed. Jiang Mian laughed heartily, patting Yin on the shoulder. Captain Xieyu, please arrange a few rooms for us. Just call me Xieyu, he replied with a glance, prompting the other soul masters to rush off to tidy up the vacant rooms. There is no rush to settle in. I have an idea, though I am unsure if it is feasible, Jiang Mian stated. What idea? Xieyu inquired. I wish to train at the Grand Soul Arena. Would any of you care to accompany me? Jiang Mian proposed. The Grand Soul Arena? What is there of interest? Hulaina asked curiously. Is it not merely a venue for mediocre soul masters to battle? Precisely, Jiang Mian nodded. His intentions for the Grand Soul Arena were straightforward, to torment Tang San. Yet he could not express such thoughts aloud. In such a venue, one can rapidly enhance their strength. That sounds intriguing, Xieyu said, a slight smile gracing his lips. Count me in, Jiang Mian. I shall join you. I will too. Yin was eager not to miss the opportunity to forge a connection with Jiang Mian, knowing his master would have to heed him. I'll join as well, Hulaina giggled, playfully covering her mouth. The other soul masters exchanged glances, ultimately opting not to accompany Jiang Mian. With Xiaoming and Zhu Zhuqing, shall we be 6? Jiang Mian asked. Then let us go. Onward. Xiong Jun clapped his belly, directing them. The group set forth towards the Grand Soul Arena, while another party prepared to embark as well. At Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojing looked at Tang San and solemnly declared, Little San, allow me to take you to the Grand Soul Arena for some practical experience. Teacher, we just acquired our 3rd soul ring. Shouldn't we rest for a few days? Tang San countered. No need. We must seize the moment, Yu Xiaojing replied, his expression unchanging. The nearest Grand Soul Arena was the Soto Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. Apparently, one can place bets at the arena. If we win, we can earn some money. Flanders commented. Then, let us hasten our departure. Ma Hongjun exclaimed excitedly. It's the perfect chance to see if there are any beautiful ladies in the city. Hith hith, Dai Lauda. Shall we go together? Absolutely, Dai Mubai said, linking arms with Ma Hongjun, both wearing mischievous grins. Xiao Wu looked at the two disdainfully. Skipping alongside Tang San as she said, 3 brother and I will team up to take them down. Xiao Wu, do not be overly confident, Tang San advised, gently stroking her hair. However, given our current strength, we should handle them with ease. Little did they know, a terrifying and brutal experience awaited them. Jiang Mian Giskiviko, a delicate yet formidable young man, possessed both strength and cunning. Chapter 12, a vicious beating of Tang San outside the Soto Arena. A carriage gradually came to a halt. Why choose this humble town over the many grand arenas elsewhere? Yin jumped down from the carriage, a look of astonishment on his face. I have my reasons, Jiang Mian replied with a smile. I will explain everything in due time. Before he could finish his sentence, a group of individuals approached from a distance. Jiang Mian focused his gaze on the leader, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut clad in coarse black linen. Yu Xiaojing, Jiang Mian thought, feeling a wave of discomfort at the man's hypocritical demeanor. They too noticed Jiang Mian and his companions. Hey, look at those stunning girls, exclaimed the last member of the group, Ma Hongjun, as he gulped and pointed at Hulaina and the others. Let's see if we can woo them, said Dai Mubai, his eyes sparkling with mischief. These 3 look like they would bear strong offspring. Just thinking about it is enticing. Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing, having keen ears, caught sight of the men's remarks. Hulaina's face flushed with anger, wishing she could render them incapable of reproduction. Xiaoyu discreetly patted Hulaina's shoulder, conveying a silent promise of revenge. Zhu Zhuqing cast a cold glance at Dai Mubai, her expression disdainful. She held nothing but contempt for such a coward. Tang San locked eyes with Jiang Mian, sensing a mocking glint in his gaze, akin to viewing a jester. Brother San, do you know them? Xiao Wu asked, clutching Tang San's sleeve, trembling slightly. Having lived for 100,000 years as a soft-boned rabbit in the Stardow forest, she was well aware of the fearsome presence behind Jiang Mian. Look at that rabbit, Xiong Jun said with a teasing glint in his eyes. How dull to transform into human form. Why not give it a try? Qi Wing jested. I'm not interested, Xiong Jun scoffed, dismissing the idea. Let that man next to him pick up scraps instead. Rabbits are known for their long mating seasons, and Xiao Wu being a 100,000-year-old rabbit implied unspoken truths. I don't know them, Tang San replied, his brow furrowing. A sense of unease washed over him as he observed Jiang Mian. But I feel a strong hostility coming from them. Oscar, what is your take? Maong jumpate dos caras se shoulder, chakring. With those 3 girls, Brother Sin doesn't he want any. How about we each take one? Don't drag me into this, Oscar replied, raising an eyebrow and quickly retreating behind Yu Xiaojing. Those people look formidable. I'm not equipped to handle them. Look at your cowardly demeanor. It's quite unamusing, Ma Hongjun teased, elbowing Oscar before scampering over to Dai Mubai, lost in fantasies. Let us head in, Yu Xiaojing said, gesturing for Tang San and the others to follow him into the Soto Arena. Brothers, did you see those pretentious fellows just now? Jiang Mian turned back, grinning. If you get the chance to battle them, make sure to fight with all your might. Do you have a deep-seated grudge against them? Xiaoyu inquired, puzzled. That is none of your concern, Jiang Mian replied with a cold chuckle, adding playfully, Xiaoyu, they just made lewd remarks about Laina. Shouldn't you seek vengeance? I will make sure to eliminate them. Hulaina's cheeks flushed. She felt a genuine concern emanating from Jiang Mian. As they entered the arena and registered their identities, they prepared for battle. Tang San and his companions, now sole respect rank, were 2 ranks below Jiang Mian and logically, they should tee across paths. However, Jiang Mian was well aware of the subtle manipulations behind the scenes. Being representatives of the Spirit Hall and the Pope Bibidong's chosen golden generation, Xiu naturally bore the insignia of favoritism. Although the arena had its betting regulations, the stakes weren't from the arena's funds. If necessary, they could simply prevent those wealthy patrons from placing bets. With the odds tilted in his favor, Jiang Mian effortlessly matched up with Tang San, while Hulaina faced off against Xiao Wu, Xiaoyu battled Dai Mubai, and Yin squared off against Ma Hongjun. Yin, this little fatso insulted Laina. Do you understand? Jiang Mian continued to stoke the fire. Rest assured, Yin replied, eager to redeem himself after losing face in front of Laina during their previous encounter. I will roast that little fatso. I'll go first, Jiang Mian chuckled, leisurely stepping into the arena. I can't believe we've encountered each other so quickly. Tang San calmly approached Jiang Mian's side, surprised to find him in the ring, still able to engage in conversation. Indeed, Jiang Mian remarked, hands clasped behind his back. I'll go easy on you, attempting to leave you some breath. Who are you exactly? Tang San pondered, rifling through his memories, struggling to recall any encounter with this individual. Don't concern yourself with my identity, Jiang Mian replied, a mocking smile on his face. I merely wish to shatter your confidence. After all, destroying a genius is far more entertaining than creating one. Tang San, Martial Spirit Blue Silvergrass, Level 31 Control System Soul Respect. My name is Jiang Mian. Aren't you going to summon your martial spirit? Tang San asked, holding the absurd blue silvergrass in his hands, his tone indifferent. You're not worthy, Jiang Mian retorted, standing calmly, derisively stating, Isn't your innate spirit power full? Let me see if you're as useless as your teacher. Jiang Mian's voice resonated loudly. Enough for Yu Xiaojiang to hear. Yu Xiaojiang abruptly stood, glaring fiercely at Jiang Mian, yet he couldn't recall who he was. First soul skill bind. Tang San raised his hand, and several thick strands of blue silvergrass surged toward Jiang Mian like serpents. Your martial spirit has a rather twisted sense of humor. Binding and all, Xiao Wu following you may not guarantee happiness, but she will surely experience many delights. Jiang Mian laughed heartily, not even shifting his stance as he waved his hand, and 3 blades materialized before him, swiftly severing the blue silvergrass. After absorbing the bloodthirsty spider, the blue silvergrass had gained considerable resilience, leaving Tang San bewildered at how Jiang Mian could effortlessly slice through it without breaking a sweat. Just as Tang San contemplated how to counter Jiang Mian, a sharp and resonant clap echoed throughout the audience. Tang San's right cheek suddenly flushed crimson. He even noticed Jiang Mian had closed the distance. Tang San swung a punch, attempting to execute his control technique. But Jiang Mian would not grant him that opportunity. A powerful uppercut connected directly with Tang San's chin. Poof! Tang San coughed up blood. His jaw dislocated from the force of Jiang Mian's blow. Third soul skill, spiderweb binding. Tang San quickly distanced himself from Jiang Mian, mumbling as he invoked his third soul skill in an attempt to ensnare him. Hellfire! Jiang Mian nonchalantly flicked a flame from his right hand. The flame flared, incinerating Tang San's blue silvergrass to ashes. Jiang Mian surged forward like a comet, his fist striking Tang San's abdomen with the force of a bullet. Thud! Tang San collapsed to his knees, unable to control the flow of liquid from his lower body. No. Widened his eyes, struggling to suppress the urge to release a fluid, yet the pain radiating from his lower body rendered him powerless, leaving him exposed to the humiliation of those around him. Master, with a single punch, he focused intently on Jiang Mian, questioning the identity of this formidable opponent. Xiao Wu, witnessing Tang San's disgrace, instinctively yearned to leap into the arena to assist him, but was firmly restrained by the guards. Shameless! Jiang Mian seized Tang San by the neck, lifting him high. At this moment, Tang San's trousers were soaked, his body emanating a repulsive odor, while Jiang Mian's blows were merciless and unrelenting. With a resounding thud, he slammed Tang San's head onto the ground, the collision of stone and skull producing a chillingly melodious sound. The intensity of this encounter was unmistakable. Tang San, dazed and disoriented, continued to lose control of his bodily functions, while Jiang Mian's cruelty was evident as he targeted Tang San's most vulnerable areas. The earlier punch had already caused Tang San to lose control, and this subsequent blow nearly rendered him unconscious. Bang! 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 Jiang Mian kicked Tang San into the air, raining down a flurry of strikes upon his face. As Tang San teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, memories of Xiao Wu flooded his mind, and the 8 spider lances. His external spirit bone, inexplicably activated. Observing from a stance, a seasoned merchant gasped, he is barely above level 30 and possesses a soul bone. This revelation ignited a wave of greedy thoughts among the onlookers. While soul masters were not particularly valuable, the ability to extract a soul bone from one who possessed it was a tempting prospect. As Jiang Mian deftly evaded the defensive maneuvers of the 8 spider lances, Tang San leaned on them for support, managing to rise to his feet, albeit barely. He had been thoroughly beaten, his face a grotesque mask of blood and flesh. His front teeth shattered, leaving him with a gaping mouth. His nose was broken, collapsing into an unsightly form, rendering Tang San utterly unrecognizable. Do you wish to continue? Jiang Mian kicked Tang San's face, sending him crashing back to the ground. No, please don't bully third brother. Xiao Wu cried, tears streaming down her face. Hulaina, observing the scene, concocted 100 ways to torment the little rabbit. Master, if we don't intervene, third brother will be killed by that guy. Daimubai exclaimed anxiously. Third brother refuses to concede. We lack the right to end this match on his behalf. Yu Xiaojiang replied with resignation. Let me see that external soul bone. Jiang Mian stood over Tang San, grasping 2 of the spider lances. Snap! The sound of bone shattering echoed through the arena as Jiang Mian snapped the lances from Tang San's body as effortlessly as one would break chopsticks. The pain of having the 8 spider lances forcibly removed was akin to having one's ribs torn from their body. Tang San's blood mingled with the filth from his lower body, creating a scene both pitiful and laughable. With every ounce of strength, Tang San raised his hand in surrender, yet Jiang Mian showed no mercy, stomping on Tang San's mouth to silence him. Tang San had lost all combat capability. It was time for Jiang Mian to acknowledge this. The referee swiftly intervened, separating Jiang Mian and Tang San. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun jumped into the arena simultaneously, assisting the disheveled Tang San. You're finished, Dai Mubai seethed, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Mian. You will pay for today's actions. Dai, why waste your breath on him? Ma Hongjun spat on Jiang Mian, cursing, with such scum, I'll make sure to teach his accompanying woman a lesson. Do you too wish to die? Jiang Mian could not tolerate their provocations, retorting coldly, I 1T bully your pathetic Shrek. If you dare, fight me together. Oomph. You think you can win? It's merely skill, Dai Mubai scoffed disdainfully. We are powerful assault-type spirit masters. What strength do you possess? Words are futile. Come on. Jiang Mian was eager to unleash his fury upon these oblivious fools. The arena does not permit private fights. The referee urgently intervened, stating, you can settle this outside. We will not interfere. If you have the guts, then step outside. Jiang Mian spat, hitting Ma Hongjun in retaliation. What do you want? Shrek's students began leaping from the stands. Jiang Mian surveyed the crowd, recognizing many familiar faces and some unfamiliar ones. Ning Rongrong was absent from the Shrek group, presumably too intimidated by Jiang Mian's earlier display to show herself. Looking for brawl? Xiaoyu and Yin jumped to Jiang Mian's side, unhesitatingly releasing their martial spirits, their 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings sparkling brilliantly. Soul Sect? Yu Xiaojiang slumped in his seat, realizing the vast gap in strength between his prize students and their peers. Isn't Shrek supposed to recruit only monsters? Jiang Mian mockingly taunted, I see nothing but trash. If you feel humiliated, you can always have Flinder or Zhao Wujin come to assassinate us. We're leaving, Xiaoyu coldly announced. If you want to fight, we're always ready. These youngsters were not to be underestimated. The Red King looked on with satisfaction, smiling. Did you feel that? A surge of soul power just emanated from over there. Title Douluo, Xiongju nodded, nonchalantly commenting. They're quite obscure, yet surprisingly have a title Douluo backing them. Their aura is formidable. It seems tonight will be eventful, the Red King remarked. Having dealt with the young ones, the old ones will soon come to face the consequences. It's unprecedented to see such eagerness for confrontation. Xiongju laughed heartily. Chapter 13. After dealing with the young, the old come to face the music. Ma Hongjun, you and Oscar take third brother back to Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang instructed. Is it not permitted or is it merely cowardice? Jiang Mian retorted angrily upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's voice. You hypocritical pretender, how dare you speak? Yu Xiaojiang waved his sleeve dismissively, stating, to steal the records of the spirit hall and compile them as your own, while masquerading as a scholar, is utterly laughable. Jiang Mian mercilessly exposed Yu Xiaojiang's true nature. Yu Xiaojiang's face flushed with rage, yet he found himself at a loss for words to counter Jiang Mian, left only with impotent fury. As Jiang Mian departed, he couldn't resist taunting, a worthless teacher leading a cadre of rubbish. With such capability, you dare to meddle in the Soul Master competition? What a farce! What a delight, Yin said, cradling his head with his hands, humming a tune beside Jiang Mian. I never expected your strength to be so formidable, nor your strategies so intricate. Their teacher once betrayed the Pope. Those students are hardly exemplary, Jiang Mian replied with a laugh. Thus, I chose to humiliate them. You need not justify your actions to us, Hulaina said with a gentle smile, leaning closer to Jiang Mian. Whatever you do, we shall support you. We are now comrades bound by life and death. As she spoke, Hulaina took the hands of Zhu Zhuqing and Rue Beast, and the three beautiful women shared a harmonious smile, showing signs of camaraderie. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night fell, Jiang Mian and his companions found a modest inn, ordering some delightful dishes. Suddenly, there was a knock at the inn room door. Jiang Mian opened it, only to find the corridor empty, save for a fleeting shadow that vanished around the corner. Could it be that someone's trying to lure me out? Jiang Mian, feeling a mix of skepticism and curiosity, promptly instructed, you all eat first. Xiangjun, come with me. Qi Wang, guard them. Xiangjun followed closely behind Jiang Mian, and they swiftly approached the corner. Yet, to their puzzlement, Jiang Mian could only catch a fleeting shadow, unable to discern whether the visitor was human or specter. Xiangjun, can you sense who approaches? Jiang Mian inquired softly. It is a titled Douluo, not weak, but afflicted with a significant hidden ailment, Xiangjun replied nonchalantly. Understood. Jiang Mian realized, after dealing with the young one, the elder has come. Then let us give the elder a lesson as well. Xiangjun scoffed, with such meager strength. They dare to stick their neck out? Aren't they known as the turtle that retracts its head? What sort of creature is a turtle that sticks its neck out? Jiang Mian's earlier tension dissipated, and he jested, I suppose I was short-sighted. A good fight will serve as a fine opportunity to stretch my limbs, Xiangjun remarked, somewhat helplessly. But let us not encounter another titled Douluo like the one in the Stardow Forest, who is utterly unworthy of a fight. Who has to say you aren't simply too powerful? Jiang Mian teased, patting Xiangjun's belly. Let us go, don't keep them waiting. Xiangjun shot Jiang Mian an incredulous glance, muttering about how one shouldn't be so courteous while preparing to strike. Outside the forest, a middle-aged man, cloaked in black, awaited Jiang Mian's arrival. As expected, Jiang Mian and Xiangjun soon caught up with him, and Jiang Mian instantly recognized the figure. It was Tang Hao, the father of Tang San. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's the father of that useless one from today, Jiang Mian chuckled. You dare to act so against Xiao San? Tang Hao questioned, fury evident in his cold tone. What is so terrifying about an old fool? Jiang Mian retorted, unable to contain his scorn. Just a worthless man who couldn't even protect his wife. If you're aiming to provoke me. Tang Hao raised his hand, summoning the legendary Haotian hammer. Then you have succeeded. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red soul rings descended from the heavens, painting the previously dim sky crimson. I have slain a few Haotian hammer soul masters, Xiangjun remarked with a grin, but never one of the titled Douluo level. With that, Xiangjun transformed. A colossal bear resembling a mountain stood before Jiang Mian, unyielding like a fortress. And dark gold, fearsome bear? I didn't expect a beast to dare enter the human realm. You're quite arrogant, little one. With a swat, Xiangjun aimed to strike. But Tang Hao gripped the hammer tightly and countered with force. The collision produced a harsh metallic screech, and thankfully, Jiang Mian had reached the rank of Soul King. Otherwise, a lower-ranked Soul Master present would have surely suffered from ruptured eardrums. Quite strong, Tang Hao chuckled, swiftly wielding the Haotian hammer again, but Xiangjun stood firm, easily blocking the tremendous blow with his bare hands. This is the chaotic wind hammer technique? Jiang Mian recognized the technique Tang Hao executed, a secret skill of their sect. said to grow more powerful with each strike until reaching 81 strikes, capable of razing cities. Just a mere performance, Xiong Jun proclaimed, unleashing his skyrending claw with unstoppable force. Tang Hao quickly swung the hammer to meet Xiong Jun's attack, leveraging the Haotian hammer's might to barely withstand the force of the skyrending claw. The clash of man and beast reverberated through the heavens with a cacophony of metallic sounds. Jiang Mian covered his ears, despite attaining the Soul King level. The intense energy fluctuations were still overwhelming. Haha, while I hold you here, how will your companions in the end fare? Tang Hao laughed, such a powerful ally. How could you possibly have two? How did you know? Jiang Mian feigned surprise. In fact, there are not merely two, but 5. What? Tang Hao's eyes widened. He had not anticipated such formidable experts on Jiang Mian's side. He had initially planned to secretly lead Jiang Mian's group as instructor away, leaving the rest to Flinder and his companions. After all, no matter how strong that instructor was, they could not possibly be too titled Douluo. To think Jiang Mian had 4 more like that? Tang Hao inhaled deeply, and suddenly, the yellow soul rings beneath him erupted into a flurry of glowing points that fused into his being. Exploding rings? Jiang Mian maintained his composure. Xiong Jun, be careful. This technique is formidable. Is it? Xiong Jun employed his skyrending claw, renowned for its ability to tear through space, attempting to interrupt Tang Hao's explosive ring. Great Sumeru Hammer. Tang Hao bellowed, unleashing his martial spirit's true form. A colossal, illusory red figure of Tang Hao emerged behind him, wielding a Haotian hammer of equal size to Xiong Jun's form. And as it swung down, the world shifted. Xiong Jun snorted and braced himself with his head. The sound that echoed was akin to a thunderous bell tolling, as Xiong Jun fell to the ground, disheveled. Yet he bore no serious injuries, only feeling dizzy and disoriented. Having landed a successful strike, Tang Hao dared not linger, hastily retreating. He understood that if he stayed any longer, once Xiong Jun regained his senses, his life would be forfeit. How could a soul beast that could withstand the explosive Great Sumeru Hammer without injury be defeated? Curse it, he escaped. Xiong Jun reverted to his human form, a prominent red bump forming on his head. Grumbling, he rubbed his forehead. That fellow truly cannot be underestimated. He left me dizzy. He runs quite fast, Jiang Mian consoled Xiong Jun, chuckling. Otherwise, we could have taken him down today. Xiong Jun smiled, supportive of Jiang Mian, appreciating the boy's fierce spirit. What did that guy say? He sent someone to deal with the Rue Beast and the others? Schultz Yun questioned. A few weaklings like that should be no challenge for Qi Wang, despite his shortcomings. The opponents think you're the only top-tier expert following them. But it's disgusting to resort to underhanded tactics when they cannot win in a fair fight. Jiang Mian expressed his disdain. It seems those brats still need some discipline. Inside the inn, Qi Wang observed Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to consciousness. He approached and gently patted their cheeks, signaling Yin to ignite some flames. Previously, Flinder had appeared at the inn, luring Qi Wang and Xie Yu away. When Zhao Wujin returned, he was also sent flying by Rue Beast and Yen. At that moment, Xie Yu and Yen had wished to train themselves, suggesting to Qi Wang that they engage with these 2 soul saints, believing that even if they could not win, Qi Wang and Rue Beast would provide support. After all, such an opportunity was rare. Flinder and Zhao Wujin were not a match for Rue Beast and Qi Wang. Had Qi Wang not allowed Xie Yu and Yin to gain some experience, they would not have lasted so long. Because of their delayed arrival, Qi Wang and Rue Beast had not intervened, allowing them to withstand until Tang Hao's arrival. Tang Hao shattered all remaining soul rings and unleashed a powerful Great Sumeru Hammer against Xie Yu and Yen, forcing Qi Wang and Rue Beast to join forces to block the attack. Meanwhile, he seized the opportunity to retreat with Flinder and Zhao Wujin. However, this left Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who had followed the 2, watching helplessly as the others were drawn away, leaving only Hu Laina and Zhu Zhuqing in the room. Believing each other to be mere fragile maidens, they underestimated the strength of the 2 young ladies. Who would have thought that these 2 individuals possessed such formidable strength? One was a soul master at level 46, and the other at 39. Zhu Zhuqing showed no mercy towards Dai Mubai, not even acknowledging his presence. After dealing with the 2, she retreated to her room to meditate. Jiang Mian and Xiong Jun hurried back, And upon seeing the two lying on the ground pretending to be dead, he expressed his disdain. Qi Wang, throw them out. They are truly disgusting. Huoli Na quietly approached Jiang Mian, smiling as she remarked, these two are ungrateful, attempting to ambush me and Sister Zhu Zhuqing. Thankfully, they are quite useless. Where is Zhu Zhuqing? Jiang Mian inquired, patting Huoli Na's hand. She has gone to her room, the one at the very end of the corridor, Huoli Na replied. Her expression tinged with jealousy, yet she still directed Jiang Mian to Zhu Zhuqing's location. All right, you two handle these two. Remember not to kill them, Jiang Mian instructed. They still need to be returned to humiliate the Shrek people. Of course, shattering a limb or two wouldn't hurt. Oh, Xiaoyu and Yin instinctively covered their groins, taken aback by such a statement. I'll check on Zhu Qing, Jiang Mian said, making his way to her room. He knew Zhu Zhuqing was acquainted with Dai Mubai and feared that she might dwell on past grievances, so he wanted to see her promptly. Upon reaching the door, Jiang Mian gently knocked and whispered, it's me, Jiang. The door is unlocked, came Zhu Zhuqing's cold voice from within, which struck Jiang Mian as unusual. She typically did not speak to him in such a manner. He cautiously opened the door and stepped inside, discovering Zhu Zhuqing seated cross-legged on her bed, meditating. Not wanting to disturb her, he quietly settled beside her. Jiang Mian. Zhu Zhuqing slowly opened her eyes, tears brimming, her brows slightly furrowing as if burdened by countless grievances she could not voice. I'm here, Jiang Mian softly embraced Zhu Zhuqing, holding her close, and she nestled against him, finding solace in his presence. I don't want to lose. You won't, he reassured, gently patting her back. As long as I am here, you will never lose. Jiang Mian, will you always stay by my side? Zhu Zhuqing suddenly clutched Jiang Mian, her voice trembling as she asked, you won't abandon me, will you? Years of royal life had left her with a profound lack of security and trust. Now, both feelings were provided by Jiang Mian, fearful of losing him, especially after encountering Dai Mubai today, which unearthed old memories. Her anxiety intensified. I will not, Jiang Mian stated firmly, his voice low but resolute. I will never leave you. Hearing his response, Zhu Zhuqing gradually lay her head in his lap, her voice dwindling until she drifted into a peaceful slumber. It had been years since she had experienced such restful sleep. From birth, she had been burdened with the expectation of surpassing her sister, enduring years of intense pressure that no one could withstand, especially a mere 12-year-old girl. Jiang Mian allowed Zhu Zhuqing to rest her head on his leg, lovingly stroking her silky hair. Even though the appearance of the spirit beast resembled his beloved Bai Yueguang, and Huoli Na was undoubtedly more enchanting, Jiang Mian understood his heart. Zhu Zhuqing held an irreplaceable place within it. As dawn broke, Zhu Zhuqing's small mouth slightly opened, and she realized she had slept soundly, enough to drool. Jiang Mian had remained still throughout the night, fearing any movement would awaken her. Zhu Zhuqing slowly stirred, feeling a chill on her face. Looking down, she saw that Jiang Mian's clothes were soaked. Her face instantly flushed crimson as she quickly wiped the drool from her mouth, apologizing to Jiang Mian with a guilty expression. It's nothing, Jiang Mian was just about to rise, but tripped and fell to his knees right in front of Zhu Zhuqing. Jiang Mian, Xiaoyu entered, observing the scene with a knowing expression. He chuckled and promptly closed the door again. I apologize for the interruption. Please continue. Come back. What is it? The Pope has instructed us to meet her in the Sunset Forest. She intends to hunt soul beasts there. Chapter 14. Hunting the 10,000-year soul beast. Further exploration of the northernmost lands. Was that deliberately said for my benefit? Jiang Mian speculated. Bibi Dong was cunning. Such actions would not be communicated so openly to a few young individuals. This was likely due to the presence of top-tier soul beasts accompanying Jiang Mian. Let us hurry. Huoli Na appeared beside Xiaoyu, smiling. She mentioned those two soul beasts have just arrived in the Sunset Forest and are still unstable. The soul beasts Bibi Dong aimed to hunt must be of the 100,000-year level. Jiang Mian spoke candidly. I know who those two soul beasts are, the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. These two had long vanished due to the awakening of the 10 great beasts, only to find themselves in the Sunset Forest. It seemed that during Bibi Dong's hunt for soul rings, Jiang Mian could also conveniently seize the ice and fire yin-yang eye. After reuniting with Zhu Zhuqing and the others, Jiang Mian first asked Qi Wang and Xiong Jun, what you two think? I don't know. Both Qi Wang and Xiong Jun shook their heads in unison. Although those two soul beasts are on a different path, they're still our kin. I can assure you that once they become soul rings, before ascending to the divine realm, I can restore them, Jiang Mian declared. After all, that pope will also have the opportunity to become a deity. Jiang Mian, you are the future of the soul beasts, so whatever choice you make, we will support you. Qi Wang stated first. Of course, if you mean harm to the soul beasts, Tian will deal with you. That's too harsh, Jiang Mian shook his head, sincerely explaining, the soul beasts are the source of my strength. Why would I dig my own grave? That is excellent, Xiongju nodded. According to your thoughts, becoming that woman's soul ring may not be a bad fate for those two. Exactly. Are they supposed to wait for the chance to become Tang San's soul rings? Why should they? Although Bibi Dong was undergoing the examination for the Rakshasa god, it didn't mean it couldn't end. Once she held dominion over the divine realm, what could she not accomplish? Shall we set off now? Yin inquired. What about the two individuals captured yesterday? Jiang Mian recalled Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, immediately asking, You didn't go easy on them, did you? Rest assured. Huoli Na licked her lips, a seductive smile gracing her face. I eliminated their tools for crime. They can only fantasize from now on. The men present collectively gasped, realizing Huoli Na had asked Xie and Yin to leave so she could enjoy dealing with the two herself. They never anticipated her methods would be so ruthless. Nana, isn't that a bit excessive? Xie said, somewhat empathetic. They came to kill us. Huoli Na pinched Xie, angrily retorting, Brother, what is wrong with you? Being merciful to the enemy? Nana is right, Jiang Mian praised, his tone earnest. The way she handled it resonates with me. Thank you for the compliment. Huoli Na's eyes sparkled with delight at Jiang Mian's praise, her cheeks flushing with bashfulness. Jiang Mian, I will soon break through to level 40. Zhu Zhuqing quietly remarked from his side, It is time to search for your fourth soul ring in the Sunset Forest. Jiang Mian smiled faintly and said, Friends, let us prepare to set out. The sacred beast slightly twitched its ears, as if it wished to speak, yet ultimately remained silent. The group galloped forth, swiftly arriving at the Soto Great Soul Arena before making their way to the Sunset Forest to rendezvous with Bibi Dong. At this moment, besides the Zhuge Daw behind Bibi Dong, there stood the stoutly built Ling Yuan Daw with her short hair, as well as the robust Mo Xiong Daw. It was evident that Qin Douluo had covertly instructed Bibi Dong, otherwise with her current influence. She would not dare to hunt the Titan Great Ape and the heavenly blue bull python. Jiang Mian speculated in silence about the nature of their dealings, suspecting they were undoubtedly related to Qian Renxue. With Bibi Dong included, there were 5 titled Douluos in total, such a formidable assembly. Moreover, Zhu Daw possessed the spirit fusion skill, the dual polar stillness domain. The 3 elite soul beasts, Xiong Qi Wang, and the sacred beast, were not keen on witnessing this massacre, so Jiang Mian confined them within a spirit ball, intending to release them once the ordeal concluded. After all, witnessing their kind being hunted by humans would surely weigh heavily on their hearts, despite their silence. Is everyone here? Bibi Dong inquired, her stern and icy countenance softening slightly as she observed the approaching golden generation. She instructed, when the time comes to engage, you little ones should keep your distance. The primary purpose of summoning you here is to allow you to witness a true battle of life and death. Bibi Dong further added, This will also help you recognize the stage of your own strength. Understood, the group replied in unison. Bibi Dong scanned the surroundings, but did not see the 3 powerful soul beasts. She caught Jiang Mian's gaze, and they shared a silent understanding. Bibi Dong refrained from commenting. After all, it was fortuitous that those powerful beings were absent, as they were about to clash with their own kind. If they were displeased, it would pose a challenge to aid the 2 soul beasts, as the meager number of individuals she brought would be insufficient to contend with them. The group cautiously ventured deeper into the Sunset Forest, where Jiang Mian sensed an increasing intensity of both ice and fire. Could it be that the Titan Great Ape and the heavenly blue bull python had seized control of the ice and fire duality eye? Such a discovery would require minimal effort, aiding Bibi Dong in obtaining a spirit, while simultaneously allowing them to gather all the herbs within the ice and fire duality eye. Regardless of their age, they could simply be transported back for Biji and the king of 10,000 beasts to cultivate. Huoli Na approached Jiang Mian. gently touching his hand without uttering a word. Jiang Mian glanced at the bashful little fox and smiled slightly, responding by stroking her small hand. Hulaina felt as if she had been electrified, hastily retracting her hand and displaying a conflicted expression. Sister Nana is 17 this year, isn't she? Jiang Mian remarked with a smile. Women bloom at 18. Sister Nana, you are truly a beauty of the realm. How rude. Hulaina playfully covered her mouth and whispered. So, who do you think is prettier, me or Zhu Zhuqing? Zhu Zhuqing is only 12 this year. It's not a fair comparison. Jiang Mian leaned closer to Hulaina, whispering in her ear, Sister Nana isn't jealous, is she? Not at all. Hulaina suddenly felt her cheeks flush, realizing how close Jiang Mian was, even hearing his breath. She covered her face and took small steps away to regain her composure. Sister Nana likes you, Xiaoyu chimed in, having approached Jiang Mian unawares. He teased, I actually hope you could become my brother-in-law. Oh, come now, don't be so formal. Jiang Mian laughed heartily. What age are you to be discussing marriage? Xiaoyu playfully shoved Jiang Mian, chuckling, I was just joking. Why take it seriously? A gentleman's word is his bond. Since you've spoken, I shall treat Sister Nana well, Jiang Mian replied, his expression one of understanding, evoking both laughter and exasperation. Little Mian, my brother, Yin suddenly approached, draping an arm over Jiang Mian's shoulders. You already have Zhu Zhuqing. Why not let Sister Nana be with me? Sister Nana is not a toy. How can you say that? Jiang Mian retorted indignantly. Who she chooses is her decision. We cannot interfere. That makes sense. Xiaoyu agreed wholeheartedly, being a doting brother. Although Yin was quite talented, Xiaoyu still held Jiang Mian in high esteem as a potential brother-in-law. After all, Jiang Mian's profound background would ensure that Nana would not suffer any losses in following him. Bibi Dong raised her hand, signaling Jiang Mian and the others to quickly withdraw. For they had located the two soul beasts, the Titan Great Ape and the heavenly blue bull python. Jiang Mian sensed the energy emanating from within and said, we should distance ourselves. If those beasts retaliate, it would be unfavorable for us. Agreed. The group wasted no time, retreating to find a suitable vantage point to quietly await the unfolding drama. At Bibi Dong's command, she first unleashed her martial soul, the Death Spider Queen, revealing her soul ring configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. The Death Spider Queen was the apex of the Magic Spider Martial Soul series. And with such a terrifying configuration, it was unfortunate that she could not exhibit her true strength during the Rakshasa God assessment. Otherwise, there would have been no need to bring so many people for these 2 soul beasts. In the original narrative, Bibi Dong participated in the Rakshasa God assessment for a full 20 years. Even if Jiang Mian wished for her to abandon the assessment, it would not be an easy task. In truth, the Rakshasa God was not devoid of merit. He governed the malevolent thoughts in the world, easily leading individuals toward darkness. Jiang Mian's path to divinity involved merging the Silver Dragon King and the Golden Dragon King once more, successfully inheriting the Dragon God's position and leading the soul beasts to ascend. However, the most troublesome and obstructive figure in this journey would undoubtedly be the Shura God, who had once severed the Dragon God into the Golden and Silver Dragon Kings with a single strike, to prevent the tragedies of the divine realm from reoccurring. He would surely seek to thwart Jiang Mian. Roar! The battle commenced. Jiang Mian heard the commotion and felt a smile tugging at his lips. Behold, this will undoubtedly be a cataclysmic struggle of beasts. The Titan Great Ape and the heavenly blue bull python unleashed their domains with reckless abandon, their soul power seemingly inexhaustible. Even with Bibi Dong accompanied by 4 titled Douluos, they had to temporarily retreat. Yet, even the mightiest beasts would eventually tire, should they reveal any signs of exhaustion. Death would await them. Brother, there's no escaping this. Let us strike. The Titan Great Ape pounded its chest in fury, recalling the title Douluo it had encountered some time ago while attempting to seize the ice and fire duality alongside the heavenly blue bull python. It had seemed like a weak and pitiful title Douluo, and had it not been for their mercy in sparing its life, it would never have escaped from their clutches. Little did it know that a moment of compassion would lead to its own demise. Indeed, the title Douluo from its recollection was Zhu Douluo Yueguan. Yueguan and the original owner of the ice and fire duality, Douluo, were sworn enemies. After Yueguan defeated Douluo, the 2 soul beasts, The heavenly blue bull python and the titan great ape had appeared and driven him away, eager to claim the excellent training ground for themselves. Initially, Yu Guan was unaware of the extraordinary treasure trove that was Douluo's lair. He had been observing Douluo's movements for quite some time, ever since Bibi Dong informed him that there was no longer a need to teach the Jin generation. This led to an inevitable confrontation between the two at the Eye of Ice and Fire. It must be noted that Zhu Zhuqing, despite his enmity with Douluo, possessed a certain pride and a code of conduct befitting a titled Douluo. He stubbornly insisted on facing Douluo alone, despite the immense animosity that existed between them. Had Yu Guan chosen to call upon the ghostly charm, they could have easily vanquished Douluo together. After being ambushed by the two soul beasts, Yu Guan was compelled to retreat to the spirit hall, where he recounted the events to Bibi Dong. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Bibi Dong wasted no time and led her companions back to hunt the two soul beasts. The commotion at the Eye of Ice and Fire began to subside. Likely as the two beasts contemplated fleeing, Jiang Mian felt relieved that they had the sense to escape rather than engage in a desperate fight to the death, which would have irreparably damaged the precious resources of the Eye of Ice and Fire. "Shall we pursue?" Xiaoyu inquired. "Let's take a look," Jiang Mian replied, already dashing ahead. Zhu Zhuqing and Hulaina followed closely behind, while Xiaoyu and Yin exchanged glances before joining them. With a swift leap, Yu Guan unleashed his fifth soul skill, Gathering of Cold Blossoms. As he soared into the air, petals coalesced around him, forming a massive, icy blade. He deftly directed this formidable weapon towards the Titan giant ape. However, the Titan giant ape countered with a powerful punch, shattering the blade and sending Yu Guan flying. "Arg!" he cried out, hurtling through the air before landing in front of Jiang Mian and the others. "Teacher!" Xiaoyu and Yin rushed to help the disheveled Zhu Zhuqing, stifling their laughter as they concernedly asked, "Are you all right?" "I'll survive," Yu Guan replied, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he frowned, declaring, "Today, those two beasts shall pay dearly, old ghost. Here I come." Ghostly Charm, true to her name, appeared before Yu Guan in a flash, grasping him as they propelled themselves towards the soul beasts. Static Domain. The two titled Douluos unleashed their soul rings, creating a formidable field of stillness. Within this domain, their enemies would be rendered completely immobile unless they could muster the strength to break free. However, both Yu Guan and Ghostly Charm were unable to move, necessitating the cooperation of their allies for an effective offensive. Bibi Dong and the remaining titled Douluos quickly activated their soul skills, aiming to severely wound the beasts, if not eliminate them outright. The heavenly blue bull python and titan giant ape struggled fiercely against the confines of the static domain. Zhu Zhuqing's brow furrowed, indicating that subduing the two beasts was no simple task. Yet, if it were the Bear King, he could likely shatter their static domain with a mere swipe. "Watch closely. Bibi Dong has already planted a deadly poison in those beasts," Jiang Mian remarked, taking Zhu Zhuqing's hand and retreating. As expected, the Titan giant ape and heavenly blue bull python unleashed their full power in a desperate bid to break free, shattering the static domain. Both Zhu Zhuqing and Ghostly Charm were grievously injured, tumbling in opposite directions. Jiang Mian and Zhu Zhuqing managed to catch Yu Guan, while Xiaoyu and Yin hurried to aid Ghostly Charm. With a heavy thud, Ghostly Charm crashed to the ground, leaving Xiaoyu and Yin momentarily at a loss. "Fools! What were you thinking?" she exclaimed, spitting out dirt as she slowly rose, pointing an accusatory finger at them. "Why did you delay Lord Douluo's descent?" Jiang Mian and Zhu Zhuqing approached, helping Yu Guan to his feet. Jiang Mian teased, "Shouldn't you apologize to Lord Ghostly Charm?" "You." Ghostly Charm trembled with rage, struggling to find words. She hesitated, aware that Jiang Mian had powerful backing and was reluctant to offend him. "Enough, old ghost," Yu Guan chuckled gently, patting Jiang Mian and Zhu Zhuqing's hands, signaling that they need not assist him further. "What are you bullying these children for?" "Zhu Guan, have you become a good Samaritan?" Ghostly Charm jabbed Yu Guan's forehead playfully, her irritation easing into amusement. "Invite me for drinks and a feast when we return. Rest assured, once His Holiness the Pope concludes her business, we shall have our rewards," Yu Guan replied with a faint smile. "It will be over soon," Jiang Mian said, glancing toward Bibi Dong. "You two should rest here for a moment. The cornered beasts are likely to retaliate fiercely if we approach now." "Indeed, the little one speaks wisely." Ghostly Charm nodded, addressing Xiaoyu and Yan. Did you see that? Always consider others. Yes, they replied, somewhat dejectedly. With a piercing cry, Jiang Mian sensed that the outcome of the battle, which had never been in doubt, was nearing its conclusion. Bibi Dong stood atop the Titan giant ape, mercilessly piercing its heart with her spider spear, injecting potent venom that swiftly claimed the beast's life. The heavenly blue bull python, already battered and bruised, roared defiantly, unleashing a final desperate burst of energy. The demon bear easily intercepted this attack, and under the influence of the toxin, the heavenly blue bull python gradually succumbed to its fate. 2 crimson soul rings emerged, and Bibi Dong's eyes gleamed with insatiable desire as she settled into a meditative posture to absorb the precious 10,000-year soul rings. The prospect of such a significant enhancement was beyond her wildest dreams. As Jiang Mian and his companions approached the scene, he observed the 2 10,000-year soul beasts with an indescribable feeling. It wasn't pity, rather, it was a sense of regret. Had Zhu Zhuqing's level been sufficient, he would have wished for her to absorb these soul beasts. Nevertheless, even without them, he had already devised plans for Zhu Zhuqing's future soul rings. After all, Jiang Mian could not capture every formidable beast. The 9th-ranked Hellish Dragon King, Biji, could potentially become Zhu Zhuqing's soul ring in the future, offering a splendid destiny once she ascended to godhood. Can I grow to my teacher's level? Hulayin mused, gazing at Bibi Dong as she absorbed the 2 10,000-year soul rings. My teacher represents an insurmountable height. Not by much, Jiang Mian chuckled, patting his chest. Sister Nana, one day you will surely reach the level of the Pope. With me, Jiang Mian, supporting you, your accomplishments will know no bounds. Once I return, you must devote yourself to rigorous training. Hulaina silently resolved to do so. Jiang Mian glanced at Bibi Dong, glistening with perspiration, feeling a surge of restlessness. It was no wonder that Qin Xuanji sought to monopolize her. She was undeniably enchanting. He pondered how the worthless Yu Xiaojing had managed to win Bibi Dong's affection. Given the opportunity, he would certainly guide her properly. Regrettably, Jiang Mian was only 12 years old and could do nothing but lay the groundwork for the future, awaiting the day he could take decisive action. With a deep breath, Bibi Dong exhaled, feeling invigorated after absorbing the 2 10,000-year soul rings. If it weren't for the foundation provided by the Rakshasa goddess assessment, she would never have dared to undertake such a feat upon awakening. Bibi Dong's first sight was Jiang Mian, who wore a slight smile as he addressed her calmly. Pope, may we converse? Intrigued, Bibi Dong, who had always perceived Jiang Mian as audacious due to his formidable power, beckoned him to proceed. Jiang Mian confidently strolled towards the Eye of Ice and Fire, prompting Bibi Dong to signal her followers to remain calm as she followed him. They arrived at their destination in the blink of an eye. Jiang Mian initiated the dialogue. Bibi Dong, do you know who I am? Aren't you Jiang Mian? She replied, her demeanor unchanged. Jiang Mian, are you merely being cryptic? Not at all. He shook his head with a serene expression. I merely wish to steer you away from the precipice. What do you mean? She inquired. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your participation in the assessment of the Rakshasa god? The gravity of his words astonished Bibi Dong. How do you know? Emerging fury sparkled in her eyes. Yet Jiang Mian held tightly onto the pockballs of Xiong and Qiwan. Because I am the embodiment of the dragon god. The dragon god? Bibi Dong's skepticism was palpable. Indeed, he affirmed earnestly, the dragon god is the master of soul beasts, the supreme deity in the divine realm. Such tales of the divine realm may be unknown to you, which is understandable. What leads you to this conclusion? She responded coolly. Why do you think so many formidable soul beasts obey me? Jiang Mian chuckled softly. I am aware of your grand ambitions, but to realize your dominion, you must first cleanse the filth of desire from your heart. What do you imply? Bibi Dong's anger flared momentarily, as if Jiang Mian had struck a nerve. That loathsome hypocrite, Yu Xiaojing, Jiang Mian uttered, the name leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. Why you still cling to him? You shall not speak of him. Bibi Dong retorted angrily. He masquerades with the knowledge of the spirit hall, as if it were his own. Jiang Mian persisted. He fancies himself learned. Yet he is not, but a scoundrel who steals the fruits of others' labor. If I were Qin Xuanji, I would act similarly, though perhaps with less extremity. How can you know? Bibi Dong's spirits plummeted. As a woman herself, she felt her deepest scars laid bare, a wound that no one could escape unscathed. Yu Xiaojing is a repugnant worm, Jiang Mian proclaimed, his expression one of disgust. If you possess only this level of ambition, I foresee little success for you. Tears streamed down Bibi Dong's beautiful cheeks, leaving trails on her flawless skin. How do you know so much? Because I am the dragon god, Jiang Mian declared dramatically, extending his arms as if to embrace the universe. Nothing escapes my gaze. What must I do? Bibi Dong collapsed to the ground, clutching Jiang Mian's sleeve, lamenting, I cannot let him go. I am incapable of doing so. If you were to slay Yu Xiaojing yourself, the matter would resolve perfectly, Jiang Mian suggested with a chuckle, gripping her hand gently. I, the dragon god, speak no falsehoods. If you desire success, you must submit at my feet. Bibi Dong's pupils trembled. Her gaze towards Jiang Mian now tinged with fear. How could he, so young, possess such knowledge, commanding the strongest of soul beasts? Could he truly be the dragon god he claimed to be? Dragon god. Bibi Dong's eyes glinted with resolve as she professed. I am willing to submit at your feet and serve as your servant. No. Jiang Mian's heart raced with alarm. How could Bibi Dong possibly yield to him? She was a decisive and ruthless empress. In an instant, he comprehended her strategy. She sought to consolidate her power for greater ambitions. Regardless of Jiang Mian's true identity, his ability to command the mightiest of soul beasts was undeniable, and in their secluded locale, her feigned submission held little consequence. It was a wise trade to lower her stance for a powerful ally. Jiang Mian recognized her intent and, maintaining decorum, helped her to her feet with a smile. Outside, you remain His Holiness the Pope. This statement reassured Bibi Dong, implying that their private conversation would remain confidential. Yet, Jiang Mian's words held a deeper meaning. In public, she was the Pope. In solitude, she was merely his servant. Both harbored ulterior motives, each adept at playing their cards close to the vest. Next time you encounter Yu Xiaojing, you must kill him with your own hands. Jiang Mian's tone turned icy. If you cannot bear to do it, I shall take care of him myself. Understood, Bibi Dong replied, her gaze fixed on Jiang Mian, sensing his sincerity. She had not yet attained the Rakshasa god position. Should Jiang Mian truly wish her harm, she would likely suffer greatly. The Soul Master competition isn't until 2 years hence, correct? Jiang Mian remarked. At that time, 100,000-year soul beast will participate. If you're interested, you may claim it, but only with my consent can you absorb its spirit ring. Will the dragon god protect it? Bibi Dong inquired. No, I intend to torment it thoroughly. Jiang Mian's expression darkened. Remember, I am no benevolent figure. If you dare defy my command, I shall ensure your suffering is profound. Yes, Bibi Dong nodded, pledging her loyalty. Jiang Mian understood that Bibi Dong was merely biding her time. True submission was far from her intentions. Let us depart. Ensure someone guards the Eye of Ice and Fire. Jiang Mian instructed. I will summon a caretaker. The value of these herbs is immeasurable and greatly aids in elevating soul master levels. Understood, Bibi Dong rose, resuming her posture as the formidable pope. Jiang Mian smiled subtly, contemplating the future when Emperor Tian would dispatch the king of myriad beasts to safeguard the Eye of Ice and Fire, thus rapidly enhancing his own powers. As they exited, the crowd awaited them, unaware of the private exchanges that had transpired. Zhu Zhuqing, you shall guard the Eye of Ice and Fire. No one is permitted entry. Bibi Dong commanded. Violators shall face death. Understood, Yuguan replied respectfully. Zhu Zhuqing, you are close to breaking through to the Soul Sovereign, are you not? Jiang Mian approached Zhu Zhuqing directly, stating, His Holiness the Pope has indicated that you may express any needs directly to her. She will do her utmost to assist you. This declaration caused Bibi Dong's eyelids to twitch. He truly dared to command her. Jiang Mian remained unfazed, indifferent to whether Bibi Dong's submission was genuine or feigned, as long as she was capable of action. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Jiang Mian's ear. Come to the extreme north. He scanned the surroundings but found no trace of its source. After that, silence enveloped him. Was something amiss with the Snow Empress? A sense of unease gripped Jiang Mian. With her nearly 700,000-year cultivation, what peril could she possibly face? Jiang Mian could hardly fathom it, yet for the sake of safety, he resolved to venture to the far north. Your Holiness, I must journey to the far north. You may rest assured, I will leave those two formidable beings behind. Jiang Mian released Xiong Jun and Qi Wang, instructing, You shall accompany the Pope without worry. I will return shortly. Are you going alone? Qi Wang interjected. No. I cannot permit that. You must not face any peril. Jiang Mian reassured them. Do not fret. I have the snow beast accompanying me, and no harm shall come to me. Xiangjun and Qi Wang exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. What are you afraid of? There is someone waiting for me in the far north, Jiang Mian lamented, ultimately bringing out the Snow Empress, which led Xiangjun and Qi Wang to consent to Jiang Mian's plan. Zhu Zhuqing, focus on your training with Xieyu and the others. Jiang Mian deliberated for some time before deciding not to take Zhu Zhuqing along. After all, this summons from the Snow Empress might bring both fortune and peril, and he could not risk Zhu Zhuqing's safety. Return safely. Zhu Zhuqing said nothing, perhaps maintaining her icy demeanor before others. Jiang Mian pinched Zhu Zhuqing's cheek, smiling. I will definitely return. By then, I wish to see you as the Soul King. Everyone, please take good care of Zhu Zhuqing. I entrust her to you. Jiang Mian requested. Chapter 15 Xiaomeng. Are you managing well? In a remote town at the edge of the far north, Jiang Mian and the Snow Beast rested at a noodle stand. The moon hung high in the sky, while surrounding shops had long since closed, leaving only this noodle stall open for business. The proprietor was a kindly old man, appearing quite aged, and his martial soul was rather intriguing. Flour. Food-type martial souls were exceedingly rare, yet this elderly man had stagnated at level 34, likely due to a lack of guidance in his youth. Delicious, the Snow Beast nodded, smiling. No wonder Tian said I am fortunate to meet Jiang Mian. Ha. Jiang Mian gently stroked the Snow Beast's azure hair, saying, after delivering the message. The Snow Empress fell silent. However, as we draw closer to the far north, my connection with her becomes increasingly clear. The Snow Empress is not in danger, and her cultivation is steadily advancing. We shall make minor adjustments and depart tomorrow morning. In truth, Jiang Mian had sensed the Snow Empress was safe even before departing from the Sunset Forest. After all, if she could not resolve a problem after 70,000 years of cultivation, what could he possibly do? Moreover, given the Snow Empress's character, she would not allow Jiang Mian to face death needlessly. Thus, he felt assured in leaving Xiangjun and Qi Wang at the Spear Hall, taking only the Snow Beast with him to seek out the Snow Empress in the far north. The Snow Beast, in her guise as Nanmeng, was heartily devouring noodles while Jiang Mian rested his chin on his hand, quietly observing her. So beautiful, he thought. After all, who among the young does not have their own ethereal dream? Yet, having such a vision beside him made Jiang Mian feel her sanctity, rendering any impure thoughts utterly impossible. Young master, could you spare me a bowl of noodles? From a corner of the alley, a girl in tattered linen clothing timidly peeked out. She was exceedingly thin, with sunken cheeks, yet strikingly beautiful, exuding an air of fragile coldness that tugged at one's heartstrings. This girl was so frail that a gust of wind could easily topple her. Clutching her stomach, she slowly approached Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian locked eyes with her, noting the brightness in her eyes, shimmering with tears like the myriad stars in the night sky, both pitiful and lovely. Boss, serve her a bowl of noodles, Jiang Mian gestured, inviting the girl to sit. The elderly man quickly prepared a bowl of noodles, and upon recognizing the girl, he sighed, expertly handing the dish to her. The girl devoured the noodles ravenously, discreetly wiping away her tears, seemingly unsatisfied, yet afraid to ask for more. Serve her another bowl, Jiang Mian said softly. Young master, if you give me 2 bowls of noodles, I will repay you. I can keep you company for a couple of nights. The girl bit her lip and proposed. Are you very hungry? The Snow Beast inquired curiously. Will hunger truly compel one to offer so much? Yes, I have not eaten for 3 days. The girl's words were heart-wrenching. Jiang Mian remained silent as she swiftly finished the second bowl. Standing up, her voice trembled. Young master, please come with me. Jiang Mian shook his head, but the noodle stall owner interjected. Young master, do not go. She is ill. At this, the girl burst into tears, hurriedly turning away to hide her face in anguish. Jiang Mian's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the elderly man, who, unable to bear it, slowly explained. She lost her parents when she was 6. To survive, she had no choice but to come to the far north. Has no one taken her in? Jiang Mian felt a wave of sadness wash over him. A 6-year-old child, how much food could she possibly consume? Young master, you hail from a prosperous land. The elderly man said with a bitter smile, yet this is the edge of the far north. Chaos abounds, and everyone is merely scraping by. Jiang Mian shook his head. Perhaps the snow beast, Nan Meng, was still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. She blinked innocently, saying, "If she's ill, she should seek treatment, sister." Jiang Mian patted the beast's shoulder, signaling her to be silent. The outskirts of the far north have historically been neglected. The inhabitants can largely be termed as forsaken people. They are driven by survival to this desolate place, where they must contend with bandits, evil spirit masters, and soul beasts. Those who manage to survive endure great hardship. "Miss, take this money to seek medical help." Jiang Mian retrieved a handful of gold soul coins from his storage soul guide, his expression complex as he murmured, "This should suffice for you to engage in some trade and sustain yourself. Do not linger here. Young master, a weak girl like her will be abducted if she goes to the city," the elderly man warned. "In this world, the lives of ordinary people are cheap." "Young master, why do you do this?" The girl cradled the gold soul coins in her palms, her voice trembling. "Even if the world owes you something." "May I ask your name?" she inquired, shaking with gratitude. "The compassionate among us are nameless," Jiang Mian replied, recalling this phrase spontaneously. "Our meeting is serendipitous. Do not engage in such actions in the future." "Yes," the girl nodded earnestly, tears dripping onto the table. "Xiao Meng," Jiang Mian gazed at Nan Meng, opening his mouth, yet finding no words. The snow beast had been sheltered in the Stardow forest since childhood, unaware of the hardships faced by the common folk. Otherwise, she would not have spoken so thoughtlessly. In truth, it was not just the snow beast. Jiang Mian, too, had been oblivious. As spirit masters, they stood high above, rarely aware of the suffering of the people. Ding, ding, ding. A sudden clamor of bells rang out, prompting both the elderly man and Jiang Mian to look toward the village entrance in unison. "What is that sound?" Jiang Mian asked. "Could it be an attack by bandits?" "No, that alarm. It's from evil spirit masters." The old man's face turned pale as he swiftly released his soul rings, one white and two yellow, preparing for battle. Evil spirit masters have various definitions, yet they share a common trait. They thrive on slaughter, devouring and absorbing to enhance their soul power, akin to malevolent soul beasts. Jiang Mian glanced at Nan Meng. With him present, how much chaos could these evil spirit masters truly incite? "Run!" The people from every household rushed out in a frenzy, scattering in all directions. Yet, there were also several soul masters who unleashed their martial spirits to confront the enemy. Their ranks were not high, with the strongest among them being merely a soul venerable. These individuals risked their lives to protect others and facilitate their escape. For as long as they did not suffer complete annihilation, new soul masters could continuously emerge. An elderly food-type soul master was urged not to charge ahead and become a target. Suddenly, Jiang Mian appeared beside the elderly man with a flower martial spirit, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Leave this to us," he said with a smile. In disbelief, the elder asked, "Can soul rings really change color?" Jiang Mian replied, "You can take a look later," and without further ado, he dashed towards the battlefield. Nan Meng, her cheeks bulging with food she had somehow procured, shouted indistinctly, "Jiang Mian, go for it. Soak them." To which Jiang Mian, amused, retorted, "Is that your way of cheering me on?" As Nan Meng pulled the stall owner and a girl into the crowd, she exclaimed, "I'm off first, don't get wet." Indeed, Jiang Mian realized that laughter often arises in moments of silence, with the auspicious beast accompanying him to the far north. He pondered how the once proud and aloof creature had become so adorably endearing over time. At the entrance, the leader of the evil soul masters spotted Jiang Mian and grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth. "What a handsome lad. Just right for me to have some fun." He cackled. Jiang Mian frowned, regretting his good looks as he provocatively challenged, "If you're brave enough, I'm all yours today." "Ha ha, I like it." The vile soul master sneered, his features twisting grotesquely. "I'll have my way with you before I kill you, and then savor your flesh." Disgusted, Jiang Mian retched, muttering to himself, "When it comes to perversion, this lot takes the cake." "Come." The leader of the evil soul masters shrieked, slowly releasing his soul rings, 3 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, revealing himself to be a soul emperor. Evil soul masters generally advance faster than ordinary soul masters due to their unscrupulous methods. Yet few reach the title Douluo rank, with most stopping at the soul sage level. This particular evil soul master, having long ruled this desolate region unchallenged, was a clear anomaly. After all, who would venture to this forsaken place just for a minor evil soul master? Those seeking soul rings in the far north often adopted ALS is more approach, turning a blind eye to these scoundrels. Moreover, these evil soul masters were not fools. They sensed the levels of other soul masters and would hide when faced with stronger opponents, re-emerging only when it was safe. Thus, the saying goes, it is not the number of wicked men that is to be feared, but their cunning. Over time, the chaos here became unparalleled, rivaled only by the City of Slaughter, a true hell on earth. Third soul skill, Devour. The evil soul master cackled, sliding his hands across his face as dark phantoms surged toward Jiang Mian, intent on consuming him. However, Jiang Mian possessed the ultimate light attribute within him, rendering him impervious to evil spirits. Without the need to invoke any soul skills, the phantoms disintegrated upon contact with him. Holy light, the evil soul master howled, covering his eyes. How detestable! I will devour you. With a subtle smile, Jiang Mian summoned the flames of his innate fire, declaring that such scum would be judged by the hellfire. A massive ring of fire encircled the area, trapping nearly all the evil soul masters within. Those soul masters, prepared to sacrifice themselves, exchanged glances, unsure whether to assist or flee. Brothers, let us not trouble this esteemed soul master further. We must run, shouted the stall owner, prompting a hasty retreat from the crowd. Jiang Mian looked back to find himself alone, his lips quivering as he pointed at the evil soul master, exclaiming, "You are surrounded." The soul emperor barked orders at his subordinates, yet he himself began to retreat. The hellfire, infused with ultimate light properties, rendered the evil soul masters powerless, akin to mice facing a cat. You worthless fools! As the flames continued to shrink, the evil soul masters writhed in agony, their faces contorted in pain. The soul emperor, sensing the dire situation, convulsed, his eyes rolling back. Shadows descended upon the other evil soul masters, quickly tearing them apart, while the soul emperor began to exhibit a twisted expression of pleasure. Marvelous, he murmured, trembling with delight as his body succumbed to the gruesome feast, blood gushing from the severed necks of his subordinates. Sixth soul skill, Blood Demise. With a sickening pop, the soul emperor's body ruptured, crimson threads emerging like wriggling maggots. Jiang Mian, feeling a wave of nausea, unleashed a tearing claw, severing the grotesque threads. However, this only accelerated their growth, multiplying endlessly. Some of the threads began to breach the hellfire's barrier, surging towards Jiang Mian. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly retreated, but the threads pursued with alarming speed, some even sprouting wings to chase him down. Meanwhile, the state of the evil soul master deteriorated further. He collapsed, pale and trembling, employing a method that harmed both enemy and self, a tactic only they would resort to. Imperial Cold Sky, Dance of Snowlight. Jiang Mian invoked his trump card, a domain skill acquired after subjugating the Snow Emperor. While the full effect could freeze a vast expanse, Jiang Mian could manage only 100 meters. Yet it sufficed against this soul emperor. In an instant, a 100-meter radius around Jiang Mian transformed into a blinding white expanse, catching the blood threads off guard, which promptly turned to ice. Even the fallen soul emperor met the same fate, swiftly eliminated in one fell swoop. Is this skill from the sovereign of the extreme north merely a jest? Jiang Mian dusted himself off, preparing to seek his auspicious beast when a chilling cry echoed behind him. "Master, save me." "Master? What is this?" Jiang Mian gazed at the blood-red pillar of light soaring into the sky and could not help but scoff. "If you can't win, just call for help. You are no different from that Tang fellow. Both deserve to perish. Who dares harm my servant?" Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, and a man clad in black, with a pair of bat wings sprouting from his back, emerged slowly from the light. His face was adorned with bizarre runes, making him appear exceedingly sinister. This presence, could it be a titled Douluo? Jiang Mian murmured. "Fan Tingzu, not much to look at, yet has some style." Underneath him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings appeared, casting an ominous shadow over the sky. "A soul, Douluo, and you wish to pose like this?" Jiang Mian pinched his nose and quickly retreated. The soul Douluo's gaze locked onto Jiang Mian, and with a whoosh, He shot towards Jiang Mian's back like an arrow released from its bow. Dream, don't just watch. Jiang Mian shouted, help. In truth, if a fight ensued, given Jiang Mian's innate restraint against evil soul masters, coupled with the attributes enhanced by these ferocious beast soul rings, he might very well defeat this evil soul Douluo. Yet, he had come with reinforcements. Why take such risks? Fighting is not my forte. Nanming's voice echoed from all directions. Jiang Mian, should I cheer you on? I'll pay for it. As Jiang Mian saw the evil soul Douluo's bloodied hand about to pierce his chest, he hurriedly exclaimed, if I die, who'll play with you? Here it comes. Instantly, the sky was enveloped in sacred light, illuminating the entire world, and the evil soul Douluo, like a rat in a sewer, scurried about with nowhere to hide. Descending from the heavens, the magnificent Emperor Divine Beast, resplendent with golden light, landed and crushed the evil soul Douluo beneath its paw, causing him to sizzle as if being roasted. The Emperor Divine Beast stood proud, reminiscent of a Qilin, its attributes of ultimate light and ultimate fire accentuating its sanctity. A mere evil soul master, how could he contend with the Emperor Divine Beast? Jiang Mian observed the evil soul Douluo struggle to unleash his martial soul, attempting to escape from beneath Nanming's foot. However, under the suppression of bloodline, such an endeavor was nothing short of a fool's dream. Why engage in such nefarious practices when you could have chosen a better path? Jiang Mian approached the evil soul Douluo, forcefully slapping his face. You possess strength yet resort to wicked deeds. Do you not know there is retribution? Please spare me. The evil soul Douluo pleaded, his earlier arrogance dissipating as he begged. I shall reform and never harm anyone again. Oh, Jiang Mian kicked him squarely in the face, rubbing it until it was bloodied and bruised. Xiaoming, finish him off. With a swift motion, Nanming reduced him to mere pulp. Xiaoming, transform back. Jiang Mian looked up at the Emperor Divine Beast, gently patting its paw, finding its fur delightfully soft. Don't frighten the people. Understood. Nanming nodded and darted into an alleyway. Jiang Mian understood full well that transforming would tear her clothes. Thus the Emperor Divine Beast must have ensured her garments were intact. Thank you, benefactor. Suddenly, townsfolk emerged from nowhere, led by an elderly man who shouted in unison, kneeling in gratitude for Jiang Mian's great kindness. Please, rise. Jiang Mian assisted the elder, reflecting on how, without his intervention, the evil soul masters might have slaughtered the entire town. From now on, we shall worship our benefactor for generations, the elder proclaimed, facing the scattered townsfolk. Can everyone agree? The townsfolk raised their arms in fervor. Oh, this is quite embarrassing. Jiang Mian scratched his head, realizing the townspeople were genuinely simple and pure-hearted. He thought it only appropriate to look after them in the future and, upon returning from the extreme north, would bring a powerful soul beast to guard them. Mian go. Nanming, now fully dressed, hopped over to Jiang Mian with a smile. So, what about a reward for me? A chestnut for you. Jiang Mian laughed, playfully tapping her head. You lack nothing, so this is all I can offer. How annoying. Nanming pouted, feigning indignation. Next time, I'll 1T save you. Then you should save me. Jiang Mian produced 2 millennium-level celestial herbs and handed them to her, smiling. Don't be upset, all right? Oof. Nanming swiftly snatched the herbs, pouting as she replied, we'll see. Since everyone wishes to worship me, Jiang Mian stroked the Emperor Divine Beast's head and suddenly spoke earnestly. May I have your attention for a moment? Please, benefactor, speak. I know you all live in hardship, and I will assist you in changing this. The extreme north is not conducive to development. If you are willing, upon my return, I will help you find a new place to settle and thrive. What do you think? Jiang Mian had devised a plan. He intended to bring these townsfolk to the Spirit Hall's territory, allowing Biji Dong to find them a place to reside, as they could prove invaluable. After all, there's an ancient saying, those who win the hearts of the people win the world. We are willing to follow our benefactor. The townsfolk knelt once more. Jiang Mian's life-saving grace and his promise of renewal elevating him to the status of a deity in their eyes. As dawn broke, Jiang Mian, having spent the night pondering, felt a surge of thoughts. Xiaoming, let's continue our journey. Jiang Mian took Nanming's hand, smiling as he asked, what are your thoughts? I will listen to you, go. Nanming, ever obedient, approached the elderly man and cheerfully said, Elder, your noodles are delicious. Will you make me 2 bowls when I return? If the young lady wishes to eat my noodles, it is my honor. The elder's rough hands grasped Nanmeng's, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Feeling honored and moved, Jiang Mian smiled gently as he led Nanmeng toward the extreme north. This time, their arrival differed from the last. Previously, they had come during the harshest cold, the vast expanse devoid of life. Now, the weather was milder, and many merchants and hunters had appeared. Upon reaching the extreme north, Jiang Mian felt a deeper connection to the Snow Emperor. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the bond he shared with the Snow Emperor. Realizing her presence felt both distant and near, a perplexing sensation. What should I do now? Jiang Mian sighed, uncertain of where to seek. Suddenly a clear, haughty female voice echoed from afar. Are you the one summoned by the Snow Emperor? Indeed, Jiang Mian clasped his hands together, surveying the empty snowy expanse. May I ask who you are? You may call me the Ice Emperor. As a snowstorm swirled around her, a stunning woman in a green gown appeared out of thin air, scrutinizing Jiang Mian and the Emperor Divine Beast beside him. Are you the nominal master of the Snow Emperor? Indeed, Jiang Mian nodded. Where is the Snow Emperor now? She was drawn into a spatial turbulence while investigating with me and was accidentally sucked in, the Ice Emperor explained candidly at that moment. The Snow Emperor pushed me away and instructed me to await your arrival. I see. Jiang Mian inquired with an unusual intensity. Are you not afraid I might harbor ill intentions towards the Snow Emperor? I trust those whom the Snow Emperor recognizes, she replied. The Ice Emperor pointed at the snowflake mark on Jiang Mian's forehead and said, since the Snow Empress is willing to leave behind a fragment of her original ice core, I can entrust my life to you. Is the Snow Empress in danger? Jiang Mian furrowed his brow and asked softly, I didn't bring many ferocious beasts this time. Should I call for more help? No need, the Ice Emperor shook her head, replying, this spatial turbulence is no trifling matter. The Snow Empress is temporarily safe, but we cannot ascertain the nature of this turbulence. It is best not to summon too many ferocious beasts for assistance. Very well, Jiang Mian agreed. Then please lead the way. Let us see where this spatial turbulence lies. If there is indeed danger, I will do everything in my power to protect you. The Ice Emperor replied calmly. This is my assurance to the Snow Empress. I hope that you can lead her towards heights that our soul beasts can only dream of achieving in a lifetime. Rest assured, not only will the Snow Empress reach that height, but all of you shall as well, Jiang Mian stated with unwavering conviction. When you truly achieve it, then we shall talk, the Ice Emperor remarked, evidently unconvinced by Jiang Mian's grand promises. When the time comes for me to face tribulations, just spare me a few less lightning strikes. Absolutely, absolutely. Jiang Mian laughed heartily, following the Ice Emperor along with the Auspicious Beast towards the turbulent space. Indeed, there were strong spatial fluctuations. Could it be the result of an ancient deity's fall? Standing atop a mountain, Jiang Mian gazed at the ever-twisting surroundings, astonished. But why has it only been discovered now? This area has only changed in the last few days. There were no alterations before. The Ice Emperor explained. The Snow Empress sensed something unusual and invited me to investigate. It turned out that an inexplicable force seemed to want to draw us in. Seeing that phenomenon, Jiang Mian felt a sense of trepidation. He turned to the Auspicious Beast and asked, Xiaoming, can you attempt to contact Emperor Tian? Emperor Tian has a connection with me. It should be possible. Nanmeng nodded, saying, I will try. Please do so promptly, Jiang Mian urged, frowning. His intention in summoning Emperor Tian was rooted in the latter's formidable strength and vast experience, which would likely offer insights into the spatial turbulence. Is this the Auspicious Beast of the Star Do Great Forest? The Ice Emperor looked at Nanmeng, who was seated cross-legged on the ground, calling for Emperor Tian. Her expression one of surprise. No wonder I felt my soul power increasing much quicker than before. The Auspicious Beast is closely linked to Emperor Tian. Let us wait for him to arrive before making further plans, Jiang Mian suggested. Emperor Tian, the Ice Emperor frowned. She held no grievances against Emperor Tian. After all, this beast deity posed no significant conflict with her own northern realm. However, if the malevolent sovereign of the Sun and Moon Forest were to confront Emperor Tian, it would surely result in a cataclysmic clash befitting their titles. Certainly, the Ice Emperor believed the Snow Empress would assist Emperor Tian in confronting that malevolent deity. as both hailed from the Douluo continent, while the malevolent deity was from the Sun and Moon continent. Just as Jiang Mian and the Ice Emperor settled down to protect Nanming, an unexpected shift occurred within the turbulent space behind them, opening without warning and unleashing a chaotic force that engulfed the three of them. Jiang Mian lost his footing and, without time to summon his soul power for defense, was sucked in. Ice Emperor, you and the Auspicious Beast must wait for Emperor Tian here. You must wait for him. Mian go. The Auspicious Beast's eyes flew open as she soared upward, attempting to follow Jiang Mian inside. Fortunately, the Ice Emperor was quick-witted, swiftly embracing the Auspicious Beast, preventing her from being drawn into the spatial turbulence alongside Jiang Mian. Has the suction weakened? The Ice Emperor held the Auspicious Beast, channeling her soul power to resist the force. During her first encounter, she and the Snow Empress had struggled to withstand it together, yet now she could resist it alone. Was it possible that the Snow Empress was aiding her from within? What are you doing? Nanming glared at Jiang Mian's disappearance, immediately rebuking. Don't you know Jiang Mian is the hope of the Soul Beast clan? If you do not save him, why do you prevent me from doing so? Did you not hear his words just now? The Ice Emperor's expression changed, her tone icy. If you follow him in, how will Emperor Tian find this place? Why can't you pull him out? The Auspicious Beast questioned angrily. This is his own plan. The Ice Emperor, equally incensed, retorted sharply. Did you not see that he didn't even attempt to resist? What do you understand? The Auspicious Beast shot back. Stay here and wait for Emperor Tian's arrival. This is his plan, the Ice Emperor said, her face etched with irritation. If your disobedience prevents both him and the Snow Empress from returning, I will hold you accountable for the Snow Empress's life. I want you to pay for Jiang Mian's life right now. The Auspicious Beast suddenly unleashed her soul power, a wave of sacred energy overwhelming the Ice Emperor. Want to fight? The Ice Emperor showed no mercy, similarly releasing her own soul power. The two forces, capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, clashed, and the very fabric of reality seemed to shift. The Auspicious Beast, endowed with extraordinary gifts, could not be measured by mere years. Coupled with her attributes that inherently countered the Ice Emperor, she momentarily gained the upper hand. However, the Ice Emperor was in her own domain, surrounded by dense ice attributes, and with her 38,000 years of cultivation. The two soul beasts found themselves locked in a stalemate. Had Jiang Mian witnessed these two combatants engaging in fierce conflict, wholly neglecting to save themselves and the Snow Empress, he would likely have fainted from frustration. Stop! Emperor Tian's voice resonated in the Auspicious Beast's ear. After she had established contact with him, he had maintained their connection. Without it, he would not have sensed the discord between the Auspicious Beast and the Ice Emperor. Withdraw, he commanded. The Auspicious Beast pouted, saying, I will withdraw my soul power if you do. I will withdraw only if you do, Emperor Tian countered, unwilling to concede to the Auspicious Beast, who was no delicate queen. Hearing this, the Auspicious Beast disregarded Emperor Tian's counsel and released even more soul power, while the Ice Emperor refused to yield. And thus the two soul beasts continued to clash amidst the frigid expanse. Unbeknownst to Jiang Mian within the turbulent space, he stood in awe of the novel surroundings. Hesitant to advance, with no one to protect him, he could only cautiously navigate this realm. Furthermore, ever since entering, his connection with the Snow Empress had entirely vanished, as if some inherent barrier within this space had severed their link. Indeed, the atmosphere around him was thick with divine energy, leading him to conclude that this must be an independent space formed after the fall of an ancient deity. However, it had only recently begun to intersect with Douluo, manifesting a portal capable of entry into this realm in the extreme north. My soul power is still usable, but the Bear Lords are absent. It's best to proceed with caution, Jiang Mian mused, rubbing his temples. He regretted not bringing the Bear Lords along. Initially, he had aimed to deepen his bond with the Auspicious Beast during this journey to the north, only to find himself ensnared in a predicament of his own making. Noticing a village in the distance, Jiang Mian contemplated gathering information there. As a Soul King, he held considerable strength, and even when facing a Soul Douluo, he would not falter. Thus, venturing into the village for intelligence should pose no significant risk. Is this a bounty board? Upon reaching the village entrance, Jiang Mian discovered a large sign displaying various bounty missions. Seeking Bone Spirit Flowers, bronze level task, reward 3 gold soul coins. Kill the invading Cold Iron Crows, silver level task. Reward 30 gold soul coins. Help Elder Wong at the village entrance find his lost dentures. Unranked task, reward a meal. What level of soul beast is this Cold Iron Raven that it can offer such a bounty of gold soul coins? Jiang Mian pondered the rewards provided to soul masters by the Spirit Hall, noting that a soul master could receive 100 gold soul coins per month. Thus, it seemed that this Cold Iron Raven was at the level of a soul master. Without hesitation, Jiang Mian decided to inquire among the villagers for information. Should this Cold Iron Raven prove formidable, he would not only fail his task, but also endanger an entire village. Old man, is this Cold Iron Raven powerful? Jiang Mian approached an elderly man by the roadside, who was leisurely smoking a pipe. What raven? The old man squinted, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke. The Cold Iron Raven. What raven? The old man waved his hand dismissively. All right then. Jiang Mian rolled his eyes and prepared to seek out another villager for information. Just then, a young man, robust and muscular, entered, brandishing the bounty for the Cold Iron Raven. Fellow villagers, I shall take on this bounty. The young man, towering over Jiang Mian, looked exceedingly confident. Friend, how can you snatch this from me? Although Jiang Mian had no intention of accepting the task, he feigned indignation and confronted the young man. Are you aware that I was about to take on this mission? Once I slay the Cold Iron Raven, the reward is yours. The young man replied, unfazed and smiling. I merely wish to elevate my rank. Rank? What is that? Jiang Mian asked, somewhat bewildered as he leaned closer to the young man. Every adventurer who completes a bounty can present the bounty list to the Adventurers Guild to elevate their rank. The young man explained, the higher your rank, the greater the activities and status you can partake in. Why do I feel so lost? Jiang Mian scratched his head, muttering to himself, what kind of phenomenon has arisen since the fall of that deity? After each ancient deity's demise, their physical form dissipates, creating the spatial realm where Jiang Mian currently resided, while their spiritual essence manifests various beings within this space. Some deities might create vast landscapes, while others might only manifest a humble abode or tavern. Beyond that, all that exists is chaos. Thus, this divine realm is also referred to as a small universe. Clearly, the thoughts of this deity have given rise to an expansive realm, one that has even formed a complete system. Friend, I have chosen you as my companion. Jiang Mian clapped the young giant on the shoulder and inquired, may I ask your name? I am Klaus. The young man shyly smiled, scratching his head. Once I slay the Cold Iron Raven, you can claim the reward from the villagers. I am not in it for the money. Jiang Mian shook his head, feigning a noble demeanor. I cannot stand to see the villagers suffer. I wish to rid them of this menace. You are truly commendable. Klaus's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at Jiang Mian. Your adventurer rank must be quite high. Is a high rank truly significant? Jiang Mian replied earnestly. I detest those adventurers who pursue rank without doing anything meaningful for the villagers. They are utterly hypocritical. We should assist the villagers selflessly, without seeking rewards. Indeed, if Jiang Mian had a high rank, he would have flaunted it by now. He thought to himself, your ideals are truly lofty, Klaus admitted, feeling somewhat ashamed. May I ask your name? Just call me Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian smiled gently and patted Klaus's shoulder. Rest assured, brother, I will not let you face the Cold Iron Raven alone. I shall fight alongside you. That will be most welcome. Klaus extended his hand, and they shook, grinning at one another. It is surprising. You appear frail, yet your grip is so strong. Jiang Mian smiled subtly, thinking to himself, of course I am a soul king. Having accepted the bounty, Jiang Mian and Klaus naturally enjoyed the highest treatment in the village, taking residence in a makeshift shelter. You villagers are quite gullible, Jiang Mian mused. What if we are merely adventurers seeking some excitement? Once we are well fed, we could leave, and the villagers would have no recourse. Therefore, without completing the bounty, Jiang Mian and Klaus had no source of income. As Jiang Mian lay on a bed of grass, he could not help but fret. I wonder how the flow of time here compares to the outside world. If it flows rapidly, what will happen when I return and find that Zhu Zhuqing and the others have aged? If it flows slowly, then staying here for a year or so could mean just a day has passed outside, which would not be too concerning. Jiang Mian, troubled, noticed that Klaus was carefree, thinking only of eliminating the cold iron raven when it arrived. Thus, he slept soundly. Jiang Mian, unable to sleep through the night, finally emerged from his meditative state as dawn broke. After all, meditating to enhance his soul power could substitute for sleep. Brother Jiang, breakfast is ready. Klaus had already awakened and exchanged labor for a couple of flatbreads to sustain them. Thank you for your efforts, brother. Jiang Mian sincerely expressed his gratitude, appreciating Klaus's simplicity and honesty. Such a friend deserved Jiang Mian's genuine respect. What was your training method just now? Klaus inquired curiously. I have only seen deities practice in such a manner. Are there still gods in this world? Jiang Mian was astonished, but maintained an air of composure. This is a training method I developed myself, with some inspiration from the deities. How impressive! Klaus's eyes widened in awe as he thumbed up. Those deities can command the winds and rains. Since you know their training methods, can you also summon the elements? How do you train? Jiang Mian countered. Simply by honing the body, Klaus replied, astonished. Haven't you tried that? It turned out that the people here lacked soul techniques, relying solely on physical training for strength. Such a method resembled that of soul beasts rather than soul masters. Jiang Mian rested his chin on his hand, smiling faintly. I practiced that a few times in my youth, but I haven't done so since. I see. Klaus nodded, just as he was about to show Jiang Mian his muscles when a fierce wind suddenly howled outside. A raven, gleaming with a cold metallic luster, appeared in the sky above the village, wreaking havoc with its formidable physique. It is our time to act. Klaus drew 2 daggers from his pocket, which served as his weapons. Jiang Mian was taken aback. A man of such size wielded such delicate weapons. With a swift motion, Klaus hurled a dagger, striking the raven with a resounding thud, producing sparks upon impact, but failing to inflict any substantial damage. Such strong defenses? Jiang Mian mused as he assessed the raven, estimating its age to be around 3,000 years. Its power evidently surpassed that of most soul masters. However, it was rather clumsy, relying solely on its physical might without any magical attacks. This was quite astonishing, as soul beasts in the Douluo world typically possessed some form of magical capability. Jiang Mian has come to understand that the distinction between the realm created by this deity and Douluo lies in the fact that the beings here, both human and beast, rely solely on their formidable physical prowess, whereas in the Douluo world, individuals and soul beasts are developed in virtue, wisdom, physique, aesthetics, and labor. Aim for its eyes. Jiang Mian no longer wished to spectate. He shouted loudly, Klaus, the eyes are its only weakness. I comprehend, Klaus bellowed, his muscles taut, as he charged towards the raven, intent on engaging the soul beast in close combat. The raven soared high into the sky, then suddenly descended, attempting to use its momentum to knock Klaus aside. Klaus took a deep breath, resolutely grasping the cold, iron raven's wings with his hands. Impressive. Jiang Mian's eyes widened as he seized the dagger that had been flung away earlier and leaped onto the raven's back, driving the dagger into its eye. Ah! The raven screeched in agony, and then fell silent. No wonder this creature is of silver rank, Jiang Mian mused. It can fly and possesses immense physical strength. It truly merits its price. Had Jiang Mian merely used the dagger to pierce its eye, he would not have been able to slay it completely. The true death of the creature came from the hellfire released through the dagger, which incinerated its brain through the eye. Fortuitously, Jiang Mian intervened. Otherwise, given Klaus's reliance on brute strength, he might not have succeeded in vanquishing the raven. Ultimately, the outcome was favorable. Klaus dragged the raven while Jiang Mian followed closely behind. After collecting their reward from the village chief, the two joyfully set off to the Adventurers Guild to elevate their ranks. What is the primary motivation for adventurers to elevate their ranks? Jiang Mian inquired curiously, sensing that Klaus was not one to pursue hollow fame. As for them, I cannot say, but I seek to elevate my rank for the sake of one person, Klaus replied earnestly. Jiang Mian, I implore you to keep this secret, for it pertains to that person's life. Klaus, since you trust me, I shall certainly keep it confidential, Jiang Mian assured him. In truth, I am an orphan, and the strength I possess now was imparted to me by an elderly man, Klaus confessed. He is formidable, yet he is sealed away in a certain location, and only the fruit of the divine can save him. What exactly are these deities of this world? Jiang Mian pondered, intrigued. noticing that they did not seem as rare as the deities of Douluo. Moreover, the myriad beings in this realm appeared to be manifestations of the thoughts of an ancient deity. These so-called deities were merely illusions born of thought. Only by securing first place in the heroic tournament can one receive 3 diamond tier tasks from a deity. Upon completing the tasks, one may make a request to the deity, thus providing me the opportunity to obtain the divine fruit, Klaus explained. Of course, one of the requirements for participating in the tournament is that the adventurer's rank must reach gold level. Now I see, Jiang Mian realized, understanding that the deities here were not only plentiful, but also capable of bestowing sacred artifacts upon warriors, which piqued his interest. Furthermore, he had observed Klaus's combat style, which seemed rather rudimentary, lacking in finesse. Could I also participate in the tournament? Perhaps to gain insight into the true nature of this world, or to seek traces of the Ice Empress. Jiang Mian contemplated. Although this course of action bore certain risks, he felt compelled to take the chance. He was uncertain of the extent of the deity's power in this realm, yet judging by the recent silver tier task, it might be comparable to that of a titled Douluo. After all, regardless of how the thoughts of the ancient deity manifest, it was unlikely that they could create an existence stronger than themselves. Moreover, with the Ice Emperor and the Ice Beast on their way, even if Jiang Mian turned this place upside down, no one would pose a threat to him. Resolute in his decision to participate in the heroic tournament, Jiang Mian recognized that his immediate objective was to elevate his rank to gold level. Klaus, let us undertake a major task. A major task? Klaus scratched his head, perplexed. What do you mean by that? Perhaps a task that can directly elevate me to gold level, Jiang Mian replied. Ideally, one that can be completed in a single attempt. Klaus questioned, are you planning to enter the heroic tournament? Strength in numbers is always advantageous, Jiang Mian remarked, shaking his fists with a grin. Brother, I truly appreciate your help. Thank you so much, Klaus declared earnestly. With your words, I will be there to assist you in any trouble that arises. Aren't you just hoping for my misfortune? Jiang Mian jested, playfully punching Klaus on the chest. Let us not waste time. When is the heroic tournament scheduled? It will be held in less than a month, Klaus counted on his fingers. We can undertake an emerald level task, which will allow us to ascend directly to gold level. Why would it be downgraded? Jiang Mian asked. We are 2 individuals, Klaus explained with a chuckle. The rank of the task must naturally be halved. Ah, I see. Jiang Mian realized, as Klaus exchanged the bounty for a silver medal at the Adventurers Guild, signifying his status as a silver-ranked adventurer. Are you just beginning to accumulate your adventurer rank? Jiang Mian inquired, intrigued. With your abilities, you should have attained silver rank long ago. Indeed, Klaus affirmed. I only departed from the elderly man's side half a month ago. I thought as much, Jiang Mian mused, silently critiquing Klaus for being somewhat naive, as it seemed improbable that he would readily divulge secrets. Do you know where we can find emerald-level tasks? Jiang Mian asked. We must act quickly. Such matters rely on luck, Klaus explained. We must see if any village has posted a bounty for emerald-level tasks. However, such bounties are exceedingly rare. Why is that? Firstly, the rewards are substantial, beyond the means of an average village. Secondly, emerald-level tasks typically involve incredibly dangerous beasts that do not dwell near human settlements. As our living areas are protected by deities, any beasts that appear would be driven away or hunted by the divine. I see. Jiang Mian deduced from Klaus's words that tasks of emerald level and above would not be found on village bounty boards, as these were primarily tests bestowed upon warriors by the deities. So, to elevate my rank, I must accumulate experience step by step. That could take an eternity. In the extreme northern lands, the Ice Empress and the Ice Beast sat facing each other, their mutual disdain palpable in the silence. The tension only began to dissipate when Emperor Tian and the myriad Beast Kings arrived. Biji and Ziji had been entrusted by Emperor Tian to guard their homeland in the Star Dove Forest against any encroaching soul beasts or soul masters. What of Bear Lord and Crimson King? Emperor Tian inquired sternly, clearly agitated. Are they fools? Why do they not accompany Jiang Mian? He did not bring them along. The Ice Beast replied, Our immediate concern is how to locate Jiang Mian. I shall attempt to find him, it offered. Tian suddenly unleashed his soul power, which crashed like a mighty river against the shore, instantly overwhelming the Ice Emperor with an unassailable pressure. The Auspicious Beast stood proudly behind Tian, casting a disdainful glance at the Ice Emperor, while the King of Myriad Beasts guarded the Auspicious Beast, fearful that it might encounter any mishap. Boom! The tumultuous pull of the spatial turbulence surged forward, yet Tian remained steadfast before it, commanding, King of Myriad Beasts, keep an eye on these two. I shall venture in to seek them out. Be cautious. The King of Myriad Beasts nodded in acknowledgement, ensuring the safety of the Ice Emperor and the Auspicious Beast. Tian then proceeded slowly into the chaotic spatial currents. Is this truly the extent of Tian's prowess? The Ice Emperor mused in disbelief. Although the pull of the spatial turbulence was far less formidable than during their first encounter, Tian appeared remarkably at ease, as if strolling leisurely through a garden. Is the gap between himself and Tian truly this vast? Are these several spaces converging as one? As Tian traversed the turbulent space, he observed no fewer than 10 small dimensions surrounding him, his brow furrowing in contemplation. How could there be so many spaces layered together? Why is there not even a hint of sensation? With hands clasped behind his back, he resolved to explore the nearest dimension, muttering, I must search them one by one. As Tian stepped into the spatial realm, a deafening battle cry resonated in his ears. Turning towards the source of the sound, he beheld a towering castle wall in the distance, where several giants shimmering with golden light stood guard. Below, magma giants, their bodies flowing with molten rock, clashed with ice giants encased in frost, while some green glowing sorcerers joined the fray. A war? Tian observed the giant-like beings reminiscent of soul beasts, yet sensed a distinction. He intended to release his soul power to locate Jiang Mian, who bore the attributes of the Auspicious Beast, thereby allowing him to sense Jiang Mian through this connection. Just as he unleashed his soul power, a massive hailstone suddenly hurtled towards him from afar. Tian sidestepped, a surge of indignation bubbling within him. In his fervor to find Jiang Mian, and with the years of restraint against Tian weighing heavily, the audacity of this giant enraged him. Tian concluded that he should first deal with this nuisance before pursuing Jiang Mian. Roar! A dragon's roar descended from the heavens, obliterating numerous magma giants and ice giants into nothingness. The beleaguered human giants, witnessing this sudden turn of events and spotting the diminutive figure on the battlefield, exchanged glances, ultimately fixing their gazes upon Tian. I do not recognize him. The commander shook his head, expressing his unfamiliarity with the newcomer. Thank the heavens. The soldiers, understanding the situation, promptly knelt, offering 3 bows to the sky before prostrating themselves before Tian, as if he were the very embodiment of celestial divinity. What is happening? In mere moments, the magma giants and ice giants were utterly vanquished by Tian. The orchestrator behind the scenes, recognizing the dire turn, promptly commanded a retreat. Tian cast a glance at the giants who submitted to him, then, without hesitation, turned to depart this space. Look over there, Jiang Mian exclaimed to Klaus as they traversed a desolate path, preparing to venture into the grand city in hopes of encountering a higher-tier quest. Jiang Mian's keen eyes spotted a signpost in the distance, upon which something was inscribed. 50 miles ahead, wild beasts abandoned, the Crystal King lion roams. Diamond tier bounty. Reward of 300,000 gold coins, and a title of Baron bestowed. The Crystal King lion? Jiang Mian mused, plucking the sign from its post. Klaus, shall I give it a try? Are you certain? Klaus's eyes widened in surprise. This is a diamond tier bounty akin to a divine task. What is the issue? Jiang Mian shrugged nonchalantly. Winning first place in the warrior competition is no different from completing such a task. Is it? I'm indifferent. My concern lies with your safety. Klaus replied candidly, his confidence in his own abilities evident. Come now, my brother, I can easily handle it, Jiang Mian scoffed. Silver tier corresponds to soul respects. Gold tier to soul sect. Thus, diamond tier merely aligns with soul emperors. I just dispatched a soul emperor before arriving here. Then let us proceed. Klaus hoisted the sign and led Jiang Mian towards the wild beasts abandoned land, undeterred by the so-called diamond tier. In just a couple of hours, Jiang Mian and Klaus traversed the 50-mile journey, yet the vast expanse of the forsaken wilderness stretched for thousands of kilometers. Their search for the Crystal King lion proved akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Klaus gathered firewood and, using the most primitive method of friction, kindled a flame. Jiang Mian produced the provisions he had purchased, and they shared a meal. The sky was filled with remnants of clouds, and the wind howled with fervor. Something approaches. Klaus suddenly crouched low, attuned to the vibrations beneath him. Jiang Mian, sensing the presence with his soul power, was equally alert. The ground suddenly split open, and a large, brownish earth mouse erupted from beneath Klaus. Fortunately, Klaus's agility allowed him to evade the attack, narrowly avoiding the creature's ambush. Soul Rock Mouse. Klaus identified the Soul Beast instantly. This carnivorous creature belongs to the gold tier. Indeed, Jiang Mian nodded, glancing at the Soul Rock Mouse with indifference. It doesn't even reach the 10,000-year mark, and it's already gold tier? This is understandable. The inhabitants here primarily cultivate their physical forms, lacking special abilities, hence the generally elevated tier of beasts in the sky. Water and underground. Jiang Mian yawned, casually waving his hand, sending 5 pure claws slicing toward the Soul Rock Mouse. The hapless creature had no time to react, being shredded into chunks by Jiang Mian's fierce attack. The rending claw was a renowned technique of Bear Monarch, once having wounded Tian himself, let alone this diminutive mouse. Though Jiang Mian's current strength was insufficient to wield the full power of the rending claw, even a fraction of it far surpassed the capabilities of those who merely trained their bodies. Can you use sorcerer's magic? Klaus clenched his fists, suddenly swinging a punch forward, attempting to replicate Jiang Mian's effectiveness, but it was in vain. Is sorcerer's magic on par with mine? Jiang Mian had come to understand this world. Most inhabitants were warriors relying solely on physical combat, while a few gifted individuals became sorcerers capable of casting spells. Above them resided the deities on the Divine Mountain, both physically and magically formidable, akin to the soul masters of Douluo continent. Deities were ranked, and the simplest way to ascend was to participate in the warrior competition, allowing one to request divine status. Every deity possessed their own territory, tasked with safeguarding their people's safety. According to Klaus, the deities with territories were of the highest caliber, totaling 13, typically residing on the Divine Mountain, descending to the mortal realm only on special occasions. Puffed. Jiang Mian scoffed at the lofty deities. What deities? They are clearly unworthy. My purpose here encompasses 3 tenets: fairness, and once more, fairness. The flesh of the Soul Rock Mouse is quite delectable. Shall we have some? Klaus casually snapped a small tree, sharpening it into a skewer with his dagger, threading the meat onto the stick and roasting it over the fire. My goodness, such a large skewer. Jiang Mian gazed at the oversized meat skewer, swallowing hard. The prospect of indulging was tantalizing. A few bites would surely suffice. The skewer sizzled enticingly as Klaus flipped it over, occasionally sprinkling a mysterious seasoning atop. The aroma wafted through the air, a pure, unadulterated scent of meat. Give me a piece, Jiang Mian said without hesitation, using his claws to tear off a generous chunk of the roasted rodent meat, devouring it greedily and leaving his lips slick with grease. Whether it was the inherent deliciousness of the meat or the magic of Klaus's secret seasoning, Jiang Mian had never tasted anything quite like it. The meat was succulent and firm. Each bite released an explosion of juices that was indescribably delightful. He devoured a piece as large as a basin in a whirlwind, patting his bloated belly with satisfaction. Klaus, even more boisterous, consumed his meal with the ferocity of a beast, devoid of any semblance of grace. Delicious, Klaus exclaimed, bursting into laughter beside Jiang Mian. Indeed, my master did not deceive me. Who exactly is that venerable elder? After spending several days together, Jiang Mian found Klaus's mention of the elder to be particularly enigmatic, as if he possessed infinite wisdom, igniting Jiang Mian's curiosity about his true identity. You will find out in due time, Klaus replied casually. Yet whenever Jiang Mian inquired further, he would evade the question, revealing a more astute nature than his outwardly carefree demeanor suggested. Jiang Mian stroked his chin, surveying the now slumbering Klaus. He gazed at the vast expanse of stars above, lamenting yet another sleepless night. It was not that he lacked the desire to sleep, but rather the potency of soul energy in this realm was overwhelming, allowing him to cultivate at an accelerated pace, far superior to that of the Douluo world. Presently, Jiang Mian felt on the verge of progressing from level 52 to 53, having only been here for a few days. At this rate, by the time he departed, he might even break through to level 60. As the night wore on, Jiang Mian arose for a moment of respite, finding the dark wilderness devoid of light. the moon obscured by clouds, enveloping the world in darkness. Klaus, do not touch me. He felt something poking him from behind. Assuming it was Klaus rising for a bathroom break, he casually reached back. Hey, why are you wet? Suddenly a low, guttural growl reverberated in Jiang Mian's ear, causing him to hesitate in fear. Swiftly, he adjusted his pants and unleashed a claw strike behind him. A mere probing attack that utilized less than a tenth of his soul power. Yet, even this feeble strike was not something an ordinary creature could withstand. The claw met the hard jaw of the creature behind him, sparking a flurry of sparks, failing to penetrate its defenses. A crystal king lion? Jiang Mian used the recoil to dart back to Klaus's side, kicking him awake in a panic. Wake up! A crystal king lion is upon us. Klaus, still groggy, glanced sleepily and locked eyes with the imposing beast. Goodness, what a massive feline! He exclaimed. Its defenses are formidable. Jiang Mian frowned. I couldn't even budget with my claw strike. Interesting, Klaus suddenly dropped to the ground, propelling himself like a cannonball towards the crystal king lion. Jiang Mian watched in astonishment, marveling at Klaus's incredible physical resilience. The lion's defenses rivaled that of a soul Douluo, specializing in defense. The air resonated with a thunderous clang as Klaus collided with the lion, both seemingly evenly matched. Should brute strength be the only measure, Klaus matched the might of a soul Douluo. Jiang Mian was reminded of the Titan clan's techniques, which bore a striking resemblance to Klaus's approach. The Titans pursued the utmost power by solely absorbing soul rings from a single type of soul beast to maximize their effectiveness, and Klaus exhibited a hint of that philosophy. Emperor Palm, great cold without snow. As Klaus and the Crystal King Lion were locked in combat, Jiang Mian's hands emanated an intense chill. He rushed forward, striking the lion, instantly freezing it in place. This technique was the renowned signature move of the Snow Emperor, capable of annihilating even the most powerful soul Douluos in its prime. Even the mighty beast god, Empress Tian, had suffered grievous injuries beneath its force. In an instant, the lion's internal organs shattered under the icy assault. Although Jiang Mian could not wield the full power of the Snow Emperor, the amplification from a 100,000-year soul ring and 4 ferocious beast rings made it impossible for the lion to withstand such damage. Furthermore, the lion's exterior might have been tough, but its insides were fragile and devoid of protective measures, making its demise under Jiang Mian's palm entirely reasonable. Thousands of miles away, the Snow Emperor suddenly opened her eyes, sensing Jiang Mian's aura as he unleashed his signature move, a sensation she recognized all too well. With a soft exhale, ominous clouds gathered around her, and a blizzard descended without warning, obscuring her figure. Jiang Mian, who exactly are you? Klaus stared at the lifeless Crystal King Lion, his neck stiffening as he gazed at Jiang Mian in disbelief. You killed a diamond-grade creature with a single slap? That strike consumed a fair amount of my energy. Jiang Mian replied, plopping down onto the ground, feigning exhaustion, not wishing to reveal his true capabilities too soon. Incredible, Klaus swallowed hard, his admiration evident. To dispatch a diamond-grade creature with a single blow, you are sure to be the champion of this warriors tournament. Perhaps, Jiang Mian was indifferent to the notion of victory. His sole desire was to locate the Snow Emperor and leave this place, participating in the tournament merely as a matter of convenience. Shouldn't we take this Crystal King Lion to the Adventurers Guild to exchange for a rank? Jiang Mian inquired. No need. Klaus produced a dagger, severing the lion's teeth and claws. This will suffice for the exchange. They can discern the quality. How convenient, Jiang Mian chuckled. With the elimination of such a terrifying presence in the wilderness, life would surely soon return to normal. He hadn't anticipated the Crystal King Lion would come to him. At his current strength, even a titled Douluo posed little threat. With far-reaching attacks, exceptional defense, healing, and magical mental assaults at his disposal, he was undoubtedly a versatile warrior. Klaus and Jiang Mian guarded the Crystal King Lion's body until dawn broke, and without delay, they set off towards the Adventurers Guild. The journey would take 3 to 4 days, and according to Klaus, the upcoming Warriors Tournament was to be held in the main city of the goddess. Once they arrived, it would take several more days, leaving them with just enough time to make it to the competition. Klaus had mentioned that among the 13 main deities here, the most powerful were the Father and the Goddess, born at the dawn of creation, with the remaining 11 deities being their offspring. Jiang Mian understood that the dawn of creation referred to the moment when that deity's essence and consciousness formed this small realm. He pondered whether he could claim these small realms as his own, transforming them into personal sanctuaries. If so, these spaces would be invaluable, not only for Hulaina and others to cultivate, but also for the convenience of storing belongings. After a long and arduous journey, Jiang Mian and Klaus delivered the bounty for the Crystal King Lion to the Adventurers Guild, thus fulfilling their desire to ascend to the Emerald rank. At the same time, Jiang Mian discovered that above the Diamond rank lies the Master rank, where bounties are associated with terrifying beings that even deities cannot contend with. He mused that the Master rank bounties equate to the strength of a tidal Douluo, and with his current abilities, it would be wise to avoid such challenges. For a single misstep could lead to disaster. If any of the formidable beasts like the Bear Monarch or the Crimson King were present, Jiang Mian would dare to upend the entire realm. Let us proceed to the Divine Empress's main city, Klaus urged, anxiety evident in his tone. We have 6 days to make the journey, and the warrior tournament commences thereafter. Jiang Mian nodded in agreement, sensing an inexplicable connection to the Snow Empress. As if her presence was drawing nearer, the spatial barriers around them were likely set by the deities residing in the sacred mountains. And while Jiang Mian was uncertain of their motives, these obstacles were proving quite troublesome. Suddenly, a peculiar roar echoed from a distance. Before Jiang Mian could comprehend the situation, the members of the Adventurers Guild began to flee in panic, their speed reminiscent of a real-life temple escape. What is happening? Jiang Mian asked Klaus, bewildered. The guild is not without its strong members. There are several diamond rank warriors among them. Why do they scatter at this sound? A herd of centaurs, Klaus exclaimed, fear flashing his eyes as he grasped Jiang Mian's arm, urging him loudly, run, we must flee. Centaurs? Jiang Mian scratched his head, confused, and followed Klaus as they ran. Are they at the Master rank? No, they're merely Emerald rank, Klaus said, trembling. But you do not understand. The most terrifying aspect of the centaur herd is that no one dares to slay them. Why is that? Jiang Mian inquired, perplexed. They are pets of the deities. To kill one is to declare war against the gods, Klaus explained. My master once told me that if a single centaur dies, divine retribution will descend upon the area, reducing everything within 10 miles to dust, leaving not a single blade of grass. What kind of absurd deities are these? Jiang Mian stopped in his tracks, anger boiling within him. How can they harbor such vile creatures for the amusement of humanity? Run, Klaus urged again. Do you truly wish to be devoured by centaurs? Am I afraid of them? Jiang Mian scoffed, standing resolutely as he awaited the approach of the centaur herd. Seeing that he could not budge Jiang Mian, Klaus took a deep breath and stopped beside him. Are you not going to run? Jiang Mian inquired with a smile. Are you not afraid of death? If you're not afraid, why should I be? Klaus clenched his fists, his legs still trembling, but his words remained defiant. Jiang Mian understood that the people of this world had been subjugated by the deities for far too long, rendering them too fearful to resist. After all, the deities were merely flesh and blood. What was there to fear? Moreover, they raised creatures that preyed upon humans. Such hearts deserve condemnation. Pushing Klaus aside, Jiang Mian faced the oncoming centaurs, raising his hands to unleash the layers of his torn sky claw. The leading centaur was instantly reduced to a mass of flesh, and the others hesitated momentarily, only to madly devour their fallen comrade before rushing towards Jiang Mian with renewed fervor. Imperial cold heaven, snow dance radiant sun. Jiang Mian pressed his hands to the ground, and in an instant, all centaurs were encased in ice, lifelike sculptures of them standing before the two. Klaus collapsed onto the ground. He had already expended all his courage in deciding to assist Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian, however, was not inclined to attend a class. He was perplexed as to how his abilities had grown so formidable. Logically speaking, even the most powerful techniques should not have allowed him to freeze all the centaurs at once. Just then, a celestial beauty appeared behind him, her presence as pure and breathtaking as a snow lotus. Upon seeing her, Klaus was rendered speechless, utterly captivated by her beauty. Her delicate hand rested on Jiang Mian's shoulder, and she leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "Is this what you call Imperial cold heaven?" Snow Empress, Jiang Mian exhaled softly, a smile gracing his lips. At last, I have found you. The Snow Empress acknowledged him with a gentle nod. She stepped in front of Jiang Mian, lifting his chin with her hand. Should I address you as my master? That is acceptable, Jiang Mian replied with a slight smile, feeling her hand as cold as ice. Have you encountered any deities here? Jiang Mian asked curiously. None, she shook her head. I only arrived in this realm a few days ago, and sensed your use of my skills. Which led me to you. Is there still spatial overlap? Jiang Mian exclaimed incredulously. Could this possibly be the goddess tomb? Close enough, she confirmed, walking upon the ground, leaving a trail of ice and snow in her wake. Jiang Mian followed, muttering to himself. I also informed the Emperor of Heaven to come help. I wonder if he has arrived. The Emperor of Heaven? The Snow Empress furrowed her brow. With his strength, locating us should be effortless. Jiang Mian's lips twitched. No one understood the Emperor of Heaven's power better than he did. If there were others comparable, they stood before him now, as well as in the Sun and Moon Forest, for they were old adversaries. Since you are here, I can rest easy, Jiang Mian said with a smile. I intend to cause a ruckus here. Do you wish to slay those deities? The Snow Empress replied nonchalantly. With my presence, it may prove rather simple. At this, Klaus felt as though the sky was collapsing. He had long sensed that Jiang Mian was no ordinary person, but he never imagined he would be so extraordinary as to speak of slaying deities without a hint of hesitation. This is... The Snow Empress glanced at Klaus, surprise flickering in her eyes. Little one, what do you seek by following Jiang Mian? He wishes to participate in the warrior tournament to obtain the divine fruit to save his master, Jiang Mian explained. I thought perhaps news of you might surface at the tournament, so I agreed to help him compete. The Snow Empress nodded slightly, indicating that Klaus was indeed remarkable. Or, at the very least, his master was. Klaus, I have a proposal, Jiang Mian said, a rather unsettling smile on his face. Shall we ascend the sacred mountain and seize the deity's divine fruits? You cannot be serious, Klaus stammered, feeling as if the world was crumbling around him. He struggled to articulate his thoughts. The Snow Empress chuckled softly, caressing Jiang Mian's cheek with tenderness in her gaze. The troubles of the extreme north have been resolved. Once this is over, I shall follow you always. Respectfully, I shall comply, Jiang Mian replied, cupping his fists in respectful acknowledgement. He could hardly wish for more. For having a companion with strength rivaling that of an ultimate Douluo as both a wife and protector was a rare fortune. Something approaches. The Snow Empress turned her gaze skyward. The previously clear sky was now shrouded in ominous clouds, and a commanding voice resonated from the depths of the clouds. Who dares to slay my herd of centaurs? Is this a deity? Jiang Mian sensed the fluctuations of soul power around him, realizing that the newcomer's strength surpassed that of a 95th level title Douluo and was likely much greater. For such phenomena could not occur without significant power. Although there exists a possibility that his martial soul specializes in controlling celestial phenomena, such as clouds, it is evident that this individual does not possess such a martial soul. I killed him, Jiang Mian declared with unshaken composure. He pointed at the sky and angrily exclaimed, What kind of deity are you? Forcing the common people to weep and wail. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, you arrogant god. Thunder rumbled ominously in the heavens, and a deity clad in golden armor, wielding a lightning spear, emerged from the clouds, walking through the air with a solemn and dignified expression. Jiang Mian, resting his chin on his hand, remarked, Your grandeur pales in comparison to that of a sinister soul master. You cannot even feign superiority. Truly a worthless being. At this moment, Klaus watched in terror as the deity grew enraged, having already collapsed to the ground in fright. The Snow Empress, maintaining her usual composure, remarked coolly, My master wishes to kill you, so I shall borrow your head for a time. Chapter 20. Master? Guyana, arrogant and self-important. The golden-armored deity's lightning spear crackled with energy as he swiftly lunged toward the Snow Empress. Jiang Mian could not help but marvel at the speed. Despite exerting all his effort, he could barely perceive it. It was clear he needed to strive even harder. Relying solely on the protection of the Snow Empress and others was not a sustainable strategy. The Snow Empress sidestepped effortlessly, evading the lightning spear, and with a disdainful smile. She said, Jiang Mian, behold, this is true imperial mastery. No snow in the great cold. The temperature plummeted to 0, and Jiang Mian felt as if the very air were freezing. The Snow Empress's right hand became impeccably white, and with what appeared to be a slow motion, she struck the golden-armored deity in the abdomen with astonishing speed. Boom! The golden-armored deity stood frozen in place, unable to utter a final word. His expression of confidence forever etched upon his face. Such a master had been reduced to an ice sculpture in an instant, yet his exterior remained unscathed. As the Snow Empress retracted her ice, Jiang Mian and Klaus finally felt the ease of breathing return. Is he dead? Klaus crawled toward the deity's lifeless body, his face a mask of terror, stammering, "But he is a high god. What is so remarkable about that?" Jiang Mian scoffed. "Such a worthless being, and he dares to be called a god?" The Snow Empress did not respond. Instead, she bent down to examine the deity's corpse, extending her slender fingers to extract his heart. The interior of the golden-armored deity had already transformed into ice, resulting in no blood spilling forth. Strangely, his heart was a transparent orb, pulsating with flickering lightning, presumably the source of his power. "Take this." The Snow Empress tossed the orb to Jiang Mian, saying, "It may prove useful in the future." Jiang Mian nodded, securing the orb. Just as he and the Snow Empress were about to depart, Klaus suddenly lunged at Jiang Mian's feet, grasping his ankle and pleading humbly, "My lord, for the sake of our brotherhood, could you rescue my master? Get up." Jiang Mian frowned, quickly helping Klaus to his feet. "I shall always be your brother. There is no need for such humility." "You jest, my lord." Klaus rubbed his hands together, unable to meet Jiang Mian's gaze. Jiang Mian, feeling slightly exasperated, turned to the Snow Empress and said, "Snow Empress, could you lend a hand?" "Very well. Let us wait for Emperor Tian here," the Snow Empress replied, nodding. "Little one, lead the way." "Thank you, esteemed elder." Klaus bowed deeply, but Jiang Mian pulled him up, bemused by Klaus's behavior. Could it be that such so-called friendship was truly this ludicrous? On the divine mountain, an ancient god, crowned and seated upon the highest throne, slowly opened his eyes. His expression was devoid of emotion as he coldly stated, "A mortal has slain a god." "Was it the priesthood?" asked a woman beside him, clad in revealing attire reminiscent of ancient Greek sculptures. "The power of the priests is limited. It is not surprising." "No, it was 11 who was killed." The ancient god's words were startling, causing the multitude of gods at his feet to exchange bewildered glances. Uncertain of who could have vanquished a high god. Was it the one who was imprisoned? The woman, with cheeks as pure as lamb's fat, expressed disbelief. "That should not be possible. Without divine power, how could he escape?" "There is nothing impossible." The ancient god shook his head, commanding, "Find the mortal who killed 11. Alive or dead. We must see him." "Yes." The remaining 10 gods departed to fulfill their orders. The ancient god rose and took the goddess's hand, saying softly, "It has been long since a mortal dared to offend the dignity of the gods. Shall we unleash divine punishment?" The goddess, beautiful yet with a heart as venomous as a viper's, replied, "We have been too long without anger, allowing mortals to forget that when the gods are enraged, countless lives are lost. No, I can sense that the one who killed 11 is not a mortal of this world." The ancient god continued, "It is merely a feeling I have not experienced in a long time. The last time was 100 years ago. Yet while that individual was powerful, they did not conflict with us. The newcomers are far too arrogant. With you here, even the strongest of otherworldly visitors do not instill fear in us." The goddess nestled against the ancient god's chest, her hands caressing him as if savoring the moment. Klaus led Jiang Mian at a feverish pace, seemingly anxious about being pursued by the gods, while Jiang Mian remained remarkably calm, dismissing the threat of any deity. Suddenly, a feathered arrow shot through the sky. Jiang Mian did not even glance back as the Snow Empress effortlessly caught it. Interesting. A goddess with wings appeared in the sky, adorned with a floral crown and covered only by a piece of white silk, her attire daringly provocative. Jiang Mian grinned, unable to resist stealing a few glances, while the Snow Empress appeared somewhat displeased by his demeanor. "The huntress, the ninth high god," Klaus remarked, his mind far from admiring the goddess's form, hastening his steps. "It is said that the huntress never misses her target, and her power greatly surpasses that of the previous deity. Is that so?" The Snow Empress cast aside the feathered arrow, saying, "It feels rather similar." The appearance of the huntress indicated that the gods had set their sights on them. She was merely the vanguard. Klaus, now devoid of hope, stated, "My master is sealed nearby. Perhaps he has a way." Jiang Mian halted, observing Klaus, who seemed a different person from the fearless youth who had faced the Crystal Emperor Lion without trepidation. now resembling a frightened mouse before a cat. It was indeed laughable. It appeared that the people of this world had been poisoned for too long, leading them to believe that submission to the gods was a matter of course. Fighting back and forth, is there no end? The Snow Empress remarked with a hint of weariness, suggesting, it would be more efficient to gather them all and eliminate them in one fell swoop. The divine eagle will judge you. The huntress raised her arm, tracing her fingers across her body. Suddenly, she drew back her bow, shooting an arrow in a highly seductive manner. This arrow shattered stone and pierced the air, far more formidable than the previous one. A mere parlor trick, the Snow Empress chuckled, conjuring an arrow of ice, the two arrows clashing. The ice arrow penetrated the feathered arrow with ease, continuing its trajectory until it impaled the huntress, vanishing thereafter. The huntress's face contorted in horror as her body began to freeze at a visible rate. In mere moments, she became rigid, plummeting from the sky and shattering upon impact. That seems a bit wasteful, Jiang Mian mused, recalling the huntress's alluring form and visage, sighing. Such a rare beauty would be hard to find even with a lantern. What did you say? The Snow Empress suddenly pinched Jiang Mian's ear, smiling. Jiang Mian, such words are unseemly. Do not speak them again. As you command, as you command. Jiang Mian covered his ears, repeatedly affirming an agreement. While inwardly he couldn't help but scoff, wondering who the true master was, as he felt more like the consort of the Snow Empress. This was the place where my master was sealed. After nearly a day's journey, they finally arrived at the edge of a bottomless sinkhole. The sinkhole was immense, and looking down revealed a haze obscuring the depths, making it impossible to see the bottom. Jiang Mian surmised that this was likely a taboo established by the deities, intended to prevent anyone from discovering Master Cross. Yet ironically, it had led Cross to see them, and brought Jiang Mian along as well. Let us go, Cross declared as he leaped down without hesitation, seemingly unafraid of being shattered upon impact. Jiang Mian, too, felt no trepidation, for his beloved Snow Empress was by his side. Should any danger arise, it would merely be a matter of sharing a tragic fate. The Snow Empress embraced Jiang Mian and transformed into a whirlwind of snow, soaring downwards. As Jiang Mian passed through the layer of haze, he was suddenly enlightened to find that beneath the sinkhole lay an underground city. This city was interconnected, with luminous spirit stones scattered in every nook and cranny, likely the source of the energy that constituted the above-mentioned taboo. An elderly man, dressed in tattered rags and with disheveled hair, was bound by chains, able to move only within a limited range. Cross was the first to land near the old man, bowing 3 times before daring to stand and speak. Master, I have brought helpers who might assist you in escaping this infernal abyss. The elderly man revealed a pair of profound eyes, in which Jiang Mian discerned a history of great antiquity and boundless wisdom. Esteemed elder, I am Jiang Mian, and I apologize for the disturbance, he said, clasping his hands respectfully. It matters not, the elder replied, dragging his body forward. Each movement caused the chains to rattle. At last, I have awaited your arrival, friend from another world. You were awaiting me? Jiang Mian's heart raced, and he instinctively glanced at the Snow Empress, only to find her expression equally grave, indicating that this elder was undoubtedly a formidable presence, perhaps even rivaling the Snow Empress in strength. I have grown weary of boredom. Hence the gods imprison me here. The elder chuckled, nonchalantly breaking the chains with a swift motion, causing the taboos to dissipate like mist. Do they truly believe they can restrain me with such childish tricks? Having spent too long in this confinement, he longed to experience something novel. The elder ruffled Cross's hair, and with a sudden exertion, a fierce wind enveloped Cross, drawing him into the elder's very being. What have you done with Cross? Jiang Mian demanded. Did you kill him? He was always a part of me. How could I kill him? The elder sat upon the ground and beckoned Jiang Mian and the Snow Empress to join him. You two have arrived here by fate, so I molded a version of Cross to guide you. The Snow Empress remained silent, seemingly acknowledging her status as a mere child in the presence of this elder, despite her nearly 700,000 years of cultivation, which only suggested that this elder was even older. Is Cross's memory fabricated as well? Jiang Mian queried as he casually seated himself, resting his chin on his hand and grinning. What fate, old man? Is it not merely your own intention? At least you possess some wit, the elder laughed heartily, and a jug of wine materialized before Jiang Mian. Please indulge. Jiang Mian thanked him and took a hearty swig. The wine was smooth and sweet, a delightful pleasure. Would this lovely lady care for some? The elder snapped his fingers, and another jug appeared before the Snow Empress. She smiled gently, accepting the elder's offering, but with more grace, conjuring a wine glass from her power over ice and snow to savor the drink. You are quite the refined young lady, the elder praised, giving her a thumbs up. Esteemed elder, confined as you are, I imagine you must feel quite vexed, Jiang Mian remarked with a chuckle. But how did you come to hold such dominion over this realm? Young man, are you attempting to insult me indirectly? The elder retorted, pointing at Jiang Mian, his laughter mingling with irritation. You know my identity well enough. No need for such circumspection. I simply do not understand why so many deities have fallen to create this divine tomb, Jiang Mian mused. Shouldn't deities possess infinite longevity? That is a tale from long ago, best left unspoken, the elder replied, pouring himself another jug of wine, seemingly seeking solace in drink. In this place, it is rather pleasant. I can summon wind and rain at will, yet it is all an illusion, lacking true interest. If everything here is merely a manifestation of your thoughts, why not conjure something more entertaining? Jiang Mian inquired. Entertaining? The elder burst into laughter, shaking his head in self-deprecation. Young one, after spending hundreds of thousands of years here, you will realize that nothing is truly new. Everything, every event is cyclical. There is a saying, history rolls forward like a wheel, yet no matter how it rolls, it merely repeats itself, for the wheel is finite. Hence, another saying holds true, there is nothing new under the sun. Will those deities pursue us again? Jiang Mian asked. Their strength is formidable, suggesting that your power is equally unfathomable. When one becomes a deity and subsequently perishes, they become like me, the elder chuckled. In theory, they could grow infinitely powerful, but I dare not allow them to surpass me, lest I cease to be the divine. Elder, how does time flow here compared to the outside world? Jiang Mian inquired, expressing a concern that had lingered in his mind. Roughly the same, the elder replied, scratching his disheveled hair carelessly. I'm not entirely certain. Jiang Mian pondered this, and the elder suddenly pointed upwards of the sinkhole, grinning as he asked, that little one above is also here to find you, isn't he? Jiang Mian and the Snow Empress exchanged glances and confirmed, indeed, he has come seeking us. No wonder, the elder exclaimed with realization. I wondered why I lacked control over him. Another visitor from a different world. What a lively few days it has been. Apologies for interrupting your seclusion, esteemed elder. Jiang Mian said, bowing slightly. Spare me the pleasantries, the elder replied, stroking his beard before calling out, young one above, if you have the time, do come down for a drink. The voice echoed briefly before Tian suddenly appeared before the trio, stating coolly, esteemed elder, I apologize for the intrusion. Take a seat. The elder gestured to Jiang Mian's side and poured Tian a jug of wine. You truly possess remarkable strength, young one. You flatter me, esteemed elder. Tian raised the jug and drank deeply. Upon finishing the wine, Jiang Mian suddenly felt his soul power surge, breaking through 3 levels. While both the Snow Empress and Tian experienced varying degrees of enhancement as well. Thank you, esteemed elder. The elder waved his hand dismissively and then stood, smiling at Jiang Mian. You, young one, are exceptionally gifted. You shall surely ascend to the celestial realm. If I do not lend a hand, it would be a grave oversight on my part. Very well, I shall bestow upon you a parting gift, and then you may depart. It's lively enough here. Prolonged revelry only heightens the contrast with solitude. Just as Jiang Mian was about to express his gratitude, the elder raised a hand to interrupt him. A radiant glow enveloped him as he concentrated all his light into the fingertip of his right hand, from which a drop of golden blood, rich in divinity, fell. Tian was quick to catch the droplet, securing it carefully. Now go, the elder commanded, waving his hand. The winds and clouds around them began to shift dramatically. Jiang Mian clasped the Snow Empress's hand, and the 3 were expelled from the confined space. As the wind and snow buffeted him, Jiang Mian slowly opened his eyes, greeted by an endless expanse of snow-covered ground, with Tian and the Snow Empress standing behind him. The Snow Empress maintained her composure, while Emperor Tian was filled with joy, murmuring to himself, with this drop of divine blood, our Lord can be revived. Our Lord, Gyuyuna. Chapter 21. Jiang Mian. I truly miss you. Is it the Silver Dragon King? Jiang Mian chuckled, immediately instructing, Emperor Tian, you are responsible for this matter. Ensure the Silver Dragon King's revival. And I shall return to the Stardow Forest. Yes. Emperor Tian's excitement was palpable as he transformed into a streak of black light. Swiftly heading toward the Stardow Forest, Jiang Mian envied Emperor Tian's prowess. The ability to traverse the skies was undeniably convenient. He had already resolved that once he grew stronger, even if his wives were scattered across distant lands, he could find them in mere hours, at most a few days, to share moments of intimacy. The thought alone was comforting. Snow Empress, can you sense the locations of the Ice Emperor and the Divine Beast? Jiang Mian inquired. I presume you've entrusted the protection of the extreme north to the Ice Emperor? Indeed, the Snow Empress replied with a smile. The Ice Emperor is still a millennium away from breaking through the 400,000-year barrier. I believe that time frame is sufficient for you to ascend to divinity. Wow, your calculations are impressive. Jiang Mian laughed heartily. When the Snow Empress returns to the extreme north as a deity, it will be nothing short of a dimensional strike. Jiang Mian and the Snow Empress exchanged smiles, but before they could set off, the Ice Emperor and the Divine Beast, accompanied by the 10,000 Demons King, arrived. Long time no see, my friends, Jiang Mian greeted. How long has it been since I entered the spatial turbulence? About a month, give or take. The 10,000 Demons King replied, puzzled. Where is Emperor Tian? I distinctly sensed his aura moments ago. You will have joyous news in the Stardow Forest. Jiang Mian said mysteriously. 10,000 Demons King, take the Divine Beast back to the Stardow Forest promptly. Once matters there are settled, I will return as well. But what about your safety? The 10,000 Demons King hesitated. Fear not. I am unscathed, Jiang Mian reassured, patting the 10,000 Demons King's shoulder. He turned to the Ice Emperor, saying, logically, this should be a joyous occasion for all soul beasts. If the Ice Emperor has the time, you might accompany the 10,000 Demons King to witness it. I have no time, the Ice Emperor crossed her arms. Actually, you could join for a bit of merriment. The Snow Empress suggested, gently stroking the Ice Emperor's hair. Such events are rare, and it wouldn't hurt to mingle a little. Well, now I do have some time. The Ice Emperor said with a playful grin. What is this merriment about? You'll find out once you go, Jiang Mian teased, deliberately withholding details. For it concerned the Silver Dragon King. Snow Empress, escort me to the Spirit Hall, and take Bear King and Red King along, Jiang Mian instructed. Once I reach the Spirit Hall, I will be safe. Understood, the Snow Empress replied affirmatively, her character unwavering. Once she acknowledged Jiang Mian as her master, she executed his commands without hesitation. The Divine Beast appeared somewhat reluctant, stepping forward to grasp Jiang Mian's hand, her eyes filled with a sense of longing. Jiang Mian, when will you return to the Stardow Forest? Soon, just a few days, Jiang Mian affectionately caressed the Divine Beast's cheek and smiled. You should return with the 10,000 Demons King now. Be obedient. Okay, the Divine Beast pouted, reluctantly releasing Jiang Mian's hand as the three soul beasts set off for the Stardow Forest. At this moment, only the Snow Empress and Jiang Mian remained. The Snow Empress smiled gently, taking Jiang Mian's hand, and he, filled with joy, could hardly refuse. The two proceeded toward the Spirit Hall as agreed. Jiang Mian, why haven't you returned yet? In her room, Zhu Zhuqing idly played with her fingers, resting her chin on her other hand, murmuring to herself, I miss you so much. You rascal, what is Sister Zhuqing saying? The door swung open, and Hulaina entered, sitting lightly beside Zhu Zhuqing, teasingly poking her cheek. Are you missing Jiang Mian? Yes. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Having spent over a month with the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, the initial awkwardness had faded. She leaned her head on Hulaina's shoulder. Don't you miss him, sister? Of course I miss Jiang Mian, Hulaina replied, twirling Zhu Zhuqing's hair with a mischievous smile. But if I miss him, won't you feel jealous? Zhu Zhuqing chuckled softly, not saying much more. Hulaina continued, if I were in your shoes, I'd probably be so envious I could eat my sister's heart out. Sister, Zhu Zhuqing teased, knowing she was helpless against Hulaina's charm. Would you like to go out for a stroll tonight? Hulaina suggested, caressing Zhu Zhuqing's flawless face. I'll treat you. Let us indulge in some delicious food. Aren't you going to practice, sister? Zhu Zhuqing giggled, covering her mouth. Aren't you afraid of being punished by His Holiness? My master punishing me is trivial. Taking my sister out is the priority, Hulaina said, wrapping her arms around Zhu Zhuqing's waist and playfully pushing her down. Hulaina, in her high position, wore a teasing expression. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed slightly. She attempted to sit up but found her hands pinned down by Hulaina, leaving them in a rather embarrassing position. Irritated, Zhu Zhuqing whispered, "Sister, if you don't let me go now, I will be angry." "My little kitten has quite the temper," Hulaina chuckled, releasing Zhu Zhuqing. She had merely intended to tease her, not wanting to genuinely provoke her anger. "Sister, you truly are." Zhu Zhuqing covered her flushed cheeks, bashfully stating, "You mustn't do this again." All right. Hulaina gently pinched Zhu Zhuqing's chin, playfully saying, "I wouldn't eat you, after all. That is still not acceptable." Zhu Zhuqing lightly stepped on Hulaina's foot, saying, "What if others see us?" "Ha ha!" Hulaina laughed seductively, pulling Zhu Zhuqing outside. "Let me tell you, there's a restaurant in Spirit City that's simply divine. You've been practicing for so long, and I haven't had the chance to take you to taste it. I'm not like you, sister." Zhu Zhuqing's slender, cold face revealed a hint of sorrow as her gaze drifted into the distance. She murmured, "If I don't strive, what awaits me is either death or a wasted life. With me, with Jiang Mian, and with everyone here. Who dares to lay a hand on you in the star Luo Empire?" Hulaina exclaimed angrily. "This is inherently unfair. You and your sister have such a significant age difference. Why should you compete with her? Life is rarely fair." Zhu Zhuqing held Hulaina's hand, responding calmly. "Perhaps I have already grown accustomed to it." "Accustomed to what?" Jiang Mian appeared behind Zhu Zhuqing, raising a hand to playfully tap her on the head. "Are you accustomed to the days when I am not by your side?" Jiang Mian. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily stunned, disbelief washing over her as she reached out to gently touch Jiang Mian's cheek. Confirming his warmth, she threw herself into his embrace, releasing a month-long pent-up longing. "Nana has become even more beautiful," Jiang Mian said, holding Zhu Zhuqing, while teasing Hulaina beside him, which earned him a fierce pinch on the thigh from Zhu Zhuqing. "Ouch!" Jiang Mian yelped. When Zhu Zhuqing tried to wriggle free, he tightened his embrace, keeping her pressed close. As Jiang Mian gazed at the adorable little kitten in his arms, he felt an uncontainable sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, the Snow Empress had already set off with Bear King and Red King to the Stardow Forest to welcome the revival of the Silver Dragon King, leaving Jiang Mian without top-tier protection by his side. However, Jiang Mian remained unconcerned, for he had already arrived at the Spirit Hall. Who would dare to harm him? "Let go of me," Zhu Zhuqing said, her gaze evasive, unwilling to meet Jiang Mian's eyes. She playfully pounded her small fist against his chest, feigning annoyance. "Sister Nana is still here." "Not letting go," Jiang Mian replied, holding onto Zhu Zhuqing, determined not to release her. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed, and she no longer felt shy. Helena's expression was somewhat complex as she stood there in a daze, biting her lip, rendered speechless. Jiang Mian, noticing her mood, gently released Zhu Zhuqing and approached Helena, carefully tucking a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. In an instant, Helena's face became even redder than Zhu Zhuqing's, her hands nervously resting over her chest, looking at Jiang Mian with a hint of shyness. "All right, what were you two saying about eating?" Jiang Mian asked with a gentle smile, refraining from taking further action. Helena, feeling a sense of urgency, watched Jiang Mian move towards Zhu Zhuqing, her heart fluttering as if 1,000 ants were crawling inside, igniting an unbearable itch. Jiang Mian, well aware of Helena's thoughts, knew that someone like her needed to be teased. If he were too compliant, she would take the initiative. Jiang Mian had a keen understanding of his future wives. Zhu Zhuqing, with her seemingly cold exterior, was a delicate little kitten needing frequent care. The carefree spirit of Rue Beast Xiaoming, appearing harmless, was, in fact, quite cunning, requiring a straightforward approach to ensure her security. Shuedi, the intellectual elder sister, allowed Jiang Mian to be unabashedly affectionate with her, while Helena, the charming romantic, needed gentle coaxing to draw her closer. "We're going to a wonderful restaurant in Spirit City, recommended by Sister Nana," Zhu Zhuqing said. "Will you be joining us?" "That depends on whether Nana is willing," Jiang Mian smiled at Helena, and, as expected, her earlier displeasure vanished, replaced by a bright smile. She quickly ran to Jiang Mian's side, wrapping her arm around his, exclaiming, Then you must treat us, Zhuqing. Don't let Jiang Mian escape. To deal with someone like Hulyina, a bit of playful banter works wonders. Oh, you two are conspiring against me, aren't you? Jiang Mian teased, pinching Hulyina's cheek, chuckling, Sister Nana, this is quite unfair. Hee hee. Hulyina playfully made a face, pulling Jiang Mian along as they dashed towards Spirit City. What about Xieyu and Yen? Shouldn't we call them? Jiang Mian remembered his two unfortunate brothers. He didn't consider that if Yen saw Hulyina being so attentive, he might grind his teeth in frustration. Xieyu would likely be pleased. After all, the more brothers-in-law, the better. He wouldn't disdain Jiang Mian. Who cares? Hulyina laughed. Isn't it enough that you have me and Zhu Zhuqing with you? Indeed. Zhu Zhuqing added with a secret smile, her spirits evidently lifted since Jiang Mian's return. The three sped along, ordering a sumptuous array of dishes at the restaurant, with Jiang Mian seated in the middle, flanked by Hulyina and Zhu Zhuqing. His hands moved swiftly, serving food to the two lovely ladies, demonstrating remarkable diligence. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the restaurant door swung open as Yen burst in, pointing at Jiang Mian and shouting, Xieyu, I found this rascal. Jiang Mian's hand froze mid-air, his nose twitching, his lips twitching in embarrassment at Yen's antics. Zhu Zhuqing and Hulyina instinctively covered their faces. Jiang Mian set down his chopsticks and slowly approached Yen. Hey, what are you doing? All right, continue eating. Jiang Mian clapped his hands, the hem of his clothes slightly dirty. Xieyu observed Yen sprawled on the street and the tense atmosphere in the restaurant. He awkwardly cleared his throat, preparing to make a discreet exit when Jiang Mian called out, Xieyu, if you're here, you might as well have something to eat. No, Xieyu checked, scratching his head, inwardly cursing himself for not coming up with a better excuse. How did you two find me? Jiang Mian, losing his appetite for food, curiously inquired. Did the Pope send you to look for me? Exactly. Xieyu's eyes lit up as he stepped closer to Jiang Mian, grinning. The Pope knows you've returned and wishes to see you, so he sent us to find you. Impressive, Jiang Mian remarked, giving a thumbs up. You two truly have a knack for tracking us down. Thanks to Yen, Xieyu said, unceremoniously shifting the responsibility onto the already sneaking away Yen. He seems to know your whereabouts quite well. I can't fathom how he knows so much. Xieyu, come up with a plausible excuse next time, Jiang Mian said, pulling Xieyu to a seat. He patted Xieyu's shoulder, smiling. You came here, so why be secretive? Xieyu felt a chill at Jiang Mian's smile. After all, it was Jiang Mian who was secretly dating two beautiful women. So how could it be him being sneaky? Strength brings power to speak, Jiang Mian continued. Xieyu, could I trouble you with something? Jiang Mian tapped the table, his expression turning serious. Of course, Xieyu responded, sensing the gravity of Jiang Mian's demeanor. When I was in the extreme north dealing with matters, I passed through a border town where the people live in dire conditions. Could you help gather them and bring them to the spirit hall? Jiang Mian clenched his right fist, stating, the strength of the common folk is the most underestimated power. I will speak to the Pope about it. All right, Xieyu nodded, finally finding a legitimate reason. He stood up, declaring, I will head to the extreme north immediately. Thank you, Xieyu. Jiang Mian clasped his hands together earnestly. Make sure to arrange for those people properly. When you return, I'll treat you to drinks. Rest assured, Xieyu replied. Though he didn't fully understand Jiang Mian's intentions, he adhered to the principle of getting the job done without unnecessary chatter. After all, Jiang Mian hardly ever asked for favors, so this request surely had its purpose. The Pope could clarify things even without Jiang Mian's intervention, since both Hulyina and Zhu Zhuqing were listening. Take Yen with you, and it would be best to bring several powerful soul masters, as there are many evil soul masters in that area, Jiang Mian advised. Evil soul masters? Xieyu perked up. That's great. I've been looking for training targets. Don't be too careless, Jiang Mian warned. The last time I was there, I encountered an evil soul Douluo. There may be even stronger evil soul masters. Understood. Xieyu hurriedly departed, calling out to the sneaky Yen as they swiftly exited. Resembling skilled thieves, those two are utterly shameless. Hulyina could no longer contain her fists. Seems like they were spying, Zhu Zhuqing boldly stated, unreservedly asserting. Did they think Jiang Mian brought us along for that kind of affair? Oh, such decorum in this esteemed place. How can one speak so? Jiang Mian quickly covered Zhu Zhuqing's mouth, chuckling. As long as we understand each other, you know what kind of person I am, Jiang Mian. How could I do such a thing? Zhu Zhuqing and Hulyina exchanged knowing smiles, choosing not to respond. Jiang Mian sensed the awkward atmosphere and waved, settling the bill along with the damage caused by Yin to the door. Zhu Zhuqing should have reached level 40 by now, right? Jiang Mian queried unexpectedly. It's been over a month. Yes, Zhu Zhuqing nodded. I've broken through for a while now, and I've been holding back my soul power, hoping to gain a few levels after acquiring the soul ring. Who entrusted this to you? Jiang Mian expressed a hint of surprise, as this approach was clearly beyond Zhu Zhuqing's imagination. It was given to us by the Pope, who Laina interjected. That makes sense. Jiang Mian recalled the enchanting beauty of the Ice Snow Maiden, a genius with vast knowledge. She had nearly perused all the texts in the Spirit Hall, and were it not for the disgraceful actions of the Master, who had appropriated the achievements of others, she would undoubtedly be recognized as a scholarly figure of her generation. Jiang Mian, you have returned? A familiar voice echoed in everyone's ears as Bibi Dong, with her flowing hair and clad in a delicate lavender robe, appeared at the entrance of the restaurant. Her beauty was beyond description, the purple attire adding to her allure. Before Jiang Mian could fully comprehend the situation, Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing prepared to pay their respects. Bibi Dong waved her hand, signaling them to forego the formalities, and she took a seat opposite Jiang Mian, inquiring nonchalantly, when did you return? Just now, Jiang Mian replied, meeting Bibi Dong's weary yet piercing gaze, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt, akin to being caught skipping class by a stern teacher. Bibi Dong nodded. Did Qi Wang, Xiong Jun, and a top-tier powerhouse depart at your behest? Indeed, Jiang Mian did not conceal the truth from Bibi Dong, recognizing that the Pope had yet to be tainted by darkness. If this endeavor succeeded, the Spirit Hall would gain an ally even more formidable than the Grand Enshrinement. Jiang Mian was naturally referring to the Silver Dragon King, currently residing within the Douluo realm. The Silver Dragon King was somewhat restrained by the heavenly Tao, her typical strength corresponding to that of a 99th level limit Da. However, at her peak, she possessed the might of a half-step divine king. The concept of a half-step divine king is a pinnacle among the strongest in the Douluo series. Thus, should the Silver Dragon King be provoked to unleash her full power, no one in the Douluo world could stand against her, the sovereign of spirit beasts. Excellent. A sudden spark ignited in Bibi Dong's eyes. Jiang Mian observed her state with astonishment. Could it be due to the influence of the Rakshasa god that Bibi Dong appeared so fatigued? Your Holiness, have you not rested well? Jiang Mian inquired with concern. If there are too many matters at hand, you may delegate some tasks to your subordinates. No, Bibi Dong shook her head, casting a deep glance at Jiang Mian, yet ultimately refrained from speaking further. Jiang Mian remained unaware of Bibi Dong's circumstances. As she stood to leave, she abruptly halted and looked at Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian, please come to the Papal Hall later. I have matters to discuss with you. At your command, Jiang Mian nodded, and Bibi Dong bestowed upon him a satisfied glance before gracefully departing the restaurant. Chapter 22. Jiang Mian's First Blood. What transpired in the Spirit Hall during my absence? Jiang Mian murmured, questioning why the Pope seemed to be in such a poor state. Unclear, Hulaina replied. Teacher has been rather listless lately, and her temper has noticeably worsened. She remained oblivious to Jiang Mian's troubling thoughts, wondering if Bibi Dong felt a sense of emptiness. All right, I will promptly see what the Pope requires. Sister Nana, you and Zhu Zhuqing entertain yourselves for a while before returning. Understood, they both agreed, and Jiang Mian hastily gathered his belongings and made his way to the Papal Hall, eager to uncover Bibi Dong's intentions. Your Holiness, what do you require of me? As night descended, the Papal Hall was enveloped in darkness. Jiang Mian slowly walked within the Grand Hall, feeling as though the stone statues surrounding him had come to life. All eyes fixated upon him. Come here, Bibi Dong's voice emerged softly as she manifested, her hair cascading down, adorned in a sheer, translucent gown that accentuated her voluptuous figure, radiating sensuality and allure in that moment. Jiang Mian swallowed hard, a mixture of fear and excitement coursing through him. How could anyone resist such a captivating presence? Please, Your Holiness, speak your mind. It is late, and I should rest. Jiang Mian bowed respectfully. Is it not permissible to rest here? Bibi Dong perched herself on the papal throne, her delicate feet swinging carelessly in the air. It was then that Jiang Mian noticed that Bibi Dong wore nothing but a gown, bare feet, her exquisite legs glistening like the most delicate treasures. evoking a desire to admire them. Your Holiness, please maintain decorum. Jiang Mian's breath quickened as he struggled to suppress his desires, not wishing for Bibi Dong to perceive his state. Yet Bibi Dong, being who she was, could undoubtedly see through him. With a slight smile, Bibi Dong approached Jiang Mian, her body nearly pressing against his, a faint floral fragrance enveloping him. Jiang Mian dared not meet her gaze, fearing the Pope might consume him. Bibi Dong lifted her slender finger, gently tilting up Jiang Mian's chin, her expression one of satisfaction as she remarked, "Not bad." Why would Bibi Dong be interested in him? Jiang Mian dared not resist. His bodyguard had ventured into the Star Dove forest, and he had thought that arriving at the Spirit Hall would assure his safety. Little did he know that the most perilous adversary was, in fact, his own ally. Your Holiness, Jiang Mian quickly recoiled a step, closing his eyes and trembling as he implored, "Please do not toy with me any further." "How am I toying with you?" Bibi Dong lightly bit her finger, leaning closer to Jiang Mian, even wrapping an arm around his waist. "Your Holiness, you must remain calm," Jiang Mian exclaimed, realizing he could not break free. "This is the Papal Hall. It is highly inappropriate. No one will come now." Bibi Dong brushed her fingers across her lips, exuding an allure that was utterly captivating. Jiang Mian mused that if Ulaina was already enchanting, her mentor was even more audacious. Indeed, the Old Spice was the most potent. Jiang Mian dared not breathe too loudly. Having lived over 30 years in total, he was still a novice in such matters, unable to withstand such an onslaught. Suddenly, Bibi Dong lifted her leg, revealing a flawless, alabaster limb, as though the Creator's boundless treasures had manifested before Jiang Mian. He felt a rush of blood, yet he dared not err. He had not anticipated Bibi Dong's fierce advance, akin to a wolf or tiger. In a swift motion, Bibi Dong unleashed several strands of webbing that ensnared Jiang Mian, their resilience impenetrable even to his soul power. "Your Holiness, what is your intention?" Jiang Mian exclaimed. "Bound and desperate. Can we not converse civilly? What a rare treasure you are." Bibi Dong pressed her delicate foot upon Jiang Mian. At that moment, he had no inclination to relish her touch, feeling as though he had walked into a den of tigers, desperately seeking a means to escape unscathed. "Follow me." Bibi Dong smiled gently, pulling Jiang Mian toward a chamber. The room was adorned with a playful ambience, emanating youthful exuberance. The expansive bathroom occupied nearly 1/3 of the space, housing a large bathtub capable of accommodating 3 individuals at once. Bibi Dong bound Jiang Mian securely and tossed him onto the bed, unreservedly shedding her remaining sheer garment before him. Jiang Mian gasped, blood spurting from his nose as he beheld Bibi Dong's radiant form, completely unveiled before him. Truly, she was the epitome of beauty in the Douluo realm. Bibi Dong smiled softly and stepped into the bathtub, while Jiang Mian writhed on the bed, attempting to free himself from the webbing. "Jiang Mian, I truly must thank you." The bathroom was shrouded in mist, revealing the exquisite silhouette of Bibi Dong in a fleeting manner. Her voice was soft yet commanding. "It was your words in the sunset forest that enlightened me." "As long as you understand," Jiang Mian awkwardly replied. "Your Holiness, understanding doesn't mean you need to imprison me. That would be rather embarrassing." The sound of water cascading down was swift, and just as Jiang Mian, like a startled rabbit, leaped towards the door, he was pulled back by the freshly bathed Bibi Dong. Clad in nothing, she swiftly threw Jiang Mian onto the bed, pinning him down with an intensity in her gaze that seemed to hold the essence of celestial bodies. "Jiang Mian, this is what you taught me. To ensure your unwavering support, I have no choice but to resort to such measures." "No, please don't." After a sleepless night, at dawn, Jiang Mian lay on the plush bed, his clothes neatly arranged nearby. Bibi Dong had long since vanished, presumably to attend to matters of the church. The storm of the previous night allowed Jiang Mian to truly appreciate the Pope's ferocity. Supporting his waist, he dressed himself and slowly exited the room. In truth, as a man in his 30s, he had envisioned countless scenarios similar to this. Yet when faced with the reality, he found his theories quite laughable. It was humiliating to admit that he had shown no initiative at all. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. He licked his lips, still tasting the sweetness lingering from the previous night. Alas, my illustrious name, reduced to such folly. With one hand on his waist and the other against the wall, he muttered, "Had I known, I would have tried to enlighten her." Who would have thought that Qianqiu and Jie's technique would be used on me? But perhaps such techniques should be employed more often. Ha ha ha. In truth, Jiang Mian bore no resentment towards Bibi Dong. Rather, who wouldn't he be enamored by such an intelligent and graceful woman? The memory of her enchanting figure lingered in his mind. Those long legs, her curves. Her icy yet soft feet, smoother than silk, truly exquisite. Bibi Dong had grasped Jiang Mian's psychology. During their time in the Pope's Hall, she had already discerned that had he resisted with full force, she would never have resorted to this tactic. It was precisely because of Jiang Mian's ambiguous state that Bibi Dong concluded he too craved such encounters, emboldening her to take the plunge. Jiang Mian, what are you doing here? Just as Jiang Mian prepared to sneak away, Hulaina appeared by his side, curiosity etched on her face. What did Master say to you last night? I didn't see you leave the Pope's Hall the entire night. The Pope imparted some combat techniques, and then we engaged in practical training, but I was utterly overwhelmed, Jiang Mian lamented. Wow, Master is truly kind to you, Hulaina remarked, completely oblivious to the nature of Jiang Mian's practical training. Help me back to rest, Jiang Mian yawned, exasperated. The Pope's assault was too fierce. I simply couldn't withstand it. Master is a title Douluo, Hulaina said, stepping forward to assist him, smiling. Once you become a title Douluo yourself, perhaps you will be able to contend with her. Let us hope so, Jiang Mian chuckled, just as he prepared to have Hulaina escort him back to rest when the ghost Douluo appeared, saying, Jiang Mian, the Pope requests your presence. Ah, it's still broad daylight. May I inquire what the Pope seeks from me? Jiang Mian's lips twitched involuntarily as he bowed, trembling slightly. I do not know. I was simply instructed to summon you, the ghost replied. Jiang Mian nodded dully, his mind racing. Surely Bibi Dong wouldn't be planning a trap for him? He hoped she wouldn't act impulsively. After all, he was already hers. She wouldn't harm her own husband, would she? But then again, she had done so before. In the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong sat upon the throne, adorned in her papal robes, crown atop her head, scepter in hand, exuding an air of unassailable authority, utterly devoid of the ferocity from the previous night. As Jiang Mian and Hulaina approached, preparing to kneel, Bibi Dong spoke. Jiang Mian, did you send Xiaoyu and Yin to the extreme northern border? Yes. Jiang Mian feigned nonchalance. The power of the people is indeed formidable. This action is intended to facilitate your future endeavors. I understand your intentions. Thus I have dispatched Zhu Zhuqing to accompany Xiaoyu, Bibi Dong stated, to also cleanse the evil soul masters in that region. Your Holiness truly loves the people. You are indeed a model for us juniors, Jiang Mian flattered. You did not summon me here solely for this matter, did you? Indeed, Bibi Dong replied coolly. Last time, you instructed me to seize the ice and fire yin-yang eye. I have had Zhu Zhuqing bring back some celestial herbs, which have yet to be distributed. Are you familiar with those herbs? I am not. Jiang Mian sincerely shook his head. Once the affairs in the Stardow Forest are resolved, I will have someone come to select the celestial herbs. A flicker of unnameable emotion crossed Bibi Dong's eyes as she softly inquired, who is that person? You will know when the time comes, Jiang Mian replied vaguely. Zhu Zhuqing has already broken through to level 40. I wish to take her to obtain a soul ring, and I hope for your approval, Your Holiness. Bibi Dong said nothing, and Jiang Mian felt a chill envelop him as she appeared at his side. You may act as you wish. I dare not, Jiang Mian exclaimed, feeling as if he might be slain in the next moment. Fortunately, Bibi Dong had not descended into darkness. She gently patted his shoulder and whispered in his ear. Jiang Mian, why be so formal? Thank you, Your Holiness. Jiang Mian bowed deeply, slowly retreating from the hall. Hulaina, momentarily at a loss, received a glance from Bibi Dong, who commanded, you should accompany Jiang Mian. Look out for each other. Yes. Hulaina, feeling relieved, hurriedly caught up with Jiang Mian, and the two sped off to find Zhu Zhuqing. Why are you two in such a hurry? Zhu Zhuqing, bewildered, asked as they ushered her along. We're taking you to obtain your fourth soul ring. Jiang Mian and Hulaina exchanged knowing glances, swiftly ushering Zhu Zhuqing into a carriage. Dashing towards the Stardow Forest, their movements were so practiced it was almost alarming. Jiang Mian wiped the cold sweat from his brow, acknowledging the reputation of the venomous beauty. I have never seen Master in such a state, Hulaina said, her heart still racing. Jiang Mian bit his finger, realizing that this trip to the Stardow Forest needed to yield a powerful ally, he could not entirely entrust his life to Biji Dong. Zhu Qing, have you considered what soul beast you wish to obtain? Jiang Mian asked. You are now level 40. The competition against the royal family should be quite manageable. Not quite, Zhu Zhuqing replied. My sister has likely also reached level 40, and the gap between us isn't substantial. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian understood. She sought absolute dominance. Not merely a victory, snatched from the jaws of peril. Hu Laina chuckled. Sister, do not place too much pressure upon yourself. After all, you have been solely focused on your cultivation, missing out on many joys of this vast world. Nana spoke with wisdom, and Jiang Mian wholeheartedly agreed, saying, Zhu Qing, since we are out and not in a hurry to return, let me show you around. Huh? Is that appropriate? Will the Pope hold it against us? Zhu Zhuqing replied. Slightly confused. We have already ventured out. What is there to fear? Jiang Mian laughed lightly. Let us enjoy ourselves thoroughly and perhaps find a suitable fourth spirit ring for you. Upon our return, the Pope shall have no grounds for reproach. Look at you. Jiang Mian, just moments ago you were wary of Biji Dong, and now you are so carefree. The proximity to the Heaven Do Imperial City encouraged Hu Laina to suggest, let's go there and allow Zhu Qing to savor the beauty of life. Indeed, Sister Nana knows how to speak, Jiang Mian remarked, giving her a thumbs up. Onward to Heaven Do Imperial City. The trio galloped forth, reaching the royal capital of the Heaven Do Empire in less than 2 days. The vibrancy here surpassed that of Wuhuan City, being the nation's capital and a grand representation of the empire. Zhu Zhuqing gazed around, captivated by the rare sights that were foreign to her. After all, she had been raised under the harsh doctrine of survival of the fittest, acutely aware of the brutal competition within the Douluo royal family. Thus, she had seldom encountered these commonplace wonders, her focus perpetually on relentless training. Had she not been so dedicated, she would not have ventured into the Stardo forest alone at the tender age of 10 to obtain her second spirit ring. Nor would she have crossed paths with Jiang Mian. Time flew swiftly, and in merely 3 years, Zhu Zhuqing had ascended from rank 20 to 40, feeling as though she were living a dream. Look over there, a street performer, Hu Laina exclaimed, her spirit as lively and curious as a playful fox, tugging Zhu Zhuqing along while pointing out various amusements. Jiang Mian, understanding the moment, slowed the carriage. In Heaven Do Imperial City, he felt no fear of danger, for the royal prince was one of their own. Biji Dong's daughter, Tian had disguised herself within the empire from a young age. Her skills and fortitude so remarkable that no one had uncovered her true identity. The future angel god, Tian, as he whistled, Jiang Mian calculated the time. The Shrek group should have joined Lu Erlong's academy by now. It would be splendid if he could encounter them again, perhaps delivering another thrashing like the last time he had sent Tang San fleeing in disarray. Make way. The prince is passing through. All common folk retreat. A commanding voice echoed through the streets, prompting Jiang Mian's lips to curve into a slight smile. Tian had arrived. Chapter 24. Miss Schwerer, I truly wish to meet him, Jiang Mian mused with a subtle smile as he leaped from the carriage, deliberately positioning himself in the path of Shui Qing's carriage. Who dares obstruct the royal carriage of His Highness? A warrior clad in light armor charged forth on a tall steed, brandishing a whip that he aimed at Jiang Mian. Unmoved, Jiang Mian grasped the whip, pulling the warrior down from his mount with ease. Cease this. Shui Qing appeared at the perfect moment, observing Jiang Mian from his carriage with a genial expression. Might I inquire why this young brother has halted my carriage? Jiang Mian regarded the elegantly dressed and affable prince, inwardly amused by Tian disguise. However, it was rather unfortunate that the prince's complexion was as delicate as that of a maiden. Fortunately, the royal family valued decorum. Thus, Tian striking appearance could be excused. No harm done. I merely wish to see the visage of His Highness, Jiang Mian replied with a slight smile. I hail from the Spirit Hall and apologize for any disturbance caused. Spirit Hall, the key phrase triggered recognition in Shui Qing's eyes, a spark of familiarity igniting. You appear quite familiar, he said with a gracious smile. Perhaps we crossed paths during my visits to the Spirit Hall. Such a down-to-earth prince was a boon for the empire's prosperity. Jiang Mian clasped his fists in respect, offering a few compliments to Shui Qing. Thank you, but I have many areas needing improvement. I hope everyone will hold me accountable, so we can collectively elevate the Heaven Do Empire, Shui Qing humbly replied. Excellent. Cheers erupted from the crowd, clearly enamored by Xueqing's ability to win hearts. My friend, should you find time, I would be honored to invite you for tea. Xueqing has suggested with a gentle smile. After all, I cannot let you impede my carriage without recompense. Then I accept with gratitude, Jiang Mian replied, grinning. Please inform the owner of the Yingchun tea house. The usual arrangements, if you will. Xueqing gestured invitingly. Shall we meet there shortly? Agreed. Jiang Mian returned to his carriage, allowing Xueqing's path to be clear. The onlookers reveled in the spectacle, some even berating Jiang Mian for presuming to share tea with the prince. Jiang Mian chuckled softly. An invisible wave of soul power swiftly silencing the crowd, leaving the once boisterous critics trembling in their boots, a foul odor wafting through the air. Just a casual display of soul power, and they're utterly cowed? No wonder they possess the audacity to confront His Highness. Indeed, I sensed from the moment he arrived that he was no ordinary individual. Did I not speak true? Clearly, the prince must have recognized this esteemed figure's prowess. Otherwise, he would not accept an invitation for tea. Do not speak ill of the prince. That is most disrespectful. The crowd buzzed with chatter. But Jiang Mian paid them no mind, guiding his carriage onward. Do you know where the tea house is located? Jiang Mian turned back. Embarrassment etched on his face as he glanced at the two ladies. I know, a steady, clear voice interjected, drawing Jiang Mian's attention to a striking young man clad in a white robe, his dark golden hair catching the light. Yu Tianheng? Jiang Mian recognized him as the captain of the Heaven Do Royal Academy's battle team, a direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Yu Tianheng. A pleasure to meet you, Jiang Mian said, clasping his fists. Your name precedes you. I have long heard tales of your prowess even within the Spirit Hall. Jiang Mian. Yu Tianheng replied with a slight smile. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect has been relentless in its attempts to tarnish your reputation. Yet curiously, all news regarding you has recently been suppressed by the Spirit Hall. It appears you have allied with them. One cannot put it that way. Jiang Mian perched on the edge of his carriage, his gaze growing icy. In this world, I am but a fish upon the butcher's block. If I do not save myself, what can I expect? Rest assured, Yu Tianheng replied, I am not concerned with the rumors. I simply admire you and wish to cultivate a friendship. The two exchanged knowing glances, their unspoken understanding evident. Had Jiang Mian not been a prodigious talent, the Spirit Hall would not have gone to such lengths to suppress the slander against him. Very well, but first, do enlighten me regarding the location of the Yingchun tea house. Jiang Mian remarked, You, my friend, are quite intriguing. Shall I escort you? From a moment Jiang Mian halted Xueqing's carriage, Yu Tianheng had already taken note of him. When Jiang Mian released his soul power, Yu Tianheng discerned that Jiang Mian's level could not be less than 40. And how old was Jiang Mian? Not yet 14. Even if Yu Tianheng was unaware of Jiang Mian's true identity, he could glean from Jiang Mian's appearance that his age was certainly not substantial. No need. Just tell me the location, Jiang Mian replied directly, dismissing Yu Tianheng's offer. If you wish to befriend me, then wait until I have the time. I will certainly seek you out at the Tiando Royal Academy for tea and conversation. Very well. Yu Tianheng understood that such matters could not be forced. He nodded and pointed to Jiang Mian's left side, mumbling a series of directions. Jiang Mian felt quite lost, but fortunately, Zhu Zhuqing had an excellent memory and subtly nudged Jiang Mian's back. Understanding her cue, Jiang Mian thanked Yu Tianheng and drove the carriage towards the Yingchun tea house. This fellow has ulterior motives, Jiang Mian remarked once they were at a distance. He intentionally spoke unclearly to compel me to let him lead the way. What a character. Humph, Hulaina scoffed, arms crossed and legs crossed in a dismissive manner. He clearly seeks to climb the social ladder through us. Not necessarily, Jiang Mian smiled slightly. Although he was unsure of Yu Tianheng's true intentions, he could surmise a fair amount. It was likely a strategic move, considering the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was perpetually overshadowed by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Upon arrival, Jiang Mian's carriage came to a halt in front of the tea house. He, along with the two ladies, slowly entered. Before he could utter a word, a soldier clad in light armor approached him. Mr. Jiang Mian, His Highness the Crown Prince awaits you in the private room on the second floor. Lead the way, please. Jiang Mian clasped his fists in salute. Right this way. The soldier moved swiftly and efficiently, with Jiang Mian closely following him along with Zhu Zhuqing and Hulaina. Your Highness, the guests have arrived. the soldier announced as they reached an intricately patterned white birch door, knocking before stepping aside to ensure the crown prince's safety. Gumin, Zhu Zhuqing's cultured voice reached Jiang Mian's ears. Jiang Mian opened the door and entered the private room with the two ladies. A luxurious ambience enveloped them, the decor exuding opulence even in the most obscure corners. Though Zhu Liana and Zhu Zhuqing were well acquainted with extravagance, they had never encountered such lavishness before, especially Jiang Mian, who felt like a country bumpkin in comparison. Please take a seat. Zhu Zhuqing sat upright, lifting his teacup to savor its exquisite flavor. This is this year's first batch of Lion Peak tea, harvested just as the buds began to emerge at night. Even I only received 2 pounds. Today is indeed fortunate. Jiang Mian replied with a slight smile, taking a seat opposite Zhu Zhuqing. The crown prince glanced at Hu Liana and Zhu Zhuqing, waving his hand. Ladies, please do not stand on ceremony. Take a seat. Thank you. Zhu Zhuqing and Hu Liana understood the etiquette well, sitting aside to avoid interrupting the conversation between Jiang Mian and Zhu Zhuqing. The crown prince, only 2 pounds? You truly do yourself a disservice, Jiang Mian remarked, surprised at the modesty of the crown prince. Production has been low this year. There is little that can be done, Zhu Zhuqing replied nonchalantly, putting down his cup. Jiang Mian, are you still concealing your identity? Since your highness is already aware of my origins, you must understand my connection to that individual, Jiang Mian answered calmly. The rapid disappearance of my information must surely be supported by your highness. Zhu Zhuqing's hand holding the teacup paused momentarily, but quickly resumed its motion. No need for further elaboration. What is your current level? Approaching 56, Jiang Mian stated. I have come to assist this young lady, Zhu Zhuqing, in obtaining her 4th spirit ring. I have a friend who has just reached level 50. Could I trouble you to guide her in acquiring her 5th spirit ring? Zhu Zhuqing replied nonchalantly. There will certainly be a generous reward afterward. I am only at 50. How can your highness trust me to accompany your esteemed friend? Jiang Mian questioned. You place too much faith in me. Since I can keep your information under wraps, I am privy to some insider knowledge, Zhu Zhuqing hinted. So what is your intention? Respectfully, I shall comply, Jiang Mian responded. Might I inquire when your highness's friend will be able to meet me? This evening. The crown prince set down his teacup and rose to leave, his demeanor shifting from refined to cold and resolute, though only Jiang Mian perceived this change. Or shall we wait for her? Jiang Mian inquired. The Tiando Grand Auction House will be quite lively tonight. If you're interested, you may wish to see it. Zhu Zhuqing replied, tossing a token to Jiang Mian. With this token, all proceeds will be credited to my name. Thank you, your highness. Jiang Mian accepted the token without hesitation, recognizing that the crown prince's mention of the auction house indicated that his friend would meet him there. As Zhu Zhuqing turned to leave, Jiang Mian smiled. Zhu Zhuqing, Sister Nana, shall we head to the grand auction house? Since his highness is so generous, it would be a shame not to take a look. Hu Liana smiled alluringly. The night is still young. Should we wait a while before going? Let's go now. Jiang Mian insisted. I have no objections, Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Moreover, the auction house will be crowded, and since Jiang Mian just shared tea with the crown prince, we mustn't risk being targeted, especially by the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Jiang Mian interjected. Ning Fengji is Zhu Zhuqing's mentor. Even if there are no disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect nearby, there are certainly spies watching us. Zhu Zhuqing fears they may take nefarious action against us. Indeed, the auction house attracts many societal elites. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect would have to consider their reputation before making a move, Zhu Zhuqing added. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect should have been eradicated long ago. Jiang Mian clenched his fists, realizing that he had to wait 6 more years for the soul hunting plan to unfold. He was unwilling to delay for so long. Once he grew to the rank of title Douluo, the first to fall before his army of spirit beasts would be the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. There was no need to speak of vengeance. Jiang Mian believed in reciprocity. If one respects me a foot, I shall respect them a mile. If one wrongs me for a moment, I shall annihilate them for a lifetime. As they reached the entrance of the grand auction house, Jiang Mian brandished the crown prince's token, granting them seamless entry. They were even escorted without the need for masks to a private VIP room. This was a privilege unique to the crown prince. Holding the token, Jiang Mian moved through the venue as if he were the crown prince himself. This sofa is quite comfortable, Hu Liana remarked, reclining and surveying the entire auction house. No wonder this is the VIP room. It is splendid. Jiang Mian sat beside her, commenting, "This crown prince truly possesses great ambition. The entire Tiando Empire will soon be his. Such trivial expenses must not even register on his radar." Hulaina sampled the fruits laid on the table. "Jiang Mian, I did not expect you to be quite renowned outside." "Ah, Sister Nana is jesting. Those are merely old tales, hardly worth mentioning." Jiang Mian chuckled, while Zhu Zhuqing glanced at him before returning to her fruit. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Jiang Mian?" A soft yet cool voice called from outside the door, causing Jiang Mian's lips to curve into a slight smile. His guess had been correct. "Please come in," Jiang Mian replied. With a soft creak, the door slowly opened, revealing a beauty who seemed to have descended from the heavens. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, and she wore a flowing white gown that accentuated her form, captivating and enchanting. "Hello, I am a friend of the Crown Prince." Tian entered the room and gently closed the door behind her. Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing immediately sat up straight, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of crisis. For the newcomer was extraordinarily beautiful, a vision of unparalleled allure. Jiang Mian was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that Qian Rinxue would possess such striking beauty. Clearly a perfect inheritance of Bibi Dong's genes, as both mother and daughter were simply breathtaking. "I am Jiang Mian, pleased to make your acquaintance," he said without rising. "May I ask your name?" "I am Qian Rinxue. You may call me Schwerer," she replied calmly, having infiltrated the Heaven-Do Empire since her youth. Very few within the Spirit Hall were aware of her true identity, which emboldened her to reveal her name so boldly. As expected, Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing had never heard of her name, their expressions tinged with caution as they regarded Qian Rinxue. Jiang Mian chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. "Do you not wish to assist me?" Qian Rinxue inquired, her gaze fixed on Jiang Mian, who maintained an ambiguous stance, though she concealed her emotions adeptly. A flicker of anger still danced at her eyes. "Assistance will certainly be given," Jiang Mian laughed heartily, explaining, "I was merely contemplating what type of soul ring you require. I have just broken through to Soul King and have not yet made any plans," Qian Rinxue replied sincerely. Jiang Mian regarded the enchanting beauty before him, feeling a pang of regret. She possessed an innate full soul power of level 20 and a six-winged angel martial soul, indicating a remarkably high starting point. However, prolonged infiltration within the Heaven-Do Empire had hindered her cultivation progress. Otherwise, with her talent, she would likely have surpassed level 60 by now. "Very well. I shall take the liberty of arranging things for you, Schwerer," Jiang Mian said with a smile. "We shall set off tomorrow to seek soul rings for you and Zhuqing. For now, let us peruse the treasures available at this auction." Qian Rinxue expressed her gratitude, and as she settled into her seat, the host announced below, "Esteemed guests, thank you for your patience. Our highly anticipated auction is about to commence." Chapter 25. The Celestial Beings Gather Like Hemp, the first auction item. The ice lotus from the extreme north was introduced. It was said that this ice lotus blossomed only once every 100 years, requiring one to brave frigid winds and snow to harvest it from the mountain's peak, with merely an hour's window to collect it before it withered. The starting bid was set at 30,000 gold soul coins, with each subsequent bid requiring an increase of no less than 3,000 gold soul coins. Such extravagance. Jiang Mian leaned back, marveling. An ordinary soul master would hardly accumulate such wealth in a lifetime. This venue is hardly one where ordinary soul masters can frequent. Qian Rinxue replied coolly. The ice lotus is highly sought after as it aids soul masters in enhancing their soul power. Noted. I shall procure some for you later, Jiang Mian said, glancing at Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing with a grin. Consider it a snack. Qian Rinxue cast a sidelong glance. While she was somewhat aware of Jiang Mian's background, such a statement seemed overly presumptuous, treating the ice lotus as mere sustenance. Zhu Zhuqing and Hulaina believed him without question, particularly Zhu Zhuqing, who understood Jiang Mian's strength well. As wealthy bidders continued to raise their offers, the ice lotus was eventually secured for 39,000 gold soul coins. What could be making the auction so lively? Jiang Mian inquired of Qian Rinxue. Surely you must know. Indeed, Qian Rinxue nodded, stating, it is rumored that the highlight of this auction is a piece of 10,000-year soul bone. 10,000-year soul bone? Jiang Mian exclaimed, surprised. Why would one auction it instead of utilizing it for themselves? The previous owner of this 10,000-year soul bone has recently passed away, Qian Rinxue explained nonchalantly. Jiang Mian instantly understood. One might be innocent, yet possessing something of great value could invite trouble. After a few more items of moderate worth were auctioned, the host shifted his tone, his eyes darting mysteriously as he declared, "The next item is rare and sought after. Many of you have come here tonight with hopes of acquiring it. The final highlight, the 10,000-year head soul bone." The crowd erupted in fervent cheers, while uninformed wealthy merchants exchanged puzzled glances. Meanwhile, the seasoned patrons in the VIP area remained still, uncertain of each other's identities, yet recognizing the immense value of the soul bone, none willing to let it slip away easily. Thus they began to probe one another. Jiang Mian dismissed the commotion with a wave. To him, the 10,000-year soul bone was merely a trinket he had once toyed with in the Stardew Forest. At that time, Emperor Tian had offered him an entire set, which Jiang Mian had declined, deeming it beneath his notice. A glance at Qian Rinxue revealed her attitude toward the soul bone mirrored his. After all, with her angel martial soul, she possessed an entire set of soul bones in her own right and had no need to seek additional ones. Moreover, with so many eyes fixated on the soul bone in the auction house, Jiang Mian had no desire to be the first to make a move, especially without a powerful protector at his side. Had Xiong Jun and Qi Wang been present, Jiang Mian could have simply seized the soul bone without spending a coin. Zhu Zhuqing, Laina, this has lost its appeal. Let us depart, Jiang Mian suggested, rising. Swear, shall we go obtain your soul ring now? Now? Qian Rinxue hesitated briefly, but quickly acquiesced. Very well, let us set off at once. With a nod, Jiang Mian led the three women out of the auction house, seemingly oblivious to the surroundings. Look, that person who just passed by seems to be Jiang Mian. Within the auction's VIP area, Ning Fengji rubbed his eyes, lamenting. The news we circulated has been suppressed by the Spear Hall. Does this mean he has already allied himself with them? Indeed, Chen Xian sighed. It was our mistake from the outset, and now every misstep has compounded the situation. Jiang Mian's future is boundless. Should he seek retribution against the seven-treasure glazed tile school, I am prepared to bear his wrath. We cannot allow that. Jian Shu, Ning Fengji retorted angrily. Uncle Gu has already fallen to level 80. If anything were to happen to you, what would become of the seven-treasure glazed tile school? Only heaven knows. Jian Douluo remarked, casting a deep glance at Ning Fengji. Rong's heart has been shattered. Her ability to reach level 70 is uncertain. Fengji, for the future of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, necessary sacrifices must be made. There will surely be better solutions. Ning Fengji trembled. As if Jiang Mian had become a nightmare, he could not escape. He could neither shake it off nor eliminate it. Chen Xian placed a comforting hand on Ning Fengji's shoulder, saying, "Focus on the present. Do not fret over things that have yet to come." Outside the auction house, Jiang Mian drove the cart, carrying the three beautiful women as they hastily made their way toward the Stardew Forest. The revival of the Silver Dragon King by Emperor Tian was still a matter of uncertainty, and Jiang Mian had no desire to disturb them by bringing Qian Rinxue into the core circle. 3 days later, at the outskirts of the Stardew Forest, the cart gradually came to a stop. The four disembarked, inhaling the fresh air of the great forest. Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances with Jiang Mian, who Laina and Qian Rinxue, having never been in the Stardew Forest, could not appreciate its peculiarities. However, Jiang Mian and Zhu Zhuqing were intimately familiar with it. The current density of soul power in the Stardew Forest was more than double what it had been before. What had Emperor Tian done? Was the effect of that drop of divine blood truly so profound? Within the core of the Stardew Forest, several ferocious beasts opened their eyes simultaneously. At this moment, celestial beings gathered like a sea of stars. Among the top 10 ferocious beasts were Ziji, Xiong Qi Wang, Bing Di, Wanyao Wang, Biji, Shui Di, and Emperor Tian. All were present, save for the two most enigmatic entities, Yaoling and the evil emperor of the evil forest on the Sun and Moon continent. In addition, there were auspicious beasts and a plethora of soul beasts aged no less than 100,000 years. They sat in meditation, guarding this place, as Emperor Tian had completed all preparations, awaiting the Silver Dragon King Guyuna to absorb the divine blood and restore her strength. Jiang Mian has arrived. Suidi remarked softly. I can sense it as well. Xiongju nodded in agreement. Jiang Mian was accompanied by 3 women. The king of myriad beasts closed his eyes and spoke, for he commanded all plant-type soul beasts across the world. Within the Stardow forest, he was the most well-informed, as every plant served as his eyes. Among them was a young girl who had been training with Jiang Mian for several years. The king of myriad beasts continued. The other two are unfamiliar to me. Jiang Mian certainly had a way with women, Red King remarked teasingly. Indeed, handsome men are often fickle. What are you saying? Bear Lord reprimanded him, and Red King quickly realized his blunder, covering his mouth in silence. The Lord's revival owed much to Jiang Mian's contributions. He was indeed a distinguished guest among our soul beasts. Emperor Tian declared, Red King, you and Bear Lord should go over there. Red King looked at the young ladies, and Bear Lord took Jiang Mian aside. Emperor Tian explained, after the Lord awakened successfully, I wish to introduce Jiang Mian to her. Perhaps only he can bring our once great dragon god back. Understood. Bear Lord and Red King obeyed. Emperor Tian turned to Snow Empress and spoke calmly. Though Jiang Mian can enhance soul beast attributes, the older the soul beast, the greater the enhancement. To expedite his ascension, I intend to employ certain measures. I recall something, Snow Empress said, her eyelashes fluttering, as if snowflakes danced around her, and Ice Emperor. Weren't you both absorbing energy from that million-year soul beast? The dream ice silkworm. Ice Emperor replied, Indeed, while it lacks combat prowess, its age is undeniably 1,000,000 years, unique among our soul beasts. He escaped. Emperor Tian shook his head. When we noticed Jiang Mian could swiftly elevate the strength of soul beasts, we became lax in our supervision, allowing him to slip away. Are you suggesting the evil emperor? Ice Emperor slightly turned her gaze, surprised that Emperor Tian would consider the evil emperor. It was known that the evil emperor's power was second only to Emperor Tian, and the entire evil forest was his domain. Snow Empress lacked confidence in defeating him in a one-on-one confrontation. He is an excellent choice, Emperor Tian stated coolly. When Jiang Mian ventured to the extreme north in search of you, I had brought Purple Princess and the King of Myriad Beasts to seek him out. Are you planning to subdue him and forcibly bring him to become Jiang Mian's sixth soul beast? Snow Empress chuckled. That sounds like something you would do. He is quite stubborn, Emperor Tian remarked. Jiang Mian once told me he would lead soul beasts to ascend to the heavens. This implies that regardless of whether he has subdued them, as long as they are powerful enough, he will assist them in becoming divine. This is a path worth my unwavering support. Interesting, Snow Empress smiled. Jiang Mian is quite an imaginative child. Suddenly, the earth's veins within the Stardow forest trembled, as if the Silver Dragon King had heard the conversation between Emperor Tian and Snow Empress, responding to Jiang Mian's aspirations. Returning to the Stardow forest felt incredibly familiar. Jiang Mian opened his arms and laughed heartily. Just then, a large bird flew overhead, and a droplet of bird droppings landed squarely in his embrace. Lausen rein snow faunel. A bit fastidious, while Zhu Zhuqing suppressed her laughter, and Hulaina laughed heartily. Little Mian has truly come home, even receiving a special delivery. What's so funny? Jiang Mian pouted, shrugged off his shirt, revealing his fair and muscular physique. Hulaina's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a gaze filled with yearning and shyness. Lausen rein snow, though not so vulgar, couldn't help but glance a little longer, truly appreciating the sight, like a work of art. Jiang Mian, why are you running around naked, right after returning? Bear Lord's voice intruded at an inopportune moment, as a golden light and a red light simultaneously descended before Jiang Mian. Bear Lord clapped Jiang Mian on the shoulder, grinning, Not bad, your muscles have grown. You can't be like the King of Myriad Beasts, looking as thin as a girl. Bear Lord, Red King, Jiang Mian exclaimed with delight. What brings you both here? We sense your aura, Red King said, ruffling Jiang Mian's hair. Why didn't you come to see us upon returning? I was worried about delaying matters with Emperor Tian, Jiang Mian replied, scratching his head apologetically. Thousand Ren Snow looked on, utterly astonished, as she sensed the powerful aura radiating from these two formidable beings, comparable to her grandfather, Qian Douluo. The presence of such powerful soul beasts heeding Jiang Mian's every command was a talent that must be nurtured. Zhu Zhuqing and Nana have returned as well, Red King remarked. Is Yen slacking off? Not at all. My brother and Yen are both working hard. They miss you two seniors, Hulaina responded, hands clasped behind her back. As long as they don't scold us, we're fine, Bear Lord laughed, patting Red King's chest. Our training intensity has led Yin and Xiaoyu to secretly curse us every day. I've heard that, Red King said, clenching his fist, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. That's why their training improves day by day. Thousand Rin Snow was greatly astonished. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall was indeed supervised by these two strong figures. Their future attainment of title Douluo was virtually guaranteed. Enough chatter. Bear Lord surveyed the surroundings, addressing the three ladies. You three young ones stay with Red King. Jiang Mian has matters to attend to, so he won't accompany you for now. What's going on? Jiang Mian asked, bewildered. You've returned, and Emperor Tian wants to see you, Bear Lord replied, appearing carefree yet astute, revealing nothing about the Silver Dragon King situation, even to those familiar with him. Red King, Zhu Zhuqing, and this young lady all require soul rings to overcome their bottlenecks. Jiang Mian indicated Zhu Zhuqing and Thousand Rin Snow. Please find a suitable one for them. Leave it to me, Red King assured. Nana hasn't reached her bottleneck yet. Her progress seems slow. I'm sorry to disappoint the seniors, Hulaina murmured. I will do my best. Later, let Jiang Mian find you a celestial herb to eat. I guarantee your soul power will soar. Red King patted Hulaina's shoulder, offering encouragement. Now, follow me. Bear Lord, take Jiang Mian to Emperor Tian. Let us not keep him and the others waiting. You're teaching me? Bear Lord had never submitted to Red King, lifting Jiang Mian onto his back and transforming into a streak of light as he soared away. Such power! Thousand Rin Snow's eyes sparkled with intense desire. She must reach such heights. Everyone, I have arrived, Jiang Mian announced as he and Bear Lord descended before the formidable beasts. He greeted each in turn with a smile. Long time no see, have you missed me? Not at all, the king of myriad beasts chuckled, the moment you return. Our peace is disturbed. Can't you say something pleasant? Jiang Mian scoffed at the king of myriad beasts, settling nearby. He inquired, Emperor Tian, how goes the matter of Lord Silver Dragon? He is on the verge of revival, though the exact timing remains uncertain, Emperor Tian replied honestly. After all, the injuries he sustained were severe. This single drop of divine blood, while significantly beneficial, is still merely a drop in the bucket. Any benefit is welcome. Jiang Mian was eager to see Lord Silver Dragon, who had been his eternal goddess since he pursued the original tale. Now, the goddess who was once distant was about to be within reach. Who wouldn't be thrilled? Boom! The ground suddenly trembled again, and the water level of the Lake of Life rose, as if something was about to emerge. Is the Silver Dragon King coming? Chapter 26. The Revival of the Silver Dragon King. The earth's veins seemed to tremble once more. In the eyes of the Emperor, a brilliant light emerged, and all the ferocious beasts simultaneously unleashed their powers, shooting vibrant hues into the Lake of Life. Dozens of ultimate attributes wove together to create a splendid tapestry. A roar of a dragon seemed to echo from the depths of hell itself, causing the water level of the Lake of Life to surge tumultuously. Two mighty dragon claws emerged from the ground, followed by a colossal dragon, as grand as a mountain, soaring into the sky. She slowly opened her eyes, her presence exuding an overwhelming dominance, rendering her invincible. The Silver Dragon King. Jiang Mian swallowed hard. He had never anticipated the Silver Dragon King's appearance to be so breathtaking. Her scales shimmering with brilliance, even overshadowing the sun. Zhu Zhuqing and Qian Renshua, who were absorbing their soul rings, trembled in unison. Their martial spirits, sensing an unmatched pressure emanating from the apex of the biological chain, a pressure that was unassailable, stemming from the deepest recesses of their hearts. Qian Renshua fared better. Her six-winged angel was, after all, a supreme divine martial spirit, so her reaction was not as intense. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat overwhelmed, trembling and unstable. Hulaina instinctively wished to bow. She could not discern what transpired beyond the Lake of Life, as the Emperor had already released his soul power to obscure the world. Yet, how could the pressure radiating from the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna, be completely concealed by the Emperor? Hulaina looked anxiously at Zhu Zhuqing, flustered, as Jiang Mian was absent, leaving her to fervently pray for Zhu Zhuqing's safety. The Crimson King had already transformed into a flash of red light, racing back to the Lake of Life. With the Silver Dragon King's revival, he, as a subordinate, had to go and pay his respects. We welcome our sovereign. At the edge of the Lake of Life, the Emperor knelt first, followed by the other soul beasts. The Snow Emperor knelt on one knee. Though she held respect for the Silver Dragon King, it could not compare to the Emperor's absolute loyalty. I have heard your words, the Silver Dragon King said as her figure gradually dissipated, revealing a flawless, ethereal woman with skin as jade and hair like a waterfall. She approached Jiang Mian and softly expressed her gratitude. Yes, Jiang Mian gazed at the Silver Dragon King in awe, feeling as if all beautiful things in the world dimmed in her presence. She was exquisite, akin to the embodiment of all beauty, reminiscent of a newly bloomed white lotus, noble and graceful. My sovereign, the Emperor began to speak, but the Silver Dragon King gestured for silence, stating, I can barely awaken. My strength has yet to be restored, and I require further recuperation. Let my subordinates protect you. The Emperor placed his right hand over his chest, replying earnestly, As you wish. Guyunat gently lifted Jiang Mian's chin and remarked, Emperor, ensure his protection as well. Indeed, she continued, her eyes shimmering with countless stars. Though no longer a deity, her wisdom remained intact. She gazed at Jiang Mian and slowly said, Perhaps you truly are hope. That would be best. Jiang Mian scratched his head, smiling somewhat shyly. With you here, I can rest easy. The Silver Dragon King, perceptive of the human heart, had remained aware of the world despite her slumber. She had witnessed Jiang Mian's actions, acknowledging that while he had turned a blind eye to the Titan Great Ape and the heavenly Azure Bull Python, the relationship between humans and soul beasts in the current Douluo world had not yet reached a point of complete rupture. After all, soul beasts inherently believed in survival of the fittest. Otherwise, if the spirit beast relished consuming other soul beast brains, the Emperor would not have intervened. Though it was partly due to the spirit beast's unique identity. Ultimately, it was the differing ideologies between soul beasts and humans that mattered. Survival of the fittest, the natural order. Emperor, see them out, the Silver Dragon King suggested, touching Jiang Mian's delicate cheek. Do not disturb me at the Lake of Life for the next 3 years. Jiang Mian was momentarily taken aback, but the Silver Dragon King transformed into a silver light, diving into the Lake of Life. After all, a single drop of divine blood could not entirely heal her wounds. In 3 years, Jiang Mian pondered whether he could achieve the rank of title Douluo, as he had always prepared his 9th spirit beast for the Silver Dragon King. Even if he did not follow the traditional path to godhood, forging a new path would still require her assistance. The Crimson King, carrying Jiang Mian and the 3 women, swiftly departed from the Stardow Forest. The Emperor regained his calm demeanor and stated, Unless in urgent circumstances, do not return to disturb me. Jiang Mian, I am with you, the spirit beast rose, wishing to accompany him out of the Stardow Forest. Spirit beast, you must remain, the Emperor interjected, stating flatly, You are of assistance to our sovereign's recovery. Xiaomeng. No, the spirit beast pouted, stamping her foot, shaking her head. I want to leave with Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian. The Emperor cast a glance at him, saying nothing, but his gaze seemed to convey, You had better manage this to my satisfaction. Xiaomeng. Jiang Mian gently patted the spirit beast's head, reassuring her. Stay here for a while. Once everything is settled, I will come to fetch you. You're lying. The spirit beast suddenly hugged Jiang Mian, burying her head in his embrace and crying, Are you going to abandon Xiaomeng? How could I? Jiang Mian softly held the spirit beast, his tone gentle. You are the best. Besides, when have I ever lied to you? The spirit beast was momentarily speechless, sniffling as she pounded Jiang Mian's chest. All right. 3 years isn't too long anyway. Who said you have to wait 3 years? Jiang Mian teased, pinching the spirit beast's delicate nose. I'll come for you in a year. Deal. The spirit beast extended her pinky finger, sealing the promise with Jiang Mian. He placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, then turned to the Snow Emperor, inquiring with a smile, What are your plans? If you need protection, I can accompany you. The Snow Emperor replied with a faint smile. But seeing as Xiong and the Crimson King are with you, I suppose you won't need me. Having more strong allies is always beneficial. Jiang Mian laughed heartily, as the atmosphere around them grew denser with soul power due to the Silver Dragon King's revival. He truly hoped the Snow Emperor would remain, as it would be advantageous for her. The Snow Emperor smiled slightly, but did not respond to Jiang Mian's suggestion. Jiang Mian clasped his hands together, smiling. The future is long. 3 years is merely a fleeting moment. I await your return. The Snow Emperor lightly touched her lips, her expression unchanged. while the Ice Emperor beside her showed signs of unease. However, the Snow Emperor did not follow Jiang Mian as he departed. She felt content and asked for nothing more. Farewell, everyone. Jiang Mian clasped his hands, bidding adieu to the ferocious beasts. Suddenly, the Emperor raised his hand, and a dragon scale floated into Jiang Mian's grasp. This is my hardest scale. It can protect you, and I have refined it. If it is attacked, I will sense it. Thank you. Jiang Mian carefully stored the scale, and Xiangjun carried him as the two soul beasts followed in search of Zhu Zhuqing and her companions. Jiang Mian, you are truly remarkable, Xiangjun marveled. That once proud spirit beast has become like a little kitten under your influence. Could you refrain from speaking so carelessly? The Crimson King shot him a disapproving glance, wondering how Xiangjun dared to say anything. Why do you care what I say? Am I in your way? Xiangjun retorted fiercely. Can you not always act so serious? The Crimson King quipped, hastening his pace to escape Xiangjun's boisterous presence. However, the Crimson King's cultivation was no match for Xiangjun, resulting in a stalemate as they prepared to clash. You two are quite the pair, Jiang Mian sighed, patting Xiangjun's shoulder. Can't you coexist peacefully? Not a chance. Zhuqing, Sister Nana, Jiang Mian called, spotting Zhu Zhuqing, who had finished absorbing her soul ring, and Hulaina standing guard nearby. He had yet to notice Zhu Zhuqing's transformation and cheerfully greeted her. Did you miss me? How many hours have passed? Zhu Zhuqing's complexion appeared somewhat pallid as she forced a smile and jested. Has Jiang Mian become so shameless? Sister, please do not speak, Hulaina said with concern, embracing Zhu Zhuqing. You are still quite weak. I'm fine, sister. Zhu Zhuqing weakly raised her hand to pat Hulaina's wrist, smiling. Nana, you need not worry about me so much. Sister. Hulaina unconsciously tightened her embrace around Zhu Zhuqing, having already regarded her as her own sister, thus revealing her genuine feelings. Zhu Zhuqing felt a pang in her heart, her eyes growing misty. She truly longed for familial affection. What is wrong with Zhuqing? Jiang Mian immediately sensed something amiss with Zhu Zhuqing. He leaped down from Xiangjun's back and confronted her, asking, who harmed Zhuqing? Suddenly, a wave of pressure emanated from the Stardow forest, likely overwhelming her. Hulaina anxiously exclaimed, Jiang Mian, what should we do? Do not panic. Jiang Mian suddenly realized that as the Silver Dragon King, the ruler of all soul beasts, he would undoubtedly exert pressure on beast martial souls. Since Zhuqing was still absorbing her spirit ring, she would certainly be affected. A gentle green glow emanated from Jiang Mian's palm as he grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand, gradually healing her wounds. Zhu Zhuqing's complexion began to improve, regaining a hint of color. What a miraculous healing technique. Qian Rinxue, who had appeared nearby, observed Jiang Mian's method with awe, exclaiming it could rival the Nine-Heart Sitang. Jiang Mian smirked disdainfully, acknowledging the Nine-Heart Sitang as indeed the premier support martial soul, if not for its curse, which allowed only one inheritor per generation and no more than 2 living inheritors simultaneously. How could the 7 treasures glazed tile school compete? However, Jiang Mian's healing technique was that of the Emerald Swan Biji, unparalleled in the realm of healing. Jiang Mian cast a penetrating glance at the indifferent Qian Rinxue, making her feel a bit uneasy. What are you planning? Qian Rinxue instinctively took 2 steps back, questioning, you cannot act recklessly. I am a friend of His Highness the Crown Prince. Friend of the Crown Prince, huh? Although Jiang Mian understood Qian Rinxue's character, he felt a twinge of anger over her lack of concern for Zhu Zhuqing. He replied coolly, you're the Crown Prince. Do you think I am unaware? Who are you? Qian Rinxue trembled, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Who told you? Do you still wish to kill me? Jiang Mian stood up, flanked by Qi Wang and Xiangjun. You lack the ability. Even if Qian Douluo were here, he wouldn't dare claim he could kill me. Qian Rinxue bit her lip and said, what do you want? I can give you anything. I want you to become the Empress of the Heaven Do Empire. Jiang Mian's expression shifted abruptly as he laughed heartily. With my assistance. Do you have confidence in ascending the throne? You want to help me? Qian Rinxue was taken aback, unable to suppress her curiosity. Why? There is no reason. Perhaps I too wish to stir the tides of destiny. Jiang Mian shrugged, unable to disclose that he was. In fact, her father, as Bibi Dong had already claimed him, rendering Qian Rinxue his nominal daughter. Jiang Mian would not harm Qian Rinxue, despite his lecherous tendencies. He could not engage in such despicable acts. All right. Qian Rinchue's eyes sparkled. If you can help me become Empress, I am willing to acknowledge you as my great pillar of state, granting you the greatest power in the empire. I do not seek power. Jiang Mian clenches fists. Speaking softly, I merely wish to prepare for the future. Empowering Qian Rinchue as Empress could foster peace between humans and soul beasts, counter the impending war from the collision of the Sun and Moon continent, and fulfill Jiang Mian's grand plan requiring a unified world. Jiang Mian helped Zhu Zhuqing to her feet, holding her hand along with Hulaina's, and stated calmly, I can arrange for an assassination of the Snow Knight Emperor. Since the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School supports the Heaven Do Empire, let them perish together. Is it to be done so swiftly? Qian Rinchue questioned, somewhat surprised. Wouldn't it be too hasty? It will not be. Jiang Mian chuckled. Bibi Dong also plans to annihilate the three sects, which aligns perfectly with our intentions. I am merely facilitating the connection. Her? Qian Rinchue frowned slightly, evidently disapproving of her mother. You two share blood. Jiang Mian, somewhat irritated by Qian Rinchue's attitude, remarked, if you truly wish to achieve your ambitions, go to the Spirit Hall and negotiate with Bibi Dong. Once the plan is settled, I can provide you with the necessary combat strength. All right. Qian Rinchue gritted her teeth, recognizing that those destined for greatness must be adaptable. After all, she was dealing with her own mother. Although the two had never gotten along, what did it matter? They could simply focus on business. Bibi Dong had transferred her ruthlessness toward Qian Sundi onto Qian Rinchue, who had never felt maternal love from Bibi Dong. Their strained relationship stemmed from Qian Rinchue's father. Jiang Mian felt it necessary to act as a mediator. Zhu Zhuqing and Hulaina exchanged glances, sensing that Jiang Mian was being rather audacious. In Douluo continent, there were only 2 nations and 7 major sects. Yet Jiang Mian spoke of replacing a country and annihilating a sect so casually. Such ambition was quite overwhelming. Interesting. Xiong scratched his head and said, Little one, if you become emperor, remember to grant me a high position. I have yet to experience it in all my years. Absolutely. Qian Rinchue's brows relaxed. She now felt that her grand ambitions were within reach. After lying in wait for over a decade, the time had finally come to prepare for this plan. Jiang Mian smiled slightly, saying, Let us return to the Heaven Do Empire. You will approach Bibi Dong under the guise of Xue Qinghe, and I will assist you in navigating the situation. Could you gather some more experts? Qian Rinchue timidly inquired. Are these 2 not sufficient? Jiang Mian scoffed. Qian Rinchue, 2 individuals comparable to title Douluo at level 99 are not enough? That is sufficient. Faced with Jiang Mian, Qian Rinchue found it challenging to maintain her anger. Given the presence of these 2 level 99 powerhouses behind Jiang Mian, she felt no inclination to argue. Let's depart. Jiang Mian climbed into the carriage, and with Xiong and Qi Wang returning, he no longer needed to drive himself. Instead, he embraced Zhu Zhuqing and Hulaina, retreating to the carriage to indulge in their company. Qian Rinchue felt somewhat awkward, opting to sit outside the carriage with Xiong while Qi Wang was unfazed, comfortably taking a seat inside to protect Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian gazed up at the cloudless sky, sighing that a change in fortune was imminent. Chapter 27. Journey to the Heaven Do Royal Academy in the Heaven Do Imperial City at the original Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Academy, now the New Shrek Academy. Xiao-san, you must understand your teacher, Master Yu Xiaojing said earnestly, observing Tang San, who was drenched in sweat during training. Though you are still young, defeating that individual requires an effort multiplied by dozens. This rigorous training is for your own good. Tang San remained silent, pouring himself into his training. The figure of Jiang Mian echoing in his mind, as if he could soon exact his revenge. He yearned to trample Jiang Mian beneath his feet, to repay the humiliation he had suffered tenfold, to cast Jiang Mian into the filthiest abyss, subjecting him to relentless torment before tearing him apart. 2 flamboyantly dressed men timidly followed Tang San in training, speaking in effeminate tones and unconsciously gesturing with delicate fingers. These 2 unfortunate souls, having lost their manhood, had only themselves to blame for their hedonistic nature. Tang San gritted his teeth and bellowed, Jiang Mian. Achoo! Outside the Heavenly Do Imperial City, Jiang Mian sneezed forcefully twice, unable to suppress his astonishment. Who is thinking of me? Surely, he must have been involved in some frivolous affairs outside. Hulaina lay on Jiang Mian's lap. casually swinging her legs, her expression alluring as she remarked, "Is that so, little brother Jiang Mian? Sister has been with me all along. Could the flowers and grass I have entangled with be you, dear sister?" Jiang Mian gently caressed Hulaina's fox ears, teasingly replying. Hulaina's ears flushed crimson, and without uttering a word, she delicately bit her finger, gazing at Jiang Mian with tender affection. Embracing Hulaina's slender waist, Jiang Mian glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who was meditating nearby, feeling that such a life was indeed more blissful than that of celestial beings. Zhu Zhuqing had just absorbed her soul ring and, having suppressed her soul power recently, had managed to break through, unexpectedly ascending 2 levels, nearly catching up to Hulaina. After all, she had once feasted on divine herbs, and although the efficacy had diminished significantly, the sheer quantity was still substantial. While Hulaina possessed remarkable talent, she had yet to encounter such fortuitous opportunities. Her soul power stagnating at level 46. Jiang Mian contemplated finding some divine herbs for Hulaina to help her progress. "I shall take my leave first." Qian Rinxue suddenly spoke from outside the carriage. "Very well," Jiang Mian nodded. Qian Rinxue then released her martial spirit and departed, for she, under the guise of Xue Qinghe, could not enter the city in such a form. Moreover, the disappearance of the Imperial Crown Prince for 4 days would undoubtedly attract the attention of the observant. The Crimson King exited the carriage and joined Xiong at the reins. Jiang Mian studied the map and noted how close they were to the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy, prompting him to consider a visit, as the academy was renowned for its many beautiful women. Du Guyan and Yi Lingling, each a stunning beauty rivaling Zhu Zhuqing and Hulaina, were certainly worth a visit. Xiong let us set forth to the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy. Within the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong rested her chin on her hand, seated upon the papal throne. Her eyes gently closed as she listened to the reports from Ghost Douluo below. "Jiang Mian, why have you not returned?" Bibi Dong murmured softly, her gaze revealing a yearning expression, her heart fluttering as memories of that night with Jiang Mian surfaced. After all, even the strongest woman harbors a tender side that craves care. Observing the situation, Ghost Douluo wisely withdrew, not daring to intrude upon Bibi Dong's reverie. "Teacher, what brings you here?" A familiar voice emerged as the carriage halted unexpectedly. Jiang Mian was taken aback to see Yin and Xieyu appear before him. Upon noticing Xiong and the Crimson King, they bowed deeply, embodying the demeanor of devoted disciples. "Have you missed us so soon after just half a month's absence?" Xiong crossed his arms, chuckling. "You two can't possibly be masochists, can you?" Xieyu scratched his head, a sincere smile illuminating his handsome face with the teacher present. "Our progress is indeed rapid. Though we may have complained during training, you have always been in our thoughts." Yin glanced at Xieyu, adding, "I feel the same. We don't wish to lag behind Jiang Mian too much. Though I know I cannot surpass him, I still want to strive, even if it means just narrowing the distance between us." "So do I," Xieyu echoed, looking at Yin. The Crimson King, observing Xieyu and his overly compliant disciple, felt a surge of irritation. "You may lose to anyone, but not to Xiong's disciple." "Yin, well said." The Crimson King clenched his fists, forcibly suppressing his anger. Chuckling through gritted teeth, "When we return to the Spirit Hall, the Master will train you thoroughly." Yan's expression shifted dramatically, tugging at Xieyu's sleeve. "Teacher, Xieyu and I have some matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave." "Wait." Jiang Mian exited the carriage, stepping in front of the two, inquiring, "How have things been arranged?" "Everything is settled." Xieyu patted Jiang Mian's shoulder, grinning. "I knew that wherever there were 2 teachers, you would undoubtedly be there as well." Yin greeted Jiang Mian with a hint of reluctance, fearful that Jiang Mian might seek retribution, knowing he could neither fight back nor escape. "All is well. We are good brothers." Jiang Mian smiled slightly, saying, "What is the matter?" "Yin, why take it to heart? Hearing that brings me some comfort." Yin burst into laughter. "You have no idea how many evil soul masters Xieyu has slain in the extreme northern frontier. That fellow truly shows no mercy." "Were you injured?" Jiang Mian grasped Xieyu's hand, concerned. "Is it serious?" "Not fatal," Xieyu chuckled. "Besides, without injuries, how would one progress?" "I will heal you," Jiang Mian said as he prepared to treat Xieyu's wounds. But Xieyu quickly pulled his hand back, stating, "Let me tell you, wounds are a warrior's glory. Do not think of erasing them." "You," Jiang Mian pointed at Xieyu, chuckling helplessly. Xiaoyu was indeed too stubborn. Xiangjun greatly admired this child, who dared to pursue the impossible. Xiaoyu knew he could not surpass Jiang Mian, yet persisted in rigorous training day in and day out, tirelessly honing his skills. Having discovered his lifelong pursuit, in Xiaoyu's words, even if he could never surpass Jiang Mian, he would always strive to be that person following in Jiang Mian's footsteps. Jiang Mian looked around but found no sign of Yu Guan. Surprised as he inquired, "Did not the Chrysanthemum Douluo accompany you under the Pope's orders? Where is he?" "Elder Chrysanthemum Douluo has returned to the Spirit Hall. He may be quite frustrated." Xiaoyu laughed. "He found our pace too slow and abandoned us here. Has he gone to vent with Ghost Douluo?" The three exchanged knowing smiles, aware that such matters were better left unspoken. "Nana is still in the carriage," Jiang Mian remarked. "As her brother, should you not hurry up and check on her?" "Nana, have you missed me?" Xiaoyu fussed with his hairstyle before approaching the carriage to see his most cherished sister, primarily ensuring that Jiang Mian had not engaged in any inappropriate actions with her. Upon hearing this, Yan's expression visibly fell, and he became somewhat dejected. Jiang Mian draped an arm around his shoulder, offering comfort. "Yan, rest assured, brother will definitely find you a beauty who matches Nana." "Jiang Mian, do you think I like Nana solely for her looks?" Yan retorted angrily. "Am I that superficial?" Indeed. Jiang Mian patted Yan's shoulder, continuing to offer solace. "It is well known that your affection for Nana runs deep, but love cannot be one-sided. Perhaps you have yet to meet the one truly suited for you. If Nana likes you, I have nothing to say." Yin squatted down, feeling wronged and on the verge of tears. "You are more accomplished than I, better looking too. Rest assured, Jiang Mian, I will sincerely bless your everlasting love. Perhaps I shall never seek another woman in my lifetime." One should not speak too soon. Jiang Mian pulled Yin up, saying, "Let us take it one step at a time. Your sorrow may worsen with my consolation." "You know," Yin pointed angrily at Jiang Mian. A multitude of words condensed into a single exclamation. "Scram. Ungrateful." Jiang Mian chuckled, sensing it was best to retreat. He called into the carriage. "Xiaoyu, do you wish to accompany us to the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy?" "Why would he go there?" Xiaoyu poked his head out, inquiring, "Is there something we need to do?" "Nothing in particular, just a desire to see." Jiang Mian's mind buzzed with plans taking shape. "Very well. Then let us go and take a look." Xiaoyu leaped down from the carriage, grasping Jiang Mian's hand. "Jiang Mian, I know the way. Let us proceed. The carriage cannot accommodate the two of us. And besides, Zhu Zhuqing is cultivating as well, so I must trouble you to walk with us." Jiang Mian secretly chuckled to himself. This elder brother is quite considerate, fearing that he might act inappropriately towards Hulaina, thus choosing to avoid her altogether. Xiaoyu leaned in close to Jiang Mian and whispered, "I do not oppose your association with Laina. However, as her elder brother, I must ensure that I uphold my responsibilities toward her. After all, appearances matter, and in my heart, you, my dear brother-in-law, deserve a perfect score." With a smirk, Jiang Mian retorted, "A slap followed by a date? You think of me as a mere child, Xiaoyu?" Gritting his teeth, he forced a smile. "You do make a fair point, dear brother-in-law. Let's be on our way." As Jiang Mian walked to the center, Xiaoyu and Yin flanked him, while Bear King and Red King drove the carriage. The seven of them marched toward the Tian Dou Royal Academy with great fervor. Passing a narrow alley, both Red King and Bear King instinctively turned to glance at it. The entrance was shrouded in darkness, empty and familiar. "It feels quite familiar," Red King remarked nonchalantly. "It's that guy from the last ambush at the inn," Bear King scoffed. "We spared him last time, yet he dares to target Jiang Mian again? Be cautious," Red King advised. "If he dares to plot against Jiang Mian, we shall capture him this time. I desire to eliminate him, but it will only take a moment," Bear King replied. "There is no need to worry about Jiang Mian. If he wishes to reach greater heights, he must step out of his comfort zone and not rely solely on our protection." "Indeed," Red King concurred. "We cannot allow Jiang Mian to become too dependent on us." "Well said," Bear King commented. Blind Bear, Little Pup, they bantered back and forth. "Dare to fight? Let us fight. Who fears you?" Jiang Mian felt exasperated. Turning to them, he said, "Could you two quiet down? This is Tian Dou Imperial City. It cannot withstand your turbulent energies. For Jiang Mian's sake, I shall spare you this time." "Blind Bear," Red King said. "Little Pup, just wait. I will find a moment to teach you a lesson," Red King threatened, crossing his arms. "We are both figures from the past. It wouldn't be wise to quarrel with newcomers." How about our disciples spar against each other? Are you afraid? Red King taunted Yin. If you dare to lose, I shall toss you into the Crimson Python Fire Melt Valley. Do you believe that? Yin shivered involuntarily, glancing at Xiaoyu as if pleading. Brother, can you show mercy? If you lose, I will throw you into the Azure Wingbat Cave, Bear King retorted defiantly. Xiaoyu looked at Yin, the meaning clear. Brother, I cannot assist you in this. I suggest both of you should go, so as to avoid hurting our brotherly bond. Jiang Mian chuckled heartily. Seize that rascal. Xiaoyu and Yin dashed forward in an attempt to catch Jiang Mian. With a sly grin, Jiang Mian dodged and laughed. Not so fast, dear brothers. That one-tea do, my esteemed soul master. Xiaoyu and Yin clutched Jiang Mian's legs, pulling him toward the carriage wheel. Stop. Jiang Mian felt a rush of instinctive panic, activating his soul ring skill and swiftly closing his legs, narrowly escaping their onslaught. I cannot believe he slipped away. Xiaoyu shook his arm in disbelief. Elder brother, if you incapacitate me today, what will happen to Laina? Jiang Mian innocently hid behind Red King. Let her accompany you. Xiaoyu retorted, half amused and half exasperated. You dare threaten your elder brother? Enough. We are approaching the Tian Royal Academy. You three little rascals, cease your antics. Red King interrupted their playful bickering. I have heard of the Spirit Hall, the mightiest spirit master organization in the human realm. You ought to display a modicum of decorum, considering you are part of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Indeed, Jiang Mian jumped down from the carriage first, patting Xiaoyu and Yin on their backs. Follow my lead. Lift your hips, tighten your abdomens, and extend your heads forward. Let us go. The three of them frolicked, their movements resembling that of a cartoon cat, eliciting laughter. Suddenly, an unexpected guest appeared at the entrance of the Tian Royal Academy, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt for the trio. Hey, who are you three rascals to dare disgrace yourselves at the Tian Royal Academy? Chapter 28. The Poison Douluo. Who is this? Yin paused, instinctively looking at Jiang Mian, only to find Jiang Mian and Xiaoyu charging forward. Jiang Mian delivered a flying kick that struck the man squarely in the face, sending him sprawling backward. Xiaoyu followed closely behind, kicking him in the lower back and sending him crashing to the ground in a heap. Presumptuous. I am His Highness Shuebong, the fourth prince of the Tian Empire. The man's face scraped against the ground, resembling a pig's head as he spat blood, muttering threats. Shuebong, never heard of him. Xiaoyu brandished his moonblade, a wave of fierce energy enveloping the area. Through relentless training, his strength had surged, rendering him nearly invincible against those below the Soul King rank. If you are unconvinced, feel free to seek help. We shall be waiting right here, Jiang Mian replied coolly. Shuebong is merely a fallen prince. You. Shuebong's face flushed with rage, pointing at Jiang Mian and his companions with venomous intent. You will regret this. Better hurry, Jiang Mian scoffed. I'm curious to see what kind of allies this fallen prince can summon. With that, Shuebong spat and turned to seek assistance. Jiang Mian paid him no mind, knowing he would likely seek out Prince Shuexing, who would then call upon Douluo to deal with them. Douluo, merely a 92nd level title Douluo, was no match for the over 1099th level powerhouses standing behind Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian disregarded the fleeing Shuebong, gazing at the magnificently decorated gates before him, exclaiming in awe, is this truly the Tian Royal Academy? It pales in comparison to the Spirit Hall. Disgraceful. I didn't get to act earlier, Yin grumbled. Small matter. You'll have plenty of opportunities to take action later, Jiang Mian reassured him, patting Yin on the shoulder. After all, Shuebong is a prince. Having lost face, he will surely seek to regain it. Worry not, Xiaoyu declared confidently, if he calls for assistance. You two should stand back and watch me in action. Very well, Jiang Mian beamed, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, reveling in the satisfaction of their plan. As they approached the Tian Royal Academy, Hulaina held Zhu Zhuqing's hand as they exited the carriage. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was cold, her gaze fixed on the academy, her thoughts a tangled web of emotions. After all, her sister was a student at the Luo Royal Academy, and it stood to reason that the strength of the Tian Royal Academy was comparable to that of the Luo Royal Academy. With a year remaining until the Soul Master competition, Yu Qianheng had likely already broken through to the Soul Sect level, while Douluo Yin was not far behind, though she had yet to reach that level. Stop! Who dares intrude upon the Tian Royal Academy? The guards at the entrance brandished their long spears, blocking Jiang Mian and his companions. Go inform them that the Spirit Hall S battle team has come to engage with the Tian Royal Academy S team for an exchange of learning, Xiaoyu proclaimed, brandishing a medallion that revealed itself to be the Elder S token, a privilege of those distinguished as honorary elders of the Spirit Hall. The Elder S token was held by the honorary elders of the Spirit Hall, with each of the top 3 sects possessing one, and the ghost Douluo owning 2, making it an exceedingly rare item. To Jiang Mian's surprise, Xiaoyu possessed such a token as well. The guard took the Elder token with both hands, and as he discerned the intricate designs above, he immediately trembled, scrambling away to report to the inner sanctum of the Tian Royal Academy. Where did you acquire the Elder token? Jiang Mian inquired in astonishment. Has Bibi Dong bestowed such a thing upon you? It was left to me by Zhu Zhuqing, Xiaoyu replied with a smile. He departed early, fearing we might encounter obstacles along the way. Hence he entrusted me with this Elder token. Ah, I see, Jiang Mian realized, and a thought crossed his mind. Fortunately, it was Zhu Zhuqing who left it. Had Bibi Dong only given it to Xiaoyu and not to me, I would have had to confront her upon my return. Look at the poise of these youngsters. They truly have a certain flair, Xiong remarked appreciatively. After all these years, we still cannot match their finesse. Indeed, the adage holds true. One learns throughout life, Qi Wang mused, arms crossed, expressing his sentiment. Even a dog can spit out ivory. Xiong chuckled. You have certainly earned my respect. Xiong Xiezi, can you refrain from causing trouble? Qi Wang shook his fist, half laughing, half angry. How did I not realize your tongue was so foul before? Perhaps your strength was inadequate back then. Xiong patted Qi Wang on the shoulder, laughing heartily. You were no match for me then, but now that you have grown stronger, your words carry much more weight. Huh. Qi Wang playfully swatted Xiong's hand away. Thus, I must extend my gratitude to Jiang Mian. Without him, I would never have reached this height. Are you suggesting a debt of gratitude that runs deeper? Xiong clutched his stomach, laughing heartily. That would be quite the affair. Jiang Mian is surrounded by beauties, and you would likely find it difficult to insert yourself. Enough, Jiang Mian interjected. Look, the chairpersons of the Education Committee of the Tian Royal Academy are coming out to greet us. Standing at the center, Jiang Mian warmly regarded the 3 elders who emerged. Esteemed guests, I apologize for not welcoming you properly given the distance you have traveled. The central figure, the headmaster, began. I am Meng Xinji, the principal of the Tian Royal Academy. The rotund elder on the left, stroking his belly, chuckled. I am Bai Baoshan, the deputy head of the Education Committee. The tall, slender elder on the right spoke calmly. I am Jilin, the 3rd member of the committee. 3 soul Douluos. Qi Wang discerned their capabilities at a glance. The central figure was of the agility type, the left was defensive, and the right was controlling. Can you withstand a slap from me? Xiong inquired. Not all, Qi Wang replied. They are merely 3-souled Douluos. They probably couldn't endure even half a slap. How dull. Xiong chuckled, his eyes filled with disdain. Having met the 3 chairpersons, Jiang Mian and the younger generation displayed their respect by cupping their fists in greeting. What brings the esteemed talents of the Spirit Hall to our academy today for an exchange? Meng Xinji inquired, stroking his beard with a smile. A few days ago, your student Yu Tianheng stopped my carriage, inviting me to visit, Jiang Mian replied with a light laugh. We have come at his invitation. Please, Meng Xinji gestured, maintaining an air of modest authority as he welcomed them into the academy. Jiang Mian and the others entered first, while Xiong driving the carriage, did not even glance at them. As he passed the 3 chairpersons, he quietly released a surge of formidable spirit power, intending to intimidate the 3-souled Douluos. The effect was indeed palpable. Meng Xinji and the others' expressions shifted. Noticing the group entering the academy, Meng Xinji turned to Bai Baoshan and Jilin, saying, a title Douluo, and a particularly powerful one at that. Jilin's expression darkened. The 2 powerful individuals on that carriage surely exceed level 95. This is a show of strength, Bai Baoshan remarked, his brow furrowed. What does the Spirit Hall intend? I do not know. We shall proceed with caution, Meng Xinji replied, patting Jilin on the shoulder. Should we report to His Majesty? Let us observe the situation first, Jilin suggested. These individuals possess the highest-ranking elder token, indicating that the Spirit Hall holds them in high regard. We should host them well to avoid giving them any leverage. Agreed. Jilin and Bai Baoshan replied in unison as the three followed suit into the Tiando Royal Academy. This academy is quite impressive, Yin whispered to the others. Do not be so naive, Seiyu responded with a hint of exasperation. Our spirit hall boasts angelic statues. They have nothing of the sort here. They will soon have one, Jiang Mian chuckled. Zhu Zhuqing and Hu Laina trailed behind the three, their stunning beauty drawing the attention of many students, who paused to gawk at them. Hu Laina raised her chin, dismissing the onlookers entirely, while Zhu Zhuqing remained cool and indifferent to such trivialities. Jiang Mian, do you truly intend to spar with the Academy S team? Seiyu inquired with curiosity. Jiang Mian nodded, saying since we are here, we might as well test their strength. They are merely a ragtag group. Sound intriguing, Seiyu smiled. It's a perfect opportunity to practice the spirit fusion technique with Laina. Perhaps it may be a tad unfair. Jiang Mian playfully patted Seiyu on the shoulder, smiling. Let us not let them lose too embarrassingly. That would be impolite. Regarding the strength of Seiyu and Hu Laina's spirit fusion technique, Jiang Mian was perhaps the most qualified to comment, having previously faced them in battle, where he narrowly emerged victorious, though he held a 10-level advantage over them. The spirit fusion technique was not merely a simple enhancement of attributes. Now, even at level 40, Seiyu and Hu Laina's fusion technique could contend with a level 70 soul sage. Jiang Mian had exerted considerable effort to secure his victory over them. Since then, Seiyu had dedicated herself to relentless training, aspiring to surpass Jiang Mian one day, though she understood the improbability of such a feat. Jilin, some of the members of the team, Meng Xinji instructed from behind, advised them to bring their utmost effort. The visitors do not come with benign intentions. Understood, Jilin replied. This will also serve to enlighten these young ones about the existence of greater powers beyond their own. The last group of Shrek students they encountered had already dealt them a blow. Let us see if they have progressed, Bai Baoshan remarked. It is also an opportunity for us to gauge the strength of the Spirit Hall's golden generation. Precisely, Meng Xinji concurred. The Soul Master competition held every 5 years is approaching. Knowing both ourselves and our adversaries ensures we remain unassailable. Let us refrain from revealing too much of our strength. Seiyu and Laina, avoid using your fusion technique. I shall see if I can single-handedly challenge all 7 of them, Jiang Mian boasted. Isn't that a bit overzealous? Seiyu remarked. We must not lose. Should we instigate trouble and fail, our teacher will surely discipline us upon our return. Fear not, Jiang Mian assured, brimming with confidence. Though he currently possessed only level 57 spirit power, in terms of raw strength, even an 80-level soul Douluo might not match him. While he might not yet be able to contend with a title Douluo, he anticipated that with time, achieving such prowess would not be far-fetched. At the present, the Tiando Royal Academy's team was merely led by Yu Tianheng, who had reached the Soul Scholar level. The others, likely still at the Soul Master level, were simply a group of youngsters in their 30s. Jiang Mian found little to fear. He intended to return to the Spirit Hall and diligently cultivate his spirit power, striving to reach level 60 as soon as possible. Tian had proposed that at level 60, he could recruit the Evil Eye Tyrant from the Evil Forest, and Jiang Mian held a flicker of anticipation. What? You say the Spirit Hall's golden generation wishes to engage in a spar with us? In a room, Yu Tianheng rose abruptly at Jilin's command, astonished. What do they intend to achieve? To establish their dominance? Du Yin replied calmly. Perhaps the Spirit Hall intends to extend its reach towards us? Uncertain, Jilin remarked. Regardless of their intentions, you must remain vigilant. Even if we cannot achieve victory, we must not concede too swiftly. Yu Shenheng clenched his fists, a fierce battle spirit igniting in his eyes. I have just ascended to the Soul Master rank, and they come now? It is the perfect opportunity to test the gap between us. Suddenly, a figure clad in green appeared, as if an uninvited guest materializing in the corridor. Meng Xinji had just entered the reception room with Jiang Mian and others when laughter echoed from outside. Who? Meng Xinji asked warily. Who dares to infiltrate my Tiando Royal Academy? With a creak, the door to the reception room was forcefully pushed open by a powerful surge of soul force. Douluo, dressed entirely in dark green with graying hair, entered slowly. With each step he took, a soul ring descended from above, the configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black rings, leaving Meng Xinji and Bai Baoshan utterly astonished. The younger members of the Spirit Hall remained composed, with Xiong Jun and Qi Wang not even glancing at Douluo, engrossed in their tea. Poison Douluo? Meng Shinji assumed a combat stance, questioning, "What brings you here, esteemed Poison Douluo?" "I merely wish to see who dares to be so audacious within the Tian Royal Academy." Douluo replied, hands clasped behind him, casting a cold smile at the group. "Is it merely these few, Poison Douluo?" Jiang Mian scoffed. "Isn't that the one who can't even defeat the chrysanthemum Douluo?" Upon hearing this, Douluo's expression shifted dramatically. He instantly appeared before Jiang Mian, coldly asking, "What do you mean, boy? If you intend to strike, you should consult with those two behind me," Jiang Mian replied, unfazed, as Qi Wang and Xiong Jun unleashed their soul power. In an instant, Douluo's soul energy seemed like mere fireflies compared to the bright moon before the two. Douluo raised his hands defensively, continually forced back by their overwhelming power. Bai Baoshan and Meng Shinji simultaneously activated their martial spirits, exerting their utmost to withstand the pressure of the two formidable beasts. "May I inquire, esteemed elder, your esteemed name?" Douluo, now at a disadvantage, changed his demeanor and respectfully inquired, "I have offended. Let us speak civilly. Must you flaunt your strength?" Qi Wing remarked, "You cannot even match us. It is truly laughable. To bully the weak and fear the strong." Xiong Jun scoffed. "Do you even deserve to know our names?" Douluo's face turned crimson with embarrassment when a clear voice suddenly rang from outside. "Grandfather, what are you doing here? Your granddaughter?" Schulten's Yunklint. As the door was forcefully pushed open by his soul power, Douluo, with her light purple hair tousled by the wind, stood in the doorway, her expression one of shock and confusion. Xiong Jun slowly rose and approached Douluo with a menacing smile. "Yin Yin!" Douluo suddenly shouted, unleashing all his soul power, casting a dark green aura over the room. He swiftly teleported to Douluo's side, attempting to whisk her away. "Arrogance comes at a price," Qi Wang interjected, stepping in front of Douluo and firmly grasping his shoulder. "To escape, one must possess the ability." "Esteemed elders," Meng Shinji quickly interjected, "it is clear you are not ordinary individuals. I hope you will show mercy and seek peace." "Are you implying that if I am not amicable, it will not be auspicious?" Qi Wang coldly smirked. Meng Shinji fell silent, his back drenched in cold sweat. "I do not dare." "Then remain silent," Qi Wang commanded. The three of them exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Fortunately, Jiang Mian stood and blocked Xiong Jun and Qi Wang, stating enough. Both Xiong Jun and Qi Wang retracted their soul power, taking their seats behind Jiang Mian, no longer speaking. "Poison Douluo, do you have anything further to say?" Jiang Mian chuckled. "It seems you had something to convey earlier." No. Douluo's mouth twitched as he shielded Douluo behind him, forcing a smile. "I was in the wrong earlier. I apologize. Please do not leave just yet. We were preparing for a friendly competition with the Tian Royal Academy team. Would you stay and offer us some guidance?" Jiang Mian sneered. "I would not dare." Douluo clasped his hands and began to retreat. "With these two elders present, I truly do not dare to demonstrate my skills. If you attempt to flee, the Spirit Hall will pursue you to the ends of the earth, leaving no mercy for your granddaughter." Jiang Mian threatened casually while lifting his teacup. "Very well, I shall offer my lackluster skills." Douluo's expression changed, realizing the implications. He cared little for himself, but the thought of his granddaughter facing misfortune because of him was unbearable. "If the poison within you is not treated, it is likely that you will never progress in your cultivation," Jiang Mian remarked with a smile. "And as for your granddaughter, do not pass on calamity to the next generation." "How do you know?" Douluo's eyes brightened, though he remained on guard, eagerly inquiring, "Can you cure her?" "That is uncertain," Jiang Mian shrugged, feigning embarrassment. "As a member of the Spirit Hall, and given your enmity with them, it is quite difficult. If you can heal Yin Yin, I would willingly offer my life to you," Douluo declared solemnly, clasping his hands. "Grandfather," Douluo exclaimed, clutching Douluo, fearful he might act rashly. "In this world, all are driven by profit," Jiang Mian teased with a smile. "What do you desire? What do you want?" Douluo asked. "Let me ponder that before I respond," Jiang Mian replied, nonchalantly, feigning indifference. Douluo considered losing his temper, but suppressed it upon glancing at Xiong Jun and Qi Wang. "Very well, young brother. Once you have determined your desires, please contact me. I will agree to any terms." "Fascinating," Jiang Mian chuckled. "Let us dispense with pleasantries. Since the friends from the Tiando Royal Academy team are assembled, let us commence our friendly competition. Is there truly a need for competition? Yu Shenheng remarked, patting Du Guyan's shoulder with a smile. Though I am unaware of your capabilities, they must be formidable. Competing with you would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. How can we know without trying? Yin suggested, tousling his fiery red hair with a grin. Shall we engage in one-on-one combat? Do you wish to step forward and test your mettle? Jiang Mian glanced at the spirited Yin. Yu Shenheng, we have come sincerely to exchange ideas. It would be remiss of you not to express your stance. Yin laughed heartily. Indeed, my friend, I will show you mercy. Just as Xiaoyu stood up, he suddenly felt the world spin, his body uncontrollably toppling forward. Brother! Hulaina cried out, quickly catching Xiaoyu and laying him flat. Jiang Mian, emanating a soft green light, prepared to assist Xiaoyu, when suddenly, a striking beauty with short white hair burst into the room. Her expression was frosty as she swiftly approached Xiaoyu, unleashing her martial spirit to tend to his injuries. How did he sustain such severe injuries? Yi Lingling frowned. Her voice icy. Is he reckless? What happened? Jiang Mian turned to Yin, noticing his peculiar expression. He immediately pressed, what is wrong with Xiaoyu? What are you hiding from us? He was injured by the self-detonation of an evil soul master. He has been training tirelessly, pushing his body beyond its limits. Yin replied quietly, avoiding eye contact. He did not want you to worry, thinking his situation was not serious. Absurd, Jiang Mian scolded, placing both hands on Xiaoyu's chest to assist Yi Lingling in treating him. Yi Lingling gazed at Jiang Mian in astonishment, but soon averted her eyes, marveling at how Jiang Mian's healing method surpassed her own 9-heart begonia. This was truly unprecedented. What is happening to me? As the two of them exerted their full efforts in treatment, Xiaoyu's lips gradually regained their color. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered everyone was watching him with concern, which made him feel a bit ashamed. After a moment, he sincerely apologized. I'm sorry for causing you all to worry. Brother. Hulaina's eyes instantly turned red as she embraced Xiaoyu, fearing he might faint again. You are being too reckless, Jiang Mian scolded angrily. You didn't inform your brothers about any troubles. What were you thinking? Xiaoyu sheepishly scratched his head, offering no defense. Upon seeing Xiaoyu awake, Yi Lingling silently retreated to the side, observing quietly. Xiaoyu, it was this young lady who saved you. Jiang Mian helped Xiaoyu sit up and said to Yi Lingling, you should express your gratitude. Thank you, young lady, Xiaoyu said. His cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness as he looked at Yi Lingling. No need, Yi Lingling replied nonchalantly. Saving lives is what I ought to do. Bai Baoshan and Meng Xinji exchanged glances, feeling a sense of pride. Yi Lingling's actions had clearly overshadowed the presence of the spirit hall. Their eyes seemed to convey. Did you see that? This is the upbringing and refinement of our Tiando Royal Academy. The 9-heart begonia, if not for the curse, is indeed the best support spirit in the world, Jiang Mian chuckled, expressing his gratitude to Yi Lingling. You are not lacking either, Yi Lingling remarked. Jiang Mian laughed lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. This young man still requires treatment. If you are willing, you may stay for a while, Meng Xinji suggested. Yi Lingling's spirit is extremely beneficial for healing injuries. Since you are here, we must extend our hospitality. All right, Jiang Mian nodded in agreement. Although he could also treat Xiaoyu's injuries, he acknowledged that a young lady's care would be more considerate. Besides, Jiang Mian regarded Xiaoyu and Yin as brothers. With so many wives, how could they not have one? Yi Lingling is quite suitable for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu shyly scratched his head, his gaze towards Yi Lingling almost sultry, and Jiang Mian felt hesitant to disrupt the tender atmosphere. Xiaoyu was, in fact, a very simple person. He was the type who believed in repaying even the smallest kindness with immense gratitude. Having been saved by Yi Lingling, he truly did not know how to repay her kindness. Poison Douluo, please follow me. Jiang Mian approached Douluo with a smile. I would like to have a word with you. After you, Douluo followed Jiang Mian outside to the reception area. Jiang Mian spoke first. Poison Douluo, do you possess a place known as the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye? How did you know? Douluo was taken aback at first, then quickly realized. You are one of the Spirit Hall's people. Last time I lost to Zhu Huaguan, he must have informed you about the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye. Now that the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye belongs to the Spirit Hall, do you wish to reclaim it? Jiang Mian inquired. How can I not wish to? Douluo replied, there are so many spirit herbs inside, each worth a fortune. If you can cultivate spirit herbs for our spirit hall, we will certainly return the ice and fire yin-yang eye, and I can also heal you and Douluo Yin's ailments. You are merely a valued disciple of the spirit hall. Do you really have such authority? Douluo expressed his surprise. That seems a bit too much. Have you considered that if I had no authority, would two top-tier powerhouses follow my lead? Jiang Mian chuckled. Moreover, I am an honorary elder of the spirit hall. How old are you? Douluo looked at Jiang Mian in shock, momentarily speechless. Is your status already this high? I am 13, soon to be 14, Jiang Mian shrugged. What can I say? I am exceptionally gifted, and the Pope values me highly. Interesting, Douluo had encountered many prodigies. Yet none had left an impression as profound as Jiang Mian. I know you cherish your freedom and will not restrict it. Just take good care of the spirit herbs in the ice and fire yin-yang eye, and I will help you remove the poison. Jiang Mian smiled. The healing methods of the nine-heart begonia are insignificant in my eyes. Are you truly dismissing the nine-heart begonia, the world's foremost healing spirit? Douluo suddenly found the person before him resembling a charlatan. You cannot even remove your own poison, yet you presume to compare with me? Jiang Mian scoffed. I have the capital to be arrogant. Does that irritate you? The healing methods of the Emerald Swan Biji are unparalleled, not just in the spirit beast realm, but in the entire world. You are a healing-type spirit master? Douluo inquired with curiosity. You don't seem like one. I consider myself an all-round spirit master, Jiang Mian replied, explaining that he wielded the fate I granted by the auspicious beast, the hellfire of the Red King, and the rending claw of the bear monarch, which were all powerful offensive abilities, complemented by the healing from the Emerald Swan. In truth, agility was his only shortcoming. But Jiang Mian felt it unnecessary. As he continued to grow, with such an array of abilities, standing still would make him unbeatable. You truly have the right to be arrogant. Douluo ruffled his hair, praising a young hero indeed. Find a place. I will first help you with the poison. Jiang Mian stated, let us test the effects. That is fine. I don't mind waiting, Douluo replied nonchalantly. After all, I've endured for so many years. All right. Jiang Mian laughed heartily. Recognizing the truth in the world, power is paramount. Even someone as unruly as Douluo dared not show anger towards Jiang Mian. Why? Because of the pressure from the Bear Monarch and the Red King. Had Jiang Mian been without any backing, he would likely have long since perished. With none of the current glory. Jiang Mian, it truly is you. As Jiang Mian was strolling with Douluo, a voice suddenly called out from behind them. Jiang Mian turned to see it was Shuqing. Quite swift, Jiang Mian smirked slightly. Your Highness, we meet again. Greetings, Your Highness. Douluo clasped his fists in a simple gesture of respect. You two continue your conversation. I am at this academy, so I will not intrude. Very well. Jiang Mian nodded, and Douluo promptly departed, leaving Jiang Mian and the prince to converse. You are rather fast, Jiang Mian smiled gently, observing the dashing figure of the prince, teasing, dear prince. I will soon be free, Shuqing murmured, looking at his own hands upon returning. I heard Prince Shuqing mention that someone had attacked the fourth Prince Shuebong at the Tian Royal Academy. I guessed it was you all. Hence I came to investigate. Jiang Mian did not pursue Shuqing as topic, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, Qianrenxue, will you spend your life managing the empire in this guise? Are you a spy, daring to reveal your true self? What do you mean? Shuqing asked. No need for such complications. Jiang Mian shook his head, explaining, you only need to clear the ruler's side. What does clearing the ruler's side entail? Shuqing inquired. Ha ha, Jiang Mian laughed softly, choosing not to elaborate further, for if Qianrenxue wished to govern the nation in her true form, there was but one path, rebellion. And rebellion requires a legitimate justification, which can only be the clearing of the ruler's side. The best choice for this was precisely the arrogant Prince Shuqing. The fall of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was inevitable, and Jiang Mian contemplated redirecting the blame for its downfall towards the Tian royal family, with Douluo being an essential piece of this plan. After all, it is well known that Prince Shuqing and Douluo share a close bond. However, the reasons behind such matters must be contemplated by Qianrenxue herself. Jiang Mian's role is merely to execute, not to bury. Furthermore, which man does not aspire to conquer the Central Plains in his youth? 3 days later, the soul hunting plan. Following this, the poison affecting you and Yin will be nearly eradicated. 1 month later, within the dormitory of the Tian Royal Academy, Jiang Mian sat cross-legged on his bed, observing the poisoned Douluo, who was meditating. The remaining poison, you can eliminate on your own. Thank you, Douluo replied with a solemn expression, clasping his hands. Such a great favor cannot go unacknowledged. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Certainly, Jiang Mian chuckled, retrieving the emblem of an honorary elder from his pocket. Poisoned Douluo, you should head to the ice and fire Yin-Yang immediately. With this emblem, command the spirit masters of the Wuhuan Palace to return the ice and fire Yin-Yang to you. Very well. I shall select the finest celestial herbs and deliver them personally to the Wuhuan Palace. Douluo responded swiftly, departing the Tiando Royal Academy without delay. Stepping out of his room, Jiang Mian immediately spotted Xiaoyu and Yi Lingling leisurely strolling through the academy. Their relationship had been blossoming, as Yi Lingling tended to Xiaoyu's injuries, granting them ample time alone together. Two individuals of similar age, both exceptionally talented and attractive, inevitably attracted one another. How intriguing, Jiang Mian mused, casting his gaze to the side where Yin appeared dejected, his figure exuding an air of loneliness. What a dismal sight. Jiang Mian laughed heartily as Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing unexpectedly approached him, hand in hand. What are you two up to, my adorable little friends? He inquired, affectionately touching their cheeks. We have lingered here long enough. It is time to return to the Wuhuan Palace. Our teacher must be waiting anxiously. With a shy smile, Hulaina remarked, Jiang Mian, your level must have increased significantly this past month. I've reached level 58, Jiang Mian replied, examining his hands. In 2 months, I should be able to advance to Soul Emperor. Truly impressive, Zhu Zhuqing complimented. With Jiang Mian's talent, he may very well break the record for the youngest titled Douluo on this continent. That should not pose much of a challenge, Jiang Mian acknowledged, reflecting on his recent lack of dedication to increasing his soul power. He could genuinely wish to ascend to godhood swiftly, so he could elevate Zhu Zhuqing and others alongside him. There is no need for Biji Dong to cling to the title of Rakshasa God, as that position bore a certain malevolence. Speaking of which, the divine realm has its rules, stating that once one becomes a god, they must not interfere in the mortal world. What nonsense! Have I truly become a deity, yet cannot bring my kin along? Am I to be compared to Tang San, that ungrateful wretch? If I were to become the God King, I would abolish all these trivial regulations and restore a fair competitive environment for everyone. My brother has recently reached level 49. He is truly diligent. Hulaina pouted. I was once only a level behind him, but now I am 2 levels lower. And what of Yin? Jiang Mian inquired. He seems to be stagnating in strength due to his emotional turmoil. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing nodded. He appears to have reached a level comparable to Sister Nana. If this continues, I might even surpass him. That simply cannot happen, Jiang Mian said, rubbing his brow with a slight smile. It seems I must assist him in overcoming his inner demons. What do you intend to do? Hulaina asked, surprised. Jiang Mian grinned. I shall find him a girlfriend. This lad is not unattractive, and with such talent, securing a partner shouldn't be difficult. What about that Dugi Yin? Isn't she fond of you, Tianheng? Hulaina playfully remarked, Jiang Mian. Please refrain from meddling in matters of the heart. I was merely jesting, Jiang Mian shrugged. Ultimately, such matters require Yin's own effort. We cannot do it for him. He lacks motivation. Perhaps we should apply some pressure? Zhu Zhuqing suggested. That could be discussed later, Jiang Mian said, glancing at the radiant Xiaoyu, unable to suppress a chuckle. Look at Xiaoyu, utterly smitten and lost. My brother has unexpectedly come to his senses, Hulaina laughed, covering her mouth. He has found such a beautiful sister-in-law, and he has such a handsome brother-in-law as well, Jiang Mian remarked, wrapping an arm around Hulaina's shoulders. Sister Nana certainly has no cause for complaint. How cheeky, Hulaina said, akin to a bashful little fox, snuggling close to Jiang Mian, basking in his warmth. Zhu Zhuqing stood quietly beside him, her expression as serene as ever. Jiang Mian, everything is packed. We may depart now. Xiong Jun suddenly appeared. The prince visited again and asked me to deliver this to you. He produced a letter from his pocket, adorned with golden filigree, clearly of royal origin. What is it? Jiang Mian took the letter, which boldly proclaimed, 3 days hence, the soul hunting plan. Having previously discussed Biji Dong's plan with Qian Rengshu, Jiang Mian understood the significance of the letter and promptly secured it. He had intended to return to the Wuhuan Palace and confer with Biji Dong. But he had not anticipated Qian Rengshu's swift actions to already establish contact. Once the soul hunting plan commenced, Bibi Dong would undoubtedly dispatch numerous formidable warriors. We need only to follow their lead. Let them handle the rest, Jiang Mian stated calmly, with the Red King and myself joining forces. Extinguishing that sect should be a simple task, Xiong Jun added. Indeed, it should be quite straightforward, Jiang Mian nodded. We shall deliberate further once the Wuhuan Palace personnel arrive. If they wish for my assistance, let us see what leverage they possess. Is this truly the Wuhuan Palace? Zhu Zhuqing murmured, astonished. To think that such a prestigious sect could be extinguished so easily? In truth, she had been planning for quite some time. Jiang Mian was merely the catalyst. Moreover, given Bibi Dong's ambitions, her aspirations extend far beyond this. And what are your ambitions? Zhu Zhuqing inquired earnestly, gazing into Jiang Mian's eyes. As for me, Jiang Mian chuckled lightly. My ambitions are indeed grander. We're two imperial nations compared to my desire for supremacy over all that exists. How captivating. A ghostly voice emerged from behind Jiang Mian. Unbeknownst to him, the ghost Douluo had materialized from his shadow, a sly smile gracing his lips. Your ambitions are truly vast. Ghost Douluo, Jiang Mian clasped his hands in greeting, sensing the shift in the atmosphere around him. I sensed your presence earlier, yet hesitated to ascertain which title Douluo had arrived. The Pope has sent me to assist you, the ghost Douluo rasped. The forces from Juhua Pass and the other soul masters will arrive in 3 days. 3 days hence, we shall strike with precision, Jiang Mian expressed eager anticipation. Let the chaos unfold. Chapter 31. Ascending to the heavens, creating a divine position. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian remained oblivious to Qian Rengshu's plans within the Tiando royal family. However, it was certain that once the soul hunting plan commenced, she too would take action. After conquering the Tiando Empire, their ambitions would inevitably extend towards the Star Luo Empire. As for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Bibi Dong likely had no immediate intentions of its demise. Once the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect was obliterated, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect would be on guard, yet would not pose a significant challenge. With Jiang Mian and his companion's strength, they were more than capable of overwhelming it. As long as Bibi Dong maintained her patience, waiting nearly 3 years, Jiang Mian could unleash the army of soul beasts with a mere wave of his hand. In the blink of an eye, not only the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, but the entire Star Luo Empire could be annihilated. What is the number of titled Douluo participating in this operation? Jiang Mian inquired with curiosity. From the Tiando royal family, the Snake Spear and the Porcupine Douluo will assist the Ascendant, the Ghost Douluo explained. As for us, we have the Juhua Pass, myself, along with the Lingyuan Douluo and the Demon Bear Douluo. 4 titled Douluo faced the Sword Douluo, Chun Exine, uncertain of their chances. Jiang Mian did not doubt the strength of these titled Douluo. However, compared to them, Chun Exine's prowess was overwhelmingly formidable. The world's foremost assault martial soul, the 7-kill sword, was not easily surpassed. In the past, Chun Exine's father, wielding the 7-kill sword martial soul, had dared to challenge the esteemed Qian Douluo of the Spirit Hall single-handedly. This should not pose much of a problem. The Ghost Douluo, having heard of Chun Exine's renown, remarked, the 2 extreme stasis realms of the Chrysanthemum Pass can sufficiently restrain him. The Bone Douluo, Gu Rong, has already been rendered ineffective by you. Alone, Chun Exine stands little chance. Let us grant him a dignified demise. Jiang Mian, however, was reluctant to eliminate the Sword Douluo, Chun Exine, for he had not committed any egregious acts against him. Even the proposition of an assassination stemmed from the threat posed to the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School. Jiang Mian exhibited no hesitation in eliminating all who threatened the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School, yet he felt a certain hesitation regarding Chun Exine. Rest assured, the ghostly figure stated, we have yet to humiliate Chun Exine's strength. If we can spare him, let's allow him to live. Jiang Mian sighed. He still holds great utility for my future plans. We shall proceed with caution. The ghost Douluo nodded in agreement. What are the Pope's plans? Jiang Mian inquired. What must I do? You need only to intercept them on their retreat from the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School. The ghost Douluo produced a map, indicating a canyon to the west. We shall strike from 3 sides, leaving only one avenue of escape to the west, where you shall lay in ambush. Understood. Jiang Mian replied. Let them not die too swiftly, save for Chun Exine. This is a task I can manage. The ghost Douluo laughed heartily before vanishing into Jiang Mian's shadow. Nana, please inform Xiaoyu and Yin to prepare themselves, Jiang Mian commanded. This is an exceptional opportunity for training. Such chances are rare. Understood, Hulaina acknowledged before departing. Jiang Mian turned to the composed Zhu Zhuqing, remarking, if you prefer not to join us, you may remain here. Do you look down upon me? Zhu Zhuqing replied with a smile, suddenly leaping into Jiang Mian's embrace. She softly inquired, after the Tiando Empire, will it be the Xingluo Empire next? Would you wish for the Xingluo Empire to remain unscathed? Jiang Mian held the small feline tightly. Smiling, I have an intriguing idea. Would you care to entertain it? What do you propose? Zhu Zhuqing asked, looking up. You could become the Empress of the Xingluo Empire, Jiang Mian said with a playful grin. This would safeguard the royal family and spare the people from calamity. Is that truly feasible? Zhu Zhuqing pondered, considering the implications of such a role. Should she ascend to the throne and unite with the Tiando Empire? She would not necessarily be the villain of the Xingluo Empire's history. I shall also strive to bridge the divine realm and the mortal world, allowing aspirants to ascend to godhood, enabling deities to traverse freely between realms, Jiang Mian explained. Thus, even should Zhuqing become empress, she could also ascend to divinity, achieving both ambitions. Furthermore, this would effectively prevent future generations of the empire from descending into ignorance and tyranny. I am still uncertain, Zhu Zhuqing replied, shaking her head, truly at a loss regarding her path. Jiang Mian gently caressed her hair. If clarity eludes you, take your time to contemplate. After all, there is no rush. How intriguing. The Red King appeared beside Xiangjun, his eyes ablaze with a fiery intensity, as if he sought to drag the entire Tiando Empire into the depths of hell. I can hardly contain my excitement. Exercise restraint in your slaughter, Jiang Mian cautioned. Excessive bloodshed invites divine wrath. Which is why I do not wish for you and Xiangjun to confront the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School directly. Fear not. The Red King licked his lips, his expression brimming with enthusiasm. The flames of my hell shall serve to judge their souls. You truly revel in bullying the weak, Xiangjun retorted mercilessly. What have you seen me prey upon the weak? The Red King shot back. I am merely aware that the strong ought to challenge the mightier. This is merely a task. How hypocritical, Xiangjun replied nonchalantly. I require no justification. I simply wish to retaliate against the humans who have hunted our spirit beasts for years and relish the opportunity to hunt them in return. Jiang Mian observed the two powerful spirit beasts and chose to remain silent. If they found joy in this, then so be it. The Tiando royal family likely lacks significant strength to defend itself, Jiang Mian conjectured, aside from the national general, Galang. The snake spear and the porcupine Douluo should suffice to subdue the royal family. In truth, the Tiando royal family had relied heavily on the support of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, with its extermination and the Houtian sect remaining hidden. The Tiando royal family was akin to a paper tiger, devoid of lethality. With only the sword Douluo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School facing 4 title Douluo and 2 ultimate Douluo, he was indeed at a loss. Xiangjun, Red King. Heed my command when the time comes. Jiang Mian's gaze hardened. We must eradicate the roots of this threat. Otherwise, it will sprout anew with the spring breeze. Ning Fengji. Do not blame me. This calamity is of your own making. For had Ning Fengji treated Jiang Mian with sincerity during his 6 years at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Jiang Mian would have been standing at their gates to protect them today. There are no second chances in this world. Jiang Mian grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand and returned to their quarters. Truth be told, he eagerly anticipated the soul hunting plan in 3 days, for such opportunities are rare indeed. Angel God, Azura God, Jiang Mian mused as he sat on the edge of his bed. What manner of deity am I destined to become? Must I ascend in broad daylight and forge a unique divine rank? Chapter 32. The Sin of Today, the Merit of Eternity, the Moon Hung High. Heralding a night of slaughter. In the western valley of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, a natural barrier that once deterred enemy ambushes now rendered the school utterly defenseless. Clad in black, Jiang Mian was flanked by Xiaoyu, Yin, Hulaina, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiangjun, and the Red King, all formidable fighters. As he gazed upon the bright, moonlit night, he calmly stated, "This night shall alter the entire continent's landscape." The battle commenced. Xiangjun peered into the distance at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, where a blaze illuminated the sky, casting the entire sect in radiant light. The Lingyuan Douluo had made his move. With hands clasped behind his back, Jiang Mian exuded an air of confidence, appearing less like a 13-year-old boy and more like a seasoned general. Such murky waters are ripe for fishing, he mused. What is happening? Ning Fengji rushed from within, his cane in hand, as the seven-treasure glazed tile school erupted into chaos, engulfed in flames and filled with anguished cries. We are under attack. Zhu Zhuqing arrived, breathless, furrowing his brow. The enemy is numerous, and they strike under the cover of night. The seven-treasure glazed tile school has been caught unprepared. Quickly, prepare to meet the enemy, Ning Fengji exclaimed, hastening forth, forgetting all sense of composure. The seven-treasure pagoda's martial souls surged forth, enhancing the sword Douluo's power. Indeed, Chun Xen grunted, his soul power surging, proving the unrivaled potency of the continent's foremost support martial soul. Chun Xen prepared to engage. Ghostly figure, he rasped Chrysanthemum Pass strike with a fifth soul skill. Gathering of cold blossoms, a massive petal-like blade surged forth as the Chrysanthemum Douluo Guan leapt into the air, intent on delivering a lethal blow to Ning Fengji. The Chrysanthemum Pass? Chun Xen was taken aback, unable to fathom that the assailants were the illustrious Spirit Hall. With his 7-kill sword in hand, Chun Xen cleaved the gathering of cold blossoms in half, shielding Ning Fengji as he sought to break through. Fengji, hurry and escape. Chun grasped Ning Fengji's arm, his form darting like a shooting star, exclaiming, as long as you are alive, there remains hope. Ning Fengji's gaze dimmed. The anguished cries of the seven-treasure glazed tile school disciples incessantly tormenting his heart, leaving him in anguish. Thinking of fleeing? The specter appeared behind Ning Fengji in an instant, shadows coalescing in his hand, aimed at Ning Fengji's heart. The sound of metal clashing rang out as Chun turned and struck with his sword, sending the specter flying. At that moment, Chun truly understood the futility of facing multiple adversaries, especially with 4 titled Douluos present. Ha ha! Lingyuan Douluo covered her mouth, excitement gleaming in her eyes. Let the flames ignite. Master, the enemies to the west are weakened. A disciple engulfed in flames collapsed before Ning Fengji, uttering those words before his life flickered out. No! Ning Fengji fell to the ground, suddenly feeling a surge in his throat, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Old bones, take Rong and flee. Chun roared. Channeling his soul power, I will hold them off. Bon Doa Gu Rong's martial soul boasted not only formidable defense, but also an astonishing ability for spatial traversal. A last resort Chun hoped to rely upon. As long as even one disciple of the seven-treasure glazed tile school survived, their martial soul would not perish. Though Gu Rong had been reduced to the strength of a soul Daw by Xiangjun, he was still capable of summoning his innate abilities. You cannot escape. The demon bear, Daw, suddenly unleashed his martial soul, revealing a colossal, bloodthirsty demon bear before them. It roared as it charged towards the spatial displacement technique executed by Bon Douluo, intent on preventing Gu Rong from escaping with Ning Rongrong. 6 soul skill. All swords returned to the sect. Sword Daw leaped into the air, countless 7 killing swords appearing behind him, advancing with overwhelming force towards the demon bear Douluo. Boom! The demon bear Douluo, caught off guard, was pinned to the ground by the strike, unable to move. The disparity in strength between him and Sword Douluo Chenshen was already immense, and with Ning Fengji's amplification, it was inevitable that he would be repelled by a single blow. Chrysanthemum withers. The ground is strewn with injuries, flowers fall, and hearts are broken. Chrysanthemum Douluo wiped his lips, petals raining down like a bloody spectacle. Standing amidst the chaos, he appeared both enchanting and ruthless, gazing down at the helpless disciples of the seven-treasure glazed tile school with a sense of unspeakable delight. Chrysanthemum barrier. Chun glared at Yueguan, as if wishing to pierce him with his gaze. 9th soul skill, divine and demonic dual slash. This strike was Chinchin's most powerful attack, condensing unparalleled sword energy capable of instantaneously slaying titled Douluos. Quick dodge. The specter, alarmed, dashed to Yueguan's side, pressing closely together to cast the polar stillness domain. Boom! The world seemed to shatter like a vast glass, the sound of cracking resonating as Chinchin's sword force cleaved through the polar stillness domain. Yue Guan and the specter tumbled to the ground like two falling meteors, evidently injured. Qinshin's ninth soul skill was extraordinarily potent, but correspondingly, he would be left without combat power for a time after this strike. Let us go. Sword Douluo dragged Ning Fengji westward. Ling Yuan, Demon Bear, pursue Bondalo. Do not let him escape. The specter roared. Understood. Ling Yuan Douluo and Demon Bear, Da, transformed into beams of light, following the spatial traces left by Guro. The specter struggled to rise, clutching his chest, and approach Yue Guan, slapping him on the head in anger. Chrysanthemum barrier. Are you seeking death? Old ghost. Yue Guan's gaze wavered, his expression akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. Enough. There are already forces led by Jiang Mian to contain them in the west. It is not our concern. The specter said, crossing his arms as he observed the soul masters of the spirit hall slaughtering the remaining disciples, commanding, remember to deliver the final blow. Do not leave any survivors. Yue Guan's mood began to stabilize, his expression complex as he murmured, Old ghost, do you think what we are doing is right or wrong? The crimes of the present will echo through eternity. The ghost Da supported Yue Guan. Speaking matter-of-factly, the three great sects have monopolized soul master resources for far too long. When will ordinary soul masters have their moment to shine? Our Pope's ambitions are unparalleled. Yue Guan could not help but lament. Jiang Mian's ambitions may rival those of the Pope. The specter remarked indifferently, I have a premonition that if Jiang Mian were ever to reach that unimaginable height, it would be beneficial for the world and for us. Indeed. Yue Guan concurred, a 13-year-old who has already attained the Soul King level. Accompanied by so many formidable beings, if he does not reach that height, it would indeed be surprising. All right, once we clean up this mess, let us return to revelry. The ghost Douluo patted Yue Guan's shoulder and turned to harvest the remaining disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Leave a few alive, Yue Guan reminded. The Pope does not wish for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul to perish. In truth, Bibi Dong's plans were even more insidious. Leaving behind a few disciples with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul to cultivate the next generation for the Spirit Hall would ensure that this powerful auxiliary martial soul could be commanded by the Spirit Hall. This approach would yield far greater benefits than merely annihilating the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. In the Western Canyon, Sword Douluo, Chunshun, and Ning Fengji led the way, followed closely by a handful of surviving disciples from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If permitted, Chunshun would even consider perishing alongside the Spirit Hall. But he dared not do so. As long as Ning Fengji lived, he had to ensure the continuation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. As long as Ning Fengji remained alive, the roots of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would endure, and they would still have a chance. After all, a portion of the disciples were away on missions, and they represented a significant reserve force. Chunshun thought, as long as he could rescue Ning Fengji, relying on the power of the Tiando Empire, the Spirit Hall would not dare to act recklessly. But he was overly naive, since the Spirit Hall had taken action. They certainly understood the principle of eradicating threats at their source. Attack! On the peaks flanking the canyon, Jiang Mian had long awaited their arrival. Xiong Jun and Qi Wang occupied either side, and simultaneously they struck, unleashing a torrent of falling rocks that completely sealed off the escape route for Ning Fengji and the others. Be careful. Chunshun yanked Ning Fengji back, but several disciples were caught off guard, crushed, and buried beneath the rubble. Who goes there? Sword Douluo, Chunshun surveyed his surroundings, quickly locking onto the two formidable foes, Xiong Jun and Qi Wang. Sword Douluo, Master Ning, Jiang Mian has awaited you for some time. Jiang Mian's voice echoed through the canyon, causing Ning Fengji's heart to chill. Trembling, he implored Jiang Mian, have you forgotten the kindness of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? For the sake of past bonds, grant us a path to survival. When you sent assassins after me, where was that kindness? Jiang Mian scoffed. When calamity struck and the Spirit Hall pursued me, where was your gratitude? Ning Fengji. Chunshun bellowed. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has been annihilated. What more do you want? Eradicate the roots, and spring breezes may allow them to grow again, Jiang Mian replied calmly. Such wisdom is known even to children. Rong Rong has been shattered by you. Old Bones has been rendered powerless. Chunshun seethed, calling out. Now that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has been obliterated, is that not enough? Ha ha! Jiang Mian clenched his fists, disdain evident on his face. Not enough. Why waste words on him? Xiong unleashed his true form, a colossal dark golden bear that resembled a mountain, appearing in the midst of the canyon. He stood as an impenetrable wall, completely stifling the vitality of the seven treasures glazed sect. The sixth soul skill, 10,000 swords returned to the origin, was forcibly activated by the sword Douluo Chun Exen, who sought to make a desperate stand. Countless flying swords poured down like a torrential river toward Xiong. However, the formidable soul skill that could pin the demon bear Douluo to the ground was rendered ineffective against Xiong's astonishing defense, akin to mere raindrops. Is this your best effort? Xiong nonchalantly scratched his belly, disdain evident in his voice. Do you possess no stronger skills? If not, your fate is sealed. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Xian's complexion turned ashen. He knelt on one knee, his soul power utterly depleted. Uncle Jian, Ning Fengji, curled up beside Chen Xian, supported him, his eyes filled with despair. Xiong extended a finger, casually unleashing a mocking claw attack. Chen Xian's lips bled as he swung his sword with all his might, barely managing to block the strike, though he was sent crashing to the ground in the process. Do not humiliate the sword Douluo, Jiang Mian said. Ning Zhongzhu, in light of sword Douluo's standing, I offer you a choice. Let your surviving disciples spar with my companions behind me in a best-of-3 match. Should you emerge victorious, I shall grant you safe passage. What say you? Very well. Ning Fengji realized he had no other options. Refusing Jiang Mian would lead to certain doom. Thus he decided to take the gamble. Perhaps Jiang Mian was a man of his word. Who among you wishes to test your mettle? Jiang Mian glanced back, noticing Xiaoyu and Yin both brimming with fighting spirit, eager to step forward, for such opportunities were rare. Hu Laiina and Zhu Zhuqing maintained their calm demeanor, particularly Zhu Zhuqing, who appeared utterly unfazed by the unfolding scene. Yin, you go first, Jiang Mian chuckled, deeming it unwise to commence with overwhelming force. All right, Yin leapt forward, standing before Ning Fengji. Who will face me? I will. A tattered disciple, his skin scorched in several places by flames, limped toward Yin, declaring, Tian Jiahong. Rank 58 Assault-type Battle Soul King, Martial Soul, Rock Dragon. An Outer Sect disciple? Jiang Mian marveled, recognizing that those who managed to escape were indeed formidable. Yin had a tough challenge ahead. Yin, rank 47 Assault-type Battle Soul Sect, Martial Soul, Flame Lord. There's an 11-rank difference. Can Yin manage? Xiaoyu inquired anxiously. What if the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect wins 2 matches? Don't be ridiculous, Jiang Mian whispered in Xiaoyu's ear, chuckling softly. We set the rules. And the final say lies with us, understood? Is that really appropriate? Zhu Zhuqing interjected. Zhuqing, rules are established by the strong, Jiang Mian replied nonchalantly. Only through strength does one gain a voice. If the roles were reversed, do you think they would show us mercy? Besides, what of it if Yin loses? Jiang Mian smiled mysteriously. Isn't there still Xiong and Qi Wang to back us up? How intriguing, Xiaoyu remarked, a smile gracing his lips. Look, it's begun. First soul skill, Hell Lava Surge. Yin pressed his hands against the ground, and scalding lava erupted, rushing towards the outer disciple. Second soul skill, Rock Shield. Tian Jiahong crossed his arms before his chest, and surrounding rocks swiftly coalesced into a protective barrier. The lava clashed against the massive rock shield, and for the moment, he held firm against Yan's attack. Despite his severe injuries, the 11-rank disparity was not easily surmountable. Rest assured, Jiang Mian observed Chen Xian, who stood beside Ning Fengji. Yet his eyes were tightly shut, as if in a trance, attempting to break through. Qi Wang restrained Chen Xian. Chapter 33. I shall restrain the armies of the world, the 9th soul skill, God and Demon Dual Slash. Chen Xian erupted in a torrent of crimson energy, his eyes glowing red, resembling a vengeful deity from hell. A breakthrough in the heat of battle? Jiang Mian chuckled. A colossal phantom emerged behind Chen Xian, brandishing a sword. 2 streams of sword energy, red and blue, surged towards Yin with lightning speed, as if determined to drag him down with them. Qi Wang revealed his true form, reaching Yan's side in the blink of an eye, crushing the rank 58 Rock Dragon Soul Master beneath his foot. In the next instant, 3 heads simultaneously expelled hellfire, swiftly devouring the 2 streams of sword light. The final strike from a rank 97 Soul Master, faced with a rank 99 powerhouse lying in wait, posed no real threat. Uncle Jian? Ning Fengji looked at Chen Exin, confusion evident in his eyes. Why choose this path of self-destruction? Do you believe that if we win, they will spare us? Sword Thaw, Chen Exin, hair disheveled, tears of blood streaming down his face, raised the 7-killing sword, pointing it at the towering Jiang Mian, coldly stating, "This has always been a farcical game of cat and mouse." Chen Xin remains lucid, Jiang Mian reflected. Sword Douluo, why cling to a single tree? With your strength, aligning with the Spirit Hall would guarantee you great rewards. You would be second only to one, above countless others. A loyal minister would rather die than suffer disgrace. A true man would not serve two masters. You possess no strength to continue fighting. Jiang Mian urged, somewhat reluctantly. Enough of your empty words, come. Sword Chen Xin's hand trembled as he gripped his sword. He was on the verge of collapse. Merely standing was a miracle. Finish it. Jiang Mian turned his back. Brave indeed. Qi Wang and Xiong Jun struck simultaneously, the claws of heaven tearing through flesh, leaving only dismembered corpses. Chen Xin slowly closed his eyes, collapsing to the ground. A legendary figure's story concluded. Qi Wang unleashed hellfire, incinerating their bodies to ash, rendering it a complete service. Ning Fengji and the disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect were inconsequential, but Jiang Mian felt a twinge of regret at the loss of sword Douluo, Chen Xin. The 7-killing sword, henceforth, was no more. After resolving all matters, Qi Wang's expression darkened as he glared at the dazed Yen. Foolish boy, did you not react when he attacked? You allowed the enemy to use you as a target, even if you knew you could not evade. You should have fought to escape. Did you think every time there would be a master to back you up? What you disregard is your own life. Your teaching shall be etched in my heart, master, Yen said, scratching his head sheepishly, unsure why Chen Xin's earlier sword strike had left him feeling disoriented. His legs trembling uncontrollably. This was hardly his fault. Jiang Mian, accompanied by several others, approached Qi Wang, smiling. Chen Xin's 7-killing sword exudes a chilling aura capable of paralyzing the heart. Yen, lacking strength, was naturally overwhelmed by its murderous intent. If he cannot withstand even this, he is indeed a liability. Qi Wang's anger flared, especially upon witnessing Xie Yu's efforts and talent. He grabbed Yen by the ear, declaring, upon returning tomorrow, I shall personally conduct rigorous training for you. Please know. Yan's cries echoed as the others laughed, while Jiang Mian gazed toward the direction of the Tian Empire, murmuring, It is time for a change. Jiang Mian sensed something amiss, saying, Xie Yu, take your companions and follow Douluo back to the Spirit Hall to report. Qi Wang and Xiong Jun, accompany me to the Tian Imperial Palace. Late at night, within the confines of the Imperial Palace, Xue Qinghe walked as if in a leisurely stroll, flanked by the titled Douluos Xi Miao and Si Tun. The palace was heavily guarded, impenetrable. Were you planning, Qinghe? On a snowy night, the Emperor of Snow sat upon his dragon throne, his disheveled hair framing a pallid face that bore the marks of deep poisoning. He glared at Xue Qinghe with an air of reluctant authority. Father, allow me to call you that one last time. Xue Qinghe laughed heartily. After tonight, the Tian Empire shall fall under my dominion. You conspire for power. The Emperor's lips trembled as he questioned, Is being a prince not enough for you? Not enough. Xue Qinghe's expression twisted into a sinister grimace. Mocking, you have lived far too long, and I shall not waste another moment. Even if you slay me, the military and ministers of the Tian Empire will not heed your command. The Emperor retorted angrily, You must understand, the Tian Empire is still a solitary realm. Old fool. Xue Qinghe intoned, as a resplendent golden light enveloped him. From the radiance emerged a woman with skin as pure as jade, Qian Renxue, who no longer needed to maintain her disguise. She was free. I have been undercover in the Tian Empire since childhood, and I have sacrificed too much. You're not Qinghe. The Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at Qian Renxue, stammering, Who are you? Wu Huanhao, Qian Renxue? She declared, suddenly lunging forward to grasp the Emperor's neck, her exquisitely beautiful hands now transformed into lethal weapons. General Gulong commands the army. Even if you succeed in usurping the throne, you shall not secure your position. The Emperor's eyes were bloodshot as he threatened Qian Renxue even in death. Do you not see? She replied sharply, snapping the Emperor's neck effortlessly. Is there anyone left in the Tian Empire to support you? The great ruler of an empire, meeting such a pitiful end. Truly a worthless empire, the sea pig Douluo scoffed. Sea pig, snake spear, go to the main camp and take command of the military. If anyone resists, kill them without mercy, Tian ordered. As for the members of the Tian royal family, I shall deal with them myself. Understood. The two titled Douluos immediately set off for the army's encampment, but given Golong's high prestige among the soldiers, their task would not be easily accomplished. Snowbreeze, run. Prince Zhu Zhuqing urged the fourth prince, Zhu Bing, as they fled through the palace. Meanwhile, Tian strolled leisurely behind them. Having lain in wait within the Tian Empire for nearly 2 decades, with countless supporters at her disposal. Otherwise, she would not dare to eliminate the emperor so recklessly. Uncle, we cannot escape. Zhu Bing's legs gave way as he knelt, staring at the approaching Tian, his eyes rolling back in despair as he envisioned his demise. No. Golong, seated in heavy armor upon the marshal's throne, questioned, "Where is the emperor's decree?" "His Majesty's edict is absent," replied Snake Spear Douluo, Shilong with a frown. "We hope the marshal will act swiftly. We cannot afford any delays." "As far as I know, you are loyal to the prince," Golong replied, lifting his chin. "Without a decree, even if the crown prince himself were to arrive, I would not relinquish military authority." "You seek death." The sea pig Douluo, known for his fiery temper, shouted angrily, "You are but a mere soul, Douluo. What gives you the audacity to act so? You are merely a palace attendant of the crown prince. How dare you speak to me thus?" Though Golong's rank was lesser, his imposing presence overshadowed the two titled Douluos. "So, you refuse to yield military power?" Shilong raised his hand, summoning a spear, accompanied by 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black spirit rings. "To seize by force?" Golong sprang up, and the soldiers outside the tent roared in unison, creating an imposing atmosphere. "I have long suspected the crown prince of treachery. He intends to usurp the throne." Golong kicked a brazier aside, declaring, "If you act recklessly today, I shall ensure you both meet a grave fate. Bind these two and take them back to the emperor for punishment." Golong commanded, "If there is any resistance, kill without mercy." Exchanging determined glances, Shilong and the sea pig Douluo resolved that even amidst a sea of soldiers, they could take Golong's head. Just then, a leisurely voice echoed from outside the tent. "Golong, you wield quite an air of authority." "Young master's friend," Shilong said, pulling the sea pig Douluo aside to allow Jiang Mian to enter the tent unimpeded. With a calm demeanor, Jiang Mian observed, "The change of regime has become inevitable. If General Golong is wise, he might retain his former position. If he remains obstinate, it will lead to his demise." "Your words are bold." Golong chuckled with anger. "With 1,000,000 soldiers outside, should you kill me, how do you expect to escape unscathed? 1,000,000 soldiers are of little concern." Jiang Mian scoffed, "Since I have made it to stand before you, I possess the means to leave as well. Should you slay me, 1,000,000 soldiers will not heed the orders of a treasonous usurper." Golong shouted, "I tell you, every soldier of the Tian Empire stands resolute." Jiang Mian found this laughable, clapping his hands as Xiong Jun flashed by. Golong's eyes widened in horror as he glanced at his neck, realizing his head had rolled away. "What swiftness!" Jiang Mian smirked, picking up Golong's head. "You two are taking far too long to accomplish such a trivial task." Shilong and the sea pig stood frozen, exchanging glances, unable to comprehend who had slain Golong. Ignoring their astonishment, Jiang Mian exited the tent, raising the bloody head high, proclaiming, "Lay down your weapons if you wish to live. General Golong is dead." The military erupted in chaos, the news of Golong's death spreading like wildfire among the 1,000,000 soldiers. "Listen well, the Emperor of Snow has perished, and I now hold dominion over the Tian Empire," Jiang Mian declared from a high vantage point. Addressing the bewildered soldiers below, "You may continue with your duties. Your family shall not be implicated." With that, Jiang Mian tossed Golong's head into the crowd like a ball. "You remain the valiant soldiers of Tian. Should anyone dissent, feel free to come for me. If your heads are tougher than Golong's, I welcome the challenge. Long life." The 1,000,000 soldiers knelt in unison, their voices reverberating through the heavens. Soldiers are like reeds swaying in the wind. In such a situation, who would dare to oppose? Shilong chuckled. The young master's friend has quite the effective strategy. Indeed, no one dares to become the scapegoat. The sea pig nodded in agreement. "In hindsight, our previous caution seems rather foolish," Shilong shrugged, expressing his resignation. As long as the task is completed satisfactorily, the sea pig remarked nonchalantly. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, within the Tiando Empire's court, Qian Rinxue surveyed the ministers kneeling before her. Those who comply shall prosper. Those who oppose shall perish. Standing by her side, Jiang Mian remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the assembly of ministers, ready to shatter the bones of any who dared to display defiance. You treasonous usurper! Do you think us worthy of bowing before you? An elderly minister with a thin, white beard rose indignantly. And your pack of hounds shall meet a wretched fate. Old man, do you seek to achieve notoriety through death? Jiang Mian retorted coolly. Is it to ensure your pride is recorded in the annals of history for generations to come? Treasonous scoundrels, shameless wretches. The elder pointed at Jiang Mian, spitting words of indignation. I, Yin Ting, have been entrusted with a grave responsibility by His Majesty. The debt of gratitude I owe is one I can never repay. And how could a mere hound like you possibly comprehend this? A loyal minister indeed. Jiang Mian chuckled lightly. Then how about you accompany that old fool on a snowy night? Why not? Yin Ting, filled with rage, retorted, even if I were to become a ghost. I will not spare you. Take him away, execute him, commanded Qian Rinxue, reclining on the dragon bed with an air of authority. A tyrant who executes loyal ministers shall leave behind a stench for generations in the annals of history. I have never seen such a brazen and shameless person. Qian Rinxue raised an eyebrow slightly, saying, let us ensure his head suffers a few more blows before it falls. As Yin Ting was dragged away, he continued to rant incessantly. Jiang Mian felt exasperated. Were it not for the Grand Hall, he would have liked to silence the old fool. Are there any other loyal ministers seeking death? Qian Rinxue lazily inquired, resting her left hand against her forehead. Step forward, and I shall grant your wish. Yin Ting's wails echoed in everyone's ears, lingering long after. The ministers knelt in fear, their hearts trembling, and they cried out in unison. We are willing to follow your majesty. Long live the emperor. Good. Qian Rinxue nodded in satisfaction, waving her hand with a regal air. All officials shall be promoted by one rank. A general amnesty is declared. Let the world rejoice. Our emperor is wise. Jiang Mian knelt on one knee, showing respect to the new emperor. I have an unreasonable request. I hope your majesty will grant it. Speak. I wish to command the military forces of the realm. Chapter 34. Obtaining the fifth soul ring. The ministers exchanged glances, and Qian Rinxue's expression turned cold and terrifying as she gazed at Jiang Mian, rendered speechless. If Jiang Mian were to command the military, it would mean that she, the Emperor of Heaven Do, would become a mere figurehead, stripped of her voice. Throughout history, how many instances have there been of those who wielded the Emperor's authority to command the lords? Your Majesty need not fret, said the Red King. Jiang Mian's loyalty is evident to all. If your Majesty refuses such a modest request, would that not chill the hearts of the people? Indeed, your Majesty cannot afford to dishearten the realm. This is an attempt at a palace coup. Qian Rinxue clenched the dragon chair, her heart ablaze with fury, yet she dare not show it. With Xiong and the Red King as protectors beside Jiang Mian, she felt compelled to restrain herself. Very well. Qian Rinxue gritted her teeth, slowly rising, her tall and graceful figure commanding the room. I grant you command over the military of the realm. Thank you, your majesty. Jiang Mian abruptly stood, displaying the demeanor of a powerful minister. What fun is there in being an emperor when one can manipulate the emperor as a power broker? I take my leave. Jiang Mian beamed at the ashen-faced Qian Rinxue, stifling laughter as he departed with Xiong and the Red King. His heart is treacherous. Qian Rinxue turned away, biting her lip in frustration. After years of painstaking undercover work, only to end up as a pawn for another. Who could accept that? Your Majesty, shall I kill him? The serpent-speared Douluo suddenly spoke. Qian Rinxue looked at him, her eyes seeming to question. You wish to kill Jiang Mian? How ridiculous! Amused, Jiang Mian hummed a tune as he exited the Heaven Do Imperial Palace with Xiong and the Red King. A black and white falcon swooped down, landing gracefully before him. The tame nighthawk. Jiang Mian raised his hand, resting the nighthawk on his arm, deftly retrieving the message from its leg. This nighthawk had long been kept by Hu Lai Na in a soul guide device, used solely for conveying urgent messages. capable of flying thousands of miles by day and traveling swiftly by night. Jiang Mian. The chrysanthemum ghost Douluo has received orders and has taken the Spirit Hall Soul Masters away. My brother has achieved a breakthrough to level 50. Please hurry to the Divine Eagle Valley to assist him in obtaining the 5th soul ring. That rascal Xie Yu has reached level 50? Xiangjun looked at the note, beaming with pride. Indeed, he is my disciple, a source of great pride. That brat. The Red King's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly, wishing he could strike Yin dead. In that case, let us set off to help Xie Yu acquire his 5th soul ring. Jiang Mian clapped Xiangjun on the shoulder. Laughing heartily, as his master, shouldn't you offer a token of appreciation? Are you suggesting I bring 100,000-year soul beast as a sacrifice for Xie Yu? Xiangjun chuckled, stroking his chin. That isn't entirely out of the question, Jiang Mian replied with a slight smile. While some rejoiced, others despaired. The Red King followed behind, seething in frustration, regretting his decision to take Yin as a disciple. Look at the Red King's face. He looks as though he has swallowed something foul. Xiangjun whispered to Jiang Mian, laughing heartily. Shoo! Jiang Mian motioned for him to quiet down. If they provoked the Red King, it would lead to chaos in the Heaven-Do Imperial Palace. The Divine Eagle Valley lay at the juncture between the Spirit Hall and the Heaven-Do Empire, a favored location for lower-ranked soul masters who hesitated to venture into the Star-Do Great Forest for soul rings. Although the soul beasts here were not of high rank, their numbers rivaled those of the Sunset Forest, and the deepest parts of the valley were guarded by powerful soul beasts. Xiangjun carried Jiang Mian on his back, following the Night Hawk, their formidable strength rivaling that of the swift bird. In less than half a minute, they caught up with Xie Yu and his party. Nana, Zhu Zhuqing. Jiang Mian leaped from the sky, landing atop the carriage. He hung upside down, peering into the window. Hello there. What unique entrance. Hulina offered him a piece of fruit, holding it up to Jiang Mian's lips. He readily accepted, taking a bite before leaning forward to feed it to Hulina. Wow. Hulina's cheeks flushed suddenly, and she shyly covered her mouth, unconsciously leaning closer to Zhu Zhuqing. Jiang Mian gazed at Hulina's beautiful face, sculpted by the heavens, and felt his heart flutter. Jiang Mian, how is it? Zhu Zhuqing smiled, supporting the starry-eyed Hulina. Is the situation in Heaven-Do stable now? Fear not, Jiang Mian replied, jumping into the carriage with a smile. The situation is secure. Those seeking trouble will not stir up much chaos. After all, in this world, strength reigns supreme. With two titled Douluo backing Qianrenxua and the Elder Hall's Qian Daolu as a trump card, I doubt anyone would be foolish enough to seek their own demise, except for those desiring to leave a mark on history. Disciple, you truly bring honor to your master, Xiangjun said, appearing beside Xie Yu, ruffling his hair in delight. Well done, master, Xie Yu replied sincerely. It is all thanks to your teachings. This is your own merit. Xiangjun shook his head, suddenly serious. No need to flatter me. I genuinely appreciate your guidance. Not flattery, Xie Yu replied with a smile. Then I shall not waste words, Xiangjun said, gazing at Xie Yu with unspoken affection. Continue to strive forward and aim for that pinnacle. I will. Xie Yu nodded firmly. On the other side, Yin had no such privileges, trailing behind Xie Yu, driving a carriage alone, while the Red King sat silently beside him, not uttering a word. Yin swallowed hard, his heart racing, his legs trembling uncontrollably, his back soaked in sweat. Xiangjun cast a glance at the dark-faced Qi Wang behind him, his mood inexplicably buoyant. He chuckled. You've done well, and I must reward you. I want to be polite then, Xie Yu replied, his eyes brightening with anticipation. Knowing Xiangjun's status, he understood that a reward from someone of such caliber would be nothing mundane. This is the skeleton of a dark golden terror claw bear, Xiangjun stated, retrieving a radiant bone from his spatial pouch. It belonged to a bear that failed its tribulation over 100,000 years ago. I kept it as a memento, but now it's yours. Xie Yu gasped, standing up from the carriage, his lips trembling and eyes wide with astonishment. 100,000-year soul bone. Jiang Mian's lips curled into a slight smile, recalling that Xiangjun had originally intended to keep the bone for himself, but Jiang Mian had deemed it unworthy. His soul rings were all from fierce beasts, and absorbing a lower-tier soul bone would only hinder his attributes. Thank you, master, Xie Yu said, kneeling before Xiangjun and fervently bowing his head. Xiangjun accepted the gesture with grace and helped him to his feet. Let me be clear. My old comrade has a remnant soul attached to this bone. If you displease it, your life may be in peril. Are you prepared for this? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Seiyu declared with unwavering resolve. I refuse to be left behind. If this can enhance my strength, what is a little risk? Such spirit. Begin your absorption, and I shall protect you, Xiong Jun said nonchalantly. Rest assured, I won't let you perish. Thank you, Master, Seiyu replied, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect before settling into a meditative posture to commence the absorption of the invaluable bone. This skeleton, indeed priceless, belonged to a dark golden terror claw bear, whose strength surpassed that of ordinary soul beasts of the same age many times over, rivaling only the most powerful title de law. Even if one were to slay such a beast, the likelihood of acquiring its skeleton was slim. The attributes bestowed by this bone would enhance not just the physical prowess of the soul master, but also extend the age limit for absorbing soul rings. Upon absorbing this 100,000-year skeleton, Seiyu could potentially absorb a 30,000-year soul ring for his 5th soul ring, a feat even soul sages might struggle to achieve. Zhu Zhuqing observed with a mix of joy and envy. After years in the stark Do Great Forest, Tian had never gifted her a soul bone, perhaps indicating that she had always been an outsider. Hulaina genuinely rejoiced for her brother. Such a 100,000-year soul bone was unavailable even to the spirit hall. How could she not be happy for her brother's fortuitous opportunity? Jiang Mian noticed Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor and suddenly embraced her, saying gently, Zhuqing, I believe you understand. I do, she pouted. What is truly yours will always belong to you, and what isn't, no matter how hard you grasp, will remain elusive. Indeed, Jiang Mian said affectionately, stroking her hair. A pang of guilt struck him. When Tian had offered him a complete set of high-tier soul bones, he had declined. Reflecting now, had he accepted, perhaps Zhuqing might also have benefited and acquired 1 or 2 soul bones. Zhuqing, I won't let you suffer. Jiang Mian's voice was low yet resolute. What they possess, you will eventually have. I don't want it. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head defiantly. I rely solely on my own efforts. If I have to depend on others' charity to obtain such things, I would rather not receive this meager gift. Jiang Mian regarded her clear, expressive eyes, silent in respect for her choice. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry erupted from Seiyu, causing Jiang Mian to furrow his brow and glance at Xiong Jun. What is happening? It's normal, Xiong Jun replied coolly. My old comrade is testing him. But Seiyu is your direct disciple. Jiang Mian sighed. I have faith in him, Xiong Jun asserted confidently. My disciple will not be deterred by this challenge. If he wishes to reach that level, such difficulties are trivial. Yet another anguished scream escaped Seiyu as he writhed, blood and sweat pouring from him. The skeleton began to meld with his body, nearing successful integration. Brother, Hulaina worriedly watched, refraining from interrupting Seiyu's absorption. Zhu Zhuqing and Jiang Mian were transfixed. If Seiyu encountered real danger, Jiang Mian would risk backlash to pull him out, relying on his healing arts from the Emerald Swan, should the need arise. A burst of crimson light shot into the sky as Seiyu's chest radiated vibrant colors. Xiong Jun clapped his thigh, exclaiming, as expected of my disciple. He succeeded. Jiang Mian laughed. Seiyu truly withstood the residual soul impact of a 100,000-year soul beast. After all, he is my old comrade. He has given me some face. Schulten's Yun left haltity. This power. Seiyu's eyes glowed red as he examined his hands, an immense soul force coursing through him. The soul skill bestowed upon you by the skeleton should be the dark golden terror claw of our lineage, Xiong Jun explained. Though its damage may not rival my skyrending claw, it is still an immensely potent skill. This was also why Jiang Mian was reluctant to absorb soul bones. He already possessed all the soul skills of the soul beasts he had encountered, rendering the skills from soul bones unnecessary. I feel my soul power has risen by 2 levels, Seiyu exhaled, and the surrounding air shimmered with waves of soul energy. This sensation is truly marvelous. You've reached level 52 now, Jiang Mian remarked, a sense of urgency creeping into his heart. It seemed he needed to train diligently upon returning. If he continued to indulge, he would soon be surpassed by Seiyu. Master, look at how their master awarded them a 100,000-year soul bone. Why not grant me a little something as well? Yin scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful as he glanced at Qi Wang. Very well. Qi Wang replied with an impassive nod. Master, you truly will. Yan's expression suddenly brightened, and he waved his arms, laughing heartily. Thank you for your generosity, Master. I will not disgrace my mission. Come closer, Qi Wang commanded, clenching his fist before Yan. The reward you seek is right here. Master, you're joking. Before Yin could finish, Qi Wang delivered a powerful uppercut, sending Yin soaring into the air and landing squarely on the carriage roof. Work hard. You lack talent compared to others, yet you still seek rewards? Qi Wang scolded. When will you surpass Xiaoyu? At that point, I may consider offering you a bone from my own body. Jiang Mian chuckled, finding Qi Wang's frustration amusing. Xiaoyu, your diligence makes it impossible for others to catch up. He cannot compare to Xiaoyu. Zhu Zhuqing interjected fairly. Everyone has witnessed Xiaoyu's efforts. Yan's talent is comparable, but he falls short in dedication. One must strive ceaselessly to achieve greatness, Jiang Mian mused. Xiaoyu, you have instilled within me a profound sense of urgency. You're jesting, Xiaoyu smiled slightly, gesturing toward the cliff resembling an eagle soaring through the sky. Ahead lies the Divine Eagle Canyon. We have arrived. As Jiang Mian turned to look at the Divine Eagle Canyon, a rough voice unexpectedly boomed. This tree was planted by me. This road was paved by me. Chapter 35. The Goblin Army Robbery. The voice came from nowhere, and Jiang Mian looked around in confusion, unable to discern where it originated. Get lost, Xiong Jun bellowed, causing the ground to tremble. What is going on? Jiang Mian asked. Perplexed. A mere group of goblins, remarked Xiong Jun nonchalantly. They did not assess their own strength before daring to rob. It is truly laughable. I suspect it was his sister Nana and Zhu Qing who attracted these vile creatures. A palpable disdain laced Jiang Mian's words. In truth, goblins are also known as goblins. These beings possess an insatiable reproductive drive and proliferate in vast numbers. Many female soul masters, through a moment of carelessness, find themselves captured and used as breeding tools, enduring a fate worse than death. Such filthy creatures deserve extermination. Master, why didn't you kill them just now? Xiaoyu inquired. If you find them displeasing, handle it yourself. If you lack the capability, do not expect others to resolve your troubles, Xiong Jun replied coolly. Xiaoyu was taken aback and clasped his fists solemnly. I've been taught well. With disciples around, Xiong Jun had become more serious. Jiang Mian teased. Is it really necessary, Xiong Jun? Sitting upright with unwavering focus. Xiong Jun discreetly kicked Jiang Mian. You talk too much. Jiang Mian grinned, lifting his gaze to the darkening sky, suggesting, it is already night. Perhaps we should set out tomorrow in search of soul beasts. That sounds reasonable, Xiaoyu agreed, but we lack tents or the like. Let Zhu Qing and Nana rest in the carriage. We, as men, can make do, Jiang Mian stated. Everyone, remember to take turns keeping watch. This night, the sky was overcast, the moonlight completely obscured, enveloping the Shun-Ing Valley in darkness, with only a few scattered fireflies emitting their faint glow, stirring a sense of unease in the heart. After all, from the moment of birth, humans harbor an inexplicable fear of the unknown, which is why they have always sought to create fire to dispel darkness. Jiang Mian ignited a bonfire, the dry wood crackling under the fierce flames. Leaning against the wheel, he gazed into the flickering fire, lost in thought. Xiaoyu approached quietly and sat beside Jiang Mian. Aren't you going to sleep? Jiang Mian asked. I cannot. Xiaoyu sighed, propping himself up with his hands on the ground. Jiang Mian, I truly owe you my thanks. Such words between brothers seemed distant. Jiang Mian smiled gently. Moreover, we are family. Will you treat Nana well? Xiaoyu suddenly inquired. Of course, Jiang Mian reassured him. I will not let Sister Nana down. You can rest assured. Haha, I trust your character, Xiaoyu nodded, grinning foolishly. And how about that girl Yi Lingling? Jiang Mian asked with a mischievous smile. Do you have feelings for her? Do not speak nonsense. We are merely acquaintances, Xiaoyu quickly denied, his cheeks flushing. Stop pretending, Jiang Mian chuckled. Are you hiding it from me, brother? Xiaoyu bit his lip, staring into the flames, his eyes revealing an unspoken tenderness. I do indeed harbor feelings for Lingling. That's more like it. Jiang Mian laughed heartily, clapping Xiaoyu on the shoulder. If you like her, seize the opportunity. Do not let regret haunt you for life. Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Mian earnestly. In this regard, you are the senior. I must learn from you. My charm is something you cannot replicate, Jiang Mian replied with a grin. Those who imitate me shall perish. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xiaoyu scratched his head. Just after adding some firewood, he suddenly stood up, as if jolted, staring ahead in silence. An enemy attack. Jiang Mian's expression turned serious. His vision surpassed Xiaoyu's, and through the dimness, he discerned the ominous horde approaching. A multitude of goblins. Do they have no fear of death? Xiangjun and Qi Wang approached Jiang Mian, their faces ashen. We must eradicate them completely. Jiang Mian stomped his foot. 5 radiant soul rings manifesting beneath him. 1 red and 4 orange. Even though Xiaoyu and Yin had heard of Jiang Mian's prowess before, witnessing it firsthand sent a shiver down their spines. The worth of those 5 soul rings rivaled that of a titled Douluo in their minds. You 3 youngsters can unleash your power today, Xiangjun declared, crossing his arms, retreating behind the trio alongside Qi Wang. We old fellows will back you up. Jiang Mian, Zhu Zhuqing, and Hulaina appeared out. We shall assist as well. You must return, Xiangjun suddenly admonished. Females are particularly attractive to goblins. If you engage, you will only draw more of them. Hulaina frowned, pulling Zhu Zhuqing back into the carriage. Ignoring the advice of the elders could lead to dire consequences. Hellfire. Jiang Mian's figure flickered, conjuring 2 flames of hellfire in his palms, which danced with a mind of their own. He wove the flames into a net, creating a barrier that would render the goblins' attempts to breach it futile and painfully costly. First soul skill, Hell Lava Surge. 4th soul skill, Skyward Blades. Jiang Mian charged forth, directly meeting the soul skills of the 2, his hands emanating a dark golden light, leaving a river of blood in his wake. He had thoroughly integrated Xiangjun's tier of heaven into his technique. Xiaoyu and Yin exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile, and followed closely, plunging into the goblin horde. Jiang Mian fought alone. The goblins of millennia past, unable to approach him. Upon contact, they were reduced to mere pulp by his claws. Xiaoyu and Yin, though less lethal, worked diligently to clear out the remaining goblins Jiang Mian had left behind. Yet they struggled, requiring significant effort and time to deal with even a single 1,000-year goblin. Jiang Mian was simply on another level. From a distance, Xiangjun observed the trio's movements, remarking, "This lad's strength far exceeds that of our 2 disciples. He is someone Emperor Tian has high hopes for." Qi Wang nodded doubtfully. If his displayed strength were on par with Xiaoyu, that would be truly disappointing. Possessing the abilities of both of us, the divine beasts, Snow Emperor and Biji, if he is not powerful, then who is? I estimate this lad would not necessarily be defeated even against the title Douluo. Indeed, Qi Wang agreed. At that moment, Jiang Mian was already in a frenzy, his body drenched in the filthy blood of goblins. With a casual grab, he severed a head from its body. Suddenly, a gigantic goblin, towering nearly 3 meters, charged forward wielding a hammer, sending its fellow goblins flying. The hammer swung with ferocity, aimed directly at Jiang Mian's face. With a firm push of his feet, Jiang Mian leaped high, evading the blow with the grace of a willow. The enormous goblin roared in frustration and charged at him. With a lifespan of at least 30,000 years, could Jiang Mian withstand such an opponent? Qi Wang inquired with concern. Just watch and see, Xiangjun replied, unfazed. Jiang Mian danced lightly, his feet barely touching the ground, eluding the goblin's grasp. Have you had your fun? Jiang Mian scoffed, leaping into the air, his fingers like blades, directly gouging out the giant goblin's eyes. In terms of insidiousness, none could rival Jiang Mian present. The colossal goblin dropped its hammer, kneeling on the ground, covering its eyes and wailing in agony. Jiang Mian seized the moment and struck his palm against the giant goblin's chest. In an instant, an overwhelming chill emanated from Jiang Mian's hand, and the massive goblin was instantly transformed into an ice sculpture. Though its exterior remained unchanged, its blood and organs had long since frozen solid. This was the Emperor's palm, a technique known as Great Cold, No Snow, the signature move of the Snow Emperor. Xiangjun clapped Red King's shoulder, exclaiming, in the past, when Emperor Tian was struck by the Snow Emperor, he recuperated for several hundred years. The number of soul beasts that survived under the Snow Emperor's palm could be counted on one hand. Red King replied, if I were to receive such a blow, I would have long since been reincarnated. I'm slightly stronger than you. I could withstand too. Xiaoyu cleaved a 1,000-year-old goblin in half, panting heavily. clearly exhausted after slaying a 10,000-year-old goblin, 3,000-year-olds, and dozens of 100-year-olds. Were it not for the 10,000-year-old skeletal remains bestowed by Xiangjun, he would have struggled to defeat the 10,000-year-old goblin. Help! On the other side, Yindong was fleeing in panic, as if a terrifying creature were in pursuit. Seizing a brief moment to catch his breath, Xiaoyu glanced towards Yin and discovered a robust green female goblin, resembling a small mountain, chasing after him. Goodness! Even the well-traveled Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned by the sight. He could scarcely believe what would happen to Yin if that female goblin caught him, simply chilling to contemplate. However, Xiaoyu could only pray for Yan's safety. He had no time to assist, as he was barely able to keep himself afloat. Rushing into the heart of the goblin horde, Jiang Mian was like a perpetual motion machine, his soul power flowing ceaselessly, healing his injuries in the blink of an eye. His ability to generate soul power stemmed from the Auspicious Beast, while his recovery skills were granted by Biji. With the capabilities of these two soul beasts, Jiang Mian could truly be called a perpetual motion machine. The sky-rending claw did not cease. The scene was akin to sweeping through the three-flavor study and into the Hunter garden, his eyes never blinking. Emperor Cold Sky, Snow Dance Shining Sun. Jiang Mian pressed both hands onto the ground, and hundreds of goblins instantly turned into ice sculptures. This wide-ranging attack was ideal for clearing out the rabble. Soon, only a handful of higher-aged goblins remained, scrambling away. Following this battle, nearly 1,000 goblins had been utterly annihilated, nearly wiped out. Fortuitously, this goblin horde contained no particularly high-aged entities, with the oldest being the 30,000-year-old goblin General Jiang Mian had slain. Most were merely a century old, with the 1,000-year-olds being exceptionally rare. Xiaoyu, here is a 30,000-year-old goblin soul ring. Will you absorb it? Jiang Mian chuckled, dragging the stiff-bodied goblin general, his face smeared with blood. This scene resembled a youthful boy, bashfully smiling with deep affection. I have no interest in such a soul beast, Xiaoyu replied disdainfully. I require dark or psychic attribute soul beasts. At the very least, it should be of the metal attribute. What use is a goblin? You're quite selective, Jiang Mian jested, kicking the ice sculpture into fragments. Some soul masters would absorb even a rat. A notable misdeed of Jiang Mian was compelling a delicate maiden to absorb a gray rat's soul ring. Of course, that maiden was likely no longer present. Is it over? Hulaina slowly emerged from the carriage, the air thick with a strong scent of blood, mingled with a faint stench that induced nausea. She retched a few times, her face darkening as she wiped the drool from her lips before retreating back into the carriage. Zhu Zhuqing sat cross-legged, enhancing her soul power. The stench outside was unbearable, so she resorted to this method to distract herself. Indeed, while the men could endure the repugnant odor, it was rather cruel to subject the two delicate young women, Nana and Zhuqing, to such a scene. With the corpses of these goblins around, it seemed they might finally enjoy a good night's sleep. Xiangjun stretched lazily, looking at the victorious trio, and remarked, "It seems you didn't finish the job thoroughly. Shall we explore the goblin stronghold?" "That's not advisable. I believe we should avoid complete annihilation." Yin wiped his cold sweat. Just moments ago, he had been terrified by the pursuing female goblin. He would likely never forget the sight of this night. Truly, Haki Yin had an adventurous spirit. Let us rest. Tomorrow at dawn, we will seek Xiaoyu's fifth soul ring, Xiangjun declared. All right, Jiang Mian yawned, unceremoniously climbing onto another carriage and promptly falling into a deep slumber. His body was drenched in blood, resembling a small red figure, and he dared not approach Zhu Zhuqing and Hulaina, fearing a swift kick would send him flying. Though Zhu Zhuqing and Hulaina were yet to act upon such an urge, Xiaoyu looked at the sticky blood covering him, feeling a surge of anger. He had a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Without washing off this blood, he would find it hard to sleep. Yet in this canyon, where would he find a lake or water source to bathe? I will keep watch through the night. You all should rest, Xiaoyu grumbled, scratching his head as he settled next to the campfire. All right, we will go rest, Red King nodded, saying, Yin, come with me. I will provide you with a special meal. As soon as he spoke, the heavens remained silent, and Red King frowned, wondering if this lad now dared to ignore him. Red King scanned the surroundings, only to find, puzzlingly, that Yin had vanished. Yin has disappeared, Jiang Mian exclaimed, startled as he emerged from the carriage. His expression won a shock. For someone to stealthily take Yin away in the presence of two mighty masters, how formidable must they be? Not necessarily immensely powerful. Perhaps it is a soul beast exceptionally skilled in stealth, Red King replied. If it were truly powerful, it would not need to hide from me and Xiong. Before Red King could finish, Xiaoyu suddenly vanished without a trace. Another disappearance. Jiang Mian's lips quivered as he stealthily moved closer to Xiong. I think I know who it is. Xiong and Red King exchanged knowing smiles, both soul beasts already aware of the answer. Who? Jiang Mian asked, astonished. Is an old acquaintance of yours? Sort of, Xiong chuckled. She still enjoys playing games. For all we know, Xiaoyu and Yin might be enjoying tea somewhere. Who exactly is it? Jiang Mian inquired, curious. She did not make the list of the top 10 ferocious beasts, yet her strength surpasses ours, Red King said slowly. Moreover, she is a master of concealing her presence. If she wishes to remain undetected, even Emperor Tian would find it difficult to locate her. Is she that strong? Jiang Mian's eyes widened, realizing that the Stardow Forest was indeed teeming with hidden talents. This individual was undoubtedly an extraordinary assassin. The reason she is absent from the top 10 ferocious beasts is that she rarely reveals herself, and those who have seen her true form are long dead. Red King lamented. In a true comparison, I wouldn't stand a chance against her. Even Xiong would be somewhat intimidated. Lowering your own worth to elevate mine. Why drag me into this? Xiong looked at Red King in disbelief. Don't think I am unaware of your relationship. Don't speak. Red King darted in front of Xiong, firmly covering his mouth. This matter must not be shared. She would eliminate me. Is there some sort of scandal? Jiang Mian's eyes sparkled with intrigue, a chill creeping down his neck. In the next moment, Jiang Mian found himself enveloped in an infinite darkness. A darkness so pure that when one closes their eyes, they might still catch glimpses of light. Yet this darkness was akin to dark matter, consuming all radiance entirely. A sudden flash of white light appeared on Jiang Mian's forehead, only to be swiftly devoured by the relentless void, as if the world harbored an aversion to light. Terrifying and dreadful. Oh! A voice of astonishment echoed from all directions, seemingly omnipresent, far yet near. Do you have a connection with the Snow Emperor? The mysterious voice mused. You still bear the scales of the Emperor of Heaven. Who exactly are you, child? Who is the senior? Jiang Mian countered. Why do you care who I am? Jiang Mian sensed something drawing closer in the darkness, something he could neither see nor touch, yet could distinctly feel. The senior need not know who I am, he chuckled. But the Crimson King Xiong is my bodyguard, and the Emperor of Heaven and Snow Emperor are my friends. Kid, are you not afraid of overstepping? The shadow laughed heartily, her voice ringing clear. Jiang Mian imagined her to be a sophisticated woman. Why would I boast? Jiang Mian shrugged nonchalantly. If I had no ties to them, from where would all these tokens originate? How intriguing, the mysterious voice remarked. I have never seen the Snow Emperor and the Emperor of Heaven value a single human simultaneously. I may not be an ordinary human, Jiang Mian laughed. What do you wish to be called, senior? Isn't the Crimson King with you? The mysterious voice responded playfully, tinged with jealousy. Why not ask him why he dares not face me? Jiang Mian scratched his head, unable to discern the direction of the mysterious voice. He could merely clasp his fists and bow. Senior, do you know who my two friends are? Of course I know, the voice replied mischievously. But I left them in a certain part of the God Eagle Canyon. You can find them yourselves. If you succeed, it will be your merit. If not, they shall be fodder for the soul beasts. Before Jiang Mian could respond, he was abruptly expelled from the pitch-black abyss. Blinking, he gazed at the dawn's light breaking in the east and solemnly stated, That senior has left Xiaoyu and Yin in some corner of the God Eagle Canyon and instructed us to find them. If we fail, they will be devoured. What does that woman intend to do? The Crimson King's face turned ashen, and he lamented, Must I truly seek her out? Go ahead, no one is stopping you. Xiong ruthlessly exposed him. You might even recover our apprentices. Upon reflection, the Crimson King considered that it could also serve as excellent training for Xiaoyu and Yin. Let them remain for a while, he chuckled. Can your keen nose truly locate them? Xiong's Yun inquired. Let us see. The Crimson King suddenly revealed his true form. Crouching low to carefully sniff the surrounding air. Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing wore expressions of concern. They were unaware of Xiaoyu and Yan's conditions. Jiang Mian's emergence was merely a courtesy extended by the senior to the Emperor of Heaven and Snow Emperor. Otherwise, He too would have been cast into the God Eagle Canyon to fend for himself. Have you caught a scent? Xiong pressed. Follow me. The Crimson King raised his head high, exuding confidence as he swiftly moved forward. Jiang Mian took Hulayina and Zhu Zhuqing's hands, shielding them behind him, while Xiong brought up the rear, and the group followed the Crimson King into the depths of the God Eagle Canyon. This feels amiss. Jiang Mian observed the dead trees surrounding them, his sixth sense alerting him to something suspicious. What seems wrong? The head on the far right of the Crimson King turned to inquire. You ought to trust my nose. After all, I am most familiar with her scent. Is it possible that the entire God Eagle Canyon bears her aroma? Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow, questioning, shouldn't you be searching for Yin and Xieyu's scents? Rest assured, I am well aware, the Crimson King proclaimed with an air of certainty. Though Jiang Mian sensed a hint of insincerity in his tone regarding the search for Yin and Xieyou, Jiang Mian remained silent, steadfastly protecting Zhu Zhuqing and Hulayina as they ventured deeper into this desolate expanse. The surrounding dead tree trunks bore grotesque visages, as if deliberately carved with ghastly faces, and the stones beneath their feet were significantly darker than ordinary rocks, resembling volcanic rock, though no volcanoes were present in the vicinity of the God Eagle Canyon. This place is strikingly similar to the Crimson King's lair. Even the roadside stones resemble those. Jiang Mian noted, a sense of curiosity bubbling within him. He discreetly leaned closer to Xiong and asked, what secrets does the Crimson King harbor that we are unaware of? This is a tale from long ago. Xiong gazed skyward, a nostalgic expression gracing his features. When the Crimson King was but a pup, she cared for him without fail. Is that so? Sounds like a sibling romance. Jiang Mian's interest piqued, and he pressed further. Why does the Crimson King remain tight-lipped about such matters? They encountered some issues later on, but they should not be significant, Xiong recalled, scratching his head. Then she left the Stardow Forest, wandering the world. It seems this fool, the Crimson King, failed to grasp the situation and caused her distress. I thought the Crimson King was quite adept at charming, Jiang Mian remarked in surprise. Everyone progresses, Shon's Yun Xiaokud. After all, their last meeting was likely over 90,000 years ago. I can hardly recall, but after that encounter, the Crimson King became obsessed with learning how to woo women. Jiang Mian couldn't help but laugh, and the three heads of the Crimson King turned simultaneously, casting a reproachful glance at Xiong as if to say, am I so shameless to have such matters exposed? Hulayina and Zhu Zhuqing stifled their laughter, and the group suddenly felt that allowing Xieyou and Yin to endure a bit longer would not be a significant issue. After all, their masters were not anxious, and their own impatience would only add to the trouble. Come out, I have arrived, the Crimson King announced, leading everyone to a shadowy castle. He howled thrice and proclaimed, do you not wish to see me? How'd you find this place? The mysterious voice resounded once more. Your sin is not something I could ever forget. The Crimson King replied, kneeling as if a dutiful dog. The castle doors creaked open, revealing a pitch-black wolf with a streak of white fur on its forehead, who emerged with a regal grace, her gaze haughty and her demeanor akin to that of an empress. She elegantly approached the Crimson King, extending her tongue to delicately lick the fur at his neck, smiling, your scent remains unchanged. It is the aroma we share. The Crimson King rose, gently placing his paw on her neck, his tone tender. How could I bear to alter it? How amusing. The gray wolf lifted the Crimson King's chin, as if regarding her favored servant. When did you become so smooth-tongued? Encountering you brings out this side of me. The Crimson King had forgotten all else, gently grooming the gray wolf and declaring earnestly, it has been far too long since we last met. You did not seek me out. Do you expect me to search for you in the Stardow Forest? The gray wolf laughed lightly. Is it necessary for me, the Emperor of the Underworld, to lower myself so? I have been searching for you, but have received no word. The Crimson King lowered his gaze, feeling wronged. I did not anticipate you returning to the canyons of the human realm, he added. I have not lingered here long, merely under 1,000 years. The Emperor of the Underworld replied nonchalantly. I spent time in the far north as well, yet I did not see you seeking me out, she retorted. The far north is the domain of the Snow Emperor. How could I dare to intrude? The Red King said cautiously. Nonsense, the Underworld Emperor chuckled, patting the Red King's shoulder with a grin. With me present, the Snow Emperor wouldn't dare to harm you. That would be quite disrespectful to me. Hee hee. The Red King offered an awkward smile as the Underworld Emperor turned to Bear Lord, saying with a laugh, "Old Bear, are you truly in the mood to wander around with this fellow?" Bear Lord laughed heartily. "I have become the bodyguard for these little ones." The esteemed Bear Lord. Protecting humanity? The Underworld Emperor's interest in Jiang Mian grew. She could not fathom why Bear Lord, known for his temper, second only to the tyrant of evil eyes among the 10 fierce beasts, was now so humbly beside this child. Bear Lord shrugged and replied, "This is an order from the Emperor of Heaven. I have no choice." "Don't deceive me." The Underworld Emperor retorted with a laugh. "How many times have you heeded the Emperor's commands? Trying to fool me here? Ha ha ha, in truth. This lad has done me a great favor. Even if the Emperor of Heaven hadn't assigned me to protect him, I would still do my utmost to safeguard this child." Bear Lord affectionately ruffled Jiang Mian's hair, saying, "He is the hope of the soul beasts." "Oh." The Underworld Emperor raised an eyebrow and asked, "Could he be the reincarnation of the Dragon God?" "Not at all." Bear Lord shook his head. "Little Ming, feel for yourself how much our powers have increased. The Red King has been around for over 410,000 years." The Underworld Emperor swallowed hard and glanced at Bear Lord. Realizing that Bear Lord had also surpassed the 500,000 mark, she quickly pieced together the situation. It seemed this young lad's martial soul could enhance the strength of soul beasts, allowing them to cultivate more rapidly. "Little Ming, if you don't work harder, the Red King might truly surpass you," Bear Lord teased. "Let him surpass if he wishes. He is my man. And if he is stronger than me, how could I not be happy?" The Underworld Emperor slowly approached Jiang Mian, smiling. "Young man, I believe I now understand why both the Emperor of Heaven and the Snow Emperor hold such high hopes for you." "Underworld Emperor, what about those 2 young men?" "Release them at once," the Red King insisted. "One is my disciple, and the other is Bear Lord's disciple. Both are extraordinary talents. You 2 have taken on apprentices as well?" The Underworld Emperor looked incredulously at Bear Lord and the Red King, exclaiming, "Even those who prefer to keep their secrets have opened up? Primarily because their talents are truly exceptional. Bear Lord, and I don't want these gems to be tarnished." The Red King replied earnestly. "Interesting." The Underworld Emperor laughed heartily, and a gust of chilling wind enveloped her. Shortly before, a strikingly beautiful woman clad in pure black leather emerged. Her aura was complex, embodying both the aloofness of a queen and the vivacity of a spirited girl. Reminiscent of a young girl kicking a ball at school, pleasing to behold. The Red King also transformed back into human form, taking the Underworld Emperor's hand and whispering, "What do you think of him?" "A remarkable young man," the Underworld Emperor remarked, leaning closer to the Red King, smiling. "If I'm not mistaken, this lad must be quite the coveted prize." "That sounds peculiar." Jiang Mian scratched his cheek, feeling uneasy. The Underworld Emperor's ability to discern his capabilities from mere fragments of information was truly formidable. Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing huddled together, hiding behind Jiang Mian. The Underworld Emperor, originally a Fenkle giant wolf, had a mastery over darkness far superior to the Red King's control over flames. Yet, as the Red King noted, the Underworld Emperor seldom revealed her true strength, leaving no one aware of how powerful she truly was, which is why her name was absent from the list of the 10 fierce beasts. As they chatted and laughed, the Underworld Emperor suddenly spoke mysteriously. "Follow me. I have something marvelous to show you." The Red King's lips twitched in concern. "These children cannot handle it. Please do not act recklessly." "Is this how I appear in your mind?" The Underworld Emperor smirked, her eyes glinting playfully. "Red King, your subconscious remains unchanged, it seems." The Red King found himself momentarily at a loss for words as the Underworld Emperor advanced, pushing him back. "Little Ming, enough already," Bear Lord interjected, covering his face. "There are so many children watching. Do you think I care?" The Underworld Emperor glanced at Bear Lord, saying coolly, "Old Bear, when did you become so fussy and timid?" Hee. The Underworld Emperor twirled a strand of hair with her delicate fingers, confessing, "I sent those 2 children to the Dark Rift." Jiang Mian couldn't help but inquire, "The Dark Rift, what is that?" "It is a particularly mysterious place. Even with my mastery over darkness, I cannot control the endless shadows beyond the rift," the Underworld Emperor explained. "Moreover, that place naturally repels soul beasts, preventing me from entering to investigate." "So you took Xiaoyu and Yin away to use them as guinea pigs?" Bear Lord questioned. "It is also an immense opportunity." The Underworld Emperor replied with a charming smile. I only offered this chance because of you and the Red King. The Underworld Emperor's expression suddenly turned serious as she stated coldly. What occurs within must remain undiscovered by anyone. Could it be a divine miracle? Jiang Mian blurted, prompting everyone to gaze at him in disbelief. You are quite astute, the Underworld Emperor affirmed, nodding. It is highly likely that what lies within is indeed a divine miracle, which is why soul beasts cannot enter. I began observing after the battle with the earth spirits, noting that the three of you possess considerable strength. The Underworld Emperor pointed at Jiang Mian. Among you, you are the most astonishing. Initially, I intended to send you in as well, ensuring a virtually foolproof plan, but your words changed my mind. Jiang Mian asked why. A young man favored by both the Emperor of Heaven and the Snow Emperor has an immeasurable future. The Underworld Emperor chuckled. Why rush to conclusions? Jiang Mian looked at the Underworld Emperor, smiling helplessly. I intended to take you to the entrance so that the two young ones could be ready to assist at any moment. The Underworld Emperor remarked casually, even if something were to go awry, we could forcibly retrieve them. Bear Lord expressed disbelief. Did you not say that place naturally repels soul beasts? With the combined strength of the three of us, we should be able to forcibly pull those two young ones out. The Underworld Emperor replied confidently. Rest assured, the energy of the Dark Rift has significantly diminished. I will certainly return you both intact. Is that acceptable? In the silent, dark night, Xiaoyu cautiously tread along a forest path, where visibility was nearly non-existent, having repeatedly collided with tree trunks. What on earth is this place? Xiaoyu groaned, pressing his aching forehead, blindly searching for an exit. He had long since lost his bearings, crawling cautiously forward, unaware of how much time had passed. Xiaoyu felt the air around him growing increasingly thin, as if an invisible resistance was hindering his progress. At that moment, Xiaoyu truly found each step a Herculean task. My soul power seems to be rising, he marveled, astonished. It's even faster than when I was beside Jiang Mian, having just broken through to level 50 without even absorbing a soul ring. He essentially remained a soul zone. This resistance felt tailor-made for him, just enough to challenge him, requiring every ounce of his strength to advance. What is happening? Xiaoyu was puzzled. How could such a miraculous place exist? Adjusting the difficulty based on one's own situation? Xiaoyu's Night Blade possessed a dark attribute, making him uniquely suited to this environment. Had Jiang Mian arrived, he would likely have faced rejection due to the overwhelming light within him, directly opposing the darkness. Quite intriguing. In the dark month, Xiaoyu gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to take another step. After this step, he felt as though his entire body were being torn apart. Yet, it was after this very step that clarity emerged from the chaos. Although the surrounding darkness did not dissipate, Xiaoyu found himself capable of perceiving everything around him, as if blessed with a legendary third eye. Previously, there were those who trained in this skill, relying not on sight, but on the heart to observe the world. Once mastered, even in blindness, one could still witness the essence of all things. Xiaoyu now sensed a hint of this extraordinary ability within himself. At this moment, he realized his location, a temple exuding an aura of death and decay. While temples are typically sanctified spaces, this one radiated an unmistakable malevolence. What manner of place is this? Xiaoyu wondered, stepping forward once more and discovering himself as light as a feather, free from the heavy resistance he had felt earlier. Could that weight have been the temple's protective barrier, now vanished as he entered its inner sanctum? Pondering this, he hurried into the temple. Is anyone there? He called softly from the entrance. The temple's grand doors were in a state of utter disrepair, clearly devoid of any signs of habitation. After a few more calls, he heard only the echo of his own voice. Summoning his courage, he cautiously ventured inside. It was vast. Xiaoyu could not sense the boundaries of the temple. The sudden ability he had acquired felt like a second pair of eyes. From the outside, it appeared merely as a small building, yet within, it unfolded into a realm of wonder. Who are you? A timid voice emerged from behind a pillar in the grand hall. Turning, Xiaoyu saw a little girl with twin ponytails, her presence unexpected. Who are you? He inquired, curiosity piqued. Are you here alone? Big brother, I was left here. Can you take me home? The girl asked, her voice tinged with tears. What is your name, little sister? Xiaoyu felt a surge of caution. In such a desolate place, how could a child be present? My parents don't want me anymore, she sobbed, her face streaked with tears. Big brother, it's so dark here. Please take me away. I'm scared. The entrance is right there. Why don't you walk out? Xiaoyu instinctively glanced toward the door, only to be stunned. The entrance had vanished without a trace, replaced by an endless void of darkness. Big brother. The girl reached for him, but Xiaoyu instinctively sidestepped her advance. Are you afraid of me? She asked, her voice cold and bewildered. No, I'm simply startled, he replied, filled with remorse. How long have you been here, little sister? I don't know, she answered honestly, shaking her head. I came in and couldn't find my way out. What? Xiaoyu felt as if struck by lightning, trembling at the thought of being trapped here forever. No, everyone is waiting for me outside. Resolutely, he declared, little sister, stay close to me. We'll find a way out together. Big brother, you must be careful. There are terrible monsters lurking in the temple, she warned, her voice quivering. I've seen them before. Monsters? Xiaoyu took a deep breath, whispering, stay behind me. I will protect you. The girl grasped his sleeve tightly as he navigated the empty hall, which was devoid of anything but towering pillars reaching toward the heavens. Xiaoyu bit his lip, forcing himself to concentrate. In this perilous environment, lacking absolute focus could mean certain doom. Look, there's the crack. The Dark Emperor led a group to a stone wall surrounded by rubble and thorns, where a fissure pierced through to another realm. Suddenly, Yin leaped from the crack, landing at Qi Wang's feet. Master. Yin looked around, relief flooding him as he recognized his teacher and companions. He clung to Qi Wang's leg, crying, Master, you scared me. I thought I would never see you again. Get up, Qi Wang scolded, lifting Yin with a mix of exasperation and concern. Was there really a need to be so frightened? I felt like I was trapped in there for an eternity. There were no points of reference, Yin stammered. He must have failed, the Dark Emperor remarked nonchalantly. Now, it depends on that young one. Failed. Qi Wang sighed, glancing at Yin with a hint of despair, remaining silent. Everyone has their own path, Jiang Mian consoled. You need not worry so much, Qi Wang. Can I take a look inside? Jiang Mian asked curiously. Of course, the Dark Emperor replied, but know that by entering, the opportunities belonging to that young one may vanish due to your presence. It is best he explores alone. The Dark Emperor's meaning was clear. Jiang Mian was favored by Emperor Tian and Emperor Shui, with Qi Wang as his protector, promising a bright future. He need not involve himself in such matters. Nodding in understanding, Jiang Mian relinquished the idea of entering the dark fissure, allowing Xiaoyu to seize this chance. As they were brothers, after all. Big brother, do we have to keep walking? The little girl questioned. If we continue forward, we will surely find an exit. Xiaoyu replied confidently. As he walked, he marked the pillars to ensure he wasn't going in circles. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, and Xiaoyu quickly shielded the girl, ducking behind a pillar as a massive, grotesque monster emerged from the shadows. Its body was covered in eyes, yet its face was devoid of features. With a belly as round as that of a woman in her final month of pregnancy, wielding a bloody cleaver, its appearance horrifying. What manner of beast is this? Xiaoyu's understanding of the world was being shattered. After all these years, he had never encountered such a terrifying creature. This is a temple monster, the girl whispered, her grip tightening on Xiaoyu's hand, panic etched across her face. They devour all that is different. Fear not. I am here. Xiaoyu forced a smile, stroking the girl's cheek, intending to wait until the monster departed before continuing onward. Suddenly, the girl screamed in terror, startling Xiaoyu. Following her gaze, he realized the monster, which he thought had moved away, was now fixated on him. The creature's multitude of eyes bore down on them, as if eyeing a delectable feast. What did it come so close? Panic surged within Xiaoyu as he lifted the girl and prepared to flee. The monster raised its cleaver, its seemingly slow motion belied by its swift and powerful descent, aiming to cleave them in two. Damn it! For soul rings of yellow and purple appeared beneath his feet as he grasped the moonblade, blocking the incoming strike. The clash produced a deafening resonance, sending shockwaves through Xiaoyu's arms. Seizing the moment of the cleaver's delay, he dashed away with the girl in his arms. The monster let out a roar, brandishing a butcher's knife as it menacingly charged towards Xiaoyu. In this endless darkness, how could it possibly see me? Xiaoyu hesitated, realizing that it was through a fortunate twist of fate that he had awakened his inner sight, allowing him to navigate the shadows with ease. Yet, the creature certainly did not appear to possess such abilities. There seemed to be an exit ahead, Xiaoyu vaguely discerned a glimmer of light in the distance. Suddenly, the little girl's face turned pale with terror. She covered Xiaoyu's eyes and urged in a stern voice, "Hurry, we must leave. This temple is cursed." Xiaoyu had not been relying on his eyes to see. He merely felt the girl's grip was exceptionally strong, causing his eyes to throb painfully. "What curse?" he instinctively inquired. "If you do not leave the temple before sunrise, you will be forever transformed into a monster within its confines, unable to escape for eternity," the girl declared, her words striking Xiaoyu with a jolt. He shuddered, his legs propelling him towards the light without a moment's hesitation. At this moment, he did not even contemplate the veracity of the girl's claims. When a man becomes truly focused, his intellect cannot be diverted by trivial matters. Xiaoyu raced forward, finally reaching the temple's entrance. He glanced at the horizon, where dawn was breaking, and without a moment's doubt, he hoisted the little girl onto his back and prepared to dash outside. A dull thud echoed around the hall as Xiaoyu collided forcefully with an unseen barrier, landing heavily on the ground. "What is this? A barrier?" he thought, gripping his moon blade tightly, intent on shattering the obstruction. "Who told you there was a barrier at the entrance?" The girl replied nonchalantly as she stood up, her demeanor calm. "Didn't I tell you? Monsters are bound to this temple for eternity." "Aren't we monsters? Who told you I am not a monster?" Xiaoyu's grip on the moon blade tightened involuntarily. "Do not be afraid. I am different from the other monsters," the girl said suddenly, tears streaming down her cheeks, her earlier indifference replaced by despair. Xiaoyu found himself at a loss, unsure of how to respond. "There's a monster within me. If I do not leave this temple soon, she will completely take my place," the girl said, covering her eyes, her voice hoarse. "Big brother, please save me. I do not want to die." "Is this what they call a dual personality?" Xiaoyu's heart sank as he pondered. "How can I help you escape the temple?" he asked. "I do not know," the girl replied, shaking her head, her tone suddenly shifting. "Do you still wish to take me with you? If you delay any longer, the sun will truly rise, and you will be trapped here forever." Xiaoyu felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. If only he were Jiang Mian, he would have slapped the girl for her audacity. "She is lying to you. She is a monster of the temple and knows how to escape." The girl's persona shifted again, leaving Xiaoyu uncertain of whom to trust. "If you believe me, leave quickly. I have already become a monster and do not wish to drag others down with me." The girl grinned ominously, her smile stretching unnaturally wide. "I cannot distinguish between you." Xiaoyu wiped the sweat from his brow and asked, "Which of you is the true one?" "That depends on how you discern," the girl chuckled. "Perhaps everything is true, or maybe nothing is. Truth and falsehood are often indistinguishable." Xiaoyu's thoughts were chaotic, and his mind raced with urgency, making it impossible to calm down and think clearly. "Brother." Hulaina's voice suddenly echoed from outside the hall. Xiaoyu looked up to see Hulaina, hands clasped behind her back, her eyes filled with concern. "Brother, you do not want Nana anymore?" "Nana." Xiaoyu's heart stirred, and he stood up, ready to rush outside. "Brother, are you going to leave me here? You must run quickly. Do you really want to become a monster?" The moment of crisis arrived, and Xiaoyu, though not devoid of conscience, found himself torn. If there were a way to save the girl, but he hesitated to act, and she transformed into a monster, he would be plagued by guilt. Yet, the exit was right before him, and Nana was waiting outside. If he did not act soon, he would indeed be trapped in the temple forever, with no chance of reuniting with Nana or his mentors. Calm down. Xiaoyu took a deep breath. "Little sister, please tell me how I can save you. If I can help, I will do everything in my power to rescue you. But if you cannot provide a viable solution, I will leave. My life cannot be sacrificed here." "Is that your answer?" The girl's expression brightened as she smiled. "I knew I had not misjudged you." "Who are you, really?" Xiaoyu asked, bewildered. The girl's form began to dissolve into the darkness until she vanished completely, her voice echoing in the empty hall. "Even in the deepest shadows, our hearts must strive for the light. Only then shall we not be truly lost in the endless dark. Little one, I acknowledge you. Please maintain your bright spirit." "Who are you?" Xiaoyu called out. "Who I am is unimportant. Leave now, and return to find me when you attain level 70. As her words faded, the temple vanished into thin air, along with the dawn that had just broken. The world reverted to darkness. Xiaoyu sensed the changes in his surroundings with his inner sight and found that apart from the boundless blackness, there were no living beings left. He took a tentative step forward, and suddenly clarity returned. Xiaoyu had emerged. Jiang Mian, quick as a flash, caught Xiaoyu as he stumbled out from the crack. His eyes closed, yet still able to accurately call out Jiang Mian's name. A tear slipped from Xiaoyu's eye. It seemed as if he could no longer open his eyes. Xiaoyu, what happened? Jiang Mian reached out, attempting to force open his eyelids. Xiaoyu chuckled and swatted Jiang Mian's hand away. Now that he possessed inner sight, the absence of his physical eyes did not hinder him. It turned out the girl's covering of his eyes had served a purpose after all. He had been recognized by the divine. The underworld emperor looked at Xiaoyu, who had lost his sight, and remarked, a blessing in disguise, perhaps. Are you suggesting that losing his eyes is a good thing? Jiang Mian queried, puzzled. Xiaoyu, how do you feel? I feel splendid, Xiaoyu replied, finally understanding what it meant to dwell in darkness while yearning for the light. In a world rife with chaos and confusion, sometimes it is better to remain blind. As long as he remained steadfastly oriented toward the light. What fear could the darkness hold? After losing his sight, Xiaoyu's other senses heightened remarkably, and with his inner sight, the advantages far outweighed the disadvantages. Brother, Hulaina wept as she beheld Xiaoyu cradled in Jiang Mian's arms, tears streaming down her face as she fell to her knees before him, unable to speak. I'm fine. Xiaoyu gently wiped away Hulaina's tears, embracing her tenderly. Please do not be sad, Nana. It would sadden me. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. In her mind, although Xiaoyu had lost his sight, he had gained divine acknowledgement. Had she been in his shoes, she would have unhesitatingly sacrificed her own eyes. Jiang Mian rose to his feet and approached Zhu Zhuqing, enveloping her in his embrace without uttering a word. Zhu Zhuqing nestled against Jiang Mian's chest, a subtle smile gracing the corner of the Dark Emperor's lips. Suddenly, she leaned toward the Scarlet King and teased, Little puppy, are you still planning to run away? The Emperor has commanded that I protect Jiang Mian. For once, the Scarlet King took the initiative, mimicking Jiang Mian as he pulled the Dark Emperor into his arms. Are you not going to leave with me? He inquired. Little puppy, do you expect me to pursue you? The Dark Emperor laughed heartily, her fingers playfully teasing the Scarlet King's hair as she coquettishly replied, Do not presume that my affection grants you the liberty to act as you please. The Scarlet King remained silent, tightening his embrace around the Dark Emperor. Their bodies pressed together, particularly the prominent curves that were nearly molded into soft hills. Xiangjun and Yin exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile. Enough of this folly, the Dark Emperor said, breaking free from the Scarlet King's hold. She looked at Xiaoyu and remarked coolly, Young one, your dark energy is quite potent. It seems our destinies are intertwined. Senior, Xiaoyu stood up, clasping his hands in respect. Thank you for bestowing this great opportunity upon me. I am profoundly grateful. Spare me the formalities, the Dark Emperor smiled. You may find my assistance useful in the future. Your strength is commendable, and I believe you have already surpassed level 50. Indeed, Xiaoyu nodded. After spending some time in there, my soul power seems to have reached level 53. In truth, upon absorbing the essence of the 10,000-year-old dark gold terror claw bear's bone, his soul power had indeed risen to that level. His time in the abyss merely solidified it further. Such rapid progress? Yan's lips twitched, soon feeling a piercing gaze directed at him. Impressive, my disciple. Xiangjun praised without reservation, raising his thumb. True heroes emerge from youth. The Dark Emperor smiled. We are figures of the past. It is unseemly to compete with you. Now, Xiaoyu, you must seek a suitable soul ring. We must prepare to return to the Spirit Hall, Jiang Mian instructed, observing Xiaoyu's enscathed demeanor. We have lingered long enough. I trust the Pope is beginning to wonder about our whereabouts. Understood. Though blind, Xiaoyu exuded a refined aura, transforming from a once genteel nobleman to a delicate scholar, evoking a sense of compassion in those who beheld him. Jiang Mian rested his chin in thought, marveling at Xiaoyu's transformation. Xiaoyu, you ought to wrap your eyes in a blindfold. I assure you, many young ladies would find you appealing. Enough of that, Xiaoyu retorted, swatting Jiang Mian playfully. Hulaina, envisioning the scene, couldn't help but smile, acknowledging her brother's charm. Your moonblade belongs to the dark attribute, I presume? The Dark Emperor inquired. Follow me. I once banished a dark attribute soul beast that was terrorizing this area. I sealed it in a relic. Why not simply kill it? Xiaoyu asked, surprised. Being of the same dark attribute, I prefer not to lose a kindred spirit, the Dark Emperor chuckled. However, since you have gained the favor of the deities, the soul beast chosen as your ring will undoubtedly have great prospects. I have secured it a promising path. The Dark Emperor continued. Not only that, when you begin your trials with the deities, I may also become your soul ring. This revelation startled Xiaoyu. The prospect of having a being of such power as his soul ring was beyond imagination. Yet, as the Dark Emperor suggested by that time, Xiaoyu would have ascended to godhood. Would he truly care about such attributes? Jiang Mian, perceiving Xiaoyu's awe, smiled. Xiaoyu, you should accompany the Dark Emperor to secure that soul beast. We shall await your return here. Very well. Xiaoyu nodded, and with a grand gesture, the Dark Emperor took him deeper into the Eagle Canyon. Xiaoyu is indeed experiencing a series of fortunate encounters, Xiangjun remarked in wonder. Soon, I shall find myself envious of my own disciple. Jiang Mian replied, a mentor need not outshine their students. You speak well. It seems you are quite the cultured individual. Xiangjun teased. The Scarlet King looked disapprovingly at Yan, hidden beside Xiangjun, feeling frustrated yet helpless. He sighed, exclaiming, Yan, when will you allow me to say you surpass me? Scarlet King, allow me to defend Yan, Jiang Mian interjected, playfully batting his eyelashes. Look how Xiangjun dotes on his disciple, offering a 10,000-year soul bone. You cannot afford to be stingy. Once this boy breaks through to Soul King, shall I gift you a soul bone as well? The Scarlet King retorted. Even if it doesn't match Xiangjun's, it won't be far off. Thank you, Master, Yan beamed, kneeling and expressing his gratitude to the Scarlet King. Xiangjun scoffed, you call yourself a dog, yet you are training your disciple to be one as well. Xiangjun, are you looking for trouble? The Scarlet King, already irked, became even more incensed, pointing angrily at Xiangjun. What concern is it of yours regarding my disciple? Xiangjun stood his ground. Are you permitted to control the heavens and the earth, telling others to remain silent? Shall we find a place to settle this? The Scarlet King challenged. Am I to fear you? Xiangjun rolled up his sleeves, ready for a confrontation. Enough, enough. You two are about to come to blows over trivial matters. Jiang Mian intervened, urging, our disciples are present. Let us act with maturity. Senior, is this cave the lair of the dark attribute soul beast? Xiaoyu asked, as the Dark Emperor led him to a secluded cavern. The entrance was narrow, requiring Xiaoyu to bend low to enter. Indeed, the Dark Emperor affirmed. It is a 23,000-year-old dark soul snake, known for its predilection for tormenting soul beasts. Exercise caution. 23,000 years is formidable, Xiaoyu noted as he cautiously entered the cave. Though the entrance was small, he was met with an expansive interior. The cavern soaring at least 10 meters high, starkly contrasting with the cramped entrance. What vast cave! Xiaoyu marveled, feeling the space within. It must be as large as the training grounds before the Spirit Hall. But where is the soul beast? Xiaoyu leaned against the wall, searching for any sign of the creature. The dark soul snake was adept at concealing itself, lurking in the shadows until its prey drew near, at which point it would strike with lethal precision. Moreover, this soul beast was infamous for its cruelty, deriving pleasure from the suffering of others, which often resulted in a barren radius devoid of other soul beasts. Of course, there were exceptions, as there were cases of stronger soul beasts being slain. It was precisely this nature that led these snakes to the brink of extinction. Xiaoyu quietly attuned his senses to the environment, moving carefully along the wall, when he suddenly felt something cold and sticky beneath his fingers. Chapter 39. A beautiful moment. Shall the Pope indulge? In the carriage, Jiang Mian, now cleansed of bloodstains, sat cross-legged, adorned in a vibrant red robe gifted by the Scarlet King. As a youthful hero, this attire only accentuated his gallant demeanor. Upon hearing that the evil moon's soul power had reached level 53 early in the morning, a sense of crisis welled up within him. This individual was indeed diligent, having spent almost an entire day without food or drink, immersed in meditation to enhance his soul power. Sister, why don't you persuade Jiang Mian? Hulaina inquired, leaning closer to Zhu Zhuqing. He hasn't eaten for a whole day. Can he endure this? Nana, concern breeds chaos, Zhu Zhuqing replied with a gentle smile. Disturbing Jiang Mian now would yield counterproductive results. Very well, Hulaina sighed, resting her chin on her hand. Why is my brother absorbing his soul ring so slowly? It's been nearly a day, and he still hasn't returned? With the Underworld Emperor accompanying him, there should be no issues, Xiangjun interjected. Rest assured, we will prepare our belongings and leave as soon as the evil moon emerges. I'm back, Xiong announced just as the evil moon appeared, invigorated and flanked by the underworld emperor. How'd it go? Xiong inquired with concern. The process was somewhat perilous, but the outcome was as anticipated. The evil moon replied, beaming with joy. Now that I have absorbed the soul ring, I have taken a significant step towards level 54. Let me see. Xiong scrutinized the evil moon's physique and chuckled. Indeed, my disciple is remarkably talented. I am proud of you. The evil moon scratched his head, noticing Jiang Mian meditating nearby. This is the first time I've seen Jiang Mian take the initiative to train. What is going on? You've instilled a sense of crisis in him. Xiong laughed heartily. He being overly anxious. The evil moon scoffed, a smirk on his face. How can you say that? Jiang Mian is human too. It's entirely possible for you to surpass him, Xiong countered, feigning indignation. Master, do you truly believe your own words? The evil moon chuckled. I will strive to improve, he added. That's the spirit of my good disciple, Xiong said, affectionately ruffling the evil moon's hair. Now, let us prepare to return to the spirit hall. Right away, Master, the evil moon responded. In truth, they had little to pack, merely needing to extinguish the campfire. You all head back. I need to take Yin to a certain location, Qi said, hoisting Yin. It might take a month or two. Don't be too harsh, Xiong advised. I know, Qi replied, soaring into the sky with Yin in tow, quickly vanishing from sight. Yin is in for a tough time, Xiong mused. When will Qi competitive spirit subside? How can you speak? You were once the most competitive of all. The underworld emperor chuckled as he approached Xiong. I've aged, Xiong self-deprecatingly remarked. With such a promising disciple, I can only take a step back. Master, we are ready to depart, Zhu Zhuqing and Hulaina announced as they boarded the carriage. Jiang Mian remained seated beside the carriage, deeply engrossed in meditation, undisturbed by the world around him. The evil moon thoughtfully surrounded Jiang Mian with a protective barrier to prevent him from falling, before calling for Xiong to set off. The other carriage was reserved for Qi and Yin upon their return. Xiong exchanged a knowing smile with the underworld emperor. Farewell. Jiang Mian seemed to have entered a state akin to profound meditation. For 3 to 4 days of bumpy travel, he remained oblivious, as if in a deep slumber. Had it not been for the constant influx of soul power into his body, akin to fledglings returning to the nest, the others might have feared he had fainted. At the entrance of the spirit city, the evil moon had just secured the necessary permits. After all, the spirit city was not a place one could freely enter or exit. Xiong, observing Jiang Mian's immovable state, remarked in amazement. This is the true pinnacle of cultivation. Is Jiang Mian all right? Zhu Zhuqing expressed concern. For days without food or drink, I worry he may not endure this. Even if Jiang Mian were to abstain for a month, it would pose no problem. His absorption of soul power has sufficiently sustained his energy. Xiong envied Jiang Mian's state of cultivation. In his 40,000 years of life, he had only experienced such clarity a handful of times. Letting go of all distractions and remaining steadfast in one's heart, as the text suggests, leads to a vibrant awakening in the depths of tranquility. That is the essence of the realm. Upon returning to the spirit hall, Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing carefully carried Jiang Mian inside, refraining from disturbing him any further. This state persisted for over a month, during which Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing had repeatedly contemplated awakening Jiang Mian, only to be stopped by Xiong. Bibi Dong also came to observe Jiang Mian, but opted not to disturb him, instructing others to refrain from doing so as well. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow. One night, Jiang Mian gradually opened his eyes. He attempted to rise, but, unsurprisingly, fell flat on the floor. After over a month of inactivity, his limbs had grown numb. The evil moon, hearing the commotion, hurried over, having been assigned to care for Jiang Mian by Bibi Dong. You're awake? The evil moon exclaimed, observing Jiang Mian struggling to get up. Is this another form of cultivation? Stop the theatrics, Jiang Mian replied, his speech slightly slurred. Quit gawking and help me up. The evil moon chuckled and swiftly lifted Jiang Mian onto the bed, feeling his aura in astonishment. Have you reached level 60? Nearly, Jiang Mian replied as he stabilized himself, cautiously moving his tongue to regain normal speech. How long has it been? 42 days, the evil moon informed him. You nearly frightened Nana and Zhuqing. Had it not been for the wisdom of our teacher and the Pope, they would have insisted on waking you. Mifine, Jiang Mian smiled faintly, supporting himself on the evil moon's shoulder to stand. His limbs felt rusted, creating an inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity. Take it slow, the evil moon cautioned. At that moment, Jiang Mian noticed that the evil moon had indeed heeded his suggestion and donned a blindfold. Quite the look you have, Jiang Mian teased, observing the evil moon's face. Stop mocking me, the evil moon blushed, turning away shyly. It was your idea. Have Qi Wang and Yin returned? Jiang Mian inquired. Not yet. The evil moon shook his head. It seems Qi Wang is rather upset. He sent word a couple of days ago that he would elevate Yin to Soul King before returning. Nearly 2 months have passed, and Yin is yet to break through? Jiang Mian laughed. It appears Qi Wang is serious about this. Let him endure, the evil moon remarked, aiding Jiang Mian. You should focus on recuperating. Shall I fetch you some soup? Indeed, the evil moon was an exemplary caring companion, demonstrating tenderness and thoughtfulness by preparing soup for Jiang Mian. Knowing he had awakened with an empty stomach, there's no need for any trouble. It's late. Jiang Mian waved his hand dismissively. He took small steps to the edge of the bed and asked, How have things been over the past 2 months? My soul power has steadily increased, and both Nana and Zhu Zhuqing have made rapid progress, the evil moon replied. The Pope is exceedingly pleased and has even been more lenient with us. Jiang Mian chuckled quietly. It seems the Pope has grasped the truth that the student can surpass the master. Do not say that. The Pope remains an insurmountable mountain in my heart, the evil moon remarked, his expression filled with admiration for Bibi Dong. Indeed, she is quite formidable, but I believe you will surpass her one day, Jiang Mian encouraged, patting the evil moon's shoulder with unwavering determination. Perhaps we all shall not fall short of her. You're quite bold for your age, the evil moon teased. Suddenly, the voice of Bibi Dong echoed from outside the door, causing Jiang Mian to tense up, a shiver coursing through him. Your Holiness, what brings you here? He asked. Your Holiness. Xiaoyu quickly knelt before Bibi Dong in reverence. Dressed in her resplendent papal robes, Bibi Dong entered the room, looking down at Jiang Mian on the bed. You see the Pope and do not greet her? Hello, Jiang Mian replied nonchalantly, displaying none of Xiaoyu's trepidation towards the Pope. Is there something you need, Your Holiness? Visiting my chamber at such an hour? Xiaoyu, please step outside, Bibi Dong commanded coldly. Yes. Xiaoyu hurriedly exited, not daring to linger. You assisted the Zhu ghost Douluo in annihilating the 7-treasure glazed tile school, did you not? Bibi Dong inquired suddenly. Indeed, Jiang Mian nodded, responding. Is there any doubt regarding such matters? It is not doubt, but acknowledgement, Bibi Dong said, moving closer to Jiang Mian, their proximity allowing him to perceive her fragrant scent. You look exquisite today, Your Holiness, Jiang Mian remarked without hesitation, taking her delicate hand in his, smiling. Shall we revel in this beautiful moment? Little Jiang Mian, while I find you quite satisfactory, that does not grant you the right to act so brazenly, Bibi Dong replied, pressing her hand against his chest, pinning him down. Do you aspire to be my master? Is that not permissible? Jiang Mian attempted to turn the tables, only to find himself unable to move, creating an awkward situation. Wait until your strength surpasses mine. Bibi Dong stood up suddenly, a smile gracing her lips. For now, you must obediently heed my commands. A smirk played at Jiang Mian's lips. Since their last encounter, it seemed Bibi Dong had developed an affection for him, or perhaps it was his exceptional skills that had captivated her. Quite intriguing. As dawn approached, Bibi Dong caressed Jiang Mian's form, sighing, Alas, I had someone prepare soup for you. Remember to nourish your body. Understood, Jiang Mian replied with a grin. Seizing the moment while Bibi Dong was unguarded, he leapt forward to embrace her, kissing her passionately. Bibi Dong reciprocated, wrapping her arms around him as they lost themselves in the kiss. Your lips are so sweet, you little rascal. Before Jiang Mian, Bibi Dong exhibited a youthful side. Despite her mature beauty, she harbored the emotions of a young girl. This duality rendered her an irresistibly enchanting woman. Enough, I must attend to matters of the Spear Hall, so I cannot linger, Bibi Dong said, just as she released Jiang Mian and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a youthful voice chimed from outside. Is Jiang Mian here? Bibi Dong furrowed her brow at the familiar voice. Sensing trouble, it belonged to Guangling Duo, the 5th elder of the Hall of Elders. What does he want? Bibi Dong questioned, astonished. Jiang Mian remained silent. observing the unfolding events. What brings you here, Guangling Douluo? Bibidong's tone was authoritative, her voice icy. Ah, your holiness is present as well? Guangling Douluo strolled in with an air of nonchalance, grinning, greetings, your holiness. What business do you have with Jiang Mian? Bibidong asked, positioning herself protectively behind Jiang Mian. Shall we speak plainly? Decisions made by the Hall of Elders can bypass even the Pope, Guangling Douluo replied, clearly dismissive of Bibidong's authority. I do not concern myself with the decisions of the Hall of Elders, Bibidong stated, stepping forward to confront Guangling Douluo. Yet Jiang Mian is my guest. Should you wish for him to accompany you, it requires my consent first. That seems rather presumptuous, Guangling Douluo retorted, disregarding Bibidong as he approached Jiang Mian. You are to come with me to see the Grand Elder, immediately. Do you think you possess the strength to command me? Jiang Mian scoffed, icy disdain in his voice. Who grants you the audacity to speak so to the Pope? Is it Qian Daolu? Impudence. Guangling Douluo's anger flared, his face contorted in rage. Who gave you the authority to address a venerable elder in such a manner, directly naming the Grand Elder? I hold great respect for the Grand Elder. Jiang Mian replied coolly, but I harbor no regard for you. Then let us discuss this when you have the strength to match me, Guangling Douluo sneered. For now, your bravado is of little consequence. Ignoring Guangling Douluo, Jiang Mian stepped towards Bibidong, bowing respectfully. Your Holiness, I heed your command. In public, one must stand united with their partner. Jiang Mian's actions clearly signaled to Guangling Douluo that he belonged to Bibidong, and without her directive, he would heed none. Bibidong felt a surge of satisfaction. Her gaze on Jiang Mian filled with approval. Since the Grand Elder wishes to meet you, accompany the Fifth Elder. Let us proceed, Guangling Douluo said, brushing off his defeat with a nonchalant demeanor. As they prepared to leave, Bibidong suddenly interjected. He must return in the same manner he departed. Should anything happen to him, I cannot guarantee I will not act out of line. Understood, Guangling Douluo replied dismissively, leading Jiang Mian to the Hall of Elders. Chapter 40. Grand Elder Qian Daolu outside the Hall of Elders. Guangling Douluo walked in silence ahead of Jiang Mian, who remained unperturbed as they entered the sacred hall together. In the center stood a man appearing to be in his 30s, handsome and exuding a calm, serene aura that was profoundly comforting. Clad in a simple gray robe, his long hair was neatly arranged behind him. Despite his unpretentious attire, his mere presence inspired a sense of reverence. Shaoling, you may withdraw, Qian Daolu said, hands clasped behind his back, his tone light. I wish to speak with this young man privately. Yes, Guangling Douluo complied, departing the hall, leaving only Qian Daolu and Jiang Mian. I have heard you assisted Xiao Shui in ascending to the throne, Qian Daolu began, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Yet you requested the power to control the national military? I killed the marshal of the Tian Empire. I must bear the burden of the aftermath, Jiang Mian asserted. If anyone attempts to rebel under that pretext in the future, I shall stand at the forefront to protect Lady Shui. Should I then express my gratitude? Qian Daolu chuckled, stepping closer to pat Jiang Mian's shoulder, adding meaningfully, ambition in youth is commendable. Jiang Mian exhaled deeply. You, senior, remain vigorous. It is indeed a time for striving. Are you implying I am old? Qian Daolu laughed. What gives you such confidence? Since your appointment as a judgment elder, you have governed with fairness for over a century, Jiang Mian stated earnestly. You have garnered the people's trust in the Spirit Hall. The courage I possess today is a gift from you. Do not flatter me, Qian Daolu thought to himself, pleased. After all, even the most powerful and wise individuals feel a sense of joy and admiration upon encountering outstanding juniors, especially those with a sweet tongue, for they often remind them of their own youthful selves. Very well, I have summoned you today to discuss several pressing matters, Qian Daolu said, gesturing to the chair beside him, inviting Jiang Mian to take a seat. The two faced each other, and Qian Daolu remarked, now that little Shui has ascended as the emperor of the Tian Empire, your contributions have been significant. Fortunately, everything has been handled properly, sparing the common folk from suffering. Jiang Mian smiled faintly, secretly giving Qian Daolu a thumbs up in his heart. Indeed, Qian Daolu was a truly remarkable elder. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall would not have become the revered sanctuary for soul masters. What about the Xingluo Empire? Qian Daolu shifted the conversation, inquiring, do you have any suitable methods in mind? Concerned for the welfare of the people, Qin Daolu was unwilling to see two nations engage in war, leading to devastation. Jiang Mian clasped his hands in respect, praising Qin Daolu before stating, "However, mere territorial divisions will not suffice to bring true stability to the world." "What do you desire?" Qin Daolu asked. Jiang Mian replied, "I seek a united world. The Spirit Hall, the Tiando Empire, the Xingluo Empire, and their vassal states should all merge into one, creating a true sense of unity." Qin Daolu continued, "How do we accomplish this?" Jiang Mian answered, "To win the hearts of the people is to conquer the world." "Interesting." Qin Daolu chuckled. "If that is the case, this grand undertaking will rest on you and Shui's shoulders. You must work together and avoid any discord." "My ambitions do not lie in earthly thrones." Jiang Mian shook his head. While the title of emperor was indeed tempting, he believed there were greater pursuits beyond. "Fear not failure, nor the prospect of shattering into pieces." Qin Daolu understood the implication behind Jiang Mian's words, his brow furrowing in surprise. "What if you cannot succeed?" Jiang Mian smiled. "There will always be successors." "Very well." Qin Daolu clapped the table, laughing. "With your words, I shall not press you further. When elders impart wisdom to their juniors, it is not an imposition." Jiang Mian bowed deeply, reverently stating, "Elder, your esteemed reputation commands my utmost respect. As for the future, it remains uncertain. I hope you take care of your health, awaiting the right moment." Rest assured, Qin Daolu gazed at the spirited young man before him, growing increasingly fond, especially after Jiang Mian's declaration about successors, which significantly altered Qin Daolu's perception of him. "This old bone of mine can still stoke the fire for you young ones." "Thank you, Elder," Jiang Mian replied. "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." "Very well," Qin Daolu nodded, allowing Jiang Mian to exit the Elder Hall. Is he truly being allowed to leave just like that? Guang Duo entered the room, immediately questioning, "Did you not say you would hold him accountable?" "One cannot bear to part with him." Qin Daolu patted Guang Duo's shoulder, chuckling, "Little Ling, the world is changing." "I am well aware." Guang Duo plopped down onto a chair, speaking in a childlike tone. "Now that the Tiando Empire is our territory, the Xingluo Empire will soon falter, and unification of the continent is within our grasp. I had my grievances about him leaving the mess for little Shui to handle while he became a bystander." Qin Daolu smiled, "But after our conversation today, I realize his ambitions extend beyond this realm, and my frustrations have evaporated. Is he truly that charismatic?" Guang Duo mused aloud. "To command such respect from both that woman and you, he must be no ordinary person." As Jiang Mian stepped outside, he gazed upon the clear sky. The weather had turned cooler, and the crisp autumn air presented a perfect opportunity for travel. "Jiang Mian, how are you?" Bibi Dong appeared before him, concern etched on her face. "Were you treated poorly?" "That elder inside is quite amiable." Jiang Mian laughed heartily. "Your Holiness, there is no need for such worry. I'm quite well liked wherever I go." "Flatterer," Bibi Dong playfully chided, taking hold of Jiang Mian's hand. "I see you have reached the 60th level. Are you preparing to obtain your soul ring?" "Indeed," Jiang Mian nodded. "After acquiring the 6th soul ring, I shall bring a powerful ally to our spirit hall." "Excellent." Bibi Dong tenderly caressed Jiang Mian's cheek, her eyes brimming with affection. "It's a pity you have only just returned, yet must leave again. Once the world finds peace, and there are fewer matters to attend to," Jiang Mian spoke earnestly, "we shall accompany each other through life, living as carefree wanderers." "A man's words are but deceit," Bibi Dong observed, her cheeks flushing as she noted Jiang Mian's height approaching her own. "I'm a man of my word," Jiang Mian smiled slightly. In the presence of others, he did not dare make any overt gestures toward Bibi Dong, but he leaned closer to her ear as if sharing a secret. In reality, he took the chance to gently nibble on her earlobe and planted a soft kiss on her cheek. Daylight has arrived. Bibi Dong inhaled deeply, forcing herself to suppress her emotions, her expression turning serious. "Jiang Mian, do you require assistance in obtaining your 6th soul ring?" "No need." Jiang Mian shook his head. "As long as Xiong accompanies me, I can handle it. The soul ring I seek can only be subdued by you and the elder I just met. No other soul master in the Spirit Hall is capable." Bibi Dong laughed. "Sometimes I envy you. Why is it that all your soul rings seem to surpass even the 10,000-year ones?" "Do not speak nonsense," Jiang Mian chuckled. "The first soul ring is still 10,000 years. Off with you," she retorted playfully. Jiang Mian approached the rooms of Zhu Zhuqing and Hulaina, demonstrating his politeness by knocking on the door, yet received no response. Zhuqing, Laina, he called tentatively, still met with silence. They have gone out to train. Xiaoyu suddenly appeared beside Jiang Mian, grinning. What did the Holy Emperor discuss with you? Startled, Jiang Mian instinctively pushed Xiaoyu to the ground, laughing. You've become increasingly cunning, even mastering teleportation. I've been here all along. You simply failed to notice, Xiaoyu chuckled. What? Have you forgotten your deep affections? Do you want a beating? Jiang Mian pulled Xiaoyu up, exasperated. Ever since your sight vanished, you've grown mysteriously elusive. That is called being extraordinary, Xiaoyu teased, running a hand through his hair. So, are you preparing to leave again? You see right through me? Jiang Mian sighed, smiling. You're like a worm in my belly. Both endearing and frustrating. How long are you planning to be away? Xiaoyu pressed. Uncertain, perhaps 1 to 2 months, or even half a year or more. Jiang Mian shrugged. Since Laina and Zhuqing are diligently training, are you taking them along this time? Xiaoyu inquired. Xiaoyu's intention was clear. He wished for Jiang Mian to refrain from dragging them around, hindering their training. I understand. Jiang Mian acknowledged the concern. Thus, he had come to bid farewell to Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing. They need to cultivate. I do not. Bring me along. I might be able to help. Xiaoyu said, lightly punching Jiang Mian's arm. I would have taken you anyway, Jiang Mian laughed. We three form an inseparable triangle. Without Yen, I can only rely on you. Respect is better than disobedience, Xiaoyu replied. Go summon Xiangjun. Since Laina and Zhuqing have gone to train, I shall not delay them. We shall depart immediately, Jiang Mian ordered. All right, I will prepare, Xiaoyu agreed. Let's meet at the gate of the Spirit Hall. Understood, Jiang Mian responded, turning to hasten toward the city gate. It seems I must trouble Emperor Tian once more. Jiang Mian pondered for a while and ultimately concluded that he needed to seek Emperor Tian's assistance. After all, this fellow had already arranged his 6th spirit ring, and it would be unwise to postpone matters simply due to the resurgence of the Silver Dragon King. Moreover, given the impressive configuration of his first 5 spirit rings, it would be both reasonable and justifiable for the 6th to be of equally high caliber. Thus, the evil emperor of the evil forest in the Sun Moon continent stood out as the optimal choice. However, securing the evil emperor would require a concerted effort. Despite Emperor Tian's ability to defeat the evil emperor, he could not completely subdue him. At this juncture, the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna, was still recuperating and could not lend her support to Jiang Mian. Therefore, Jiang Mian had no choice but to rally more allies, aiming to employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers to capture the evil emperor. After all, competition is not to be taken lightly. He called upon the likes of Emperor Tian, Snow Empress, Bear Lord, and Biji, leaving a few to guard the Stardow Forest. With such a formidable assembly, capturing the evil eye tyrant should be more than feasible. I never expected that acquiring a 6th spirit ring would require such an elaborate arrangement. Jiang Mian jested to himself. How impressive you are, Jiang Mian. Now, at level 60, Jiang Mian's speed was unparalleled. He swiftly arrived at the gates of the Spirit City. Feeling somewhat guilty for not bidding farewell to Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing, he hesitated, fearing he might impede their training. After all, he was embarking on a long journey, and as the saying goes, partings are often the most poignant. Thus, decisive action was necessary. Xiaoyu and Bear Lord arrived shortly after Jiang Mian. Bear Lord chuckled. You faint for a month and wake up just to dash out. Others might think the Spirit Hall is haunted. Indeed, it is not haunted. Jiang Mian pointed at Xiaoyu beside Bear Lord and laughed. This fellow resembles a ghost, appearing and vanishing without a trace. Bear Lord laughed heartily and asked, what are your plans for this venture? To secure the 6th spirit ring by capturing the evil emperor. Jiang Mian replied with a remarkably calm tone while uttering such explosive intentions. Bear Lord was momentarily taken aback. The evil emperor? The evil eye tyrant? Indeed, Jiang Mian nodded. Emperor Tian has already laid out my plan. My 6th spirit ring will be from the evil emperor. Let's do it, Bear Lord exclaimed in agreement. I, Old Bear, am all in. At worst, I'll join you in this reckless endeavor. What exactly is the evil emperor? Xiaoyu inquired, somewhat perplexed. In his mind, his master. While not the mightiest in the world, certainly ranked among the top. Why was Jiang Mian placing such importance on this so-called evil emperor? Bear Lord responded. But those who can slay the evil emperor? I fear there may not be a single name to speak of. Indeed, his words held weight. Those spirit beasts who had grown to the level of Bear Lord and Emperor Tian possessed defenses and regenerative abilities far beyond that of typical spirit beasts aged merely 100,000 years. Their vitality was remarkably resilient, and ordinary methods could not hope to eradicate them entirely, even in a life-and-death struggle. The outcome would not be determined without days of relentless combat. Although Emperor Tian held the esteemed title of Beast God, capturing the evil emperor would necessitate a willingness to endure significant self-harm in order to inflict damage upon the enemy. Young one, observe closely and learn well. You are about to witness a battle the likes of which has not been seen in hundreds of thousands of years. This conflict will surely be recorded in the annals of spirit beast history for generations to come. Chapter 41. He died of fright outside the Tian Imperial City. The three strolled leisurely with the crowd into the city that had undergone a complete transformation. Jiang Mian surveyed the many notices plastered throughout the streets and remarked, Qianren truly wields a thunderous hand. In this transition of royal power, there had been no need to incite chaos or harm the populace. Thus, merely adjusting the original operational methods of the Tian Empire would suffice. Qianren issued a royal edict informing the citizens that everything would proceed as usual and, to celebrate the new king's ascension, announced a 1-year exemption from land taxes. The national granary could sustain itself for 3 to 4 years, allowing Qianren to execute such a strategy to win the people's hearts. While this was beneficial for the common folk, it posed significant challenges for the military officer faction. To stabilize this power, Qianren implemented a series of policies and regulations. Qianren harbored intentions to eliminate the corrupt officials who clung to their positions out of fear for their lives, but his authority was not yet fully secure, making decisive action difficult. Numerous members of the former Tian royal bloodline remained scattered throughout the empire. To placate them, Qianren primarily employed appeasement strategies, such as bestowing high-ranking positions and hereditary titles, thereby managing to stabilize the situation, albeit tenuously. Although Jiang Mian held significant military authority, many original members of the Tian royal family retained considerable influence within the army and were increasingly restless. As for Qianren's approach to these officers, it was straightforward. Those who disobeyed would be executed. In the military, strength was paramount, and employing lethal measures to quell unrest was a necessary tactic. If one wished to reason with these burly warriors, they first needed to demonstrate their might. Presently, the entire Tian Empire was thriving, showing signs of a burgeoning golden age. In truth, Qianren's swift control over the empire was largely attributable to his over a decade of experience as crown prince. Many officials in various cities, and even within the imperial palace, had been promoted by Qianren himself, and they were fiercely loyal to him. Over the years, the old emperor's faction had been gradually replaced with Qianren's own, all while the Snow Knight Emperor remained oblivious. This illustrates that the transfer of power was a foregone conclusion, inevitable and unpreventable. Qianren possessed a natural talent for rulership. Jiang Mian praised, I am fortunate to have only assumed a nominal position. Had I been tasked with governing such a vast empire, rebellion would surely erupt within 3 days. Curiously, Xiaoyu asked, what exactly is your position in the Tian Empire? I seem to have been bestowed with the title of Duke, along with the role of Regent. Among other positions, Jiang Mian replied, in essence, it is merely a title, a means of achieving a high status that sounds impressive. Xiaoyu expressed surprise. Then you must have a dedicated residence in the Tian Imperial City. There should be one, though I am uncertain if Qianren has constructed it for me. I do not mind either way, Jiang Mian responded, humming a tune. Suddenly, he turned to Xiaoyu with a grin. How about I secure a title for you as well? Me? Xiaoyu laughed heartily, waving his hands. I am not cut out for officialdom. Please do not put me in such a position. Having a nominal title like mine would be quite nice, Jiang Mian teased. At least you'd have a place to play with Lingling. Get lost, Xiaoyu retorted, kicking Jiang Mian playfully while mockingly scolding. Do you think everyone is like you, insincere? Jiang Mian rolled his eyes at Xiaoyu, saying, you think those thoughts but dare not admit them. You truly disappoint me, Xiaoyu. Get lost, you fool. Xiaoyu raised his fist and playfully struck Jiang Mian. In their playful banter, they inadvertently collided with another person. Do you have no eyes? The individual, entirely oblivious to Jiang Mian and Xiaoyu, rudely exclaimed, What kind of place is this that you lot think you can run amok? Jiang Mian initially intended to retort, but upon recognizing the person's face, he could not help but laugh in irritation. You Qianheng, you've grown quite bold in these past few days. You Qianheng, surprised, turned to Jiang Mian. In his earlier fluster, he had not realized it was Jiang Mian he had bumped into, which led to his rude behavior. Brother Jiang, Yu Qianheng quickly apologized. I did not see it was you. I just encountered some vexing matters elsewhere. Where did you face such indignities? Jiang Mian brushed off the dust from his clothes, scoffing. You must find someone else to unleash your anger upon. I received a letter from the sect, instructing me to visit Aunt Lu Erlong and Uncle Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Qianheng lamented. When I arrived, I barely exchanged a few words before being driven out by 2 effeminate fellows. 2 effeminate fellows? They must be the 2 individuals from whom Nana confiscated their tools of the trade. Jiang Mian cast a sidelong glance at Yu Tianheng, remaining silent. If one could refer to someone as disgusting as Yu Xiaojiang as uncle, then Yu Tianheng was certainly not a paragon of virtue either. A word of caution for the future. Jiang Mian, accompanied by Xie Yu and Xiong Jun, departed without acknowledging Yu Tianheng, who he found tiresome to converse with. Yu Tianheng, undeterred by their disdain, turned to Xie Yu with a grin. You must be brother Xie Yu. Ling Ling has been missing you lately. I am aware, Xie Yu replied coolly, not bothering to look back as he followed Jiang Mian. Yu Qianheng scratched his head, feeling perplexed by the palpable ire emanating from Jiang Mian and his companions. What shall we do next? Xie Yu inquired. You are to go to the Spirit Hall in Tiando Imperial City and seek out the Platinum Bishop Salus. Instruct him to accompany us on an errand, Jiang Mian directed, handing Xie Yu the Elder's token from the Spirit Hall. This token had originally been given to facilitate Xie Yu and his companion's passage, and after several exchanges, it had come into Jiang Mian's possession again, proving useful once more. What's the matter at hand? Xie Yu asked. Do you recall that after our match at the Soto Great Spirit Arena, there were attempts on our lives? Jiang Mian's expression turned serious. Those individuals are within Tiando Imperial City. We shall confront them. How intriguing, Xiong Jun remarked, draping an arm around Jiang Mian's shoulders, laughing heartily. You certainly keep yourself busy. I find such matters quite exhilarating, Jiang Mian chuckled, eager to see what new tricks Tang San had up his sleeve. For after nurturing a pig for so long, one ought to relish a feast during the festival. And that Yu Xiaojiang, just thinking about him was enough to induce nausea. Yet Yu Qianheng still clung to them. Xie Yu took the token and set off, while Jiang Mian and Xiong Jun casually found a seat, patiently awaiting the arrival of Bishop Salus and his entourage. Suddenly, a barrage of curses erupted from a distance, prompting Jiang Mian and Xiong Jun to glance over. They spotted a burly middle-aged man grappling with a frail, white-haired old woman over some object. Son, you cannot gamble any longer. That is your wife's life savings. The old woman clutched the money wrapped in tattered cloth, tears streaming down her face. If I take this money to gamble, it will multiply. What do you know? Old woman. The young man attempted to forcibly wrest the money from his mother's grasp, dragging her across the ground as she desperately clung to it. What is happening here? Jiang Mian slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming angrily, Xiong Jun, let us go see. Jiang Mian was already seething, and witnessing this injustice only fueled his rage further. As the saying goes, filial piety is paramount. How could a child treat their parents in such a manner? Stop it, Jiang Mian commanded. Release that elderly woman. Who do you think you are? The young man retorted, flinging the cloth bag aside, causing the old woman to fall to the ground in a pitiful state. Jiang Mian rushed to assist her, concerned. Are you all right, madam? I am fine, the elderly woman mumbled, her disheveled appearance causing her to avert her gaze. Seemingly embarrassed, the young man glared at Jiang Mian, his mouth spewing insults. What audacious dog dares to interfere? And you, what manner of wretch are you? Jiang Mian handed the old woman to Xiong Jun before turning back to confront the man. How could you treat the very parents who raised you in such a callous way? Where's your conscience? Where's your sense of shame? Get lost. The young man attempted to shove Jiang Mian aside, only to find himself staggering backward, nearly losing his balance. I'm a level 23 spirit master. You had better step aside if you wish to avoid dire consequences. He waved his arms, and a wolf-like shadow appeared behind him. A spirit master? Jiang Mian slowly approached the young man. Slap! A crisp sound echoed as Jiang Mian struck the man across the face, leaving him in disbelief. Slap! Another blow followed. and the young man could no longer contain his fury. He raised his arm high, defiantly unleashing his spirit ability in the street, an act strictly prohibited. However, Jiang Mian merely lifted his hand, halting the man's attack effortlessly. A mere spirit master? There are far more formidable beings in the river than you. How dare you act so grand here? Who exactly are you? The young man recoiled as if electrified, retreating several steps to establish distance before speaking. Regardless of your identity, you have no right to meddle in my family affairs. This is Tiando Imperial City. Should you dare to act, there are those who will teach you a lesson. Are you attempting to intimidate me with the Tiando Empire's patrol guards? Jiang Mian found this notion utterly laughable, advancing step by step while the young man was compelled to retreat. What are you doing? At that moment, a resonant voice of authority emerged from behind the young man. As a squad of armored patrolmen appeared before them, led by a portly officer who exuded an air of formidable prowess. Sir, this ruffian attacked me in the street and intended to kill me. The young man approached the officer, ingratiating himself. You must take my side, sir. Are you not aware of the rules in Tiando Imperial City? The officer, sword in hand and hands on hips, stated firmly. Spirit masters are prohibited from engaging in street brawls. This man not only bullies his own mother, but also insulted me and struck first, while I have not retaliated. Jiang Mian replied calmly. Regardless of your grievances, you cannot resort to violence. Otherwise, I shall have to take you into custody. The officer maintained his stance, emphasizing the new emperor's regulations. I would not dare, the young man groveled, resembling a dog as he cowered before Jiang Mian, who simply regarded him with disdain, not wishing to sully his eyes. Sir, Jiang Mian clasped his hands in salute. I did not hold it against you for not recognizing me. You are merely performing your duty, which is commendable. You may come by my residence later for a reward. Who are you exactly? The officer inquired, echoing the young man's earlier question, sensing that this young man was far from ordinary. I am Jiang Mian, he declared. The officer trembled, and without hesitation, he knelt before Jiang Mian, exclaiming, I pay my respects to the Duke. The young man nearly fainted, collapsing to the ground in shock, unable to fathom that this young man was the renowned Duke of the recent times. Rise, Jiang Mian said, patting the officer on the shoulder. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I can handle it. Rest assured, I shall not violate the new emperor's regulations. Of course, the officer replied, bowing repeatedly as he wiped his sweat and hurriedly led his men away from Jiang Mian's sight. Now, we can have a proper conversation. Jiang Mian slowly approached the prostrate young man, placing a foot upon his chest, and coldly remarked, Your words seemed rather foul moments ago, did they not? I did not realize the Duke was in attendance. My sins are deserving of death, the young man pleaded, desperately begging for mercy. It is easy to forgive you, Jiang Mian said with a cold smile, but you must kneel before your mother until I am satisfied. Yes, the young man seized upon this lifeline, scrambling to his mother, and, without hesitation, began to bow deeply, the sound resounding loudly, clearly devoid of pretense. He had no choice but to be sincere. What is happening? Sieyou returned, accompanied by Bishop Salas and several personnel from Spear Hall. I pay my respects to the elder. Saras clasped his fists and respectfully bowed to Jiang Mian. Suddenly, the man felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to catch his breath. What happened to him? Jiang Mian approached the fallen man and gently checked his breath. How could he have just passed away like this? He was frightened to death by you, Xiong Jun said, supporting the elderly woman. No need to be polite, Your Excellency, Jiang Mian replied, returning a bow to Saras. I apologize for the trouble, but I must ask the esteemed bishop to make a trip for me. You are too kind, elder, Saras quickly concurred. This is my duty. Have your people deal with this man, Jiang Mian sighed, then turned to the elderly lady and said, I am sorry, ma'am. He deserved it. The elderly woman's emotions were complicated. She bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. Forgive me for causing you trouble. I shall take my leave now. There's no need for that. Jiang Mian quickly supported her, whispering, What did you say about a ransom? What happened? That brute sold my daughter-in-law to such a place. This money is to redeem her, the elderly woman said, her voice breaking with sorrow. In this day and age, is there still such a place? Jiang Mian's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Grandmother, take us there. We will help you rescue your daughter-in-law. Bishop, please find someone to send a message to the new emperor of the Tiando Empire and request a guard to assist me, Jiang Mian instructed. Everyone, set aside personal matters for now and let us attend to urgent business. A secret note. 2 unexpected individuals will appear at that place. Chapter 42. The mysterious gift for Shrek Master. It is here. The old woman led the group through winding alleys until they arrived at a secluded dead end. Xiaoyu pulled Jiang Mian aside and whispered, "Such things have persisted through the ages. Why bother?" Jiang Mian replied solemnly, "If they are willing, we need not intervene." However, the old woman said they were forced into this, which is a different matter altogether. If one chooses to fall into depravity, that is their own choice. But if one compels virtuous women into such a fate, Jiang Mian cannot stand by idly. In that moment, a sense of justice surged within Jiang Mian. The sounds of agony echoed from within, the roars of men mingling with the wails of women, sending chills down one's spine. There were even the sounds of whips and soul-guiding devices. What a dreadful scene. Saras smirked slightly, but quickly suppressed it, realizing it was inappropriate. "Saras, surround this place. Let no one escape," Jiang Mian commanded coldly. "If a single person gets away, I will hold you accountable." Understood. Saras respected Jiang Mian's status as an elder. He recalled the time when the Spirit Hall had placed a bounty on Jiang Mian, and he had handled his dossier. Later, when the Spirit Hall spared no effort to help Jiang Mian suppress the news, Saras realized this young man was extraordinary, and he was surprised to see the Pope grant him the title of elder. Xiaoyu, Xiangjun, break down the door. Jiang Mian stood behind them as Xiaoyu unleashed her martial spirit and shattered the tightly closed door into fragments. Jiang Mian surveyed the courtyard, filled with naked men and women, including a particularly alluring man being restrained. Disgraceful, utterly disgraceful. In addition to those indulging in debauchery in the courtyard, many prominent figures were inside the building. As Jiang Mian charged into the courtyard, a foul stench assaulted his senses, and the crowd, momentarily confused, halted their actions to stare at him. "Do not move." Jiang Mian's command sent the crowd into chaos. The group of interrupted men, their faces twisted with rage, advanced toward Jiang Mian without even pulling up their trousers. "This young fellow is quite handsome. He certainly whets the appetite." A bald man with yellowed teeth and a corpulent frame grinned broadly. "Let me have a taste first." A muscular man shoved the bald man aside, angrily retorting, "You think you're worthy? This lad is to my liking. I'll be the first to have him. How dare you? This is the current regent." Xiaoyu brandished her moonblade, standing protectively in front of Jiang Mian. "Regent?" The muscular man laughed heartily. "Then I must savor the flavor even more. A plucked phoenix is not worth as much as a chicken. You 3 think you can turn the tides? Who gave you the audacity?" Jiang Mian frowned, disdainfully remarking, "Was it what S between your legs?" "Ha ha ha, Regent. Now that you see mine, do you wish to have a taste?" The muscular man boasted shamelessly, puffing out his chest. Jiang Mian's lips twitched in disgust. In a flash of anger, the muscular man's lower half erupted in crimson as Jiang Mian severed his offending appendage. The crowd instinctively covered their private parts, a look of disbelief crossing the man's face as he glanced down at his mutilated state, the pain hitting him like a wave. He howled in agony, rolling on the ground. The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily paralyzed with fear. The thunderous sound of footsteps echoed from the alley, drawing everyone's attention as the Tiando Empire's patrol guards arrived, demonstrating the efficiency of Qian Rinchue's handling of affairs. Jiang Mian nodded approvingly and decisively ordered, "Arrest them all. Anyone who resists, behead them." Understood. The soldiers, well-trained, stormed into the courtyard, apprehending both consumers and victims alike. As Jiang Mian and his companions watched the chaos unfold, a soul master from the Spirit Hall rushed over to report, "Master, 2 soul masters attempted to escape through the window, and we have captured them. Bring them here." Saras' eyes widened as he glanced at Jiang Mian, saying, "I must see which coward dares to stir trouble on sacred ground. Bring them here." With a shout, 2 naked men were dragged before Jiang Mian and the others, bound tightly. Upon seeing their faces, Jiang Mian could not suppress a smirk. They were none other than Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, the very individuals who Laina had incapacitated. They curled their bodies instinctively, ashamed of their loss of dignity. And Jiang Mian exchanged knowing smiles with Xiaoyu. "Take them away. They will be of great use later." Jiang Mian laughed heartily. "Just as I was seeking a reason to trouble Shrek Academy, you 2 have arrived at the perfect time." Jiang Mian, Dai Mubai, resembling a cooked shrimp, curled up tightly, glaring at Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian met his gaze with a cold smile, stepping forward to grasp Dai Mubai's golden hair, lifting him effortlessly. Though Dai Mubai had a well-built physique, beneath his fair skin, there was nothing left to show. Xiangjun could not contain himself and burst into laughter. What are you doing here without that? Looking to be toyed with? Ha ha ha. Dai Mubai's eyes reddened, and he demonstrated what true rage looked like, roaring, Jiang Mian, I will kill you. Stuff them into a box. Jiang Mian casually tossed Dai Mubai aside, scoffing, I will send them a grand gift. Jiang Mian, I will kill you. Jiang Mian dug in his ears, asking, who is the captain of this guard? A short but muscular man, the title Douluo, stepped forward with a smile. Brother Jiang Mian. Long time no see. Jiang Mian was indeed somewhat taken aback. He patted the shoulder of the sea porcupine Douluo and smiled. Senior, you personally brought people here. I am truly honored. I cannot accept such flattery, replied the blooded hands, cupping his fists in respect. In terms of official rank, you surpass me. I cannot accept such accolades. Regardless of rank, you will forever remain a mentor to us juniors, Jiang Mian said, adeptly bestowing compliments. We still have much to learn from you seniors. You are too kind, blooded hands replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, leave the matters here to me. If you have other affairs, please attend to them. All right, I entrust it to you, which gives me peace of mind. Jiang Mian laughed heartily. I must trouble you. See, Porcupine Douluo. Spare no one. Remember to distinguish the innocent citizens who were forced to come here and send them home. As for the rest, execute them. Also, Jiang Mian whispered, if we can uncover the masterminds behind this, that would be even better. Understood, blooded hands blinked, patting Jiang Mian's chest to indicate his comprehension. Xiaoyu and Xiangjun Jiang Mian chuckled knowingly, turning to kick Xiangjun, who was admiring the scenery, and said, come with me. We are going to present a gift. Xiangjun reluctantly gazed at the beautiful individuals being escorted away, while Xiaoyu tugged at his arm, exclaiming in exasperation, let us go, master. Humans are truly peculiar, Xiangjun mused, for in the eyes of spirit beasts, such matters were quite commonplace. This truly exemplified the differences between humans and spirit beasts. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were tightly bound and stuffed into 2 large wooden crates. Jiang Mian had them carried like cargo towards Shrek Academy. Salas approached Jiang Mian and inquired, what grievance do you hold against Shrek Academy? A grudge larger than the heavens. Jiang Mian replied, glancing at Salas with an indifferent demeanor. What do you intend to do? Rest assured, elder, leave this matter to me, Salas declared, thumping his chest. Without a doubt, I possess ample means and strength to deal with these unscrupulous spirit masters. Salas, the pontiff, seems to have experience, Jiang Mian remarked, stopping to give Salas a meaningful glance. It appears this position is somewhat beneath you. Shall I report to His Holiness the Pope and appoint you as the Elder of Judgment? Salas was momentarily tempted by the offer. Before the gates of Shrek Academy, Jiang Mian stood at the forefront with Salas, Xiaoyu, and Xiangjun by his side, accompanied by dozens of spirit masters, creating quite a grand spectacle. Summon your dean. The illustrious Platinum Pontiff Salas has arrived. Come forth to welcome him, shouted a spirit master behind Salas. The 2 spirit masters guarding the entrance exchanged glances. Not daring to delay, they hurried inside to relay the news. Moments later, Dean Flanders rushed to the entrance to greet the group. Dean Flanders, do you still recognize me? Jiang Mian asked, looking at the flustered Flanders with a cold smirk. It has been quite some time since our last encounter. Initially, Flanders did not notice Jiang Mian, but upon hearing his voice, he recognized him. Flanders' eyes darted, immediately realizing that the visitor was here to cause trouble. Your presence graces our humble academy. Please, come in. Flanders bowed and ushered Jiang Mian and the others into the academy. Jiang Mian replied, Dean Flanders, there is no need for pleasantries. Gather all your students to the training ground. I have a gift for you. You are too courteous. Flanders wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, saying, your visit is already an honor. How could we expect you to bring gifts? Enough with the idle chatter. Get on with it. Jiang Mian strolled leisurely through Shrek Academy, his confidence stemming from his formidable strength. Indeed, only by becoming powerful could one attain true respect. Inside the dormitory of Shrek Academy, Tang San, with dark circles under his eyes, abruptly stood up. He looked at Xiao Wu, who was calling him to assemble at the training ground, his face unable to contain his fury. Jiang Mian dares to come to our academy. Third brother, They are well prepared, Xiao Wu said, shaking her rabbit ears. Perhaps you should find a place to hide. No, I must confront Jiang Mian. Tang San's eyes flashed with determination as he concealed his hidden weapons within the 24-bridge Minjiwai, ready to face Jiang Mian. As Jiang Mian observed the arriving students, a smile crept onto his face, anticipating what he was about to do. Flanders and Zhao Wujia exchanged glances, uncertain of each other's intentions, feeling guilty. As they had previously attempted to assassinate them, it was precisely because of that confrontation that Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had suffered setback. Tang San and Xiao Wu slowly walked past Jiang Mian, who looked down on Tang San with a mix of disdain, anger, and disgust reflecting in his gaze. Liu Erlong and Yu Xiaojing hurried over. Upon seeing Jiang Mian, Yu Xiaojing's expression soured instantly. Liu Erlong, puzzled, noted that Flanders and Zhao Wujia had not informed her of the unsavory events. Are you seeking death, Shrek Academy? Salas shouted, as he noticed the gathering of people. Under Jiang Mian's cue, he began to berate them. Is this the quality of students you produce, with no moral boundaries whatsoever? Liu Erlong was taken aback, glancing at Flanders and Zhao Wujia, realizing they were clearly hiding something from her. Bring forth the gift, Salas commanded, and 2 large wooden crates were tossed before the crowd. As the crates opened, 2 naked men emerged before the entire faculty and students of Shrek. Die, fatty! Tang San's pupils constricted, while Flanders' face burned with anger as he gritted his teeth. Pontiff, what is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of this? Salas chuckled ominously. Your students have openly broken the law, indulging in debauchery in such places. Is this the exemplary education you provide at Shrek Academy? How does the Pontiff assume these are our students? Yu Xiaojing interjected defiantly. You wish to deny it? Salas recognized the individual before him, but, emboldened by the support of the elder, he dismissed Yu Xiaojing's connections. I dare not. Yu Xiaojing feigned innocence, if you assert they are our students. What evidence do you possess? Salas was momentarily taken aback. He had traveled extensively and had not encountered someone so shameless. They were entirely unclothed, and it was unlikely they bore any insignia of Shrek Academy. If the Pontiff truly seeks to frame us, we have nothing further to say. Yu Xiaojing continued to provoke. Utterly shameless, Xie Yu clenched his fists, wishing to tear Yu Xiaojing apart. Salas, enraged, laughed sarcastically. So you claim they are not your students? Indeed, Yu Xiaojing feigned calmness. Bring me the archives, Salas commanded with a wave of his hand, and several spirit masters rushed back to the spirit hall, where meticulous records were kept. Do you believe you can evade responsibility? Jiang Mian had remained silent, or rather, he was gathering his strength for a decisive moment. Chapter 43. Who do you think I am? Jiang Mian glanced at the loathsome Yu Xiaojing, and then at the seething Tang San and Xiao Wu. A smirk appeared on his lips as he confidently stepped between the 2 wooden crates, lifting Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who tightly shut their eyes. Unwilling to meet the gaze of the crowd, Jiang Mian first tossed Ma Hongjun to the ground, freeing one hand to grasp Dai Mubai's neck, and said with a smile, Tang San, if you wish for his survival, do not act like a coward. Dai Mubai's face turned crimson, while Tang San remained calm. Xiao Wu grasped Tang San's arm, whispering, Brother San, do not rush. This is merely a provocation. Jiang Mian, what on earth do you intend to do? Yu Xiaojing's eyes widened in fury as he exclaimed, Is there no justice left? No law. I will deal with you later. Jiang Mian cast a glance at Yu Xiaojing, disregarding him entirely, and focused his gaze intently on Tang San, stating, Tang San, if you kneel and bow 3 times, I might consider sparing him. Jiang Mian. Tang San's forehead throbbed with veins as he slowly stepped out from the crowd, coldly declaring, A head may be severed, blood may flow, but Dai Lauda, I shall avenge you. For the sake of your pride, are you willing to disregard your brother's life? Jiang Mian was not surprised by Tang San's response. He was indeed a heartless ingrate, devoid of any debate, akin to Yu Xiaojing himself. Little San, what are you doing? Flinder was taken aback, not expecting Tang San to not only refrain from rescuing Dai Mubai, but to push him further into peril. Dean Flinder, I believe Dai Lauda would not wish to live in such humiliation, Tang San asserted resolutely. As members of Shrek Academy, we may lose our heads and shed blood, but our pride must not falter. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Dai Mubai, despite his flushed face rendering him speechless, struggled desperately, wishing to express his thoughts. Who doesn't want to live? Jiang Mian sneered, carelessly tossing Dai Mubai to the ground, saying, Dai Mubai, do you understand whose fault it is that your life hangs by a thread? This is the brotherhood you take pride in? Tang San, you are ruthless. Dai Mubai ground his teeth, glaring at Tang San, while Tang San met his gaze, seemingly having devised a way to manipulate both parties. Jiang Mian chuckled softly, knowing that fishing requires patience. He was in no hurry to kill Tang San. For the greater Tang San's hatred grew, the more intense the final confrontation would be. Since you, Tang San, do not care for the lives of your brothers, then I, Jiang Mian, shall fulfill your wish. With a swift motion, blood was shed, and two heads rolled, their expressions of rage eternally preserved. Many students were so frightened they collapsed, vomiting uncontrollably at the sight of the bloodied remains. Flinder suddenly felt weak, collapsing as well. These two were not worth mourning. Jiang Mian disdainfully glanced at the blood-soaked remnants, remarking, Tang San, your fate will not be much better. I care not who you are. I am a disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and you will pay for this. Liu Erlong glared fiercely, pointing at Jiang Mian, seething, Your name is Jiang Mian, is it not? I will ensure you pay dearly. I am right here, Jiang Mian replied, his hands behind his back, coldly smiling. Whether it be you, Tang San, or any of your Shrek companions, I, Jiang Mian, await your attempts to kill me. Oscar, hiding in the crowd, glanced at the lifeless forms of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, then at the self-righteous Tang San, unsure of what to think. Those present, aside from bewildered, understood that Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had suffered misfortune for standing up for Tang San. Jiang Mian was inherently a villain. No one would condemn the actions of a villain. Yet Tang San was different. Sacrificing his brothers' lives for his own pride would earn him the condemnation he deserved. They might feign to criticize Jiang Mian, yet their actions would distance them from Tang San, for true villains are preferable to hypocrites. But is Jiang Mian truly a villain? Human nature is complex. There is never an absolute good or evil. Let us depart. Jiang Mian hummed a tune, patting Salus's shoulder, smiling. You handle the aftermath here. Do not show leniency or be corrupt. Rest assured, Elder, Salus replied with clasped hands. Jiang Mian, accompanied by Xiaoyu and Xiangjun, left Shrek Academy, heading straight for the Stardow Forest. This expedition to the evil spirit forest on the Sun Moon continent would likely take at least a year and a half. Any unforeseen incidents might further delay their return. Jiang Mian still had the Soul Master competition on his mind. The moment the trio exited the city, a fiery cloud seemed to race towards them from the horizon. Jiang Mian focused, realizing it was not a cloud, but the flying Qi Wang. Qi Wang has arrived. Xiangjun laughed heartily as Qi Wang descended like a meteor before Jiang Mian. The entire Tiando Imperial City witnessed this scene clearly. The imposing fiery cloud converged before Jiang Mian, and it was evident to anyone not foolish that this spectacle was undoubtedly related to him. Qi Wang, how are you? Jiang Mian asked, observing the vigorous Qi Wang. Where is Yin? I left him in the lava lands. Qi Wang replied grumpily. Over a month has passed without progress. Has that boy been kicked by a donkey? This is far too dangerous. Jiang Mian exclaimed in surprise. Qi Wang patted his chest, stating, Do not worry. I have tamed the soul beasts in charge there. Despite Qi Wang's stern demeanor, he was quite fond of Yin. Yes, quite fond, Xiangjun chimed in. Qi Wang just informed me that you all are heading to the evil spirit forest to deal with that fellow, so I hurried here upon receiving the message. Qi Wang wiped the sweat from his brow, laughing heartily. How could I miss such excitement? Jiang Mian smiled slightly. He and Qi Wang shared a profound connection, almost as if they had a radar for each other's whereabouts. Qi Wang looked at Jiang Mian, expressing concern. I wonder how the master is recovering. Would it be inappropriate to disturb him? That cannot be helped. Jiang Mian shrugged and said, Since you are here, Qi Wang, please proceed to the Stardow Forest to meet Emperor Tian and explain the situation. Xiangjun, Xiaoyu, and I will follow shortly. Understood. Qi Wang did not linger, transforming once more into a fiery cloud and soaring towards the Stardow Forest. With our speed, it will take at least 3 days to reach the Stardow Forest. Jiang Mian remarked. Let Qi Wang go ahead to give Emperor Tian a heads up. It will allow him to prepare. Very considerate, Xiangjun nodded in agreement. To deal with that fellow, we must be ready for casualties, even if we old friends band together. After all, we are on his territory. facing the second-ranked of the 10 fierce beasts. Jiang Mian sighed, stating, it would be best to persuade him. Opportunities for soul beasts to ascend to godhood are rare. That fellow's mind seems a bit lacking, Xiong lamented. Once we step into his territory, we will undoubtedly have to engage in battle. He will not allow us to leave peacefully. After all, in the Sun Moon continent, his and Emperor Tian's statuses were comparable. If the Silver Dragon King could accompany me, matters would perhaps be much easier, Jiang Mian suggested. Your influence is indeed significant, Xiong chuckled. To procure a 6th spirit ring, even the master could be persuaded. Just joking, Jiang Mian patted his chest, pride radiating from him. Do you think I am someone insignificant? Xiaoyu chuckled softly, saying, brother-in-law, call him big brother-in-law. You benefit from it too? Jiang Mian laughed heartily, giving Xiaoyu a playful kick. Shouldn't a big brother-in-law look out for his little brother-in-law? Absolutely, Xiaoyu replied, playfully locking Jiang Mian in a headlock, saying, then let big brother-in-law teach you what a guillotine is. Ouch, that hurts. You mean Jiang Mian intends to obtain a 6th spirit ring? Emperor Tian observed the kneeling Qi Wang, saying indifferently, has this boy not been away for just 2 months? Is he back so soon? It should be a good thing. The Snow Empress sat cross-legged nearby, slowly opening her eyes with a smile, remarking, the swifter Jiang Mian's cultivation progresses, the greater the benefits for us. Yet, that evil emperor is a concern. The Emperor Tian rubbed his forehead, clearly troubled, and said, Master has not fully recovered yet. Acting recklessly may lead to complications. Even though my strength has not fully returned, as long as no deities descend, there is no one who can slay me. The voice of the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna, echoed from the depths of the lake. Proceed according to your plan. Understood. Emperor Tian nodded. Indeed, given Jiang Mian's current standing, it was unlikely he could summon Gu Yuna, the true ruler of soul beasts. She would certainly not take such risks. As you command, Emperor Tian respectfully replied. Once Gu Yuna's voice faded entirely, he rose to his feet and began to strategize. I previously visited the evil demon forest to negotiate with the evil emperor, but we could not reach an agreement. This time, we are bound for a fierce battle. Snow Empress, Biji, Qi Wang, you 3, along with Bear Lord and myself, will embark on this journey. Emperor Tian continued, One Yao Wang, Ziji, Ice Emperor, and Yao Ling. You 4 shall stay behind to guard the Stardow Forest. The Rue beast twitched its ears, about to speak, but was silenced by Emperor Tian's stern gaze. Such a perilous venture would surely not permit the Rue beast to accompany them. Very well. After arranging matters, Emperor Tian gestured for Qi Wang to lead the way. In an instant, vibrant colors flickered around the life lake as the 4 fierce beasts took flight towards Jiang Mian's current location. We have arrived. Bear Lord suddenly halted, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he pointed to the sky, exclaiming, They are here. So soon? Jiang Mian calculated the time. They had only departed from Tiando Imperial City 3 hours ago, yet Qi Wang had already relayed the news. Speed is of the essence in warfare, Bear Lord chuckled. Qi Wang is indeed reliable. Swish! 4 radiant beams descended before Jiang Mian, with Emperor Tian emerging first, followed by the Snow Empress, Biji, and Qi Wang. Jiang Mian, you are quite impressive, Emperor Tian remarked with a smile. I knew I had not misjudged you. Thank you, Emperor Tian. Jiang Mian clasped his hands together, feeling a touch of embarrassment despite his usual boldness, as he was asking others to risk their lives to assist him. I appreciate all your efforts. No need for formality. The Snow Empress replied with a gentle smile, approaching Jiang Mian and ruffling his hair. It feels like you've grown taller in just a month. Indeed, I will soon be an adult, Jiang Mian grinned, then inquired, How is Master faring? Recovery is progressing well, Emperor Tian answered, perhaps within 3 years. He will be as good as new. That's wonderful. Jiang Mian scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful as he admitted. I was worried I might hinder Master's critical matters. You remain as considerate as ever, Xiao Mian, Biji said softly, do not fret. With 1 Yao Wang and the other fierce beasts guarding the Stardow Forest, Master is very safe. Indeed, Emperor Tian nodded. We must not delay. Let us act swiftly. Very well, Jiang Mian replied. How shall we proceed to the evil demon forest? Without answering Jiang Mian's question, Emperor Tian stepped closer and seized Jiang Mian, causing the surroundings to whirl rapidly, akin to a high-speed train, leaving him bewildered. Jiang Mian rubbed his eyes, astonished to find himself above the clouds, surrounded by a soul power shield, with conditions inside the shield mirroring those on the ground. This method of travel is indeed swift, Jiang Mian exclaimed. This is what it means to be divine. We have barely begun, Emperor Tian chuckled. Only when one reaches the mountaintop can one behold the indescribable grandeur. I believe we are not far now, Jiang Mian said with a smile. The group moved forward majestically, with Emperor Tian carrying Jiang Mian at the forefront, followed closely by the Snow Empress and the others. Fortunately, they were flying above the clouds, unseen by the populace. Had they been on the ground, it would have taken mere days for everyone to learn of Jiang Mian's extraordinary feats. Master, I fear heights. The evil moon clung tightly to Bear Lord's arm. Afraid of falling, Bear Lord could only chuckle, channeling more soul power to reassure the evil moon. Even with their accelerated pace, they would still require 3 months to reach the evil demon forest on the Sun Moon continent, highlighting the considerable distance that remained from millennium ago. Of course, Jiang Mian and the evil moon's presence as burdens contributed to this delay. Had Emperor Tian traveled alone, his speed would have multiplied several times. We shall first stop at the east coast to restore our soul power, Emperor Tian stated. The remainder of the journey lies across the vast ocean, and we can only rest on small islands. Agreed. Jiang Mian gazed at the magnificent sight of the clouds rising, his heart stirred with excitement. The evil-eye tyrant? Soon. It shall be mine. Chapter 44. The Sea Soul Beast Pirate Group at a town by the East Sea. Emperor Tian brought Jiang Mian to a halt, and the fierce beasts followed suit. The sea breeze, laden with salt, rushed toward them as Jiang Mian closed his eyes, savoring the tranquility before the impending battle. Ugh! The evil moon knelt, retching violently, eliciting astonished glances. Would he even reach the Sun Moon continent in this state? Biji, emanating a soft green glow, gently stroked the evil moon's back, aiding in his recovery from dizziness. I can do this, the evil moon managed, gagging a couple of times before purging his stomach entirely. He wiped his mouth and stated resolutely, I will make it. Biji looked at Bear Lord, who then glanced at Emperor Tian, who turned his gaze to Jiang Mian. Unexpectedly, the final decision rested upon Jiang Mian. Evil moon, you wouldn't be content to stay here, would you? Jiang Mian asked. However, this journey may be quite arduous. I can endure. The evil moon gritted his teeth. I will not be a burden. Very well. Jiang Mian steadied the evil moon, gazing deeply into his eyes. 1,000 unspoken words passing between them. Let us rest for the night and depart tomorrow, Emperor Tian commanded. We will minimize our stops to avoid encounters with sea soul beasts and unnecessary troubles. Understood. The group sought out an inn, accommodating Jiang Mian and the evil moon. Otherwise, the fierce beasts could easily find a desolate place to recuperate. As night fell, the 5 fierce beasts remained in their room to restore their soul power, while Jiang Mian and the evil moon, having expended little energy, found themselves with nothing to occupy their time. Thus, they decided to take a leisurely stroll along the seaside town under the night sky. The distant ocean, with its crashing waves, continuously washed ashore the colorful sands, while many residents carried buckets and wooden tongs to the beach for a day of fun. The stars shone brightly in the sky, much like the thoughts of a longing heart. Jiang Mian felt a sudden pang of nostalgia, pondering when the traveling souls might return home. The evil moon gently patted Jiang Mian's shoulder, perceptive to the shifts in his emotions, surprised to discover that beneath Jiang Mian's usually carefree demeanor lay a profound yearning. Who first saw the moon by the river? When did the moon first see a person? Evil moon, shall we rest by the sea for a moment? Jiang Mian felt 1,000 sentiments welling within him, yet words failed to escape his lips. The evil moon nodded, accompanying Jiang Mian as they walked along the retreating shoreline, both enveloped in silence, observing the simple joy of children running past them. The children, resembling treasure hunters, meticulously searched the sandy beach for the treasures left behind by the sea. Perhaps, feeling weary, Jiang Mian reclined on the soft sand, gazing up at the myriad stars scattered across the night sky. It had been ages since he last savored the beauty of the night. Xiaoyu sat beside him, at a loss for words. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquil scene. Look, pirates! Jiang Mian sprang to his feet, his heart racing as he spotted several small boats approaching from the distance, flags fluttering atop them, seemingly just released from a larger vessel. Pirates! Both Jiang Mian and Xiaoyu hurried into the crowd, determined to ensure the children's safety. However, these were no ordinary pirates. Xiaoyu, sensing the transformation of the pirates aboard the small boats, gasped, "They are mutated sea soul beasts." Sea soul beasts? Jiang Mian squinted to see more clearly, realizing that the figures on the boats were not mere humans, but bizarre sea soul beasts with human-like bodies. Among them was a massive shark general and an octopus marshal with 8 legs, an eclectic mix of formidable beasts, each exuding an aura of ancient power. "Everyone, evacuate quickly!" Jiang Mian shouted, urging the surrounding townsfolk to flee. In a panic, they rushed towards their homes, believing that safety lay within their walls. Little did they know, such actions would only ensnare them further. The fragile structures of mud and brick would hardly withstand an assault from so many sea soul beasts. But with Jiang Mian and Xiaoyu present, they could not allow this group of creatures to wreak havoc. "Do you have confidence?" Jiang Mian inquired, observing the throng of sea soul beasts. "Although their numbers are fewer than the goblins we faced, they appear to be powerful and formidable. Stop trying to scare me." Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly, "Are you hoping to hog all the glory?" "Ah, you see through me," Jiang Mian chuckled, shaking his hand. "Then let us see who can slay more." Without further ado, Xiaoyu charged into the ranks of the sea soul beasts, wielding a pair of crescent blades. Akin to a merciless meat grinder, Jiang Mian praised him, acknowledging his tremendous progress, and resolved not to lag behind. With that thought, he summoned his sky-rending claws, not releasing them but wielding them as weapons, each swipe showering the air with crimson blossoms. "Take them down." The shark general, wielding a colossal iron hammer nearly 2 meters long, thundered towards Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian's lips trembled slightly at the sight of the massive hammer. Did he truly believe he could withstand such an assault? He deftly sidestepped, the hammer crashing into the sand and splintering it with spiderweb-like cracks, revealing its immense weight. Jiang Mian evaded left and right, agile as a flea, while the shark general soon found himself drenched in sweat from exertion. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Mian delivered a powerful kick to the shark general's face, sending him reeling. Emperor's frozen heaven, snow dances in the radiant sun. Jiang Mian plunged into the fray of sea soul beasts, pressing his hands to the ground. In an instant, the surrounding waters froze solid, transforming the beach into an unyielding expanse. The sea soul beasts within a radius of several hundred miles met a grim fate. Those under 10,000 years were encased in ice, while the older ones, though they escaped immediate peril, suffered significant harm from the frigid power. "Kill him!" The octopus marshal brandished its limbs, lunging at Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian evaded expertly, seizing the chance to sever one of the octopus marshal's legs. However, the creature's regenerative abilities were astonishing. The severed limbs swiftly reformed, a spectacle of supernatural resilience. Jiang Mian realized he faced a formidable adversary. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu was entangled with an invulnerable sea turtle leader. No matter how fiercely Xiaoyu attacked, the turtle leader's shell proved impenetrable, leaving him momentarily at a loss. The shark general re-entered the fray, hammer raised high, joining forces with the octopus marshal against Jiang Mian. Their coordinated assault with heavy and light weaponry momentarily gained the upper hand. It was crucial to note that Jiang Mian, even against the titled Douluo, would not easily succumb. These two sea soul beasts, boasting powers of 50 and 60,000 years, were formidable, yet their synergy left Jiang Mian struggling to find an opening. On Xiaoyu's side, the turtle leader was both offensive and defensive, rendering Xiaoyu's soul skills ineffective. A single water blast from the turtle leader knocked him to the ground. "Shall we join in?" Xiangjun observed the fierce battle of the young warriors, his own fists itching for action. The moment Jiang Mian unleashed his soul skills alongside the Snow Emperor, all the soul beasts felt the shift in the coastal atmosphere. They appeared on the rooftops of the nearest houses, keenly observing the battle. The strength of this sea soul pirate crew was not to be underestimated. Even the vanguard could dispatch 3 10,000-year sea soul beasts for reconnaissance. Surely, the captain must be of immense power. Wait, die Tian Interschichtel, blocking Shon's Yunis eagerness. This is a valuable opportunity for Jiang Mian and his friend to hone their skills. Such compatible training partners are rare. Jiang Mian gathered a long spear formed of ice and snow, realizing that his bare hands left him at a disadvantage against the equipped soul beasts. With the spear in hand, he found himself able to push back against the 2 sea soul beasts. Impressive marksmanship, the Red King remarked, observing Jiang Mian's prowess. Tian narrowed his eyes, noting Jiang Mian's fluidity and precision. Such skill could only belong to a master marksman. As Jiang Mian began to gain the upper hand, Xie was also nearing victory. Activating his 10,000-year rib skill, he executed a dark golden claw strike that shattered the sea turtle leader's shell into fragments. Following up with a crescent blade strike, Xie fulfilled his duty with aplomb. Jiang Mian, like a swimming dragon, wielded his spear as if it were alive, twisting and turning with grace, severing an arm from the octopus marshal. With unspent energy, he swung the spear down towards the shark general, the force of the blow disarming him of his hammer. Seizing the moment, Jiang Mian drove the spear's tip, enhanced by his skyrending claws, directly into the shark general's heart. The claws thrashed within, reducing his innards to a pulpy mass, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Now, only the most formidable opponent, the octopus marshal, remained. Xie joined Jiang Mian, intent on taking down the last foe together. The clash of crescent blades and long spear sparked bright flashes of light. Despite the octopus marshal's 8 legs, united, the brothers were an unstoppable force. With a swift slash, Xie severed the octopus marshal's head, extinguishing its life. Jiang Mian exhaled, the long spear shimmering as if it could battle for another 800 rounds. Sharing a knowing smile, Jiang Mian and Xie recognized this as their second large-scale battle, gaining invaluable experience. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Suddenly, Tian appeared before them, applauding. That battle was truly spectacular. Have you been merely spectators all this time? Jiang Mian glanced at Emperor Tian and then at the neatly arranged Snow Empress and her companions on the rooftop. With a bemused expression, he remarked, "Since you have discovered it, why must you make me and Xie go through such trouble? This is precisely a trial for you." The Crimson King, who had appeared behind Emperor Tian at some point, chuckled. "Lord Emperor Tian is deeply strategic. He wishes for you to experience more of such events to accumulate battle experience." Indeed, Emperor Tian nodded. The difference in levels merely serves as your foundation. In combat, the reason some soul masters can achieve surprising victories is that they possess rich combat experience. When one can utilize every inch of the battlefield, every flower, and every small stone, that person has comprehended the highest realm of combat, where every blade of grass becomes a weapon. Your performance has reassured me. Emperor Tian smiled at Jiang Mian. At least I feel I have made the right choice. Emperor Tian, do you still doubt me? Jiang Mian looked at him, exasperated. After all these years living together, are you still unclear about my strength and character? It's different. Emperor Tian shook his head. Well, since the matter has been resolved, you two youngsters should hurry and rest. Tomorrow, we depart for the Sun and Moon continent. Very well, Jiang Mian replied, and with that, Emperor Tian transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the spot. Xie, perplexed, inquired, what kind of place is this Sun and Moon continent? Jiang Mian explained, the Sun and Moon continent is a land that places great emphasis on the development of soul-guiding devices. Their soul-guiding devices are far more advanced than ours. Yet their soul master's abilities are inferior to ours. Soul-guiding devices? Xie questioned. Aren't those merely tools to assist soul masters in their daily lives? No. Jiang Mian shook his head. The soul-guiding devices created by the Sun and Moon continent can now be utilized in battle. The most exceptional attacking soul-guiding devices can easily eliminate a tidal Douluo. That's terrifying. Xie swallowed hard, astonished. What if they were to invade our continent one day? We fight. Jiang Mian clenched his fists and smiled. Only by defeating them can we compel them to submit. Indeed, our spirit hall possesses profound resources. And with so many top-tier experts like our master and senior, even if the Sun and Moon continent's soul-guiding devices are exceptionally developed, they are merely tricks, easily overcome. Jiang Mian patted Xieyu's shoulder, quickly reminding him, confidence is good, but do not be overly arrogant. Yes, Xieyu replied sheepishly, scratching his head, though he firmly believed that soul-guiding devices were ultimately just external tools, mere tricks. Jiang Mian chuckled. In their previous world, a century ago, their nation had scoffed at similar tricks, and the result was well known, leading to significant suffering. Although Douluo continent and his original world had some differences, the core remained the same. Only through technological advancement could one gain confidence. Furthermore, as technology improved, the mortality rate of soul masters would drastically decline. Jiang Mian wholeheartedly supported such beneficial research. While he envisioned the future, the entire Sun and Moon continent began to move slowly, unbeknownst to anyone. Chapter 45. Evil Emperor. Accept directly. In the early morning, at dawn, several beams of light raced across the unseen clouds, heading towards the Sun and Moon continent across the ocean. Ugh! Xieyu's power remained astonishing, yet his condition was significantly better than the first time. Biji followed Bear Lord closely, ready to assist Xieyu if he showed any signs of losing consciousness. Jiang Mian covered his face, feeling somewhat embarrassed to look at Xieyu, realizing that bringing him along was a mistake. We will need to fly over the sea for at least half a month. You must be mentally prepared. Emperor Tian indicated towards the endless azure sea below. We have entered the deep sea region, where there is no trace of humanity. Surely the sea soul beasts here must be exceptionally powerful, Jiang Mian inquired curiously. Perhaps, Emperor Tian smiled slightly, but none should surpass me. Jiang Mian laughed heartily and did not pursue the topic further. Although he was unaware of the current whereabouts of the deep-sea demon whale king, he would not mind making it his sixth soul ring if it dared to show itself. At that moment, Jiang Mian felt invincible, as if no one in the world could harm him. Xieyou felt somewhat more at ease, lying on Bear Lord's back, not daring to look down. Bear Lord found the situation amusing, allowing Xieyou to rest on him, as he was indeed his closed-door disciple. Jiang Mian gazed at the beautiful scenery below, where sea soul beasts leaped from the water, creating waves. Suddenly, Emperor Tian accelerated. The scenery changed rapidly below, yet Jiang Mian's eyesight was surprisingly exceptional, allowing him to take in the view with ease. Unbeknownst to them, 13 days passed in the blink of an eye. After drifting at sea for a full 13 days. On the 14th day, Jiang Mian vaguely spotted the edge of land. "We're here," Emperor Tian exclaimed. "No, something's amiss. We shouldn't have reached the Sun and Moon continents so quickly. Could it be that we're moving faster this time?" Jiang Mian wondered aloud. "Perhaps." Emperor Tian shook his head, his expression suddenly serious. "It feels as if the Sun and Moon continent is gradually shifting towards Douluo continent." "How can that be?" Jiang Mian gasped in astonishment. According to the timeline, the tectonic movement of the Sun and Moon continent should not occur for another 10,000 years. How could it be approaching Douluo continent now? Could it be that his arrival had altered the sequence of this world? "We should head straight for the evil spirit forest without disturbing the other affairs of this continent," Emperor Tian advised. "I feel an unsettling sense of foreboding. Perhaps the Sun and Moon continent and Douluo continent will soon collide," Jiang Mian remarked, grinning. "Such matters are not mere fantasies. Even if they collide, it would only result in a catastrophic battle." Emperor Tian cautioned, "You should pay attention to the soul-guiding devices of the Sun and Moon continent. Although their lethality may be limited, they are undoubtedly formidable against ordinary soul masters." "How intriguing," Jiang Mian smiled slightly, estimating that the research level of soul-guiding devices in the Sun and Moon continent must have surpassed that of Douluo continent significantly. However, Douluo continent was currently rife with chaos, and there were countless heroes, so even if the Sun and Moon continent dared to collide, they would have to submit obediently. "What is the language like here?" Jiang Mian inquired. "Is it vastly different from ours?" "Yes, do your best to avoid communication with others," Emperor Tian replied, surveying their surroundings. "We are currently on the western coast of the Sun and Moon continent, where human presence is relatively sparse. Let's prepare and head to the evil spirit forest." "How fascinating." Jiang Mian clenched his fists, eagerly anticipating the collision between the Sun and Moon continent and Douluo continent, which would elevate his status as a powerful minister immensely. The evil spirit forest was within sight. Emperor Tian pointed towards a vast, towering primeval forest to the south. "It is right there. Although it may not possess the grandeur of the Star Do Great Forest, it is indeed substantial." The Snow Empress, visiting the Sun and Moon continent for the first time, exclaimed in wonder, "I have long heard of the evil emperor's great name. I truly wish to meet him." "Just a madman." Emperor Tian brushed off the dust from his shoulders. However, with so many powerful individuals standing before him, he would hardly dare to act recklessly. "How interesting. I would like to test the evil emperor," Bear Lord said, rolling up his sleeves. "After all, he is an ancient being renowned alongside you, Emperor Tian." "You can try as you wish," Crimson King laughed. Let the evil emperor break 3 of your legs. How dare you boost others' morale while undermining your own? Xiong Jun demanded. Tell me, are you an undercover agent sent by the evil emperor? Nonsense. I am of pure lineage. Qi Wang retorted angrily, slapping his chest. Enough. Tian interjected, furrowing his brow to halt the quarrel between the two fierce beasts. The last time you visited the evil demon forest, you discussed Jiang Mian with the evil eye tyrant, did you not? Biji, poised and elegant, approached Tian and inquired. You returned without sharing the outcome. What transpired? The evil eye tyrant hesitated momentarily. Tian replied nonchalantly. However, he did not trust me and attacked me fiercely. I, along with the king of myriad beasts and other fierce creatures, taught him a lesson. Thus, Jiang Mian is present here now, offering us an opportunity to resolve matters without conflict. Being inherently peaceful, Biji naturally wished for harmony, hoping that no one would suffer too greatly in the process. Tian chuckled coldly, hands clasped behind his back. If we can settle this peacefully, that would be ideal. If not, with so many powerful beings gathered, do you think we fear the evil emperor? With that, Tian seized Jiang Mian and soared towards the direction of the evil demon forest, followed closely by the others. Tian was reluctant to waste time, knowing that the Star Do Great Forest was left under the watch of the king of myriad beasts and a few juniors. The master had yet to fully recover, and he dared not linger. Within the evil demon forest, a colossal eye, exceeding 500 meters in diameter, slowly emerged. Sensing the fluctuations of soul power in the universe, its voice thundered in anger. Tian, with a flash, a beam of light shot into the heavens, as if connecting the earth and sky. The evil emperor's figure floated above the evil demon forest, his enormous stature allowing all soul beasts within to see him clearly. Tian and the 5 fierce beasts, with Jiang Mian and Xiaoyu, stood at the edge of the evil demon forest. Tian's golden eyes flickered. Although his tone was calm, his voice reverberated throughout the entire forest. Evil Emperor, I have come for you. Should you strike, we shall accompany you to the end. Tian, you thought I would fear you just because you've brought help? The evil emperor's voice echoed omnipresently, his enormous eye fixed intently on Tian. You truly dare to expend such resources? Is this the evil emperor? Shuedi stepped forward, causing thick clouds of snow to gather above the evil demon forest. Snowflakes began to fall, swiftly covering large areas of the forest. This was a demonstration of power. Shuedi had unleashed her maximum strength, causing a rapid shift in the atmosphere. The evil emperor's tone grew noticeably cautious. Such a tactic, could it be the snow emperor from the far north? Indeed, Shuedi's cold voice resonated across the land, a smile gracing her lips. Evil emperor, do you have something to say? 6 of the 10 fierce beasts have gathered here. Such an occurrence is rare in a millennium. The evil emperor's tone softened considerably. Those 2 young ones, are they not the ones you mentioned during your last visit? Tian? How amusing, the evil emperor mused, his gaze appraising Jiang Mian. How old is this lad? Almost 14, Jiang Mian replied directly, holding the evil emperor's gaze. Very well, the evil emperor observed Jiang Mian, his fierce demeanor waning slightly. After all, he stood before 5 fierce beasts. Even he dared not unleash his wrath easily. This young boy possesses some intrigue, the evil emperor remarked, turning to Xiaoyu. I sense profound darkness emanating from you. What is the reason? He has been chosen by the deities, Xiong Jun interjected. In due time, he will undoubtedly ascend to divinity. The evil emperor raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed by the surprises Tian had brought this time. Once we meet, conflict is inevitable, Tian smiled. Yet, for the future of our soul beasts, perhaps we can move forward together. The evil emperor clenched his teeth and replied with a grin. If you offer me this opportunity, I, the evil eye tyrant, shall acknowledge you, Tian, as a benefactor. This is also due to your considerable strength, which greatly aids this child's growth, Tian stated. Without such power, the opportunity for divinity would not fall to you. The evil emperor chuckled, gently ruffling Jiang Mian's hair, his gaze softening in a rare display of warmth. This lad bears a striking resemblance to my son. Since we can progress together, it is indeed a joyous occasion, Biji remarked with a smile. The evil emperor truly lives up to his title. I admire you. Enough flattery. The evil emperor waved dismissively. Such an opportunity is coveted by many soul beasts. I cannot afford to miss it. Then let us proceed swiftly, Tian signaled. Jiang Mian promptly retrieved the spirit ball, and presented it to the evil emperor. The evil emperor acted decisively, entering the spirit ball without hesitation, becoming Jiang Mian's sixth soul beast. The power of the spirit, Jiang Mian exclaimed, feeling his mental strength surge hundreds of times. Truly, the evil emperor is remarkable. I feel I've taken a significant leap forward. Has your soul power increased? Qiwing inquired. I've reached level 63, Jiang Mian replied with a smile, sensing his transformation. Xiaoyu, the evil emperor compliments your moon blade splendidly. I have already taken Xiaoyu as my close disciple. Such matters must follow the order of precedence. Xiangjun quickly interjected, shielding Xiaoyu behind him. Ha ha! Jiang Mian chuckled knowingly. I understand your reluctance to part with your disciple. I was merely jesting. The evil emperor emerged from the spirit ball, declaring, "What a wondrous sensation! I feel utterly unbound, as if experiencing something completely ordinary. Your soul power is bound to advance rapidly." Xiangjun laughed heartily. This feeling is indeed unique. How intriguing. Tian remarked. Since matters have progressed so smoothly, let us prepare to return to Douluo continent. Tian observed Jiang Mian successfully obtaining his sixth soul ring and stated, "After all, we cannot abandon our post over there." Tian, Jiang Mian interjected, "I have a humble request. I wish to remain on the Sun-Moon continent a while longer to observe their soul tools." That, Tian glanced at the evil emperor, hesitating. "This is their territory. I cannot guarantee your safety here. Do you doubt me?" The evil emperor chuckled. "With me here, if this lad loses even a hair, I shall no longer deserve the title evil emperor. Is that acceptable?" "With your assurance, I feel at ease," Tian replied, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "In that case, you may stay here while we must hurry back to guard the starred Dograte forest." "Very well," Jiang Mian nodded. Xiaoyu suddenly stepped forward and stated, "I will accompany Jiang Mian for a while on the Sun-Moon continent." "That's good. The youth should broaden their horizons." Xiangjun approved, though he cautiously reminded, "You can stay here, but do not forget your master." "Rest assured, master, in this life I, Xiaoyu, have only you as my mentor, now and forever," Xiaoyu declared solemnly while gazing into Xiangjun's eyes. With this assurance, the master felt a sense of relief. Xiangjun exhaled deeply, and then the Snow Empress approached Jiang Mian, gently bending down to embrace him. "Jiang Mian, should you ever face any grievances or challenges, do not hesitate to confide in us. We shall always be your steadfast support." Jiang Mian reciprocated the embrace, and the two shared an intimate moment as the Snow Empress planted a gentle kiss on Jiang Mian's forehead before smiling and departing. "You lad, you have quite the fortune," the evil emperor remarked, watching the five powerful beings retreat. He teased, "To have even the beautiful Snow Empress under your spell. Truly, heroes are born in youth." "That is called strength," Jiang Mian replied, shaking his wrist. Then, with a hint of mystery, he continued, "Evil Emperor, it seems the entire Sun and Moon Empire regards you as their totem. Indeed, what do you intend to do?" The evil emperor, taken aback by Jiang Mian's unexpected words, inquired, "Could you assist me in ascending to the throne of the Sun and Moon Empire?" Chapter 46. The remarkably advanced young lady, such a young age, and your mind is already unhinged? The evil emperor grasped Jiang Mian's head and shook it vigorously. "You want me to help you eliminate my followers? That is truly asking too much." Jiang Mian chuckled. "Isn't the evil emperor synonymous with brutality and dominance? Are you jesting?" The evil emperor looked at Jiang Mian in disbelief. "Do you possess any compassion for the ants that could be effortlessly crushed beneath your feet? Would you exhibit any emotion towards them?" The evil emperor sighed. "That is merely how those mundane ants perceive me." "That makes sense," Jiang Mian replied, giving a thumbs up. Before arriving, he had worried about how to engage with the evil emperor, fearing he would have to keep this fellow confined within a spirit ball. It turned out, he had been overly concerned. "This lad possesses a fragrance that I find quite appealing. You are indeed a dragon among men," the evil emperor remarked, turning to Xiaoyu with a smile. The sincerity of Emperor Tian this time is rather significant. Yet it is amusing that the future of soul beasts relies on the rejuvenation by humans akin to ants. As the saying goes, every 500 years, a ruler shall rise. Jiang Mian stated, "We humans ascend to greatness by absorbing the soul rings of soul beasts, while soul beasts rely on us for revival." What is wrong with that? Indeed, there is merit in that. The evil emperor nodded thoughtfully. He pointed at Xiaoyu and asked, "What is your name, young one?" "Junior Xiaoyu." Xiaoyu replied respectfully, clasping his hands in salute. "We share the same surname." "How intriguing," the evil emperor said, resting his chin on his hand with a smile. "Then I must impart some teachings to you." "What do you mean?" Xiaoyu exclaimed, his body trembling in disbelief as he cast a wary glance at Jiang Mian, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Mian subtly positioned himself in front of Xiaoyu, smiling. "Evil Emperor, might we first explore the customs and culture of the Sun and Moon continent? You two children are quite peculiar," the evil emperor frowned. "How many soul beasts desire my guidance? Yet you seem apprehensive." "Ah well." Jiang Mian wiped the sweat from his brow, laughing heartily. "Once we reach Douluo continent, we can begin your teachings, as this lad's master is Xiong-jun, and he would not dare to act independently. Xiong-jun is merely a junior. Would he dare oppose my words?" The evil emperor furrowed his brow, sensing disdain from these two children. "Achoo!" Up in the ocean, Xiong-jun sneezed violently, rubbing his nose in annoyance, muttering, "It must be that little rascal Xia, you thinking of me. How self-important." Qi Wang chuckled, mercilessly mocking him. "You pup, do you wish to be beaten again? Gome. Xiong Xia. Let's have a proper fight right here." Inside the Sun and Moon Imperial City, there was a bustling crowd. Most soul masters here traveled economically, equipped with only a small storage soul guide, clearly indicating that the research level of soul guides in the Sun and Moon continent far surpassed that of Douluo continent, allowing even ordinary soul masters to possess storage soul guides. Although the common folk here did not enjoy such privileges, Jiang Mian could conclude that when the two continents eventually engaged in war, the continent would undoubtedly pay a grievous price to conquer the Sun and Moon continent. He had keenly observed a soul master possessing a soul guide resembling a handgun. If ordinary soul masters could wield such devices, the top-tier soul masters here would certainly possess formidable weaponry. Based on the classification of soul guides a millennium later, a mere level 5 soul guide could withstand the attacks of a soul Douluo, not to mention that theoretically, soul guides could reach up to 12 levels. However, at present, the Sun and Moon continent would struggle to develop to such heights. Even reaching level 8 would be a daunting challenge. After all, a level 9 soul cannonball could obliterate a small city, and Jiang Mian was confident that their current capabilities could not produce such weaponry. "Young one, since you entered the Imperial City, you've been gazing around in wonder," the evil emperor remarked with a smile. "Are you fascinated by these little toys?" "These are not mere toys," Jiang Mian said earnestly. "They represent the pinnacle of human ingenuity. Underestimating these toys could lead to dire consequences. Let us wait until they develop toys that would cause me to suffer significantly." The evil emperor hummed a tune, dismissing Jiang Mian's words. With a cold laugh, Jiang Mian chose not to elaborate further. He walked behind the evil emperor and quietly asked, "Evil emperor, do you know where one might purchase soul guides? You wish to buy toys?" The evil emperor raised an eyebrow. "I may not know, but I can inquire." "We cannot communicate effectively." Jiang Mian and Xiaoyu exchanged smiles. Then Jiang Mian sighed. "Moreover, what currency is used in the Sun and Moon continent? Can we acquire some?" "That is unnecessary." The evil emperor casually tossed Jiang Mian 2 beautifully patterned storage soul guides, clearly high-quality items. These 2 storage soul guides appear to be a pair, resembling a blue and a red little jade fish, which could be seamlessly assembled together. These were left behind by a soul master who perished at my hand after hunting soul beasts in the evil spirit forest, the evil emperor stated nonchalantly. "They contain a considerable amount of currency and should be quite valuable." "What levels are they?" Jiang Mian used his spiritual power to probe the contents of the storage soul guides, instantly left speechless with astonishment. The space within these storage soul guides was at least 100 cubic meters, piled high with currency and precious treasures, including several high-level offensive soul guides. With these 2 storage soul guides, Jiang Mian felt no urge to visit a soul guide shop. It was as if he had received an airdrop, overflowing with wealth. 2 title Douluo, the evil emperor remarked indifferently. "They were hunting soul beasts for soul bones in my evil spirit forest when my son discovered and killed them, leaving these 2 storage soul guides behind, which I found rather appealing." "How incredible!" Jiang Mian tossed the blue jade fish storage soul guide to Xiaoyu, grinning. "Perfect. Now we each have one, serving as a welcoming gift from the evil emperor." "Is this truly a welcoming gift?" The evil emperor's brow furrowed, showing displeasure. If Emperor Tian hears of this, he might think I cannot afford to give proper gifts. I shall ensure to present you both with something of greater value. Oh dear. Jiang Mian quickly flattered. We must thank the evil emperor for broadening our horizons, for we come from the impoverished Douluo continent and have never encountered such fine treasures. You certainly must not lose face, right? Are you trying to flatter me to death? The evil emperor chuckled smugly and remarked, Indeed. What treasures could that miserly Emperor Tian possess? Only soul bones and celestial herbs, I presume. The gift I present to you is undoubtedly a unique existence in this world. With anticipation, Jiang Mian laughed heartily, patting Xie on the shoulder, and said, You should express your gratitude to the elder. The evil emperor raised a hand to interrupt Jiang Mian, saying, Did you not wish to visit the soul guide shop? Let's proceed. Do you know where it is? Jiang Mian inquired, astonished. Did you not just say you were unaware? I just probed the memories of the soul master we passed, the evil emperor replied, pride swelling within him. If I lacked this ability, do you think I could master your continent's language? This is the power of the evil eye tyrant. Truly remarkable. Jiang Mian and Xie praised in unison, elevating the evil emperor's spirits. With his hands clasped behind him, he walked between the two, and together they ambled toward the entrance of the soul guide shop. This is it, the evil emperor gestured toward the technologically advanced establishment. The largest soul guide shop in the Sun and Moon Empire. Jiang Mian stepped inside first. The shop's vastness was astonishing, rivaling even the Poké's hall in size. And it was bustling with soul masters either repairing or purchasing soul guides. The trio navigated through the crowd to the display cases, marveling at the diverse array of soul guides available. Defensive, offensive, storage, everything was accounted for, clearly labeled. At this moment, soul guides had not yet adopted the tier system of 10,000 years hence, but were categorized by the soul master S rank. Upon surveying the selection, Jiang Mian noticed a soul guide of the soul Douluo level, while others of the soul sage level were notably scarce. He pondered whether this soul level guide was indeed the prized possession of the empire's largest shop. Dear guest, I see you've been browsing without finding what you seek. A striking young woman approached Jiang Mian, her radiant smile illuminating her face and her long legs captivating. After a moment of appraisal, Jiang Mian finally spoke. Is the highest tier of soul guides you offer merely at the soul Douluo level? Of course, there are higher tiers, she replied, maintaining her cheerful demeanor. However, one must possess the imperial decree to make such a purchase. May I take a look? Jiang Mian asked earnestly. Would you like to see a super soul guide of the titled Douluo level? She inquired, her surprise evident. Yet without hesitation, she added certainly, but you will need to pay a portion of the viewing fee first. All right, Jiang Mian said as he produced a soul guide. How much is required? Her pupils dilated momentarily, but she quickly composed herself. If it were an ordinary person, they might not have noticed her shift, but the three before her were known for their vigilance. Not to mention, the evil emperor was the strongest psychic in this era, and even Xie possessed an acute awareness of subtle changes. Please follow me, she said, swallowing hard, then added, I can show you around first. If you find it worthwhile, payment can be made afterward. Much appreciated, the evil emperor nodded, and the trio followed her deeper into the shop. Jiang Mian discreetly retreated to Xie side, writing in his palm. There's something amiss, be cautious. Xie grasped Jiang Mian's hand tightly, indicating he was already aware and prepared to act with caution. This is our shop's treasured possession. The young woman pointed to a large shell-like projectile resting peacefully in the innermost display case. This soul guide requires a specific attack guide to launch and can severely injure title Douluo below level 94. Quite intriguing, Jiang Mian thought, noting the stringent level restrictions on this soul guide. Yet, the mere existence of such a weapon was daunting. After all, only a handful of title Douluo existed across the entire Douluo continent. If mass-produced, such a weapon could bring about catastrophic devastation. Is this the only one? Jiang Mian inquired with curiosity. That is classified information. I cannot disclose it, she said, her demeanor growing wary as her smile faded. She proceeded to introduce other formidable weapons in the shop, revealing 3 additional soul guides capable of injuring title Douluo. The remaining guides, while not able to harm title Douluo, were more than sufficient to deal with soul Douluo. Jiang Mian's gaze remained fixated on the soul cannonball, contemplating the possibility of transporting all these guides back to the Douluo continent for Biji and Qianrenxue to study thoroughly. However, the absence of blueprints posed a significant challenge. Even if one were to replicate them, critical details would undoubtedly be lost. Once the young woman had finished her presentation, she abruptly shifted her tone and questioned, "So, who exactly are you? What concern is it of yours who we are?" Jiang Mian replied impatiently, "Do you require every soul master who visits your shop to reveal their identity?" Her smile turned sardonic, and her expression darkened. "Others may not, but you are different. Not only do you possess 2 storage soul guides crafted specifically for the royal family's title Douluo, but your interest in our shop as treasured soul guide tells me you are not up to any good. And what if I do know?" The evil emperor scoffed dismissively. "Do you believe you and your summoned ants can deter us? How arrogant!" The young woman laughed derisively. "Do you think we maintain our status as the largest soul guide shop in the Sun and Moon Empire by mere chance? By what means, pray tell?" Xiaoyu interjected. "Could it be through the sale of your own bodies?" "How dare you?" She retorted angrily. "We have the entire royal family of the Sun and Moon Empire backing us. I have already informed the royal prince, who will soon arrive with title Douluo to apprehend you. When that time comes, I shall be commended." "Insanity!" Jiang Mian exclaimed, incredulous. "Is the mindset of the Sun and Moon Empire so advanced?" Xiaoyu nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful. Suddenly, he moved without hesitation, his moon blade gleaming coldly as it aimed straight for the young woman's neck. "Stop!" A resounding clash echoed as Xiaoyu was sent flying, and Jiang Mian quickly caught him, barely stabilizing his form. "Who dares?" The royal envoy, Luo Shan, announced his arrival, tasked with capturing suspicious individuals for intelligence gathering. "Luo Shan?" The evil emperor stepped forward, a cold smile gracing his lips. "I have indeed underestimated you. You little thief, how audacious!" Luo Shan struck the ground with tremendous force, causing the room to tremble as debris flew. Yet, amidst the chaos, the evil emperor remained unperturbed. "Who are you?" Luo Shan demanded, realizing his attack had not affected the man before him. The earlier strike was his 3rd spirit ability, meant to shock the enemy. However, the individual before him not only effortlessly neutralized his assault, but also maintained a protective stance over the 2 behind him. This display of skill led Luo Shan to conclude that the power of this man far exceeded his own. "You are not worthy of knowing my name." In an instant, the evil emperor vanished, and before Luo Shan could react, blood began to pour from his orifices. Unbeknownst to him, the evil emperor had appeared behind him, a dark purple light streaming from Luo Shan's 7 orifices, coalescing in the palm of the evil emperor, forming a luminous orb. Luo Shan's once luxuriant hair began to fall away, and he appeared aged and frail. "I now know who you are." As the sun set, Luo Shan turned back, his sunken and murky eyes gazing at the evil emperor. His limbs resembled withered branches, appearing as though they would crumble with the slightest touch. "You, a mere insignificant creature, dare know my name?" The evil emperor gently crushed the glowing orb in his hand, causing Luo Shan's pupils to dilate suddenly before he collapsed to the ground. Is this the extent of the evil emperor's power? Jiang Mian couldn't help but swallow hard, realizing that the evil emperor, the strongest in mental prowess, wielded abilities intricately tied to time, truly a terrifying prospect. "Boy, pack up these soul guiding devices and take them away," the evil emperor chuckled, casting a glance at the paralyzed young lady, ignoring her entirely as he walked out of the shop with his hands clasped behind his back. Outside, thousands of elite soldiers from the Sun and Moon Empire surrounded the shop, standing on high alert. "I never intended to cause unnecessary bloodshed," the evil emperor sighed, covering his eyes with a bitter smile. "You truly vex me. Where is Luo Shan's protector?" Another protector, leading the charge, appeared as if facing a formidable foe. He was also a powerful mentalist, observing the evil emperor with the trepidation of a mayfly under the vast sky. Realizing the peril, the protector hurriedly bowed before the evil emperor, respectfully stating, "I am Hu Zhini, the 8th protector of the Sun and Moon Empire. Honored to meet you, senior." "You possess a modicum of insight," the evil emperor replied, observing the beaming smiles of Xiaoyu and Jiang Mian, unable to suppress his amusement. "Tell the emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire that if he wishes to overthrow the dynasty, he is welcome to try." "Are you truly the evil emperor?" Hu Zhini, clearly more knowledgeable than Luo Shan's protector, trembled with sweat, stammering, "How come you are here?" "You seem to be overly inquisitive," the evil emperor retorted, stepping forward and placing a foot upon Hu Jinyi's head, embedding it into the ground. Silence. It feels rather nice to have a strong protector, Jiang Mian remarked, leaning on Xie Yu's shoulder, grinning. Let us cause a ruckus here in the Sun and Moon continent. You are indeed audacious, Xie Yu smiled. Yet, I share the same intention. The evil emperor glanced at Jiang Mian and Xie Yu, stating, if you wish to create chaos, do so with your genuine abilities. And do not hide under a protective umbrella. Jiang Mian immediately fell silent, laughing. Senior evil emperor, you jest. Enough, there must be a limit to the chaos. The evil emperor said, grabbing both Xie Yu and Jiang Mian by their collars and leading them out of the imperial capital of the Sun and Moon Empire. Protector. Once the evil emperor had distanced himself, the soldiers rushed to Hu Jinyi, attempting to pull him from the earth. Do not move, Hu Jinyi rasped, his voice hoarse as if he had ingested an abundance of dirt. He waved his hands and pushed himself up, extracting his head from the ground. The soldiers, worried, inquired, what shall we do, Protector? What else? Hu Jinyi replied, punching one soldier's helmet in exasperation. This will suffice. You have caused quite enough chaos here. Within the evil forest, the evil emperor observed the two mischief-makers before him, feeling a twinge of headache. So, do you wish to return to your Stardew forest? We are in no rush. Senior, Jiang Mian grinned. I am quite anxious. The evil emperor gritted his teeth, exasperatedly saying, little rascals, the totem of the Sun and Moon Empire is still me. Show them a modicum of respect. Senior, your words are misguided, Jiang Mian countered. We merely intended to observe their soul-guiding devices, with no intention of seeking trouble. They initiated the confrontation. Such slippery rhetoric, the evil emperor remarked, playfully tapping Jiang Mian's head in jest. No wonder Emperor Tian agreed so readily. It seems you are quite the troublemaker in the Stardew forest as well. Jiang Mian shook his head, confessing, I haven't spent much time there. Not much time, yet you managed to vex Emperor Tian? The evil emperor raised his chin in disbelief. You truly are impressive. Indeed, Jiang Mian acknowledged, recognizing the evil emperor's jest, and decided to play along. Well then, you two little rascals, follow me. I shall show you extraordinary treasures you have never seen before. The evil emperor declared, I assure you, my present will not be inferior to what Emperor Tian offered. Exchanging glances, Jiang Mian and Xie Yu rubbed their hands together, plotting to extract something from the evil emperor, feeling it would be remiss not to take advantage of their visit. The evil emperor led them through winding paths to a hidden cave. Within this cave lies a treasure passed down from ancient times, existing even longer than I have. If you possess the capability, you may take whatever treasures lie within. I shall not hinder you. Ah, so this is merely a grand illusion, Jiang Mian scoffed. In the end, we must rely on our own abilities to obtain the treasures? You do not comprehend. The evil emperor shook his head. This treasure cannot be touched by the soul beasts. Even with my current strength, I cannot lay a finger on it, for it is a sacred relic of our soul beast clan. We must maintain an unwavering reverence towards it, never daring to desecrate it. So you require our human intervention? Jiang Mian laughed, recalling a familiar narrative. It seems Xie had also been recognized by a deity in a similar manner. Indeed, the evil emperor nodded. Were it not for your recognition as the hope of our soul beasts, I would never have brought you to such a place. Is it another miracle within? Jiang Mian confidently remarked, it seems it is my turn now. Xie Yu. Go ahead. Xie Yu patted Jiang Mian's shoulder, laughing heartily. After all, I already possess it. There is no way I would allow you to seize such an opportunity. The evil emperor scoffed. What is a miracle? The treasures within this cave far surpass any miracle. Intrigued, Jiang Mian thought, and his body unconsciously moved toward the cave. The evil emperor crossed his arms, unperturbed by the thought of Jiang Mian perishing in pursuit of this opportunity. If he could not overcome this minor trial, it would only suggest that Emperor Tian had entrusted the wrong person with the hope of the Soul Beast clan. Jiang Mian observed the evil emperor's lack of reaction, took a deep breath, and slowly approached the cave's entrance. The entrance radiated with iridescent light, and a translucent barrier shimmered, adorned with 7 distinct patterns of utmost attributes. Jiang Mian discerned that activation required these extreme attributes. While there were many, only 7 were necessary here. This barrier, however, had deterred the vast majority of soul masters, as possessing even one extreme attribute was already a mark of distinction, securing one's place as a title de law. Pray tell, Who among the world could embody 7 extreme elemental attributes and still be a soul master? Thus, the seal of this cave appeared to be tailor-made for Jiang Mian. Approaching the seal, he pressed both hands against the barrier. With a flourish, Jiang Mian's hands emanated the light of extreme attributes, a gift from the auspicious beast. With a crack, the seal began to rotate, and one corresponding pattern transformed into radiant light and vanished. Jiang Mian subsequently infused the remaining 6 extreme attributes into the barrier. Upon the final infusion of extreme mental energy, the entire evil forest seemed to tremble, and countless soul beasts bowed their heads, refraining from gazing upon the divine presence. The evil emperor's eyes glimmered with a bright red light. He had not anticipated Jiang Mian's success, but this youth had indeed provided him with profound astonishment. Trembling, the evil emperor knelt on one knee. A dragon's roar suddenly echoed through the heavens, and 7 beams of extreme light ascended towards the sky, resembling flowing clouds of color. They swirled in the air before ultimately converging into Jiang Mian's body. The cave's barrier emitted a crisp, shattering sound, and in an instant, Jiang Mian was engulfed by darkness, vanishing without a trace. Where has Jiang Mian gone? Even with the keenest of insights, Xiaoyu could not perceive Jiang Mian's existence. As though he had vanished from the realm of existence itself. He had been chosen by the true ancient God King. The evil emperor laughed uncontrollably, his gaze fixed upon the position of Douluo continent, tears of joy welling in his eyes. Tian, you have not misjudged. He is indeed the hope of our soul beast clan. Is it really so? Xiaoyu murmured softly, yet the evil emperor, in a frenzy, glared at him fiercely, gripping his shoulders and shaking him vigorously. What do you understand, you naive child? Do you know what this signifies? It heralds the return of an era belonging to our soul beasts. We shall once again become divine beasts. Young one, why have you come here? Jiang Mian seemed to walk through the celestial palace. Beneath his feet were ever-shifting white clouds, surrounded by resplendent radiance, exuding an air of sanctity and solemnity. A voice, resonating as if from millennia past, echoed throughout the palace. Who are you? Jiang Mian surmised that this being was no ordinary deity, and he knelt, bowing deeply. Junior Jiang Mian pays respects to the esteemed elder. We, the likes of us, finally have successors. The ancient voice reverberated again. It is splendid that you have arrived here. Your praise is unwarranted. Jiang Mian stood and, cupping his fists, bowed respectfully, without the elder's permission. I would not have been able to reach this place. Do not be modest. The ancient voice responded approvingly. To break the barrier with 7 ultimate attributes is a feat unheard of across the realms. It is merely a stroke of luck. Jiang Mian replied, maintaining a balance of humility and confidence. Are you not curious about my identity? The ancient voice chuckled heartily. Why not take a guess? You must be the dragon god, revered lord. Though Jiang Mian had anticipated this, uttering the words sent a thrill through him. How did you deduce that? The dragon god seemed pleasantly surprised, a bearded elder appearing before Jiang Mian, clad in white garments, with hair and beard both silvered, and adorned with a pair of dragon horns, reminiscent of the Dragon King from Journey to the West. Jiang Mian smiled. In the realms among the gods, one who possesses 7 or more ultimate attributes can only be the dragon god. Very astute. The dragon god nodded, his gaze warm and affectionate, akin to an elder observing an accomplished junior. However, I am not the true dragon god. Long ago, the dragon god was split by the god of Azura, becoming the silver dragon king and the golden dragon king. Yet the essence of the dragon god remains eternal. It fused with my reverse scale and ultimately descended upon this continent with the silver dragon king. While the silver dragon king slumbers in the Stardew forest, I, as the essence of the dragon god, remained in the evil forest, setting up a minor seal to deter disruptions. The essence of the dragon god? Jiang Mian pondered, scratching his head in confusion. He had never encountered such a concept in the original Douluo narrative. What purpose could it serve? Since you have arrived here, why not become the heir of my dragon god? The essence of the dragon god chuckled. I have grown utterly bored in this forsaken place. What is your role? Jiang Mian, aware of the potential rudeness of his inquiry, nevertheless asked, recognizing the significance of the question. My role? The dragon god's essence stroked his beard, contemplating. I am an indispensable part of the ultimate dragon god's divinity. The silver and golden dragon kings are merely fragments. Merging their divine essences will form the foundation of the dragon god's divinity. However, only when I unite with the dragon god as essence does the true divinity emerge. I see. Jiang Mian nodded. Consider this a trial set by the dragon god for me, akin to the assessments other deities give their heirs. That is one way to view it. The dragon god's essence nodded, laughing heartily. Yet, the dragon god's divinity is not something lesser deities can hope to touch. No wonder the evil emperor reacted so intensely. Although Jiang Mian had already entered this realm, he could still perceive the fluctuations of the evil emperor's emotions. For a soul beast who had lived for 780,000 years to be brought to tears is a testament to the rarity of such a treasure. Though the dragon god's divinity can exist, there can only ever be one dragon god. The path to becoming one is fraught with peril. Can you persevere? I will, Jiang Mian asserted resolutely. Though the road is laden with thorns, even if it seems hopeless, I shall tread each step with determination. Let's hope so. The dragon god's essence stroked his beard, smiling. We, the likes of us, finally have successors. Young one, stride confidently towards your aspirations. The divine path ahead belongs to you. The dragon god blesses you. The essence of the dragon god laughed heartily, causing the very space around them to tremble. Dragon god's blessing? Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow as the essence transformed into 7 beams of light, piercing directly into his being. The reverse scale of Tian resonated with him, and the 8 elemental forces converged harmoniously. Jiang Mian was momentarily blinded by the brilliance, feeling as though he were submerged in a vast ocean, enveloped by surging elemental waves. In the dead of night, within the evil forest, Xiaoyu ignited a campfire. Sitting across from the evil emperor, who had procured a roasted chicken from somewhere to share this brief moment of leisure. You boy have quite the fortune. The evil emperor, with a chicken leg in his mouth, spoke indistinctly. First, you had that bear lord as your master. Now a deity favors you. And the same attribute emperor of the underworld guides you. Your path is far easier than Jiang Mian's. Your praise is excessive. Xiaoyu smiled. I am worlds apart from Jiang Mian. The heights he is destined to reach are beyond my imagination. Ah, each has their own path to tread. To walk your own path, well, is already a success. The evil emperor smiled faintly, his crimson eyes shimmering in the moonlight. After all, we are a few years older than you, and thus understand a bit more. Your knowledge is profound, far beyond what I, a junior, could compare. Xiaoyu clasped his fists, bowing respectfully. Now that you are willing to assist Jiang Mian, he will surely gain a tremendous advantage. With Tian and that Silver Dragon King paving the way for him, I am merely a side note. The evil emperor chuckled. After all, I lack the allure of the Snow Emperor. Can Jiang Mian even find pleasure in something different? That is not the case. Xiaoyu wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. Laughing, what do you think I should do next? Your martial soul possesses both dark and spiritual attributes. The dark aspect is self-evident with the Emperor of the Underworld's assistance, but regarding spiritual power, I can offer some advice. To enhance your spiritual strength, there are only a few methods. If you are willing, I possess a secret technique that can rapidly elevate your spiritual prowess, though it may carry some side effects. Can it aid Jiang Mian? Xiaoyu took a deep breath, inquiring. I feel my current strength is terribly inadequate. Often, I am unable to assist Jiang Mian and end up being a burden instead. Are you not the best of brothers? The evil emperor glanced at the dejected Xiaoyu, asking lightly. Indeed, Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively. Jiang Mian and I are the best of brothers. Then what is the issue? The evil emperor chuckled. Would a good brother hold you back from charging in a battle? That is different. Xiaoyu lowered his head, clenching his fists. I wish to help him. Having that desire is enough. The evil emperor nonchalantly added more wood to the fire. After all, the enemies Jiang Mian will face in the future are beyond your imagination. Once he becomes a god, won't he be able to share the burdens? Xiaoyu asked in astonishment. The stakes he seeks are far greater. The evil emperor chuckled. If we could truly benefit from his blessings and become divine beasts, then we could also assist him. Perhaps with myself, the Emperor of Heaven, and your human race's prodigies, we might indeed achieve that step. When did Jiang Mian inform you of this? Xiaoyu, who had been following the evil emperor, Jiang Mian, all along, was perplexed by Jiang Mian's revelations to the evil emperor. Young one, as the foremost master of spiritual power in this era, the evil emperor indicated his head, smiling. I possess certain capabilities. Truly remarkable. Xiaoyu swallowed hard, astonished that the evil emperor could casually probe into another's memories, a skill he had never before encountered. In this vast world, there exists a myriad of wonders, the evil emperor remarked. You have yet to witness many things, but you are still young. In due time, you will gradually experience them. Xiaoyu smiled faintly, removing the veil from his eyes to quietly embrace the cool night breeze brushing against him. Ah, so it is the eye of the heart, the evil emperor mused, recognizing Xiaoyu's potential. He scrutinized Xiaoyu's eyes with interest, saying, I may already have an inkling of which deity has taken a liking to you. Which one? Xiaoyu pressed for details. I once came across a tome chronicling his deeds during the protracted passage of time, the evil emperor recounted. It stated that when the world fell into ultimate darkness, he stepped forth, absorbing all shadows and restoring light to the people. Yet, he forever became a wanderer in darkness, unable to dwell in the radiant world. The god of nightmares, he concluded. The god of nightmares? Xiaoyu trembled, as if an unending darkness surged into him, black mist pouring from his 7 orifices, suffocating him. The evil emperor furrowed his brow, surprised that the god of nightmares had cast such a spell upon Xiaoyu. Upon truly uncovering his identity, the dark power would force its way into Xiaoyu's body. While this would considerably enhance Xiaoyu's strength, the risk of him exploding from the overwhelming power loomed large. This is akin to a forced feeding, the evil emperor sighed, silently praying for Xiaoyu's safety. The god of nightmares acted thusly to assert his dominion. Should any other deities interfere during his trial, all would be in vain. Xiaoyu let out a pained cry as he finally swallowed the black mist into his body, trembling hands seemingly intent on destroying everything around him. Has he fallen into madness? The evil emperor observed, hands clasped behind him, realizing the darkness had clouded the boy's mind. The only way to save him was to assist in digesting the energy within. With a gentle smile, the evil emperor swiftly approached, slamming Xiaoyu's head to the ground. Boom! Xiaoyu's head struck the earth, sending up clouds of dust, blood pouring from his nostrils. He suddenly roared in fury, breaking free from the evil emperor's grasp, charging at him with wild abandon. The evil emperor remained unmoved, yet Xiaoyu's attacks met only afterimages. With fingers poised like swords, the evil emperor lightly tapped Xiaoyu's forehead. In an instant, the world spun wildly. A colossal eye manifested behind the evil emperor, seemingly piercing into the soul and instilling fear. Xiaoyu knelt, covering his eyes and wailing, as if wrestling with some terrifying presence for control of his body. Such a child is teachable, the evil emperor mused, twirling a lock of hair with a faint smile. I did not expect him to awaken so quickly. I thought it would require more effort. Xiaoyu. Jiang Mian's voice suddenly echoed from within the cave. His skin shimmered as if clad in impenetrable armor. He rushed to Xiaoyu's side, asking what has happened. What is wrong with him? Do not concern yourself with him, the evil emperor said, pulling Jiang Mian close. He is engaged in a critical tug-of-war. A tug-of-war? Jiang Mian was bewildered. Indeed, he is attempting to digest the dark energy forcefully imposed upon him by the god of nightmares, the evil emperor explained. If Xiaoyu were a level 70 soul sage, he might easily digest this dark energy. However, at merely level 50, he finds himself in peril. It seems the god of nightmares did not anticipate that someone could decipher his divine essence, Jiang Mian murmured. I recall Xiaoyu mentioning that the deity instructed him to return at level 70. This must be the situation. It appears I have unwittingly done a good deed that turned out poorly, the evil emperor shrugged nonchalantly. Now we shall see if this lad is indeed fortunate. Xiaoyu, awaken! Jiang Mian shouted, suddenly struck by inspiration as he unleashed the ultimate dark energy he had just acquired. It proved effective. Some dark energy began to flow out of Xiaoyu, forming a protective shield around him. The god of nightmares truly goes to great lengths for his heir, the evil emperor noted. Xiaoyu's expression softened slightly as Jiang Mian continued to lure the dark energy until Xiaoyu regained control of his body. Jiang Mian. Xiaoyu murmured weakly, and Jiang Mian rushed forward to support him, reassuring, do not worry, I am here. No one can harm you. Suddenly, Xiaoyu grasped Jiang Mian's hand tightly, and without warning, he fainted. Is he all right? Jiang Mian asked the evil emperor, concern etched on his face. Rest assured, the evil emperor replied. He is merely exhausted. A couple of days of good rest should suffice. Exhausted? Jiang Mian smirked wryly. After 14 days of flying across the sea and Xiaoyu vomiting continuously, it was remarkable he wasn't completely drained. Jiang Mian, you have acquired that item, have you not? The evil emperor inquired, resting his chin on his hand. Yes, Jiang Mian nodded, a radiant light flickering between his brows. The evil emperor's expression momentarily faltered, but he quickly turned away to hide his reaction. Now, you have taken a significant step closer to your goal, the evil emperor remarked with genuine delight. We're now even nearer to that objective. The dragon god's core is indeed extraordinary. My cultivation speed has been rapid, but I did not anticipate it would continuously provide me with energy, Jiang Mian marveled. You are currently at too low a level, which is why you feel such a stark difference. The dragon god was of a far greater level in his time. The dragon god's core merely sustains his boundless soul power. Even at twice my level, I would still fall short of the dragon god's former might. Jiang Mian chuckled awkwardly, realizing that since absorbing the dragon god's core, an abundance of soul power seemed to pour into him from the heavens. At this moment, Jiang Mian's level had astonishingly reached 66, and it was rapidly increasing. He anticipated that within a few days, he would directly break through to level 70, at which point he would need to enlist the help of Tian and others to procure his 7th spirit ring. Furthermore, Jiang Mian had already decided that his 7th spirit ring would come from the deep-sea magic whale king, soon to transform into a dragon. Its spirit ring could rival that of a million-year-old beast, and it had taken the covert assistance of the god of Shura to defeat it. Such power was worth the effort. Moreover, Jiang Mian calculated that after acquiring his 7th spirit ring, he would be ready for the Soul Master competition. The thought of a soul sage overpowering those of the soul sect was amusing. Tang San, if you wish to kill me, feel free. I, Jiang Mian, will be waiting for you. Sometimes, Jiang Mian felt as though he were playing on easy mode. Rarely could one be as absurdly fortunate as he was. Perhaps it was simply the case that fortune favored the prepared. After the conclusion of the Soul Master competition, Jiang Mian plans to swiftly conquer the Star Luo Empire and unite it with the Heaven Do Empire, thereby forming a singular entity in the world. At that juncture, as the continents of Sun and Moon inevitably collide, war will undoubtedly ensue. Should Jiang Mian lead his followers to divinity before the onset of conflict, victory in this war would be assured. However, dealing with the Star Luo Empire will require considerable effort, as that nation venerates martial prowess. And persuading them to surrender to the Heaven Do Empire is a fanciful notion. Nevertheless, with the support of the Spirit Hall, the formidable Star Luo Empire will soon find itself isolated and destined for ruin. Jiang Mian is reluctant to waste time in the Star Luo Empire, as he must ensure that sufficient personnel are available for the impending war between the two continents. If Zhu Zhuqing could ascend as Empress and then lead the nation in surrender, it would be ideal. Jiang Mian would then propose Qian Rinxue as the sovereign of the realm, positioning himself as the revered minister and master of the empire. Second only to the ruler, a tantalizing prospect. Perhaps Jiang Mian could even establish an alliance, gathering the world's strongest to await the opportune moment to ascend to greatness. What shall we name this alliance? How about the Great Love Alliance of heaven and earth? Yet, such thoughts are premature. It is more prudent to advance step by step. Jiang Mian gently placed the evil moon on the ground, his hands radiating a verdant glow as he began to restore its vitality. Evil moon, this is not a place to sleep indiscriminately, he chided while treating it, adding with a playful tone, wake up quickly, or someone will toss you out as refuse. The evil emperor stood nearby, silently amused, for he could discern Jiang Mian's innermost thoughts. What Jiang Mian had just contemplated indeed piqued his interest. Recalling the time he traversed the ocean to challenge Emperor Tian in the Stardo Forest, though many claimed the evil emperor was defeated, Emperor Tian bore substantial injuries as well. What remains unrecorded in history is that the evil emperor was merely slightly inferior, and both were left wounded, with no clear victor. Thus, upon hearing Jiang Mian's musings, the evil emperor could calmly remark, after cultivating for 780,000 years without a single defeat, I hold a modest expectation. Chapter 49. The Mermaid Circus on the Douluo continent. In the coastal region of Bixing City, Jiang Mian and his companion strolled through the bustling streets, marveling at the splendid scenery. A group of children joyfully dashed past, clutching windmills, while the lively shouts of vendors filled the air, there wears an array of dazzling goods. Behold, behold, the renowned Mermaid Circus from the Douluo Empire has arrived in Bixing City for a performance. A portly little fellow waved a promotional poster, shouting enthusiastically, drawing a crowd of onlookers. The Mermaid Circus? The evil moon exclaimed, surprised. How could such a grand and famous circus perform in a place like this? Are they really that renowned? Both Jiang Mian and the evil emperor turned their gazes toward the evil moon. Renowned is an understatement, the evil moon replied earnestly. Their tickets are worth their weight in gold. Nana has long wished to see their performance, but has never had the chance. They primarily showcase the taming of soul beasts, which are said to perform many intricate maneuvers. How delightful! Jiang Mian chuckled. Since we have some leisure time, shall we go see it? Listen up, everyone. I have an insider scoop. The plump boy declared mysteriously from the crowd. The Mermaid Circus has recently acquired a remarkably rare soul beast, and this will be the debut of their performance. This is a historical event you won't want to miss. Remarkably rare? How rare? Jiang Mian scoffed. It wouldn't be a 100,000-year soul beast, would it? You jest. The boy chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. It's a 1,000-year-old little dragon soul beast. This type of soul beast reportedly inhabits the deep sea and only comes to the shallows when weaning. The Mermaid Circus happened upon this one just after it was weaned, and fishermen caught it before it was purchased by the passing circus. Little dragon? The evil emperor's expression shifted. He pulled Jiang Mian and the evil moon aside, whispering, "The rarity of a little dragon soul beast is comparable to that of a 100,000-year soul beast. How could they possibly have captured one? What is a little dragon?" Jiang Mian inquired, puzzled. "I have never heard Emperor Tian mention it. Little dragons are a mixed-blood lineage of dragons. Emperor Tian possesses true dragon blood and thus looks down upon these distant relatives," the evil emperor explained. "The history of little dragons is profound. They do not dwell in the deep sea, but often follow ocean currents to the fabled Sky City, their ancestral home." Sky City? Jiang Mian sighed, a hint of familiarity in his voice. While the boy's claim holds some truth, that little dragons do venture into shallow waters to absorb a unique energy that attracts fearsome deep-sea soul beasts, the fact remains that powerful little dragons would be guarding them, making it improbable for humans to capture one. Whether it's true or not, we shall find out, Jiang Mian said, patting the evil moon's shoulder. Nana wishes to see the Mermaid Circus. Does she not? You can tell her all about it when we return. Nana will surely be furious with us. The evil moon recoiled, apprehensive. I didn't even mention this trip to her. Provoking her further would only invite trouble. Look at you so timid. Jiang Mian replied confidently, thumping his chest. Fear not, for I shall protect you. You? The evil moon chuckled. You run away faster than anyone. Ha! Jiang Mian seized the evil moon's collar, attempting to restrain him, but the evil moon anticipated the move and swiftly ensnared Jiang Mian in a firm embrace. Your skills have improved, Jiang Mian remarked, attempting to retaliate but finding himself thoroughly trapped. All right, let me go. We need to buy tickets and see what this little dragon is all about. Jiang Mian mused. If they're deceiving us, won't the reputation of the Mermaid Circus be tarnished? Would anyone believe us? The evil moon shrugged. After all, the Mermaid Circus has a massive fan base. Our actions alone won't ruin their reputation. Solid grassroots support. Indeed, Jiang Mian smiled slightly. We must tread carefully, otherwise, the Spirit Hall's reputation could easily be compromised. The Spirit Hall holds far more sway than this commercial troupe, the evil moon added. If we were to declare that they were engaging in deception under the Spirit Hall's name, the public would surely believe us over the circus. Let us purchase 3 tickets and see for ourselves, Jiang Mian suggested, walking over to the plump boy. Excuse me, young man, where can we buy tickets? Right at Bixing City Square, the boy replied, grinning. My name is Fuda. If you mention my name, the tickets might be a bit cheaper. Oh, you have quite the influence, young man. Jiang Mian jested. We owe you our thanks. In truth, this was an informal discount. Otherwise, tickets would have been impossible to sell at the regular price. Fuda's cherubic face wobbled as he chuckled. Though Bixing City is prosperous, it still lags behind the imperial cities of the 2 major empires and other large cities. How much are the tickets? Jiang Mian inquired. The original price is 1 gold soul coin each, Fuda replied. Not too expensive, Jiang Mian smiled. Suddenly, he raised his voice, declaring, if you wish to see the performance, follow me. I shall treat you all. Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly surged towards Jiang Mian, surrounding him in throngs. What do you require of us? asked a middle-aged man clad in coarse cloth, shouldering a charming little girl. Is there something we must pay? The vigilance of the man was evidently high. After all, behind such cheap offerings, one could easily be deceived, whether it be in terms of money or, more gravely, one's life. Rest assured, there is no need for any of you to do anything, Jiang Mian stated. We at the Spirit Hall express our gratitude for your unwavering support over the years. As the circus is currently touring, we are pleased to treat our friends from Binhai City to a performance. Xiaoyu, having mysteriously blended into the crowd, raised his voice in a rallying cry that stirred the emotions of the onlookers. The Spirit Hall not only facilitates our awakening of martial spirits, but also invites us to enjoy performances, providing welfare for the common folk. We pledge our utmost loyalty to the Spirit Hall. Jiang Mian could not help but smile at the young man's enthusiasm, mentally giving him a thumbs up. You all follow this brother to the ticket booth. I shall reimburse the expenses, he added, producing 5 bags of gold soul coins and handing them to Fuda. There are 1,000 gold soul coins here. See if it suffices. If not, I shall provide more. These are far too many, Fuda said, trembling as he held the coins. Senior, the circus can accommodate a maximum of 500 people. Please allow everyone to enjoy for 2 days, Jiang Mian urged, patting Fuda on the shoulder. Each day is limited to 500 attendees. First come, first served. If you arrive late, there will be none left. Brothers, hurry. Thank you. Spirit Hall. We pledge our loyalty to the Spirit Hall. Spirit Hall, I shall serve you. The crowd shouted in fervor, rushing toward the square of Binhai City. What are you doing? Xiadi inquired, watching the throng disperse. I am merely drawing some attention to the Spirit Hall, Jiang Mian replied with a smile. It hardly costs much. Just as Jiang Mian was about to watch the performance, a middle-aged man clad in the Spirit Hall uniform approached and politely inquired, Who are you? And you are? Jiang Mian retorted, I am Ruisha, the branch head of the Spirit Hall in Binhai City. Ah, so, is the esteemed branch head, Jiang Mian said, clasping his fists together in greeting. I am Jiang Mian, an honorary elder of the Spirit Hall. Here is my insignia. As Jiang Mian presented the emblem signifying his status, Ruisha was taken aback, his disbelief evident as he scrutinized the insignia. Upon confirming its authenticity, he prostrated himself before Jiang Mian, holding the insignia with both hands, and respectfully declared, I pay my respects to the esteemed elder. There is no need for such formality, Jiang Mian said, assisting Ruisha to his feet and putting away the insignia. By age, you're my senior. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Ruisha stammered, Your humility is truly humbling. Esteemed elder, shall we go and enjoy the performance together? Jiang Mian invited with a smile. After all, we are guests, and you must extend your hospitality. Of course, Ruisha replied, his compliance evident. Aligning himself with an elder of such stature could undoubtedly bolster his prospects for promotion. The swift crowd had already taken their tickets and entered the circus, while those who failed to secure tickets left in despondence. Do not be disheartened, for the event lasts 7 days, Jiang Mian called out to those departing. Though I cannot guarantee everyone will have a chance. You will cover the remaining costs. Jiang Mian said with a slight smile toward Ruisha. Is that acceptable? Rest assured, esteemed elder, Ruisha replied earnestly. We shall not disappoint your trust. As Jiang Mian and his companions approached, Fuda hastened to greet them, guiding them to the seats that had been reserved in advance. These were the prime spots to view the competition. Had Binhai City not been so small, and the venue not a temporary setup, accommodating thousands would have posed no problem. Thankfully, the limited size of the venue allowed Jiang Mian to play the role of a wealthy patron. The initial acts were standard fare, featuring familiar 100-year-old beasts performing intricate stunts alongside their trainers, such as leaping through fiery hoops. However, what truly captivated Jiang Mian's attention was the enormous transparent glass tank that had been brought out at the beginning, housing a mermaid princess, an emblematic feature of the Mermaid Circus. The Mermaid Princess showcased a series of breathtaking performances with a strikingly handsome trainer, eliciting gasps of admiration from the audience. Even someone as poised as Jiang Mian couldn't resist clapping in appreciation, as their performance was both dignified and emotionally resonant, a remarkable silent theatrical display. Ladies and gentlemen, the main event of the Mermaid Circus is about to commence. A small man in a clown costume suddenly appeared, rubbing his hands together, as the venue erupted in brilliant fireworks. Behold the unprecedented Dragon Man performance. You are all witnesses to history. Once again, the large glass tank made its appearance. But this time, it featured a creature with the lower body of a fish and the upper body of a human, adorned with dragon horns atop her head. Her scales shimmered, and she seemed shy to be exposed to the public, continuously retreating into the corners. The trainer yanked on the iron chain around her neck, forcefully dragging her into view. The dragon man appeared panicked, swimming desperately in the tank, and the trainer, visibly frustrated, brandished a menacing wolf-fawn club, intending to subdue her in front of the audience. Xiedi furrowed his brow, his discerning eyes catching the deception. Leaning close to Jiang Mian, he whispered, "This is clearly a sham. She is definitely not a dragon man. Why are they resorting to such tactics?" Jiang Mian felt perplexed. How could a circus renowned by Xiaoyu stoop to such dishonesty? "I cannot accept this," Xiaoyu said, covering his face, unwilling to believe that the Mermaid Circus would deceive its audience. "You are quite the devoted fan, aren't you?" Jiang Mian remarked, casting a speechless glance at Xiaoyu. "There must be some hidden agenda here. Elder, should I expose them?" Ruisha suddenly interjected. "Let them have a way out." Jiang Mian shook his head. "Perhaps they have their own struggles. Look, that trainer is attacking the Dragon Man." Someone shouted, and the attention of Jiang Mian and others was drawn back to the tank. Inside, the Dragon Man struggled against the iron chain around her neck, evading the trainer's club, her body already marred with wounds, blood staining the water. "Stop this." Jiang Mian frowned, unable to bear the injustice. "What are you doing? You do not understand. These creatures are mindless beasts and must be treated this way. Otherwise, their wild instincts could harm humans," the clown hastily explained. "Nonsense," Jiang Mian retorted angrily. "A 1,000-year Dragon Man soul beast would not simply endure this without retaliating. Cease this at once." The trainer, equally hot-tempered, surfaced and shouted, "What do you know? Just watch and mind your own business." "What did you say?" Before Jiang Mian could respond, Ruisha slammed his hand on the table, indignation radiating from him as he declared, "Do you not know that this is an esteemed elder of the Spirit Hall? How dare you act so recklessly?" In an instant, the trainer was left dumbfounded, and the clown fell to his knees, pleading, "My lord, we were blind to your greatness. We deserve to die. Please do not take it to heart." At that moment, Jiang Mian remained calm and composed, stating coolly, "Who is in charge of the Mermaid Circus? Have him come forth."